This year, Huo Zhengxiong crossed the world of Hong Kong Island and became one of the spokespersons for Hung Hing. Start binding with the infinite explosive weapon system. As long as you have money, you can summon your little brother, be loyal 100, and increase your combat power by 500. Others are still wandering on the streets, but I have already upgraded my system by flashing pictures. From Kowloon walled city to the center of Hong Kong Island, a full-scale war broke out from street fighting, gangsters, and black gold forces. Every enemy is a resource, and rewards can be lost in every battle. When Hung Hing, Lianxing, Daquan, and Dongxing establish underground order. My words change the world. Punch Hung Hing, step on Dongxing, and become the underground emperor behind the scenes. Subsequently, it swept through the film and television industry, making movies that became a global sensation. Acquiring television stations, newspapers, and enterprises to establish a media empire. Take over Ehao again, establish a technology group, and create Oriental Silicon Valley. From Xionggu to a world conglomerate, I used 100,000 explosive soldiers to create a true legend. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult in the future. Huo Zhengxiong, you have completed your sentence today and can leave now. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. After going out, be sure to abide by the law and live a good life. Outside the Stanley prison, a tall, sharp-edged young man with bright eyes slowly stepped out of the prison gate. With a loud bang, the prison gate tightly closed. Huo Zhengxiong, bathed in the sunshine, stood at the door and looked around. In an instant, his face turned as cold as ice. Damn it, Big B, you deserve to be punished by heaven. You promised me to take the blame for you and hold a ceremony for me when I come out, making me a red stick. Now that I'm out, you haven't even sent anyone to pick me up. Huo Zhengxiong closed his eyes, his thoughts and anger intertwined, surging incessantly. He is a time traveler who was already in prison when he crossed over 2 years ago. At that time, his boss, Hung Hing's boss B, committed a crime and was given evidence by the police. Big Brother B, in order to avoid imprisonment, asked his subordinates to draw lots to decide who would take the blame, and Huo Zhengxiong was the one who won the lottery. This crime resulted in 3 years of imprisonment. At that time, Big Brother B publicly promised to recommend Huo Zhengxiong as the Red Stick as soon as he was released from prison. But the result? Now that his 3-year prison life has ended, Huo Zhengxiong has come out, but Big Boss B hasn't sent anyone to pick him up? Is that it? What else is there to say about holding ceremonies and establishing a Red Stick identity? That's really interesting. Since you won't give it to me, I'll go and retrieve it myself. Huo Zhengxiong sneered incessantly, his eyes sparkling with a cold light. Ding. At this moment, ding, the infinite explosive weapon system is being bound. Summoning price, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars for regular soldiers, 1 million Hong Kong dollars for Special Forces King, 1 million Hong Kong dollars for technical units. Note, all summoned soldiers are 100 loyal and will never betray. System, Golden Finger? Huo Zhengxiong showed a sinister and arrogant smile. 100 loyalty? Isn't that asking them to die and they will die? Let them kill, will they kill? Thinking of this, Huo Zhengxiong's mouth curled up and he coldly smirked. Big Boss B, since you are not ethical, don't blame me for disregarding my feelings. In Causeway Bay, at Brother B's boxing gym, achoo. Big Brother B was drinking with his younger brother Chen Haonan when he suddenly sneezed and immediately cursed. Damn it, who is plotting against me again? Ring bell. Just then, Big Brother B's phone rang. The person calling is Chun Yao, who is Hung Hing's white paper fan, also known as Jiang Tianqing's strategist. Hello, Io, what can I do for you? B, just now Jiang Sheng gave orders, and Hehita's gang has crossed the border again, selling drugs on our Hung Hing territory. Jiang Sheng wants to teach him a lesson. If he still doesn't listen, you know what to do. Jiang Sheng said that if this matter is done well, he will give you a red stick spot. Ba closed, right? I've been disliking him for a long time. No problem. Let me handle it. Big Brother B patted his chest and said, Ba closed this person. We have had a grudge against him for a long time. Firstly, Bhagwan is a major drug dealer who occupies a large market on Hong Kong Island and conflicts with Hung Hing's drug business. Secondly, who among Hung Hing's people doesn't know that the relationship between the leader Jiang Tianqing and Liang Kuan, who returned from Taiwan, is not good? But when Ba and Liang Kuan got very close and called each other brothers, Jiang Tianqing naturally felt unhappy. Furthermore, there have been many conflicts between Big Brother B and Liang Kuan, and they have also had many conflicts with Bhagwan, and both sides have already formed a grudge. Finally, Jiang Tianqing also gave a spot for a red stick. This is a good thing to make the little brothers work hard. 3 years ago, he relied on the bait of the red stick to make Huo Zhengxiong hold him accountable and served 3 years in prison. Oh, by the way, Huo Zhengxiong seems to be about to be released from prison. When exactly did he get there? Big Brother B pondered hard, but couldn't remember. Never mind, times have changed. Stupid low-level henchmen like Huo Zhengxiong are destined to have no future. Once he's released from prison, just deal with it casually. As for the red stick, definitely not for Huo Zhengxiong. It's purely a waste of quota. Chen Yao. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. Boss B. Don't worry, leave it to me. Hanging up the phone, Chun Haonan shouted enthusiastically beside him. Brother B, let our brothers handle the matter of killing Ba. The red stick. Chun Haonan has been longing for it for a long time. Who doesn't want to climb up when you're an old pervert? The red stick is a hurdle. Only after becoming a red stick can one continue to advance, climb to the position of hall leader, and then run for the top position. And only by becoming a red stick can one recruit many subordinates, with a majestic and unimpeded presence, instead of just wandering around the streets with a few brothers like Shanji and Tianair like they do now. Don't worry. Big Brother B pondered and said, Ba closed this person. He has been a drug dealer for so long and occupies such a large market. Whether it's the road or the police, they haven't been able to deal with him, which shows that he is cautious and cherishes his own life. It's difficult for you brothers to kill him. Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan felt that it made sense. I hesitated a bit, but the position of the red stick is really attractive. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult in the future. Chen Haonan gritted his teeth and said, Brother B, although killing Bhagwan is dangerous, it is our duty as little brothers to share the burden for the boss. Jiang Sheng entrusted such an important task to the boss. How can we as subordinates stand idly by? That's really beautiful. Boss B is even more satisfied with handsome Nan. The favorability has increased by 1,000. Okay, I'll leave this task too. Just then, a little brother walked in and said, Brother B, Zhengxiong has been released from prison, right outside the door. Big Brother B was stunned for a moment. Who is Zhengxiong? Then I suddenly remembered it was Huo Zhengxiong, the one I promised to give the position of the red stick and take the blame for myself. Big Brother B immediately frowned. To be honest, he really doesn't want to see Huo Zhengxiong. Every time he sees Huo Zhengxiong, it reminds him of his embarrassment 3 years ago and his own shameful past. And Huo Zhengxiong has been in prison for 3 years. Do you have any resentment towards yourself? Are you still loyal? It's hard to say for sure. Give him the red stick. It's too wasteful. Suddenly, Big Brother B's eyes lit up, and he came up with a solution. One bright, one dark. On the surface, let Huo Zhengxiong go kill Ba Gai and make it known to everyone. Then secretly, let Chun Haonan and his brothers take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and kill Ba Hui. The risk is for Huo Zhengxiong to bear. With Huo Zhengxiong currently alone and lacking the strength of his subordinates, going to kill Ba Guan with such great fanfare is like hitting an egg with a stone. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Therefore, the position of the red stick naturally doesn't need to be given to Huo Zhengxiong. And what about Chun Haonan? Just take advantage of the chaos and launch a surprise attack to kill Baba. Chapter 2. In terms of power, I aspire to attain an unparalleled level of influence. Then Chun Haonan will effortlessly ascend to the rank of red stick. And I shall secure a loyal subordinate for myself. What a splendid idea. A twofold achievement. With this thought in mind, Big Boss B burst into hearty laughter. He called out to his underling. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and summon Xiong. Underling. Yes, boss. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong entered the room. Xiong. Big Boss B's face radiated warmth as he quickly rose and strode towards Huo Zhengxiong, excitedly patting him on the shoulder. At last, you've arrived. I've been eagerly awaiting your release for years, and today you are finally free. Brother B, it's been a long time. Huo Zhengxiong's smile seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Xiong, those 3 years and there must have been quite arduous. Rest assured, as long as I, B, have food to eat, you shall not be lacking. Big Boss B felt discomfort at Huo Zhengxiong's sharp smile, yet he maintained a charming facade. Thank you, Brother B. Huo Zhengxiong displayed an expression that was more of a smirk than a genuine smile. Big Boss B grew increasingly intolerant of Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor, his own smile becoming rigid, forcing a grin as he inquired. Xiong, do you still remember the promise we made to you back then? Huo Zhengxiong's expression turned serious. Brother B, I certainly remember. 3 years ago, when you fell into a trap and were apprehended by the police. A meeting was held to draw lots for who would take the blame, and I was fortunate enough to be chosen. You promised me that once I took the fall and was released, you would establish a shrine for me and elevate me to the rank of Red Stick. I remember it clearly. Brother B, I wonder if what was said back then still holds any weight? Huo Zhengxiong fixed a piercing gaze upon Big Boss B. Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan abruptly stood up. Hey, Xiong, speak to Brother B with some respect. Huo Zhengxiong immediately shot a cold look at Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan, who do you think you are? Step aside. This isn't your place to speak. When the time came to take the blame, where were you? Chun Haonan sneered. What? Just because you took the blame for Brother B, you think you can raise your voice? If it weren't for your luck back then, it wouldn't have been your turn at all. Do you really think you can speak so brazenly just because you have a few accomplishments? Big Boss B was exceedingly pleased with Chun Haonan's performance. Indeed, you, Huo Zhengxiong, merely took the blame and dared to look down on me, B? This is sheer disrespect. Haha. Huo Zhengxiong laughed heartily, gazing disdainfully at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, don't think that by flattering Brother B, you can disregard my contributions. Do you really consider yourself so remarkable? You. Chen Haonan was infuriated by the remark about flattering Brother B. This was an outright insult. He, Chen Haonan, was the most capable subordinate of Big Boss B, a person of stature and reputation. Although he was usually held in high regard by Big Boss B, how could he face others if this were to spread? Big Boss B was also displeased and interjected. Enough. Xiong, I understand you've faced grievances these past 3 years in prison. Just express your thoughts directly. What is it that you truly desire? Huo Zhengxiong replied, quite simply. Brother B, I want the position of Red Stick that you promised me back then. Red Stick? Big Boss B felt a headache coming on. Xiong, this matter of the Red Stick is not so simple. It's not merely within my power to grant. Huo Zhengxiong scoffed. What? As the leader? You don't keep your word? How can your subordinates respect you in the future? Big Boss B was infuriated by Huo Zhengxiong's words. Yet he stifled his anger and said, Xiong, the position of Red Stick is determined by Longtu Jiangshang. I cannot make that decision. However, there is currently an opportunity. It's up to you to seize it. There is a wealthy individual named Ba Bai in Hehe too, and Mr. Jiang is quite displeased with him. He has promised that whoever can eliminate Ba Bai will be promoted to Red Stick. What do you say? Are you willing to take on this task? Huo Zhengxiong, however, disagreed. Brother B, your approach might not win everyone's support. Back then, you promised me the Red Stick position upon my release. Now that I am out, you tell me I must first eliminate Ba Bai to obtain it? What? Do your words no longer hold value, and you wish to retract them? Big Boss B was nearly sickened by this remark. Chen Haonan slammed the table in anger. Useless Xiong, mind your words. Don't forget our gang rules. Disrespecting your superior warrants the punishment of 3 knives and 6 holes. Huo Zhengxiong chuckled coldly. Isn't betrayal also among the gang rules? What? Does Brother B wish to test that? Big Boss B suppressed his fury, knowing that if this got out, it would tarnish his reputation. He forced a smile and said, Xiong, do not worry about the matter of the Red Stick. I will help you resolve it. You've just been released, so don't rush. Take some money to relax, and I assure you, within a year, I will secure you a position as Red Stick. With that, he retrieved 100,000 yuan from the safe in the room and placed it before Huo Zhengxiong. Huo Zhengxiong picked up the money and weighed it in his hands, a sincere smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Brother B. I look forward to your good news. With that, he stood up to leave, deliberately bumping into Chen Haonan as he passed, causing him to stagger a few steps before swaggering out. Big Boss B watched Huo Zhengxiong's retreating figure, his expression darkening, a murderous intent beginning to surface in his eyes. Chen Haonan, seething with indignation, said, Brother B, this Huo Zhengxiong clearly harbors ulterior motives and bears a grudge against you. We must not allow him to grow in power. Big Boss B replied with a cold laugh. It's only natural to harbor resentment after spending 3 years in prison. Chen Haonan's eyes glinted with shrewdness. Brother B, your magnanimity is commendable, but we, as your subordinates, cannot watch you suffer injustice. I want to send a message to Ba Bai, saying that a man named Huo Zhengxiong intends to kill him to achieve merit and vie for the position of Red Stick. Big Boss B feigned ignorance. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Chen Haonan chuckled. Brother B, I didn't say anything at all. Big Boss B patted Chen Haonan on the shoulder. Leave the matter of Ba Bai to you brothers. Chen Haonan thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Brother B. When we brothers handle things, it will absolutely be reliable. The next morning, Huo Zhengxiong awoke in a sauna club, surrounded by 4 young women. The previous night, he had indulged in a soothing bath, followed by a full-body massage, and then summoned 2 young ladies for company. Now, upon waking, he felt remarkably refreshed. After spending 3 years in prison, at this moment, Huo Zhengxiong finally experienced the joy of living. From today onward, I, Huo Zhengxiong, shall live like a true individual. In terms of wealth, I aim to become the richest person in the world. In matters of women, I shall possess the most beautiful in the world. In terms of power, I shall attain an unparalleled level of dominance. Those who obey me shall rise in status, while those who defy me shall face a dead end. Huo Zhengxiong made this solemn vow to himself. Chapter 3. From now on, do not call me boss. Refer to me as the proprietor. At this moment, he still had 97,700 yuan left in his pocket. He opened the system and commanded, summon 3 soldiers. Ding, spending 30,000 Hong Kong dollars to summon 3 ordinary soldiers, designated as Big Circle Boys from the mainland, veterans of the Vietnam War. Before long, 3 young men, clad in tattered clothing, yet exuding an aura of shrewdness and strength, appeared before Huo Zhengxiong. The quality of those summoned by the system is undeniably assured. Although they were merely ordinary soldiers, they possessed a formidable demeanor honed on the battlefield, distinctly different from ordinary street thugs. Boss, the 3 men chorused in unison. From now on, You shall be referred to as Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San, with names assigned in descending order of height. Yes, boss. Henceforth. Do not call me boss. Refer to me as the owner. Certainly, owner. Huo Zhengxiong produced 50,000 Hong Kong dollars and handed it over to them. Take this money to acquire new attire, and additionally, procure a firearm from Tang of the Daquan gang. It will prove useful in due time. Understood, boss. The three responded in unison. By the way, convey a message to Ba Bai. Inform him that scoundrel, Dabi, has arranged for Chun Haonan to eliminate him. Huo Zhengxiong observed their departure, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. With loyal subordinates at my command, who would wish to remain an inconspicuous red stick. Dabi must perish. Chun Haonan must also meet his end. It is perfect. The blame can be conveniently placed upon Ba Bai. After refreshing himself and donning his attire, Huo Zhengxiong exited the sauna establishment, made his way to a shopping mall, and consumed breakfast to satiate his hunger. He then proceeded to a clothing store, where he purchased a tailored suit and a pair of rimless gold glasses. Adorned in the suit with glasses perched upon his nose, he transformed into a figure exuding both refinement and a hint of wickedness. Gazing at his revitalized reflection in the mirror, Huo Zhengxiong revealed a proud, yet slightly sinister smile. From this day forth, I, Huo Zhengxiong, shall be a businessman. I shall not engage in unlawful acts. I am a legitimate entrepreneur. Yet inwardly, he added, those who commit wrongdoing are merely my subordinates. Within the imperial luxury foot spa, Ba Bai lounged shirtless, his tattoos appearing menacing and fearsome. He was indulging in a foot massage from a charming attendant when, noticing her pleasing appearance, he mischievously slipped his foot into her collar. Oh, Ba Bai, you are quite the rogue, the foot attendant coyly remarked. Delighted, Ba Bai drew her closer. Just as he contemplated making a bold move in broad daylight, a lackey entered, announcing, Boss, we've just received word that the Hung Hing gang intends to kill you. Ba Bai's expression immediately hardened, and he kicked the foot attendant away. Hung Hing? Who? The lackey replied, a certain Huo Zhengxiong. I inquired, and he took the fall for to be 3 years ago and was just released today. Upon hearing this, Ba Bai let out a cold laugh. It's evident he is merely a pawn pushed forward by that fool, CB. Having expanded his influence significantly, Ba Bai was no fool. He quickly discerned that a newly released individual like Huo Zhengxiong, devoid of any subordinates, could not possibly be the one to attempt his assassination. Moreover, the news of an impending attack reaching his ears seemed too contrived. Clearly, this was a deliberate smokescreen. The true orchestrators behind the plot to end his life must be someone else entirely. Narrowing his eyes, a cunning glint appeared. Launch a grand pursuit for Huo Zhengxiong. Let everyone on the streets be aware of my fury. But discreetly, ensure you lay in wait around me, and let us see who dares approach with ill intent. Yes, boss. Ba Bai was adept at both overt and covert strategies, just as Dabi was. Before long, another lackey entered. Boss, someone just brought you a message. Oh. Ba Bai's interest was piqued. Initially dismissive of Huo Zhengxiong as a mere petty thug, he now recognized that this individual was no ordinary character. Ba Bai inquired, what did he say? The lackey responded, the message indicates that those seeking to kill you are likely Chun Haonan and his brothers. Chun Haonan and his brothers? Ba Bai was well aware of them. They were recently favored enforcers of Dabi, reputed to possess some skill and held in high regard. CB is rather astute. Clearly, CB intends to promote Chun Haonan, using Huo Zhengxiong to draw my attention while Chun Haonan attempts a stealthy strike. Quite the clever scheme. Yet, Ba Bai's expression turned cold. He instructed his subordinates, immediately deploy someone to keep tabs on Chun Haonan and his crew. I intend to toy with them. The day swiftly passed. In the evening, Chun Haonan and his brothers gathered. Brother Nan, I've gathered intel. Dabi is currently at the Imperial Luxury Foot Spa, reported to Tian Er. Dabi has dispatched a dozen subordinates to search for Huo Zhengxiong, leaving him with only 8 men. Now is the opportune moment to act. Upon hearing this, Shanji burst into laughter. Excellent. If we eliminate Dabi tonight, Brother Nan can ascend to the rank of Red Stick, and we shall rise alongside him. Chun Haonan, being the more composed of the group, queried, De Tian, are you certain about the accuracy of this information? With confidence, De Tian Er assured, rest easy, Brother Nan. I have verified every detail. It is unequivocally accurate. 4 of Dabi's most capable subordinates are engaged in the hunt for Huo Zhengxiong. Let us seize this rare opportunity, Brother Nan, urged Bao Pai eagerly. Indeed. Brother Nan, we must act. Such chances do not come twice, added Jiao Pai impatiently. Brother Nan, there is no need for hesitation. Let us proceed. With the fervent gazes of his brothers upon him, Chun Haonan smiled. Very well. Let us do it. Prepare the gear, and let us go. The brothers erupted in excitement, cheering. From this day forth, we shall dine well and live lavishly. Soon, Chun Haonan and his 5 brothers arrived at the street adjacent to the Imperial Luxury Foot Spa. armed with knives, and approached the establishment. This time, Shanji did not find himself trapped in the elevator, but entered the foot spa alongside Chen Haonan. Just as Chen Haonan and his companions brimmed with confidence, upon entering the Imperial Luxury Foot Spa, they were immediately spotted by Bai's men. "Boss, Chen Haonan and his crew have arrived." They truly came. "Brothers, let us take action." At that moment, Bai had arranged the foot spa to appear casually unguarded. Yet it was fortified like an impenetrable fortress, with over 100 subordinates at his command. This time, he was determined to ensure that Chen Haonan and his allies met their demise here, with no hope of survival. As Chen Haonan and his 5 brothers made their way to the private room where Bai resided, the moment they stepped inside, they sensed an ominous atmosphere. The room was filled with enforcers, all glaring menacingly at Chen Haonan and his crew. The expressions of Chen Haonan and his brothers shifted instantly. "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap." Just as they contemplated retreating, a loud crash echoed as a throng of thugs surged in from outside, instantly blocking the corridor. Bai, grinning maliciously, declared, "Chen Haonan, I've awaited your arrival all day." He wasted no time with superfluous words, gesturing with his hand, "Dispose of them. A reward of 100,000 for whoever eliminates them." With those words, all the enforcers' eyes blazed with fervor, as if ignited by a battle cry. "Kill! Eliminate them!" A fierce battle erupted. Meanwhile, across the street at a Western restaurant, the melody of A Midsummer Night's Dream echoed, its enchanting yet elegant notes infused with hope. Dressed in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, Huo Zhengxiong swirled a glass of red wine, a hint of mischief dancing on his lips, every gesture exuding the charm of an elegant gentleman. Occasionally, beautiful women and alluring young matrons approached him, curious to engage with the affluent man. Huo Zhengxiong cast an eye upon a newly widowed beauty with a voluptuous figure and fair skin. Engaging in casual conversation while intermittently glancing towards the Imperial Luxury Foot Spa across the street. Before long, he witnessed Chen Haonan, carrying Shanji, bloodied and battered, stumbling out of the foot spa's entrance, drenched in crimson. Truly, what a waste. So many individuals, yet none could hinder Chen Haonan. Huo Zhengxiong observed as Chen Haonan successfully evaded capture, shaking his head at Bai's capabilities. What should have been an easy ambush, with over 100 individuals surrounding Chen Haonan and his companions, astonishingly failed to eliminate them, allowing Chen Haonan to escape. Just as Huo Zhengxiong believed Chen Haonan was merely fortunate, a cacophony erupted as another throng of gangsters converged from both ends of the street. Cornering Chen Haonan in the middle of the road, Bai's voice echoed menacingly from behind. "Chen Haonan, do you truly believe you can escape? Prepare to meet your demise." His words resonated like a command, prompting a swarm of thugs wielding fruit knives to charge at Chen Haonan and Shanji, encircling them instantly. A minute later, the multitude of thugs dispersed, leaving only Chen Haonan and Shanji sprawled on the ground, their bodies already cold. The grand ambitions once held were reduced to mere dust at this moment. There are casualties," Huo Zhengxiong remarked, while engaging with a beautiful woman and observing the police clearing the scene below. Bai had performed admirably, efficiently dealing with Chen Haonan and his brothers. Therefore, he too must not fall behind. Since the boss had such a close relationship with Chen Haonan, why not let them reunite below? Huo Zhengxiong picked up his phone and called his subordinate Zhao Yi, commenced the operation. "Understood, boss." At that moment, the police car leisurely arrived. But Bai's subordinates had already removed the bodies and washed the blood off the street. Following protocol, the police inquired with several citizens, all of whom claimed to have seen nothing, allowing the officers to close the case smoothly and avoid a troublesome ordeal. 2 hours later, the phone rang. Ding ding ding. Zhao Yi called in. "Boss, the task has been accomplished." "Good, I'll be right there." Huo Zhengxiong's lips curled into a slight smile as he stood to dress. The alluring woman grasped his arm, asking, "Darling, where are you off to at this late hour?" Huo Zhengxiong replied curtly, "Men's affairs are not for women to meddle in." Indeed, he was utterly heartless. After the fact, men are often resolute. Such commanding presence. The beautiful woman felt herself increasingly enchanted by him. Huo Zhengxiong exited the hotel and drove towards a secluded grove. At that moment, the woman, having snapped back to reality from her reverie, pondered, "Wait, what was his phone number?" Half an hour later, in a secluded grove at a port, night had fallen, enveloping the area in silence, save for the sound of the waves drowning out all other noises. A vehicle approached and halted before Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San. At that moment, Boss B was bound, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, kneeling on the ground, while Zhao Yi dug a large pit with a spade, just ample enough to bury a person. Ugh! Boss B's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the car arrive and Huo Zhengxiong step out, his expression a mix of astonishment and incredulity. Why was it not Bai, but Huo Zhengxiong instead? "Brother B, why do you look so surprised?" Huo Zhengxiong, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in an elegant suit, appeared as an intellectual, yet now wore a devilish grin as he approached Boss B. Did you think, Bob, I had captured you? Oh, my apologies. I forgot your mouth was gagged. Huo Zhengxiong instructed Zhao Yi, release my boss's mouth. Yes, boss. As soon as the cloth was removed, Boss B erupted with curses. Huo Zhengxiong, are you challenging authority? Are you not afraid of the consequences? Consequences? Huo Zhengxiong laughed heartily, but his expression quickly darkened as he delivered a sharp kick to Boss B's abdomen. Bang! Boss B collapsed in agony. Brother B, at this juncture, how can you still fail to grasp the situation? It is now your life I seek. Huo Zhengxiong gripped Boss B's collar, sternly stating, years ago, we agreed that upon my release, you would elevate me to a red stick, yet when I emerged, you didn't even send someone to welcome me. You had an opportunity for a red stick position, yet you not only denied it to me, but also offered it to Chen Haonan, even using me as bait to draw Ba Bai's fire. Do you believe you have treated me justly? Do you think I deserve the 3 years I spent in prison for you? What? Heh, with someone like you. Do you think I would elevate you to a red stick? Am I blind? Boss B sneered defiantly, his resolve unwavering. Huo Zhengxiong's contempt was palpable as he scoffed. Then beckoned Qian Er, phone. Qian Er handed the phone to Huo Zhengxiong. With disdain, Huo Zhengxiong tossed Boss B to the ground like refuse, then placed the phone before him. Brother B, when you speak to Jiang Tiansheng, request 20 million. Upon hearing this, Boss B laughed coldly. 20 million? Are you dreaming? I shall not ask for it. Huo Zhengxiong flashed a devilish smile. Not borrowing? I have heard your children are well-behaved, excelling in their studies. And your wife seems quite lovely. In that moment, Huo Zhengxiong resembled a demon. What are you planning? A sudden tightness gripped Boss B's chest, a mix of surprise and fury igniting within him. Chapter 5. The small-time hoodlum, a street scoundrel, is not worthy to shine my shoes. Huo Zhengxiong curled his lip, sneering, what am I planning? Since you refuse to heed my words, I shall ensure your wife and children comply. Boss B, astonished and enraged, shouted, Huo Zhengxiong, do you not understand the rules of the underworld? In this realm, disasters should not extend to one's wife and children. Huo Zhengxiong's face was etched with disdain. Rules of the underworld? Brother B, you are so ruthless, yet now you speak of sparing your family? Boss B gritted his teeth, glaring at Huo Zhengxiong, both pained and furious as he cursed. You beast, betraying your own sect and forgetting your ancestors. I shall haunt you as a ghost. Betraying your sect and forgetting your ancestors? Huo Zhengxiong's tone was eerily calm. He turned to Sun San and commanded, go, bring Boss B's entire family here. Yes, boss. You beast, what do you intend to do? Boss B was consumed by rage, struggling to rise from the ground. But Huo Zhengxiong delivered a kick to his face, sending Boss B crashing to the ground. What do I intend to do? Do you not understand? Since you refuse to assist me with the call, I shall take your entire family to the underworld, so they need not be lonely there. No, I'll call. Boss B capitulated. The so-called brotherhood paled in comparison to the value of family. Huo Zhengxiong straightened up with satisfaction. That's more like it. Strike the deal, 20 million. To be transferred within 10 minutes, and I shall release your wife and children. Boss B quickly picked up the phone and dialed Jiang Tianxing's number. B, where are you? I heard your subordinate Chen Haonan was killed by Ba Bai. Jiang Sheng, I apologize, but I have been kidnapped. What? Jiang Tianxing exclaimed in shock from the other end of the line. Who has kidnapped you? Is it Ba Bai? Boss B glanced at the seemingly refined, yet devilish Huo Zhengxiong. Jiang Sheng, I regret to ask, but I need to borrow 20 million to secure my release. Jiang Tianxing fell silent for a moment before finally responding, 20 million, is it? I shall provide it. Tell Ba Bai to honor his word and release you. Boss B's face was filled with anguish. Thank you, Jiang Sheng. 3 minutes later, Huo Zhengxiong's anonymous HSBC account received an additional 20 million in cash. Huo Zhengxiong tested the system, 1 million, exchanged for a special forces king. His own abilities were mediocre, and he had always sought someone capable of protecting him. Ding. Spending 1 million to summon a special forces king. Subsequently, a list of elite soldiers appeared before Huo Zhengxiong. Su Jingyang, 100 replica, Gong Wei, 100 replica. Li Jie, 100 replica, Wang Jianjun, 100 replica, Xiao Fu, 100 replica, Lian Haolong, 100 replica, Tian Yangsheng, 100 replica. He was momentarily at a loss as to whom to choose. Ultimately, Huo Zhengxiong selected Su Jingyang, the strongest shield. At present, Huo Zhengxiong required a bodyguard, making Su Jingyang the most suitable choice, and the system guaranteed 100 loyalty, eliminating any concern over the original Su Jingyang's sense of justice. In the future, Huo Zhengxiong could exchange for figures like Tian Yangsheng to assist in heists. He desired complete freedom to act as he wished. Ding. Summoning Su Jingyang successful. He will report to the host within 24 hours. After successfully summoning Su Jingyang, Huo Zhengxiong breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that the system accepted the money obtained through extortion. The system's baseline was quite flexible. Huo Zhengxiong was very pleased with this. Boss B looked at Huo Zhengxiong. Considering our shared background, I hope you keep your word. Huo Zhengxiong smirked. Rest assured, I possess this much integrity. I promise to release your wife and children, and I shall not go back on my word. Zhao Yi, bury him. Understood, boss. Zhao Yi replied, picking up a shovel. Boss B closed his eyes. Do it. Soon, Boss B was engulfed by the mud, buried alive. Huo Zhengxiong stretched lazily. Done. Today's affairs are concluded. Tomorrow, there's another performance awaiting my participation, the position of the red stick. I must attain it. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi, Qian and Sun San had just finished filling in the grave of Boss B when Huo Zhengxiong stepped out of the grove, encountering Su Zhengyang. Dressed in a suit and exuding an aura of heroism. The products from the system were undoubtedly of high quality, especially the Special Forces King, who was far superior to ordinary soldiers. As for the petty thugs and street ruffians, they were hardly worthy of even carrying his shoes. The explosion system emphasized speed. Huo Zhengxiong assessed Su Zhengyang before him. His gaze was sharp. He possessed the ability to observe all around and listen intently. Upon their first meeting, Su Zhengyang's eyes quickly scanned Huo Zhengxiong and Zhao Yi, noting the dirt on their shoes and the bloodstains on their sleeves. Without uttering a word, he had already formed a rough conjecture about what Huo Zhengxiong and Zhao Yi had been up to in the grove. He was exceptionally observant. No wonder he was known as the strongest shield in Zongnanhai bodyguard. Huo Zhengxiong felt a significant boost in his sense of security. Boss. Su Zhengyang's voice was low and commanding, his presence far surpassing that of Zhao Yi, Qian and the others. It was simply splendid. Huo Zhengxiong beamed brightly and said, "Do not call me boss. Refer to me as the employer." "Yes, employer," Su Zhengyang nodded. Compared to his portrayal in films, Su Zhengyang now appeared somewhat less righteous and more serious, a demeanor that Huo Zhengxiong greatly appreciated. Upon returning to the city, Huo Zhengxiong withdrew some cash and casually handed several bundles to Su Zhengyang. "The matters for today are concluded. Take the brothers to rest. Let us not delay. We have important business to attend to tomorrow morning." Su Zhengyang handed the money to Zhao Yi, quietly stating, "You all go ahead. I will stay with the employer." Zhao Yi and the others looked towards Huo Zhengxiong, who said, "This bodyguard's sense of duty is exceedingly strong." A smile crept onto his lips, as he felt increasingly satisfied with Su Zhengyang, casually adding, "You can follow along." Zhao Yi departed with Qian and Sun San, while Su Zhengyang silently trailed Huo Zhengxiong to Bolan Street, his expression grave as he constantly surveyed the surroundings. As night gradually enveloped the earth, after a moment of intimate exchange, just as the first light began to peek over the horizon, Huo Zhengxiong rose from beside two naked bodies, opened the door, and stepped outside. Su Zhengyang was already fully dressed, waiting by the roadside with the engine running. Their destination was the headquarters of the Hung Hing gang. Hung Hing belonged to the Chao Black gang, founded by Jiang Jin 30 years ago, and is currently managed by his eldest son, Jiang Tianqing. The gang comprises 12 factions, each controlled by a respective leader, wielding considerable power and prestige, making them one of the most formidable organizations in the harbor. At that moment, within the conference room of the Hung Hing headquarters, a dragon-head assembly was convening. Chapter 6. Wealth and Power, Severing Kinship, Fierce and Ruthless. As the meeting commenced, Jiang Tianqing, unusually punctual, sat at the head of the table with a serious expression, stating solemnly, "Last night, I dispatched individuals to locate Shibi, and ultimately found him in a grove on the outskirts of Tsiun Mountain. He was already dead. He had been buried alive." The 11 faction leaders seated at the table wore grave expressions, none daring to speak. In truth, they had already heard the news the previous night, as such occurrences were common in their line of work. Moreover, their relationship with Boss B had been rather tenuous. His demise did not evoke genuine anger among the others. Nonetheless, formalities were still necessary. The representative from the Honghai district, Ba Ji, slammed the table with fury, exclaiming, "How dare they lay hands on one of our Hongxing leaders? This is utterly audacious. We must avenge Shibi." The representative from the Quiet Sing district, Han Bin, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, have you determined who is responsible?" Jiang Tianqing hesitated for a moment, glancing at the advisor by Jishan, who immediately grasped his intent and took the lead in answering, "If all goes as expected, it was Ba Bai who did this." Jiang Tianqing continued, "Yesterday, Shibi was extorted for 20 million. When he asked to borrow money from me, I inquired if it was Ba Bai's doing, to which he did not respond. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is undoubtedly him. The notorious leader of the Tun Mun district, Dinosaur, is well known for his fiery temperament." Upon hearing this, he immediately slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Damn that Ba Bai! How dare he kill our Hongxing's master? He truly has a death wish." "Mr. Jiang, given that Boss B is our Hongxing's master, this matter cannot simply be overlooked." The other masters chimed in vehemently, eager to assert their presence. Their faces a mask of fury. We must seek vengeance. Indeed, you are right. Dinosaur speaks the truth. Yet one individual appeared somewhat uneasy. He was Liang Kuan, the leader of the Causeway Bay district. Initially, when Jiang Tianxing announced that Boss B had been buried, a smile graced his lips. However, upon hearing Ba Bai's name, his expression darkened considerably. Everyone present understood the reason. Ba Bai was Liang Kuan's brother. But no one dared to voice this connection, as the death of Hung Hing's master was at stake. For the sake of themselves and Boss B, no one would come to Ba Bai's defense. And thus they tactfully refrained from mentioning Liang Kuan's relationship with Ba Bai, sparing him any embarrassment. With others silent, Liang Kuan, too, felt it unwise to speak. Yet internally he cursed Ba Bai. Damn that bastard. Why can't he act decisively? He is simply inviting trouble. The fleeting exhilaration from Boss B's demise had vanished without a trace, and Jiang Tianxing's face was clouded with anger. After receiving a phone call the previous night, he had dispatched people to locate Boss B. Although they ultimately found the body, the 2 million he had invested proved to be in vain. As the meeting progressed, the various masters expressed their sentiments, and the conference room fell into a heavy silence. Since Jiang Tianxing and Chun Yao had already confirmed that Ba Bai was responsible, the ensuing question was straightforward. Who would deal with Ba Bai? Though everyone harbored the same thought, no one stepped forward to volunteer for the task. Navigating the underworld involves more than mere violence. It is also a matter of human relationships and social intricacies. Seeing the growing silence, Jiang Tianxing's frustration mounted. With no one else speaking up, he felt compelled to take the initiative, stating in a grave tone, since we are all in agreement, who will eliminate Ba Bai to restore our Hung Hing's honor and avenge Boss B? The 11 masters remained resolutely silent. Whether it was the first to speak, Brother G, or the notoriously hot-headed dinosaur, even the most formidable prince refrained from uttering a word. Chen Yao, the advisor, instinctively cast a glance at Liang Kuan, not expecting him to speak, but merely to observe if he would oppose the idea. At this juncture, unless Liang Kuan was foolish, he would not dare to defend Ba Bai. Silence reigned. Still silence. Humph. When it came to voicing opinions, they all appeared like wolves, boasting their bravery with mere words. Yet when it was time to take action, they fell mute like statues. Jiang Tianxing observed this with mounting ire. The situation could not remain stagnant. He turned to Ba Ji. Brother Ji? Ba Ji awkwardly smiled and replied, I have been swamped with matters lately and cannot attend to this. Jiang Tianxing shifted his gaze to Han Bin, who promptly lowered his head, pretending not to notice Jiang Tianxing's stare. Dinosaur, how about you take on this task? Before Jiang Tianxing could finish his sentence, Dinosaur sheepishly interjected, Mr. Jiang, while we have ample manpower in Tun Mun, we are rather impoverished. I truly cannot contend with Ba Bai. Jiang Tianxing retorted, no one is foolish here. No one wishes to undertake this troublesome task. Do you genuinely believe Ba Bai is easy to deal with? In terms of background, although Hehitu cannot compare to Hung Hing, they are not a soft target to be bullied at will. As for personal strength, Liang Kuan is formidable, is he not? Wealthy and ruthless, he is quite fearsome. Yet Ba Bai is his brother, having borrowed 2 million from him without repayment, leaving Liang Kuan in a bind. He is a quintessential tough nut. Who would be willing to confront him? No one would. After all, Ba Bai is not to be trifled with, unless there are benefits to be gained, which is a different matter altogether. Yet this time, it is evidently a matter of obligation with no rewards, hence their reluctance. The atmosphere remained awkwardly tense. What is the Jianghu? This is the Jianghu. Jiang Tianxing felt helpless, contemplating invoking the guild rules to resolve the matter. The guild rules dictate drawing lots. Those who draw the death lot must take on the task. Refusing would violate guild regulations and be deemed a betrayal. Just like when Huo Zhengxiong fortuitously drew the death lot, he had no choice but to take the blame for Boss B. However, just then, a subordinate entered from outside and whispered something into Chun Yao's ear, causing Chun Yao's eyes to brighten. Before Jiang Tianxing could speak, he hastily announced, Mr. Jiang, Huo Zhengxiong requests to see you. Huo Zhengxiong. Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brow, recognizing the name vaguely, but only somewhat. He glanced at Chun Yao, who nodded slightly. Moments later, Huo Zhengxiong's tall and handsome figure appeared, a faint smile gracing his face, his demeanor exuding a hint of charm. All eyes in the room were fixated on Huo Zhengxiong, scrutinizing him intently. Jiang Tianxing exchanged glances with Chun Yao, who promptly began detailing Huo Zhengxiong's background. Mr. Jiang, Huo Zhengxiong is a subordinate of Shibi. 3 years ago, during the drawing of the death lots, he took the blame for Boss B and has only recently been released. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room quickly grasped the situation's intricacies. Jiang Tianxing regarded Huo Zhengxiong with a hint of appreciation. After all, those willing to shoulder the burden for their leader are the most loyal subordinates, making Huo Zhengxiong's intentions increasingly clear. In Chapter 7, why should I repay the money I borrowed based on my abilities? Jiang Tiansheng inquired, at the Dragon Head Conference. What brings you here? Although Huo Zhengxiong had just entered, he seemed already aware of the proceedings in the conference room. He surveyed the prominent figures and masters present. Smiling as he spoke, Mr. Jiang, Brother B is my leader. He has been murdered. As his subordinate, it is only natural that I seek vengeance on the perpetrator. A smile finally graced Jiang Tiansheng's lips as he gave a thumbs up, saying, now that is loyalty. Yet before he could finish, Huo Zhengxiong paused and continued. However, Brother B had promised me that I would be made a red stick. Jiang Tiansheng felt a twinge of helplessness, pondering. In terms of loyalty, there is nothing to criticize about taking the blame for Boss B. After all, he was already supposed to grant Boss B a red stick position. So extending the same to Huo Zhengxiong was only fair. Thus, he nodded and replied, I can agree to that, provided you eliminate Ba Bai. Huo Zhengxiong smiled, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. No problem with taking out Ba Bai. However, Jiang Tiansheng's brow furrowed slightly. Do you face any difficulties? Then Huo Zhengxiong added, but Mr. Jiang, one red stick may not suffice, right? Jiang Tiansheng's expression gradually soured. Huo Zhengxiong, entirely unperturbed, confidently asserted, the red stick was rightfully mine. It was promised to me by Brother B from the very beginning. Had it not been for his unfortunate incident, he would undoubtedly have spoken on my behalf at today's Dragon Head Conference. The surrounding hall masters, upon hearing this, instinctively nodded in agreement, engaging in hushed discussions. It indeed seemed to hold some merit. I recall that Xiaobi had previously mentioned this matter to me. In the underworld, one must adhere to rules. At the very least, it must appear so on the surface. Huo Zhengxiong was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. He continued, if I were to eliminate Ba Bai, would I still need Mr. Zhang's approval for a territory? After all, my elder brother is no longer with us. I must plan for my future. At this point, Jiang Tiansheng's favorable impression of Huo Zhengxiong evaporated entirely. Initially, he had thought Huo was a loyal subordinate, willing to take risks for the revenge of the esteemed Brother B, only to find that this fellow was demanding benefits and conditions in equal measure. Naturally, he was reluctant to acquiesce, feeling that Huo Zhengxiong was asking for far too much. After all, those in positions of leadership, particularly the influential figures in the society, generally share a similar mindset. What one voluntarily offers is what the other is entitled to. If one has no intention of giving, it is inappropriate for the other to request anything. Jiang Tiansheng contemplated a refusal, yet as he surveyed the other hall masters, he recognized that they all shared the same sentiment. Moreover, should they be tasked with the execution, their demands would only multiply. Even if a life and death lottery were to be drawn, it would incite discontent among the underlings, particularly for the one who drew the short straw. What was there to deliberate? With a grim expression, Jiang Tiansheng glanced at Chen Xiong and nodded, stating, I agree. He then seized the opportunity to elevate his own status, proclaiming, anyone willing to contribute to our society shall not be treated unfairly by me, as the Dragon Head. Huo Zhengxiong silently scoffed, unable to restrain his derision. How thoroughly calculated. Finding an opportunity to showcase your generosity. Humph. Upon hearing Jiang Tiansheng concede to Huo Zhengxiong's demands, the hall masters collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that this troublesome matter would not fall upon their shoulders. The atmosphere quickly lightened, and they began to scrutinize Huo Zhengxiong, curious to ascertain whether he possessed the capability to fulfill the task, while also expressing admiration for his audacity. What a bold individual. Subsequently, Jiang Tiansheng rose, declaring, the Dragon Head Conference concludes here for today. He then turned to Huo Zhengxiong, stating, you have 3 days. I eagerly await your good news. Once Jiang Tiansheng departed, the others began to rise and leave as well. In the conference room, Huo Zhengxiong wore a scornful smile, muttering, 3 days? Who does he think he is looking down upon? In Causeway Bay, at Liang Kuen's domain, after the meeting concluded, Liang Kuen hurried back to his territory and promptly dialed Ba Bai's number, his voice laced with displeasure. You took out Brother B, didn't you? Without waiting for a response from Ba Bai, Liang Kuen continued with growing ire. I don't oppose your desire to eliminate him. I've always had conflicts with Brother B. However, now that the deed is done, can you please clean up the aftermath? On the other end of the line, Ba Bai appeared utterly bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he quickly interjected, Kuen Gu, what are you talking about? What Brother B? I merely took out a few of his subordinates. Following this, Ba Bai, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, what? Is it only permissible for him to wish to take me out while I cannot eliminate his minions? What kind of logic is that? Liang Kuen was taken aback, flabbergasted by the absurdity of Ba Bai's response. Even Jiang Tiansheng was so certain that Brother B's demise was orchestrated by Ba Bai, yet Ba Bai continued to feign ignorance. He truly wished for Ba Bai to be eliminated. However, this was not the most pressing matter at hand. The purpose of Liang Kuen's call was to collect debts. He immediately adopted his quacking voice and said, let us put everything else aside for now. I urgently need money for my business. You owe me over 20 million. Please return it. I have found a channel to acquire a significant batch of goods. As soon as the topic of money arose, Babai immediately tempered his demeanor, saying helplessly, Kuan Gu, you know I've suffered considerable losses lately. Several of my venues have encountered problems. Please grant me a bit more time to sort things out. Liang Kuan was fully aware that these were mere excuses. Babai simply did not wish to repay the debt, despite the substantial profits his gambling houses generated daily. He was incensed, shouting, Bastard! I'm concerned that you might be killed, and then you won't be able to repay me. Babai, however, remained unfazed, arrogantly declaring, Kuan Gu, no one in the entire port can take me down. Babai indeed had the confidence and strength to make such a statement. Liang Kuan fumed. You son of a bitch. When you borrowed money, you practically licked my shoes clean, but now that I'm asking for repayment, it's harder than getting your mother out of a bind. Babai chuckled, remaining silent. He epitomized the phrase surface brotherhood to the fullest. Kuan Gu, don't speak so harshly. I'm not refusing to repay. Just give me some time. Cursing under his breath, Liang Kuan concluded the conversation in anger, realizing that in these times, those who owe debts are the true masters. Initially, he had intended to remind that scoundrel Babai to avoid getting himself killed so that he could retrieve his money. But now he lacked the enthusiasm for such a reminder. On one hand, he was infuriated by Babai's unscrupulous behavior. On the other, he simply did not believe that Huo Zhengxiong could eliminate Babai. If a mere street thug freshly released from prison could take down Babai, he would gladly forfeit his money. Huo Zhengxiong, Liang Kuan, those words came from your own mouth. Meanwhile, Babai, with a face full of disdain, muttered, I borrowed money through my own ability. Why should I repay it? Beside him, his loyal subordinate remarked, Chapter 8, 10 minutes. If the money doesn't arrive, you can only go down. Huo Zhengxiong exited the Hung Hing headquarters, climbed into his car, and immediately summoned his subordinates Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San to his side. He instructed, keep a close watch on Babai. I want to know of all his movements at any moment. Zhao Yi, along with Qian Er and Sun San, replied, Rest assured, boss. They then set off. After arranging for Zhao Yi and his companions to monitor Babai, Huo Zhengxiong returned to the hotel to rest. Upon entering his room, he gazed at the 10 million Hong Kong dollars in his account, quickly focusing his mind, silently chanting, I wish to summon soldiers. The soldier summoning system is at your service. Summoning price. Ordinary soldiers cost 10,000 Hong Kong dollars each, elite soldiers 100,000 each, and technical troops 100,000 each. Special note, all summoned soldiers will have a loyalty of 100 and will never betray. A peculiar smile crept across Huo Zhengxiong's face. Summon ordinary soldiers. 900. The soldier summoning system successfully deducted 9 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding. $90 million expended, successfully summoned 900 ordinary soldiers. These soldiers are all former soldiers from the mainland, veterans of the Vietnam War. Immediately following, the voice of the summoning system resonated once more. Ding. The number of summoned soldiers exceeds 100. Battle formation unlocked. Battle formation. Overcoming the few with the many. This will significantly enhance combat effectiveness. Huo Zhengxiong paused briefly, then speculated, if I summon 1,000, perhaps I can unlock additional skills. He patiently awaited the system to complete the soldier summoning before retiring to rest. When Huo Zhengxiong opened his eyes again, it was already evening, time for dinner. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner with the formidable Babai, Huo Zhengxiong took out his phone and dialed Zhao Yi, inquiring, Where's Babai? He had just finished his meal and was currently at Dihao Spa indulging in a foot massage. If all goes according to plan, he is unlikely to change locations tonight. Huo Zhengxiong smirked, clearly amused by Babai's peculiar infatuation with the foot massage therapists. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Su Jingyang drove towards the destination. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt not far from the entrance of Dihao Spa. Zhao Yi and Qian Er, having received the news, rushed over while Sun San continued his surveillance. Leaning against the car, Zhao Yi lowered his voice to greet Huo Zhengxiong boss. Huo Zhengxiong nodded indifferently and asked, Is Babai still inside? Yes, Zhao Yi affirmed confidently. A grin spread across Huo Zhengxiong's face, exuding an air of menace as he decisively commanded, You three, take your guns and find Babai. Instruct him to transfer 20 million to this account as a ransom, and then eliminate him. Zhao Yi, expressionless, nodded coldly, understood. Huo Zhengxiong smiled with satisfaction and added, Though Babai appears to be brash and reckless, he is, in fact, quite cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't remain in his own territory at Dihao Spa. Remember, act swiftly. Do not give him a moment to react. The police will undoubtedly arrive soon. Zhao Yi nodded, and then turned to signal Qian Er to fetch the guns from the car. Huo Zhengxiong lit a cigarette, and quietly observed as Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun Sen entered Dihao Spa. Shortly after, they burst into a private room where Babai was seen teasing a newly hired foot massage therapist. The young therapist instinctively recoiled, prompting a sudden shift in Ba Bai's demeanor. You're new here? Don't you understand the rules? The veteran masseur, who had been attending to Ba Bai, quickly intervened. Brother Ba, it's her first day. She is only here for manicures, not for this. Ba Bai's expression darkened, and in a fit of rage, he kicked over the masseur. The manager hurried over. Brother Ba, what is happening? Enraged, Ba Bai swatted the manager aside, standing up and letting out a loud roar that nearly gave the masseur a heart attack. With a mocking smile, he turned to his lackeys and ordered, "Get rid of this annoying old man." Yes, the lackey responded, immediately barking at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Keep your heads down and look at your own feet. Having fixated on the foot massage therapist, it was clear that she would not escape Ba Bai's grasp tonight. The seasoned masseur, aware of Ba Bai's temperament, could only sigh helplessly at the young therapist. Meanwhile, Ba Bai had entered the bathing pool, reveling in the warmth. A look of indulgence plastered across his face. Unlike the previous days, his surrounding lackeys had dispersed. However, just as Ba Bai contemplated how to toy with the therapist, one of his lackeys rushed over, whispering urgently, "Not good, Brother Ba? What's wrong?" Ba Bai asked impatiently. "I just received word that Boss B from Hung Hing has died." The lackey replied hastily. "Boss B is dead? What does that have to do with me?" The last word was forcefully swallowed as Ba Bai furrowed his brow, realizing, "Damn it, I just took out Chun Haonan and his crew, and now Boss B is dead. Hung Hing will surely suspect me." Just as Ba Bai processed this, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San had encircled him, quietly drawing a shotgun and pressing it against the back of his head. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Ba Bai initially failed to react, his face darkening as he bellowed, "Who dares?" The moment he turned his head, his words were abruptly cut off. Zhao Yi shoved the gun into Ba Bai's mouth. "Boss." The lackeys were frozen in fear, their expressions reflecting sheer terror at the sight of the imposing Zhao Yi and his weapon. The cunning and ferocity that once defined Ba Bai evaporated in an instant, replaced by dread as he instinctively raised his hands. Zhao Yi spoke softly, "We seek only wealth, not your life. 20 million. Is that too steep a price for your survival?" With the gun obstructing his speech, Ba Bai could only nod frantically. Zhao Yi turned to Qian Er, who produced Huo Zhengxiong's account information. Sun Sen coldly stated, "You have 10 minutes. If the money isn't transferred, you will meet your end." Once unflappable in front of the fierce Liang Kuan, Ba Bai was now terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself, hastily signaling his lackeys to take the account information. He cautiously stepped back a few inches, moving his mouth away from the gun, trembling as he stammered, 10 minutes. I guarantee it will arrive." Confused, Ba Bai had no inkling of Zhao Yi and his companion's origins, instinctively suspecting they were hired by Liang Kuan to extort him. With a pained expression, he transferred the 20 million to the designated account and declared, "The money has been sent. May we part ways amicably." Qian Er cautiously approached Ba Bai, confirming the transfer before nodding in agreement. Zhao Yi expressed his satisfaction with a nod, yet did not lower the gun, slowly stating, "Our boss sends his regards." "Who is your boss?" Ba Bai retorted darkly. Zhao Yi leaned closer and whispered in Ba Bai's ear, "Huo Zhengxiong." Chapter 9. Acquiring the funds, sending regards, and eliminating him. Ba Bai's mind raced as he suddenly recalled that Huo Zhengxiong was the smokescreen set up by Boss B to deal with him. He had even ordered his lackeys to spread rumors in the underworld about pursuing Huo Zhengxiong. Yet, before he could act, Huo Zhengxiong had come knocking on his door. "Is it him?" Ba Bai's expression turned bewildered. Then, a flicker of realization crossed Ba Bai's mind, and he couldn't help but retort, "Is Boss B also?" Bang! A bullet erupted from Ba Bai's mouth, piercing through the back of his skull in a single shot, ending his life instantly. Vivid crimson blood mixed with brain matter, rapidly staining the entire bathing pool. Thus, the formidable Ba Bai met his demise. Regrettably, Zhao Yi had no intention of answering Ba Bai's final question. He loyally executed Huo Zhengxiong's orders, acquire the funds, send regards, and eliminate him. Screams suddenly echoed through Dihao Spa as patrons fled in all directions, while Ba Bai's lackeys, paralyzed with fear, trembled and sought refuge, devoid of any thoughts of revenge. Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San donned their jackets, concealed their shotguns, and, amidst the chaos, blended into the crowd, slipping away quietly. Outside Dihao Spa, Huo Zhengxiong stood by the entrance, just as he received a notification on his phone confirming the successful transfer. The distinct sound of a shotgun echoed in the background, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. There was no denying that Zhao Yi's operation was impressively swift. Before long, a group of individuals hastily emerged from the Imperial Spa, their bodies bare, scattering in various directions. Huo Zhengxiong spotted Zhao Yi and his companions, signaling discreetly to them. Instantly, Zhao Yi and his two companions grasped his intent and chose a less crowded path to make their decisive exit. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong lightly tapped the car door with his fingers, prompting Su Jingyang to press the accelerator. and the vehicle soon departed from the territory of Hihitu. That evening, Huo Zhengxiong, accompanied by Zhao Yi and the others, ventured to Boland Street to celebrate with the funds they had acquired. Conversely, the crime scene had already been cordoned off by the police. Typically, incidents of this nature among gangsters arise from either animosity or the pursuit of profit, leading the police to avoid involvement, often categorizing such occurrences as internal conflicts between factions and resolving them with minimal effort to evade complications. However, this situation was markedly different, as Zhao Yi and his associates had employed firearms, specifically a formidable shotgun, prompting the police to take the matter seriously. Senior Inspector Huang Zhiqing, accompanied by officers from the anti-gang unit, arrived at the bathing area of the Imperial Spa, surveying the murder scene while mentally reconstructing the sequence of events. "What have you discovered?" he inquired. "Report, sir, we have the eyewitness testimony. However, we have yet to locate Ba Bai's subordinate," came the reply. Huang Zhiqing frowned. The service staff's accounts aligned closely with his deductions, yet the pivotal question remained: who was the perpetrator? He pressed further: "Is it possible that Ba Bai's enemies are involved?" The officer in charge shook his head, indicating that the investigation was still inconclusive, but their reactions suggested such a possibility was unlikely. At that moment, a member of the anti-gang unit interjected, "By the way, I heard that a couple of days ago, Ba Bai killed a subordinate of Boss B. Could this be an act of retaliation?" Another officer quickly countered, "Impossible. I received word that Boss B himself died the night before, just hours apart from the death of his subordinate, Chen Haonan. The Hung Hing group has deliberately concealed this information. Could it be the Hung Hing group responsible?" Another officer proposed. Huang Zhiqing glanced around, discreetly stepping into a secluded corner, where he quietly dialed a number, whispering, "Ba Bai is dead. Please look into this matter for me." After hanging up, he fell into contemplation. Having previously taken the fall for Boss B and being one of his men, it was evident that Ba Bai, who had killed Boss B's subordinate Chen Haonan, was likely eliminated by Huo Zhengxiong. As the anti-gang unit prepared to wrap up, Huang Zhiqing urgently stated, "I have received information from an informant. There's a strong suspicion surrounding an individual named Huo Zhengxiong. Investigate this individual." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong, reveling in merriment with Zhao Yi and his companions, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Seizing a moment between drinks, he calmed his mind and quietly activated the system. Summoning soldiers. "The explosive soldier system is at your service," it announced. Summoning price: ordinary soldier, 10,000 HKD, elite soldier, 1,000,000 HKD. Technical soldier, 1,000,000 HKD. Note: all summoned soldiers possess unwavering loyalty and will never betray. After a brief contemplation, Huo Zhengxiong decided, technical soldier, a lawyer. The explosive soldier system successfully deducted 1,000,000 HKD. Ding. 1,000,000 HKD expended. Successfully summoned a technical soldier, lawyer Jian Aowei, founder of Aowei Law Firm and a rising star in the legal field. Huo Zhengxiong withdrew his thoughts, exclaiming with excitement, "Spending 1 million to summon a top-tier lawyer is an incredible bargain. After all, as a legitimate businessman, having a lawyer is indispensable." He then resumed his drinking, thoroughly enjoying the company of the refined women around him. The following day, Huo Zhengxiong was roused from slumber by a series of knocks at the door. Extricating himself from a tangle of bare bodies, he opened the door, albeit with a hint of fatigue. "What is it?" Disturbing someone's sleep is a grave offense. "You know." As soon as the door creaked open, Huang Zhiqing, maintaining professionalism, wedged his foot in the door to prevent it from closing. He flashed his badge at Huo Zhengxiong, declaring, "I am Senior Inspector Huang Zhiqing from the Mongkou Police Station. You are now suspected of being involved in yesterday's armed murder case. Please cooperate with the investigation." Huang Zhiqing's demeanor was serious, his gaze icy. The officers from the anti-gang unit instinctively placed their hands on their holstered weapons, clearly prepared to draw their .38 caliber pistols should Huo Zhengxiong exhibit any signs of resistance. Huo Zhengxiong sized up Huang Zhiqing, momentarily taken aback, and recalled his name, recognizing him as the very Huang Zhiqing from Infernal Affairs. He deemed him rather unimpressive and felt no obligation to treat him with courtesy. Chapter 10. He was killed. Who will repay my money? As Huang Zhiqing warily scrutinized Huo Zhengxiong, anticipating an escape or resistance, the outcome surprised both him and his fellow officers. Huo Zhengxiong swung the door wide open and strolled back into the room, yawning, leaving Huang Zhiqing and his team in a state of bewilderment. One of Huang Zhiqing's diligent subordinates couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, "Hey, didn't you hear us? Get dressed and come with us to the police station for questioning." "Questioning?" Huo Zhengxiong scoffed, turning around to plop down onto the presidential suite-s sofa. With a derisive smile, he retorted, "Understand your position. You are the police." He then added with contempt, "You need evidence to take action." Huang Zhiqing, anti-gang unit officers, Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened, visibly displeased. Please cooperate with the investigation and accompany us, or we will be forced to take coercive measures. However, before he could finish his sentence, Huo Zhengxiong raised his hand and clapped, clap, clap. Immediately, the door behind the anti-gang unit officers swung open, and a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp suit stepped inside. It was Jian Aowei. He regarded Huang Zhiqing and his colleagues with disdain, stating, "Officer, my name is Jian Aowei, founder of Aowei Law Firm, and I am also Mr. Ho's private attorney. If there are any issues, address them with me. If you wish to summon my client to the police station, that is acceptable, but please present sufficient evidence first. Otherwise, I will file a complaint against you for abuse of power and conspiracy to defame." Jian Aowei wore a smile that radiated confidence, starkly contrasting with the eccentricity of Huo Zhengxiong and the composure of Su Zhengyang. In a capitalist society, the law stands as the most formidable weapon. It is entirely reasonable for him to exude such self-assurance. At that moment, Huang Zhiqing and his cadre of anti-gang officers finally grasped the reason behind Huo Zhengxiong's audacity. Their expressions instantly darkened. Huang Zhiqing took a deep breath, suppressing his simmering discontent, and slowly remarked, "It appears that Mr. Huo Zhengxiong has long been prepared." However, Huang Zhiqing was no fool. Initially, he merely harbored suspicions about Huo Zhengxiong, but now he could almost ascertain that Ba Bai had undoubtedly been eliminated by him. Otherwise, how could he have arranged for legal counsel so promptly? Yet, in the face of Huang Zhiqing's mockery, Huo Zhengxiong's visage was suffused with disdain as he retorted without the slightest hint of trepidation, "I am a law-abiding businessman, accompanied by a lawyer. Is that not entirely normal?" Huang Zhiqing replied, "Indeed, it is difficult to find a rebuttal to that statement." Shortly thereafter, Huo Zhengxiong, with a hint of jest in his demeanor, looked at Huang Zhiqing and continued, "Officer, if you lack evidence, it would be prudent to refrain from making baseless accusations." With a snap, Huang Zhiqing lit a cigarette. At that moment, he and his team found themselves in a decidedly disadvantageous position. Evidence. Where was the evidence? If there had been even the slightest indication, he would not be conversing so calmly with Huo Zhengxiong. He would have stormed in and made an arrest. Undoubtedly, among all professions in the harbor, lawyers exert the most constraint over the police. With their eloquence and talent for obfuscation, they possess an arsenal of skills. The police are merely individuals who act through force. When it comes to oratory, they are no match for lawyers. Ultimately, under the derisive gaze of Huo Zhengxiong and the scornful look of Jian Aowei, Huang Zhiqing found himself rendered speechless, his face darkening as he commanded, "Withdraw." They had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, an anti-gang officer muttered in discontent, "That Huo is far too arrogant. Damn it, didn't this guy just get out of prison? Where did he find the funds to hire such a formidable lawyer?" Another added, "Right, I'm certain this fellow has ulterior motives." Yet another posed the question, "After all, he did take the fall for Boss B and serve time in prison. It's plausible that Boss B could have given him some money, right?" This line of reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it was undeniably humiliating for a group of anti-gang officers to arrive with such fervor, only to leave in disarray. Huang Zhiqing, visibly displeased, barked, "Withdraw." As the officers dispersed, his expression shifted, shedding the pretense of composure as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Bastard. Does he truly believe that having a top-notch lawyer makes him invincible?" Huang Zhiqing, a man of narrow-mindedness, was unable to quell the fury ignited by Huo Zhengxiong's affront to his pride. He promptly resolved to send an undercover agent to infiltrate Huo Zhengxiong's ranks. He would ensure his downfall. "Just wait and see how audacious you can remain then." With that, he stormed off in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, in the morgue, the battered corpse of Ba Bai, after being made presentable, still appeared quite ghastly. Beside Ba Bai's remains, Liang Kuen's expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. His countenance etched with extreme anguish as he bellowed, "Ba Bai, my sworn brother." His distinctive voice bore an ominous quality. Nearby, Liang Kuen's woman offered him a handkerchief, saying, "Brother Kuen, do not be overly sorrowful." "What the hell do you know about sorrow?" Liang Kuen retorted, striking the woman across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground as he furiously exclaimed, "That bastard still owes me over 20 million. Now that he is dead, who will repay my money?" Liang Kuen's grief was not for Ba Bai's demise, but rather a simple worry over the absence of repayment for his money. He completely forgot the words he had spoken to Ba Bai over the phone the previous day. Subsequently, Liang Kuen's expression grew increasingly menacing. Upon seeing the woman rise, he seized her by the head, declaring, "I am in an exceedingly foul mood." He forcefully pressed her down, and the woman, understanding his intent, promptly complied with practiced ease. In the morgue, beside Ba Bai's lifeless body, as the woman exerted herself, Liang Kuen's brow gradually relaxed, his gaze fierce as he nodded and murmured, "Huo Zhengxiong, you've shown your mettle. He inhaled deeply and continued, "This debt is far from settled." Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong, who was on Liang Kuen's mind, peered through the window. Observing the anti-gang officers retreating, clearly noticing the shifts in Huang Zhiqing's expression, and muttered under his breath, "Damn Huang Zhiqing. Does he truly believe that possessing a top lawyer is such a grand achievement?" Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures appeared on the street, gradually advancing toward Huo Zhengxiong's location, 900 soldiers. Even though the line stretched long, it occupied half the street. A disgruntled driver, about to honk, was nearly startled into silence by the sight of the serpentine procession behind him. Although these soldiers bore worn attire, each exuded a fierce and formidable aura. They resembled Zhao Yi, Qian and Sun San. The driver's road rage dissipated instantly. Citizens witnessing this spectacle were acutely aware that the newcomers were no benign entities, their hearts racing as they instinctively sought refuge. The more timid among them turned and fled. A small-time thug dining at a roadside stall could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "What the hell? Was it just a few $100? Is it really necessary to summon so many people to chop me up?" He rolled his eyes and promptly fainted from fright. Chapter 11. Truly youthful exuberance, fearless and undeterred. The street vendor paid no mind to him, hastily pushing his cart away in the opposite direction. Thud, thud, thud. The deep, rhythmic footfalls were unmistakably those of trained soldiers, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary thugs. Their presence utterly unparalleled. Earlier, when Huo Zhengxiong had summoned Zhao Yi and the other 3 soldiers, it had already hinted at their formidable nature. Now, Huo Zhengxiong had summoned 900 men. This instantaneously permeated the air with an iron-willed essence. A palpable atmosphere of foreboding enveloped the entire street. In an instant, the street outside the hotel felt eerily silent, save for the synchronized footsteps, creating an unsettling stillness. Do not underestimate the number 900. In reality, these individuals could easily fill a schoolyard, and each soldier's combat prowess equated to that of 10 ordinary thugs. The voice of the explosion system echoed once more, summoning over 100 soldiers, unlocking battle formations. Battle formation, overcoming the many with the few. Combat power surges. Huo Zhengxiong surmised that summoning 1,000 men might unlock additional skills. Instinctively, he glanced at his strongest bodyguard, Su Jingyang, uncertain whether this elite soldier would. In mere moments, a throng of individuals converged before Huo Zhengxiong, filling the entire street, united in a deafening chorus, "Boss." 900. The cacophony was overwhelming. At that moment, a surge of fervor ignited a glint of madness in Huo Zhengxiong's eyes. This was the capital and confidence he wielded in the bustling port. With a formidable system backing him, he possessed the prowess to emerge as the most audacious and dominant figure. As long as he had wealth, he could command an endless legion of soldiers, all well-versed in combat formations and harmoniously coordinated. Employing such skilled individuals for gang activities felt almost like a form of bullying. Huo Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction, glancing at his unwaveringly loyal chief bodyguard, Su Jingyang, and commanded, "Make arrangements for them." Su Jingyang, a veteran from the military, adeptly handled such matters, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, under Huo Zhengxiong's watchful gaze, the vast crowd gradually dispersed, leaving behind a group of bystanders who gazed at Huo Zhengxiong, their faces betraying their astonishment. The audacious yet frenzied smile of Huo Zhengxiong frightened the children on the street, while the men who gathered trembled in fear. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke the tension. Huo Zhengxiong answered, and Chun Yao's voice echoed from the other end. "Xiongzi, Mr. Jiang is quite pleased with your efficiency. Just a heads up, the Dragonhead Conference will be convened tomorrow. Ensure you are well prepared." In an instant, Huo Zhengxiong's smile transformed into one of wicked charm. The following morning, the Dragonhead Conference commenced as scheduled. Huo Zhengxiong had made ample preparations, arriving at the venue early. After exchanging greetings with Brother Ji, they entered the conference room together. Within minutes, all 11 hall masters had gathered. Jiang Tianxing did not make an appearance, yet no one found it unusual. Huo Zhengxiong remained composed, fully aware that this was Jiang Tianxing's customary demeanor. Subsequently, Liang Kuan, Brother Ji, and Fatty Li began to voice their grievances. "It's always like this. What can we do? He's the Dragonhead, after all. What can we say? We're merely the underlings." The other hall masters engaged in their own conversations, leaving Huo Zhengxiong isolated in the corner. Such is the way of the underworld. Huo Zhengxiong's status and identity were indeed considerably inferior to the others. However, the astute Huo Zhengxiong noted the occasional unfriendly glances cast by Liang Kuan. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Tianxing finally made his entrance, prompting the hall masters to gradually quiet down, showcasing their respect for him. With a smile, Jiang Tianxing greeted everyone. "Apologies, I was caught in traffic." He calmly took his seat at the head of the table, and the Dragonhead Conference officially commenced. In recent days, tensions had arisen between Fatty Li and Han Bin. After Jiang Tianxing briefly mediated the dispute, his gaze fell upon Huo Zhengxiong, seated at the end, a smile illuminating his face. Xiongzi, you performed exceptionally well this time. It was clean and decisive. You've showcased the might of our Hung Hing. As he spoke, Jiang Tianxing generously applauded, his hands resounding with applause, regardless of their true feelings. The other hall masters followed suit, clapping along. Brother Ji, ever the talkative one, laughed heartily. This was truly magnificent. I heard that Ba Bai's face was utterly wrecked. Truly a fierce warrior of Hung Hing. Han Bin chimed in with praise. Very impressive. Fatty Li, wearing an enigmatic smile, added, with Ba Bai gone, Xiongzi's reputation is undoubtedly solidified. How enviable. We're all just old bones now. Liang Kuan, unable to contain himself, interjected sarcastically, indeed. And Fatty Li, you should stop calling him Xiongzi. It's time to address him as Brother Xiong. Be careful, or Brother Xiong might take offense and deal with you too. Settle into your place. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew awkward. Liang Kuan's remarks were clearly laced with venom, deliberately targeting Huo Zhengxiong while subtly challenging Jiang Tianxing. Naturally, everyone could surmise Liang Kuan's motivations, given that Ba Bai had been his sworn brother. While Ba Bai was alive, Liang Kuan had refrained from voicing his grievances. Now that Ba Bai had passed, it was only natural for him to express his discontent. Jiang Tianxing's smile faded. Liang Kuan's actions were undoubtedly complicating matters for him. Brother Ji, wishing to play the peacemaker, was about to comfort Huo Zhengxiong and urge him to be patient. But why should Huo Zhengxiong endure? Immediately, a cold smile crept across Huo Zhengxiong's lips as he spoke. Liang Kuan, don't take your frustrations out on me. I eliminated Ba Bai under the orders of the gang. If you truly wish to support your sworn brother, why were you silent during the meeting? Now you come out pretending to be formidable. Liang Kuan was left speechless, utterly taken aback by Huo Zhengxiong's audacity. A collective gasp echoed through the room. How daring of Huo Zhengxiong! How could he speak to Liang Kuan in such a manner? Was he not afraid for his life? Among the 12 hall masters of Hung Hing, Liang Kuan was one of the most formidable presences. Aside from Jiang Tianxing and the Crown Prince, who would dare to confront Liang Kuan in such a way? This was absolutely sensational. Everyone's perception of Huo Zhengxiong was radically transformed, their eyes wide with disbelief, especially Brother Ji, who stood frozen in shock. He himself would never have the courage to confront Liang Kuan so boldly. Huo Zhengxiong, you are truly remarkable. This was the unspoken sentiment, shared by all. Indeed, youthful exuberance knows no fear, as the Crown Prince assessed Huo Zhengxiong and offered a high evaluation of him. Han Bin also commended him, very bold. The crowd began to murmur, what presence! Even more audacious than Liang Kuan. Truly exhilarating. So impressive. Youthful bravado indeed. Even Jiang Tianxing developed a newfound perspective on Huo Zhengxiong. His gaze taking on a keen interest, perhaps he could leverage him to balance various factions. At that moment, a shared apprehension swept through the assembly. If Huo Zhengxiong were allowed to develop smoothly, he would undoubtedly become even more arrogant than Liang Kuan in the future. The hall masters felt a tumult of emotions within. Chapter 12. We are all brothers. Let us not harm our camaraderie. In the face of the crowd's accolades, Huo Zhengxiong remained unassuming, steadfast in his demeanor. Although he had garnered attention, it undeniably left Liang Kuan in a precarious position. Liang Kuan slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, bastard, when I speak, do you have the right to interject? I am a hall master of Hung Hing, and you are merely a lowly lackey. Is this how your boss has instructed you to conduct yourself? No wonder he met his demise. Huo Zhengxiong remained unfazed, yet Liang Kuan's words held a grain of truth. In the realm of gangs, the superficial rules must still be adhered to, and no one dared to interject now. However, Huo Zhengxiong was never one to yield to others. With a dismissive expression, he retorted, in the presence of Lord Guan, there exists no distinction of high or low. Liang Kuan's eyes gleamed with menace as he coldly replied, there may be no distinction of high or low, but there must be a separation of respect and rank. Liang Kuan's retort was remarkably astute. Initially, one might have presumed that Huo Zhengxiong would swallow this bitter pill and temper his demeanor, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. However, Huo Zhengxiong was not one to exhibit such restraint. This task was entrusted to me by Mr. Jiang. Are you implying that you hold a higher status than Mr. Jiang? Upon uttering these words, an almost palpable silence enveloped the conference room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. No one anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong would so brazenly involve Jiang Tianxing in the fray. It was utterly thrilling. Although Liang Kuan had long harbored such thoughts, he quickly darkened his expression and clarified, Mr. Jiang, you are aware that was not my intention. Jiang Tianxing, inwardly admiring Huo Zhengxiong's clever maneuver, observed as other hall leaders turned their gazes toward the unfolding drama. Huo Zhengxiong was indeed the first to provoke such ire in Liang Kuan. After a brief pause, Jiang Tianxing tapped his fingers against the table and remarked, in truth, Xiongzi is not entirely incorrect. We are all brothers here. Let us not allow discord to fracture our camaraderie. With this statement, it became abundantly clear that Huo Zhengxiong had emerged victorious. A triumphant smile began to spread across Huo Zhengxiong's face, while Lien Kuan seethed with rage, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. The discomfort was unbearable. Subsequently, Jiang Tianxing clapped his hands and declared, I previously promised Xiongzi that should he successfully manage this matter, I would elevate him to the rank of Red Stick. Xiongzi has not disappointed the society. His performance has been exemplary. Since we are all gathered here, let us commence the incense hall ceremony. No one voiced any objections. Jiang Tianxing turned his gaze toward Bai Zhishan Qinyao, who immediately stood up and proclaimed, let us begin the incense hall. In gang organizations, the distinctions between ranks are distinctly delineated. The hierarchy, from highest to lowest, is as follows. Dragon Head, the leader of the gang. Second Route Marshal, also serving as Hall Master, Red Stick, White Paper Fan, Grass Slipper, and 4-9 Blue Lantern. The Blue Lantern typically refers to external members who acknowledge a particular elder brother but have not undergone a formal initiation ceremony. Thus, they retain the freedom to switch allegiances at will. Once one partakes in the incense hall ceremony and takes the oath, they become a 4-9 member. The term 4-9 derives from the 36 oaths of the Hongmen, symbolizing their commitment. After proving their worth, 4-9 members may ascend to the ranks of 4-3-2, also known as 9 bottom grass slippers. The numerical significance, 4 multiplied by 32, plus 4, yields 132, which aligns with the number of the Hongmen's founders. Among these 132 individuals, only 4 were commoners, the rest were monks who had participated in the rebellion, most of whom wore grass slippers, hence the title. The White Paper Fan occupies a unique position, serving as the gang's accountant and handling various administrative tasks while also acting as a capable assistant and advisor to the Dragon Head. Chen Yao fulfills this role within the Hongxing gang. However, there are different types of White Paper Fans. For instance, Chen Yao is fully integrated into the gang, while another type may only offer advice for a fee without formally joining. Following the White Paper Fan in the hierarchy is the Red Stick, also referred to as 426. The calculation, 4 multiplied by 26 plus 4 equals 108, representing the 108 heroes of Liangshan. This title is derived from the legendary warrior Wu Song, who wielded a red stick. Within the gang, red sticks are responsible for executing punishments and expanding the gang's influence, typically held by the gang's most formidable enforcers and leaders. Moreover, there exists an unwritten rule that only those who have served as red sticks are eligible to become a sitting hall master, or dragon head. The double flower red stick denotes the most exceptional red sticks, those who excel in combat. In more conservative gangs, double flower red sticks are required to tattoo a peony flower on each shoulder, a practice referred to in ancient texts. Of course, this title does not necessitate an actual tattoo. Initially, the influential figure B had made a promise to Huo Zhengxiong in his capacity as a red stick, vowing to help him shoulder the blame and serve a prison sentence. Above the rank of red stick lies the second route marshal, hall master, and dragon head. Within half an hour, tables and chairs were pushed aside, and all arrangements were made. Centered around the revered figure of Guan Yu, Jiang Tianxing stood alone beside the deity, symbolizing the singular status of the dragon head. The various hall masters then positioned themselves on either side, with Huo Zhengxiong standing in the middle, subject to the scrutiny of all present. Chen Yao stepped forward from the ranks, and upon receiving a nod from Jiang Tianxing, he ignited yellow paper, filling the hall with swirling smoke. The ritual commenced with the beheading of a chicken, the collection of its blood, the burning of yellow paper, and the consumption of blood wine. Following this, incense was lit, and Chen Yao handed 3 sticks of incense to Huo Zhengxiong, who knelt before Guan Yu and recited the 36 oaths of the Hongmen aloud. Since joining the Hongmen, your parents are my parents. Should any parents or brothers pass away, and there are no funds for burial, if anyone approaches with white silk seeking assistance, it must be immediately conveyed to all. Those with means shall contribute financially, while those without shall offer their labor. Ignoring this obligation will bring down the wrath of the heavens. Brothers of the Hong family, whether from various provinces or overseas, if they are treated as outsiders, they shall meet a violent end. Even if Hong family brothers do not know each other, they must respond to any call for assistance. Subsequently, Chen Yao loudly recounted Huo Zhengxiong's contributions to the Hongxing gang since his initiation, meticulously detailing even the smallest of deeds. Among the most notable were 2 significant accomplishments. 1, taking the blame for the gang leader, and 2, eliminating Babai. With the approval of the incense master Jiang Tianxing, the second route marshals voted to elevate Huo Zhengxiong from 432 grass slipper to 426 red stick. Drink. Huo Zhengxiong disdainfully downed the blood wine mixed with chicken blood and then placed the incense into the incense burner as an offering to the Emperor Guan. The ceremony thus concluded. From this moment forth, Huo Zhengxiong was officially recognized as a 426 Red Stick, a figurehead of the Hung Hing gang, possessing the capability to act independently. Afterward, the conference room returned to its former state. The amiable big brother, ever the good-natured soul, clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. From now on, you can no longer be called Xiongzi. It must be Xiongge. Congratulations. Huo Zhengxiong had finally ascended to the rank of Red Stick, securing his place in the underworld and enabling him to undertake greater ventures, all the while allowing his personality to flourish even more boldly. Chapter 13. If you wish to contend with me, perhaps you should first reflect on your own worth. Subsequently, Jiang Tianxing gestured with his hand, indicating, well then, today. Just as it appeared that Jiang Tianxing was about to conclude the Dragon Head assembly, a look of dissatisfaction crossed Huo Zhengxiong's face, prompting him to interject, Mr. Jiang. The title of Red Stick was promised to me by Brother B, as well as the territory you pledged. Jiang Tianxing immediately feigned a look of sudden recollection, smiling as he replied, ah yes, how could I have forgotten about this matter? In truth, it was not forgetfulness. Jiang Tianxing had deliberately orchestrated this moment. Had Huo Zhengxiong not brought it up, the territory might very well have slipped away. Humph. Huo Zhengxiong let out a soft snort, choosing to remain silent. Then, with a smile, Jiang Tianxing continued, as for the territory. He surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Liankuan as he cheerfully stated, there is a Dengdashi street in Mongkok, currently without a caretaker. Previously, it was managed by Liankuan, but now it shall be entrusted to you. Upon finishing his words, he turned to Liankuan and inquired, Kuan, is everything all right? If Liankuan were in his right mind, he would have had no concerns. He merely nodded slightly, yet a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. In truth, everyone had grasped the essence of Jiang Tianxing's maneuver. Given the recent altercation between Huo Zhengxiong and Liankuan, the act of allocating such territory to Huo Zhengxiong was evidently a ploy to sow discord between them. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the animosity between Liankuan and Jiang Tianxing, one anxious about losing his position, the other coveting the same. Thus, Jiang Tianxing's deliberate placement of Huo Zhengxiong beside Liankuan was a clear attempt to heighten their tensions, as if he wished to observe the ensuing conflict from a distance. All the hall masters understood this implicitly, even if they refrained from vocalizing it. Huo Zhengxiong, too, was cognizant of Jiang Tianxing's stratagem. He had seen such tricks before. A mocking smirk inexplicably crept into his heart. Humph. Determining who the true powerhouse is and who conceals their capabilities remains, indeed, a complex endeavor. Jiang Tianxing's gaze shifted from Liankuan to Huo Zhengxiong. Recognizing that it was now time to assert his stance, Huo Zhengxiong promptly declared, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Witnessing Huo Zhengxiong maintain his composure amidst Liankuan's brash demeanor only deepened Jiang Tianxing's satisfaction. With a beaming smile, he concluded the assembly of the Dragon Head Conference. And thus, Dengdashi Street was destined to become Huo Zhengxiong's fortuitous realm for prosperity. As the meeting dispersed, the adage rang true. Enduring a moment of patience may yield temporary tranquility, yet yielding ground often leads to mounting frustration. At this juncture, Liankuan undoubtedly found himself ensnared in such a predicament. A silvery moon hung high in the night sky, within a renowned bar on Bolan Street. Liankuan's expression was more somber than at a funeral. He forcefully shoved aside the accompanying hostess and furiously exclaimed, damn Huo Zhengxiong, you little rascal, you insolent wretch. You wish to challenge me? You ought to take a good look at your own worth. Since the conclusion of the Dragon Head Conference that morning, Liankuan had been engulfed in a tempest of rage. Consequently, in a fit of pique, he opted not to visit his usual haunt, but instead impulsively sought out a different venue on Bolan Street, intending to vent his frustrations with some attractive young women. Yet, as the saying goes, retreating only fuels one's ire. He simply could not fathom where Huo Zhengxiong found the audacity to oppose him. He had yet to settle accounts with Huo Zhengxiong regarding the incident with Ba Bai, and yet Huo Zhengxiong dared to provoke him? He had lost face before so many people. Ultimately, he would have to apologize and explain himself to Jiang Tianxing. The thought alone filled him with mounting fury. In a fit of rage, he struck one of the accompanying hostesses and could not contain his anger any longer, shouting, you dare encroach upon my territory? Within 3 days, I shall deal with you, you scoundrel. Of course, it would be more accurate to say he intended to teach Huo Zhengxiong a lesson. As Huo Zhengxiong was currently a prominent figure within the Hung Hing gang, a fellow member with a commendable record, holding a position slightly inferior to his own. He did not dare to disregard the opposition of his peers and resort to lethal measures against Huo Zhengxiong. However, a lesson was undoubtedly in order. Coincidentally, as Liankuan was venting his rage, Huo Zhengxiong fortuitously arrived at the very same establishment. Truly, without coincidences, such scenarios would not unfold. Initially, Huo Zhengxiong had not noticed Liankuan, merely following the server to his table, but unfortunately, Liang Kuen's outburst had reached his ears, instantly capturing his attention. Upon turning his head, he discovered Liang Kuen. What a remarkable coincidence. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode over to Liang Kuen's table. Liang Kuen, feeling the light above him diminish, glanced up in displeasure, their eyes locking. Huo Zhengxiong casually cleared his ears, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Oh, I seem to have heard someone threatening to take me down." Liang Kuen, upon seeing Huo Zhengxiong, instantly regained his composure, an arrogant gleam flashing in his eyes. "You heard correctly. Those words were indeed mine. You scoundrel." The glass was forcefully smashed at Huo Zhengxiong's feet, the sound echoing, and whiskey splashed onto his polished shoes. "You are exceedingly audacious." Huo Zhengxiong's gaze turned icy. "Ha!" Liang Kuen's distinctive, grating laughter rang out, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, a particularly jarring sound. He sprang to his feet, glaring at Huo Zhengxiong with defiance. "Little rascal, do you truly believe that by fortuitously dealing with Ba Bai, you can speak to me in such a tone? What are you anyway?" Nearby, Liang Kuen's loyal subordinates, Xiang Zai and Sha Chong, rose in unison, their expressions turning fierce as they fixated on Huo Zhengxiong. The 20 or so younger gang members nearby followed suit, casting hostile glances in Huo Zhengxiong's direction, and the atmosphere in the bar grew palpably tense. Huo Zhengxiong, unfazed, dismissed Liang Kuen's henchmen with a scoff, sneering, "So few subordinates, and yet you exhibit such arrogance?" Liang Kuen's expression darkened, and he immediately erupted in a torrent of curses, seeking death. With a wave of his hand, over 20 of his underlings from nearby tables surged forward, poised to strike at his command. Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor remained unchanged as he slowly remarked, "I rather enjoy your bravado. It makes the prospect of dealing with you all the more exhilarating." "Damn Liang Kuen." He gestured to unleash his underlings, but Huo Zhengxiong turned to glance at Su Jingyang, who instantly understood the unspoken message. He raised 2 fingers to his lips and whistled, summoning reinforcements. The whistle echoed throughout the bar. In an instant, the bar's doors were shattered, and a throng of muscular figures charged in. 1, 2, 3, and more, all flooding in. Within 2 minutes, the densely packed crowd filled the entire bar, bodies pressed together, shoulder to shoulder, creating an impenetrable wall of strength that surged forth. Instantly, Liang Kuen's men turned pale. Even Liang Kuen himself furrowed his brow, his expression shifting dramatically. Initially, he had dismissed Huo Zhengxiong, who had brought only Su Jingyang alongside him, but now, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Huo Zhengxiong's reinforcements outnumbered his own by more than threefold. Peering through the throng, Liang Kuen could vaguely discern even more figures outside. His complexion paled as he muttered, "Damn it, bringing so many people just for a drink? Is this scoundrel out of his mind?" What was more alarming was the sheer number of individuals at his disposal. Hadn't he just emerged from prison? Liang Kuen gazed at the mocking smile gradually emerging on Huo Zhengxiong's face, and his mind raced with thoughts. A true man can bend and stretch. Without a moment's hesitation, he forced a stiff smile onto his face, somewhat awkwardly, and said, "Ha ha, Brother Xiong, we are all members of the Hung Hing family. There is no need to make such a grand spectacle of it. It was merely a jest. Generally, one would expect the protagonist, in such a position of absolute dominance, to mockingly taunt Liang Kuen before allowing him to depart, for witnessing Liang Kuen concede is indeed a rare sight. Alas, Huo Zhengxiong is not an ordinary protagonist." Chapter 14. When dealing with a fallen adversary, one must ensure their complete annihilation. His temperament is far more flamboyant than that of Liang Kuen. Huo Zhengxiong adheres to a straightforward principle. If the opponent is in distress, they must be utterly eradicated. Regarding a weakened foe, one must pursue their destruction relentlessly. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong casually cast a glance at Liang Kuen and commanded his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Get to it." Zhao, his face alight with excitement, bellowed, "Charge." A ferocious aura erupted suddenly, and without hesitation, he lunged at Liang Kuen like a furious tiger. He kicked aside the hapless Chong, seized a wine glass from the table, and smashed it down brutally upon Liang Kuen's forehead. Bang! The glass shattered instantly, and the soldiers nearby swiftly followed Zhao's lead, surging forward to suppress Liang Kuen's subordinates. Liang Kuen and his men barely had time to react before being surrounded by numerous soldiers. "Help! Run! Get out of my way!" The streets echoed with their desperate cries. In a mere few seconds, not a single one of Liang Kuen's 30 or so underlings remained standing, and Liang Kuen himself was brought low by Zhao. The once arrogant Kuen Ge was now tossed before Huo Zhengxiong like a beaten dog. Huo Zhengxiong took the seat Liang Kuen had just vacated, gently swirling his wine glass, before pouring whiskey over Liang Kuen's face, wiping away some of his blood, then pouring whiskey again, further cleansing the remnants of his wounds. In a calm tone, Huo Zhengxiong inquired, "Kuen Ge, how about we strike a deal?" Liang Kuen, weak and trembling with fear, asked. What deal? Huo Zhengxiong grinned, revealing a sinister smile, and whispered, your film company in exchange for your life. What do you think? Liang Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident as he exclaimed, are you extorting me? You could say that. Huo Zhengxiong replied with a smile. Liang Kuan, gasping in disbelief, retorted, aren't you afraid of Mr. Jiang coming after you for extorting one of his own? Do you think he would? Huo Zhengxiong confidently countered. Liang Kuan, upon reflection, realized the improbability of such a scenario. Perhaps Jiang Tiansheng would even reverse the accusation, claiming Liang Kuan bullied Huo Zhengxiong. After all, their relationship was already tenuous. Jiang Tiansheng had entrusted the territory of Dundas Street to Huo Zhengxiong precisely to instigate internal strife. So how could he possibly assist him? Liang Kuan still retained some semblance of pride, glaring fiercely as he defiantly demanded, I don't believe you dare to kill me. Murdering a fellow clan member would leave you no safe harbor. Huo Zhengxiong, unfazed, appeared intrigued as he posed the question. So, does that mean Kuan Gu intends to gamble his life against mine? Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that Huo Zhengxiong was not jesting and found himself unable to utter the words I don't believe it. He could not wager his life. After gnashing his teeth for a moment, Liang Kuan discerned the threatening signal in Huo Zhengxiong's gaze. He finally grasped that Huo Zhengxiong was even more reckless and audacious than he. The fear in his heart expanded, and he began to tremble. Ultimately, he managed to utter, fine. The film company, it's yours. Huo Zhengxiong beamed with a radiant smile, nodding in approval. Now that's more like it. He then instructed Zhao, what are you still doing? Help Kuan Gu up. Zhao complied, but the battered Liang Kuan angrily shrugged off Zhao's assistance, casting a glare at Huo Zhengxiong as he muttered, the paperwork for the film company will be delivered to Dundas Street tomorrow. Ah, Kuan Gu is indeed magnanimous. Huo Zhengxiong remarked with a faint smile. Humph. Liang Kuan scoffed, limping away. Observing Liang Kuan's retreating figure, Huo Zhengxiong revealed a cold smirk. In truth, he had never intended to eliminate Liang Kuan. After all, he had only just secured his position as a red pole. Should he directly kill Liang Kuan, Jiang Tiansheng would undoubtedly retaliate without mercy. Huo Zhengxiong could surmise Jiang Tiansheng's intentions. Entrusting Dundas Street to him was meant to keep Liang Kuan in check. Moreover, considering Huo Zhengxiong's character, he was far more ruthless than Liang Kuan. Jiang Tiansheng would not allow Huo Zhengxiong to continue growing in strength. Thus, for the time being, Liang Kuan's survival benefited Huo Zhengxiong. Of course, had Liang Kuan remained obstinate and refused to submit, then Huo Zhengxiong would not hesitate to challenge Jiang Tiansheng. Mongkok is located in the Yao Tsim Mong district of the port area, essentially the central part of Kowloon. Here, old and new buildings intertwine, with shops and restaurants predominantly occupying the lower levels of the older residential buildings, divided by Nathan Road. Shopping centers flourish to the east, while residential areas lie to the west, with convenient transport options including buses and 3 subway lines, along with minibus services operating throughout the night. During holidays, this area is often teeming with people, embodying the very essence of its name. Mongkok is undeniably bustling. Dundas Street, situated on the fringes of Mongkok, was temporarily entrusted to Liang Kuan for management, adjacent to both Ladies' Market and Southwestern Market. The entire street is lined with eateries, making it a favored locale among the youth of Hong Kong. Next to it lies Ladies' Market, and further into the center is the renowned Portland Street, familiar to all men in Hong Kong. In simple terms, this place is extraordinarily vibrant. The inherent benefits of such a locale are self-evident. However, at the same time, Mongkok is also a perilous area due to the thriving businesses. Many eyes are fixated here, and the competition among various gangs is exceptionally fierce. Huo Zhengxiong, previously an unknown figure, has now inserted himself into the management of Dundas Street, which naturally incited the ire of numerous gangs. He Society, United Society, Lian Sheng, Number Gang, and Zhong Xin. Each of these gangs is renowned in the port area, with Zhong Xin being the most formidable, led by Lian Haolong and supported by 4 powerful enforcers. Ladies' Market happens to be the territory of Zhong Xin, neighboring Dundas Street. Consequently, Lian Haolong has become Huo Zhengxiong's neighbor and primary adversary. After resolving the matter with Liang Kuan, Huo Zhengxiong's south takeover of Dundas Street proceeded remarkably smoothly. Had this incident not occurred, it would have required considerable effort for Huo Zhengxiong to wrest control of Dundas Street from Liang Kuan. After all, given Liang Kuan's character, he would undoubtedly boastfully declare, the territory is indeed yours, but whether you can hold on to it is another matter. Or, before departing, he might instruct his subordinates to wreak havoc on Dundas Street, leaving a disastrous mess for Huo Zhengxiong, thereby inciting the shop owners on Dundas Street to loathe him. Such underhanded tactics are precisely the methods Liang Kuan would employ. Unfortunately, Before he could indulge in his arrogance, he was subdued by Huo Zhengxiong. Now, Liang Kuan has begun to fear Huo Zhengxiong. Chapter 15. On his own turf, how could there be someone more arrogant than himself? The next day, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San toiled tirelessly throughout the day, finally grasping the complete situation of the street and successfully taking control of Dundas Street. At this moment, Su Jingyang was gravely reporting the circumstances of Dundas Street to Huo Zhengxiong. Initially, Huo Zhengxiong was in good spirits, but the mood shifted when Su Jingyang uttered the following words. Boss, Liang Kuan had someone collect the protection fee for next month early yesterday morning. Huo Zhengxiong's expression darkened immediately, and he could not help but mutter under his breath, damn it, is that scoundrel Liang Kuan truly so shameless? The term collecting debts is merely a euphemism for collecting protection fees. After the Dragon Head meeting concluded yesterday morning, Liang Kuan was well aware that even if he could temporarily retain control of the territory and deny Huo Zhengxiong, he would ultimately have to relinquish it, as it was the Dragon Head's command, one he dared not defy. However, due to the death of Ba Bai, Liang Kuan was seething with anger. Unable to contain his rage immediately after the meeting, he ordered the Westerners to collect the protection fees for the upcoming month, had he not feared inciting public outrage. He might have even collected for the subsequent 3 months. This was purely a petty act of malice. Su Jingyang, with a helpless expression, could not refrain from asking, Boss, what should we do next? A tiresome charade. Huo Zhengxiong scoffed, his tone indifferent. The fees Liang Kuan collected pertain only to his share. What does it have to do with me, Huo Zhengxiong? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately grasped his meaning and nodded, saying, I will arrange for my brothers to collect the protection fees right away. That evening, to celebrate acquiring his first piece of territory, Huo Zhengxiong ventured to a bar. Dressed in a tailored suit that fit him impeccably, he showcased his well-proportioned physique to perfection. The slender gold-rimmed glasses lent him an air of scholarly elegance, a subtle smile often gracing his lips, making him appear as a learned individual or a sophisticated elite returning from overseas. Definitely not someone one would associate with the underworld. Especially in a bar setting, Huo Zhengxiong's appearance drew countless glances, and shortly after seating himself, numerous young women approached him, eager to linger by his side. Women, too, are attracted to handsome men. For them, a man of Huo Zhengxiong's caliber is a rare find. It mattered little whether he offered generous tips. Even if Huo Zhengxiong were to set a price, they would willingly pay. Regrettably, he turned them all down. At the table, since Su Jingyang, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San were all veterans, their conversation was sparse, clearly uncomfortable with verbal exchanges. Huo Zhengxiong found it somewhat dull, and, holding his glass, scanned the bar's hall in search of a target for the night. Just then, a group of thuggish individuals charged in with menacing vigor, rudely pushing past the bar staff. Barking, get lost. Don't block the way if you want to live. Their demeanor suggested that no one was to approach them. Seeing this scene, Huo Zhengxiong furrowed his brows slightly. How could there be someone more arrogant than himself on his own turf? Dundas Street could not tolerate such arrogance. Shortly thereafter, as the two thugs settled in, a large group of rowdy individuals flooded in, led by a burly man with a protruding belly. Despite his girth, he exuded an undeniable presence. It was clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the actor Hung Jinbao from a previous life. Following closely behind him was a familiar figure. It was the wolf warrior, Wu Jing. Under the guidance of his subordinates, the hefty man strode directly to Huo Zhengxiong's table, halting abruptly before him. In that instant, Huo Zhengxiong's expression turned serious. He was certain this individual was no ordinary character. Dragon brother, it's him. One of the subordinates identified Huo Zhengxiong, leading him to deduce the other's identity, unmistakably. It was Lian Haolong, the boss of the adjacent Women's Street. You are Huo Zhengxiong? Lian Haolong appraised Huo Zhengxiong from head to toe. Huo Zhengxiong smiled faintly, a hint of disdain in his voice as he remarked, Fatty, what brings you to seek out my brother Xiong? Lian Haolong's countenance darkened instantly. He despised being referred to as Fatty. Huo Zhengxiong had struck a nerve upon their first meeting. A flicker of menace flashed in Lian Haolong's eyes as he coldly replied, I heard a new boss has arrived at Dundas Street, so I, having nothing better to do, thought I'd come see what kind of person he is. Immediately, one of Lian Haolong's subordinates added, Bastard, you've overstepped your bounds by collecting protection fees today, do you understand? Huo Zhengxiong maintained a stoic expression. At such a moment, there was no need to discern right from wrong or whether he had truly crossed boundaries. Lian Haolong's personal visit, accompanied by such a large entourage, clearly indicated he intended to assert his dominance. After all, Lian Haolong was the leader of the Zhongxin gang. Although Zhongxin was not as powerful as the Hung Hing faction, Lian Haolong's status was on par with Jiang Tiancheng, and his personal appearance could not be more indicative of his intentions. He intended to bully Huo Zhengxiong and teach him a lesson. Observing Lian Haolong's imposing demeanor, a glint of coldness flickered in Huo Zhengxiong's eyes. Yet he maintained a smiling facade as he replied, "Oh, is that so? I collected the protection fees according to the merchant list provided by Liang Kuan. I never expected to have overstepped my bounds. It's truly a misunderstanding, Dragon Brother." Lian Haolong was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively glanced at his strategist and confidant, Luo Dingfa, his mind swirling with questions. Wasn't he it said that Huo Zhengxiong, the newcomer from Hung Hing, was exceedingly arrogant? Hadn't he dealt with Liang Kuan last night? Surely, he should have reacted aggressively when confronted. Why was he being so courteous? Huo Zhengxiong smiled slightly. "Dragon Brother, there's really no need for such a grand display. We'll all be neighbors from now on. One of our own. Let us not stand on ceremony. It's better for everyone to prosper in harmony." However, Huo Zhengxiong's cheerful demeanor did not genuinely deceive Lian Haolong. Lian Haolong sneered. "Huh? Prosper in harmony? With you a ghost?" Lian Haolong not only perceived Huo Zhengxiong as treacherous, but he was also infuriated by Huo's earlier insult. Referring to him as fatty. How could he tolerate such affront? Would he simply let Huo Zhengxiong off the hook? Absolutely not. Lian Haolong coldly declared, "You, young lad, do not presume that a mere jest can absolve you. Crossing the line is no trivial matter." Before Lian could finish his menacing words, Huo Zhengxiong abruptly interrupted him, narrowing his eyes as he retorted, "Fatty, I am quite courteous to friends, yet I am far less amiable towards those who seek trouble. When I am polite, I call you Dragon Brother, but when I am not, you shall be addressed as dead bastard or fat pig." The moment those words escaped his lips, Lian Haolong and his subordinates' expressions shifted dramatically. How dare he insult my elder brother? A small thug erupted in a furious tirade against Huo Zhengxiong. At that moment, Zhao Yi, Xian Er, and Sun San rose, slowly retrieving firearms from their bodies, disengaging the safeties, and aiming at Lian Haolong and his entourage. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room transformed. Lian Haolong's countenance changed abruptly. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, they actually brought firearms." Their original plan was to launch a surprise attack on Huo Zhengxiong. Chapter 16. I am a person of few scruples. I never delay revenge until the morrow. However, no one anticipated Huo Zhengxiong's brutality. Upon leaving, they found themselves armed to the teeth. Were they not afraid of a sudden police inspection? Click, click. Almost simultaneously, the safeties of the handguns were disengaged. The air around them was thick with a palpable sense of danger. The venue fell utterly silent. Worse still, despite Lian Haolong's numerical advantage, none of his subordinates were armed. At this point, Lian Haolong could no longer afford to dwell on his displeasure at being called fatty by Huo Zhengxiong. His expression stiffened as he glared at Huo Wan, contemplating that a wise man knows when to yield, and then clasped his hands in salute. "Well, Mr. Huo, you possess quite the audacity. We shall meet again." With that provocative remark, Lian Haolong turned on his heel and strode towards the bar's exit. His subordinates followed suit, their retreat appearing particularly disheveled. Zhao Yi lowered his voice and inquired, "Boss, should we?" He gestured at his neck, the implication unmistakable. Huo Zhengxiong observed Lian Haolong's retreating figure with a hint of amusement and softly replied, "Let him go." Zhao Yi nodded, and then they heard Huo Zhengxiong, with a tone laced with jest, say, "Of course, the necessary deeds shall not be overlooked. Yet, we mustn't act in haste. So many witnesses have seen the conflict between Lian Haolong and me. If I were to kill him on the spot, it would lead to significant complications for me." After all, Huo Zhengxiong elongated his words, a sinister smile creeping across his face. After all, the harbor is a place that upholds the rule of law. Ha! For reasons unknown, Huo Zhengxiong's laughter was imbued with a chilling, murderous intent, as Lian Haolong stormed in and then retreated in disgrace. The atmosphere in the bar gradually returned to tranquility. Many patrons began to whisper about the earlier events. My goodness, the infamous Lian Haolong just walked away like that? Heaven! It appears a formidable individual has arrived on Dingdashi Street. One wonders if this is a blessing or a curse. Not merely formidable, he is outright ruthless and brazen. Parading around with such an arsenal, the underworld shall undoubtedly be unsettled. It seems we cannot underestimate Huo Zhengxiong. The news of Liang Kuan's defeat last night is likely true. Huo Zhengxiong could distinctly feel the fearful gazes directed at him, a look of disdain crossing his face. Beside him, Su Jingyang, rarely speaking, finally voiced his displeasure. Boss, should I go and silence them? Huo Zhengxiong waved his hand, smiling softly as he replied, that would not do. These people are all my witnesses. After a while, as the bar patrons gradually quieted, Huo Zhengxiong gently beckoned. Zhao Yi understood his intention, bending down beside him. Huo Zhengxiong instructed, arrange for 50 men, armed, to go to Lian Haolong's residence tonight and eliminate him. Zhao Yi displayed a knowing smile. Huo Zhengxiong's expression remained unchanged as he continued, prepare a boat. Once the task is completed, we shall leave the harbor immediately. Understood. Zhao Yi nodded, rising to take out his phone and begin making arrangements. The message swiftly reached the soldiers below. Huo Zhengxiong raised his glass, finishing his drink, and muttered to himself with a chuckle, "They still underestimate me. I am a man of few scruples. I never delay revenge until the morrow. Does one think that conceding will ensure survival? That is nothing but a jest." 2 hours later, Huo Zhengxiong was at the bar, drinking with several socialites. Meanwhile, back at his villa, Lien Haolong's face was a thunderous mask of rage as he smashed his most cherished vase, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Beside him, strategist Luo Dingfa finally spoke. His voice low, "Boss, it seems that Huo Zhengxiong is a ruthless character." "No kidding." Lien Haolong shot Luo Dingfa a glare, visibly displeased. After years of navigating the underworld, he found himself humiliated by a junior tonight, and given that secrets seldom remain hidden in this realm, once tonight's events spread, how could he, Lien Haolong, maintain his standing? His reputation for loyalty and righteousness would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic blow. This debt cannot simply be overlooked. Lien Haolong gritted his teeth. His younger brother, Lien Haodong, immediately chimed in. Liang Kuan was already a lunatic. This Huo Zhengxiong is clearly more deranged. If we do not deal with him promptly, we will inevitably face even greater conflict. Luo Dingfa, who had always been at odds with Lien Haodong, interjected, "Easier said than done. This fellow brings so many guns even to a drinking affair. It's not something that can be resolved with mere words. Moreover, he is a newly minted red stick of Hung Hing. Should we kill him, Hung Hing will surely retaliate." Lien Haodong bristled at Luo Dingfa's rebuttal, his expression sour. Lien Haolong remained silent, his eyes darting as he pondered. At that moment, his right-hand men, Azhua and Luo Tianhong, entered together. Lien Haodong cast a questioning glance. Luo Tianhong whispered, "We've investigated. Huo Zhengxiong has several hundred subordinates, all seasoned thugs." Azhua added, "They don't seem like mere street thugs." Luo Dingfa scoffed. "What do they resemble? Police? They look like veterans." Azhua replied, his expression grave. Lien Haolong's brow furrowed even deeper. While Lien Haolong and his companions were deliberating on how to deal with Huo Zhengxiong, shadows suddenly appeared behind 2 guards at the villa entrance. A dagger glimmered silver in the moonlight as the assailant covered the guard's mouth and swiftly slashed at his neck. The 2 guards had no chance to raise the alarm, nor even to struggle, before collapsing. The villa's door swung open, and a cadre of well-trained soldiers surged into Lien Haolong's villa. Upon reaching the entrance, the soldiers drew their weapons, chambered their bullets, and readied their triggers. Charge! At the command of the leading soldier. Their loyalty to Huo Zhengxiong compelled them to storm into the villa without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained into the room like torrential raindrops, and the machine gun commenced its relentless assault. Rat-a-tat-tat. Inside the chamber, Luo Dingfa was poised to articulate the carefully devised plan he had just conceived. Bang. A volley of bullets tore through the wall, transforming Luo Dingfa into a mere sieve. Whoosh. Lien Haolong instantly became alert, rising hastily to his feet, while Azu, Luo Tianhong, and Lien Haodong reacted without delay. Who dispatched such a multitude of gunmen? Lien Haodong inquired, astonished. Lien Haolong appeared to have an epiphany, his countenance darkening ominously as he gritted his teeth and hissed through clenched jaws. Huo Zhengxiong. At that moment, the soldiers had already slaughtered the minions outside, storming into the villa's grand hall. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without uttering a single word, they opened fire upon sight. A scream of agony pierced the air. Lien Haodong fell lifeless on the spot. Lien Haolong could no longer contain his fury. A dong. Lien Haodong was his beloved younger brother, the one he had devoted his life to protecting. Witnessing his brother perish before his eyes, Lien Haolong instantly succumbed to madness. Seizing an exquisite vase and hurling it at the gunman, finding a clever angle to surge forward with ferocity. Chapter 17. Anyone who dares to slander me, I shall annihilate their entire family. Despite the myriad rumors circulating about him, most of which had been exaggerated and dramatized with intent, they nonetheless sufficed to illustrate Lien Haolong's extraordinary standing and reputation within the underworld. Alas, even with his remarkable prowess, he ultimately found it impossible to withstand the cold, merciless force of firearms. Even though Lien Haolong displayed unparalleled strength, dispatching 4 or 5 soldiers capable of taking on 10 opponents, he still appeared woefully vulnerable before the onslaught of modern weaponry. Bang, bang. 2 bullets pierced his arm, causing his combat effectiveness to plummet precipitously. Boom. The soldiers executed their maneuvers with perfect synchronization, surrounding him with 5 or 6 men who pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. This was the baptism of bullets. Lien Haolong hastily attempted to flee, while on the other side, Azu lay dead, and Luo Tianhong's situation was equally dire. The 8-sided Han sword in his grasp had lost its former glory, now marred and battered. His knees had been riddled with bullets, rendering him utterly powerless. Forced to cower behind the wall of cover, awaiting death, his eyes filled with despair. Not far away, several soldiers approached warily, guns at the ready. These battle-hardened soldiers were no ordinary foes, incapable of allowing Luo Tianhong to be slaughtered with the ease of chopping vegetables. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the aftermath of gunfire, Lian Haolong's most valiant subordinate, Luo Tianhong, was riddled with wounds. Lian Haolong, witnessing the tragic demise of his fiercely loyal ally, could not suppress his anguish. Ahong. This anguished cry from Lian Haolong, of course, went unheard by Luo Dingfa, yet it served to betray his own position. Bang, bang, bang. Another volley of bullets was unleashed. Ugh. This time, Lian Haolong was not so fortunate. Bullets struck his chest and abdomen, blood gushing from the gaping wounds. The soldiers, adhering to the principle of seizing the moment, surged forward en masse, and Lian Haolong had scarcely a moment to react before being encircled by dozens of soldiers. Ultimately, Lian Haolong managed to utilize the shards of glass nearby to kill 2 soldiers in return, but at the cost of his own life. He collapsed in a pool of blood, his lungs punctured by bullets, each breath accompanied by blood froth, his appearance a ghastly spectacle. Gazing at the hall of the villa strewn with corpses, his beloved brother Lian Haodong, strategist Luo Dingfa, loyal aides Azu and Luo Tianhong, along with a cadre of devoted subordinates, all lay dead. At that moment, Lian Haolong's heart brimmed with remorse, lamenting why he had dared to provoke the madman Huo Zhengxiong. Was it merely a matter of territory? Was it just an attempt to assert dominance over a couple of protection fees? The ferocity of this infernal demon was so profound that he had dispatched dozens of gunmen to completely annihilate his family, employing methods so brutal that even after years of navigating the underworld, Lian Haolong felt a chill run down his spine. How many hours had passed since their conflict had ignited? Lian Haolong finally began to comprehend Huo Zhengxiong's nature. Revenge was never delayed until the following day. Alas, it was far too late for regret now. As he noticed soldiers making their way to the second floor, recalling that his wife, Susu, was still upstairs, despair welled within Lian Haolong's heart. Huo Zhengxiong. In a cry of anguish and fury, Lian Haolong met his demise. His body was reduced to a veritable hive of bullets, a fate even more gruesome than Luo Tianhong's. Upstairs, Susu's wails soon followed, and thereafter, the leading soldier stepped forth, probing Lian Haolong's nose with his finger to ascertain the absence of breath, only to deliver another bullet to his forehead. Such was the habit of battle-hardened soldiers. It was to ensure that no enemy feigned death, avoiding the risk of unexpected counterattacks. Yet, in truth, with Lian Haolong in such a state, even a celestial being could not revive him. The possibility of feigning death was utterly non-existent. The leading soldier waved his hand, and his men proceeded to execute a volley of shots into the other corpses. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, the entire villa fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of falling leaves could be heard. The soldiers tended to their wounds briefly and then swiftly departed the villa. Before leaving, they did not forget to procure 2 barrels of gasoline to douse the hall, tossing a lighter onto the ground. Boom. In an instant, the entire villa erupted into a blazing inferno. The leading soldier took out his phone and dialed a number, reporting, "All cleaned up. Reporting, all cleaned up. No survivors left." On the other end of the line, Zhao Yi acknowledged with a grunt and then instructed, "Hurry up. The boat is waiting for you at the dock." Yes. Subsequently, of the 50 soldiers who had arrived, only 44 remained as they glanced back at the villa now engulfed in flames, making their way toward the dock. This, indeed, was the fate of those who dared to offend Huo Zhengxiong. His character had always been such. He never delayed killing until the following day. If one dared to cross him, he would eliminate them that very night. The soldiers who had executed the deed possessed unwavering loyalty to Huo Zhengxiong. Even if captured, he harbored no concerns. As long as he did not lay hands on the matter himself, all would be well. Soon, the soldiers vanished into the night, retreating into the harbor. That evening, the roaring flames attracted fire trucks, followed by officers from the nearby police precinct's major case unit and anti-organized crime division. The fire was extinguished, but upon discovering the charred remains of the corpses inside, they retched. The next morning, news spread like wildfire. The illustrious Lian Haolong of Zhongxini, his wife Susu, the 4 heavenly kings, Luo Dingfa, Azu, Luo Tianhong, and Lian Haodong, had all been gunned down, their bodies reduced to piles of charred remains. Only skeletal remains could be vaguely identified. Instantly, the entire underground world trembled at the news. The harbor's underworld erupted into chaos. What? The Zhongxin family has been exterminated? This must be a joke. What the hell? This is outrageous. Who did this? Who is the culprit? The entire villa was consumed by flames, reduced to mere ashes. It is said that the police were utterly astonished last night. The act of murder is one thing, but this is an entire family annihilated. How brutal. Who could have possibly offended Lian Haolong to meet such a tragic end, leaving no remains? I have received whispers that the crime scene was littered with numerous bullets and shell casings. Damn it! Was it not shredded to pieces by a machine gun? It is utterly terrifying. Lian Haolong, with such formidable skills, had his trusted lieutenants, Azuo and Luo Tianhong, both capable of taking on 100 foes. Yet they too perished last night. This is certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. What is most alarming is that the police have yet to find any clues. Amidst the uproar in the underworld, Lian Haolong's enemies are being systematically investigated, yet in the face of such a heinous crime, no one wishes to bear the blame and attract police attention. Even those who might be tempted to confess their involvement, loyal and honorable adversaries, hurriedly declare, "Don't you dare smear my name. My affairs with Zhengxiong have nothing to do with this. I didn't do it, so don't bring trouble my way. If anyone dares to defame me, I will annihilate their entire family. Don't speak recklessly. Lian Haolong and I are close brothers." Soon, one suspect after another was eliminated. However, at that very moment, an unexpected rumor began to circulate in the underworld. Chapter 18. Such childish tricks should be put away. Last night at the bar, Lian Haolong of Zhengxiong intended to embarrass Huo Zhengxiong of the Hung Hing gang. Little did he anticipate that he would be terrified into a hasty retreat by a few guns. Quickly, a bolder speculation emerged. Could Huo Zhengxiong be behind this incident? He had just taken the position of a red stick and already dared to topple Liang Cohen. It is certainly a possibility. I have heard that Huo Zhengxiong is particularly hot-headed, even more domineering than Liang Cohen. Furthermore, there are reports that all his subordinates are fiercely loyal and unafraid of death. It is highly likely that he is the culprit. Goodness, is Huo Zhengxiong truly this ferocious? Just because of a failed intimidation attempt, he resorted to slaughtering an entire family? I've heard that Huo Zhengxiong ascended to power by stepping on the back of Ba Bai, a task he accepted in front of Jiang Tianxing. Later, Ba Bai was shot dead while bathing. An ever-growing number of rumors began to coalesce, with Ba Bai as a precedent. The entire underworld speculated that the murderer was Huo Zhengxiong. The motives, methods, and character all aligned perfectly. The entire underworld could not help but gasp in shock. Just the night before, Lian Haolong sought to intimidate Huo Zhengxiong, and within mere hours, his family was obliterated, consumed entirely by flames. This is simply madness, utterly absurd. It is the behavior of a bloodthirsty lunatic. Although there is no substantial evidence to confirm everyone's suspicions, one must understand that we are players in the underworld, not the police, who require sufficient proof. This information alone is more than enough. Suddenly, everyone in the underworld came to a realization. Huo Zhengxiong is utterly terrifying. Pass it on, don't bring trouble my way. We are a small organization. Whoever offends Huo Zhengxiong will be dealt with by me first, followed by an apology. This madman is excessively cruel, to an extreme degree. Before provoking him, one should carefully consider how many lives they possess. Thus, within less than a day, Huo Zhengxiong's notorious reputation spread throughout the entire underworld. To kill one person is to be a criminal. To kill 10,000 is to be a tyrant. To kill 1,000,000 makes one the ultimate overlord. In an instant, several small organizations near Dengtashi Street, which had intended to test Huo Zhengxiong's strength, immediately settled down. They were acutely aware that Huo the madman was not to be trifled with, and they all abandoned their plans for probing. Even approaching Dengtashi Street became an act of caution. It is not that they lack courage. It is simply that, in the face of a madman, one cannot predict when he might go berserk. Once Huo the madman is enraged, it poses a danger that could extend to all their families. At the Mongkou police station, in the office of the anti-triad unit leader, Huang Zhiqing wore a grim expression, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. It was unclear what he was contemplating, but his demeanor suggested he was plotting something. Was it regarding certain matters? Or perhaps a particular individual? Just moments ago, he had heard a shocking report of the family massacre during the morning briefing, and then received a phone call from an undercover agent, revealing a lead that left him astounded. Huo Zhengxiong. Huang Zhiqing muttered Huo Zhengxiong's name softly, his expression growing colder. Do not misunderstand. He did not feel sympathy for Lian Haolong's annihilation or regard Huo Zhengxiong's methods as excessively ruthless. He simply wished to deal with Huo Zhengxiong. In Huang Zhiqing's perspective, Lian Haolong's demise was not a significant matter. Both he and Huo Zhengxiong were of the same ilk. Such individuals are hardly worth lamenting. What he cared about more was how much merit could be gained from taking down Huo Zhengxiong. He had long desired the position of police chief. Subsequently, Huang Zhiqing could no longer contain himself. He ventured into the main office of the anti-triad unit and called out to the team members, "Gather. Follow me to apprehend someone." "Sir Huang, who are we apprehending?" As no prior notice had been given, a team member inquired curiously. Huang Zhiqing coldly uttered 3 words, "Huo Zhengxiong." The expressions of the anti-triad unit officers present shifted instantly. Huo the madman. One by one, their faces betrayed a flicker of fear. However, Huang Zhiqing paid them no mind. Half an hour later, at Dengtashi Street, at the Hung Hing headquarters, Huo Zhengxiong's residence, a series of knocks echoed. Zhao Yi roused Huo Zhengxiong from his slumber. Boss, that weasel has come again. Huang Zhiqing. Huo Zhengxiong furrowed his brow. Zhao Yi nodded. Lian Haolong's home isn't, even in his territory. What does this bastard want with me? Zhao Yi shook his head and replied. In any case. He looked rather displeased. Humph. Huo Zhengxiong snorted disdainfully. Let us see what trick he is trying to play. He is nothing but a persistent nuisance. Soon. Huo Zhengxiong came face to face with Huang Zhiqing, who mockingly inquired. I wonder if Sir Huang has come to present evidence of my involvement in Ba Bai's murder? Huang Zhiqing did not respond to that question, but instead coldly stated, I'm not here regarding the Ba Bai incident. Oh, Huo Zhengxiong retorted. Surely you haven't come to request breakfast from me. When did the police fall to such depths of despair? Huo Zhengxiong's words remained as brusque as ever, insinuating a beggar's demeanor. Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened immediately. With barely concealed anger, he retorted, I apologize. But my visit today is due to suspicions linking you to the tragic massacre of the Lian family. Therefore, I must ask you to accompany us to the police station. Huo Zhengxiong understood perfectly well, surmising that Huang Zhiqing aimed to climb the ranks at his expense, meddling unnecessarily in affairs that did not concern him. Yet, when has Huo Zhengxiong ever been known for his amiable disposition? He promptly displayed his impatience, extending his hand. The arrest warrant. Huang Zhiqing's expression stiffened as he replied coolly. The situation unfolded unexpectedly. You will understand once we reach the station. A flicker of derision passed through Huo Zhengxiong's gaze, and he scoffed. We are both seasoned players in this game. Do you think I am a novice in these matters? Save your childish tricks for someone else. Remember, Hong Kong is a city governed by law. Without an arrest warrant, you'd best be on your way. Huo Zhengxiong's dismissive demeanor incited a darkening of Huang Zhiqing's countenance. He then ominously stated, this time, you cannot evade responsibility. The situation is urgent and requires special handling. Rest assured, you will be compensated later. Cooperate swiftly. Huo Zhengxiong lazily waved his hand leave. Huang Zhiqing's gaze hardened. Then do not blame me for being impolite. He then gestured, commanding. His subordinates went out to commit murder and arson last night. They are certainly not present. Move in. Arrest him. The members of the anti-corruption unit perked up at this command, emboldened by the prospect, and advanced to take action. However, at that moment, Su Jingyang appeared before Huo Zhengxiong like a specter. He swiftly kicked aside a police officer, disarmed another, and delivered a powerful blow, sending 3 or 4 officers sprawling. Su Jingyang flicked his sleeves, executing the motion with striking elegance. Before Huang Zhiqing and his associates could react, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, Sun San, and others arrived with their own entourage, effectively blocking Huang Zhiqing's retreat. Zhao Yi glared fiercely, declaring, Dare to disrespect our boss? You seek death. Zhao Yi, in a fit of rage, swung his fist toward the startled Huang Zhiqing. Wait, Huo Zhengxiong interjected suddenly. Zhao Yi's fist halted a mere centimeter from Huang Zhiqing's nose before he withdrew it. Chapter 19. To kill in silence over a mere disagreement, executed with such ruthless efficiency. Zhao Yi glared at Huang Zhiqing with venomous intent. A faint smile graced Huo Zhengxiong's lips as he turned his gaze toward Huang Zhiqing, stating, I truly apologize. My subordinates are rather rash in their actions, unable to shed their wild temper. Huang Zhiqing silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, Zhao Yi's earlier intimidating demeanor had unnerved him. After all, he was a police officer, yet Zhao Yi had disregarded his authority entirely, ready to strike at a moment's notice. This was simply unacceptable. Huang Zhiqing became increasingly convinced that Huo Zhengxiong was behind the massacre of the Lian family. He had felt the wind from Zhao Yi's fist just moments ago. Had Huo Zhengxiong not intervened, that punch would have surely broken his nose. Before Huang Zhiqing could respond, Huo Zhengxiong continued, Regardless, you are a police officer, and we, as legitimate businesspersons, would never resort to assaulting an officer. The term legitimate businessperson made Huang Zhiqing seethe with indignation, the words piercing his ears like daggers. The officers of the anti-corruption unit fell into a stunned silence. Unable to utter a word, Huo Zhengxiong fixed his gaze firmly on Huang Zhiqing, asserting, however, Officer Huang, even as a police officer, you cannot casually slander others unless you possess solid evidence. Otherwise, my lawyer will file a complaint against you with the Police Complaints Division. Huang Zhiqing's expression turned fierce as he abruptly asked, You slaughtered an entire family over a trivial argument, and you feel no remorse? Huo Zhengxiong chuckled derisively, retorting, As a law enforcement officer, do you not feel a shred of conscience for vilifying law-abiding citizens? When it comes to verbal sparring, Huang Zhiqing could certainly use some improvement. Then, as Huang Zhiqing and the other officers looked on, Huo Zhengxiong, as if oblivious to their presence, swaggered away with his subordinates to a nearby restaurant for breakfast, treating them as though they were mere air. Huang Zhiqing's fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, as he reached a boiling point of fury. Although Huang Zhiqing desired to apprehend Huo Zhengxiong, he miscalculated. Huo Zhengxiong was surrounded by numerous intimidating subordinates. This realization instilled a measure of fear in Huang Zhiqing, ultimately causing him to lack the courage to forcibly detain Huo Zhengxiong. Otherwise, should the situation escalate, his actions could easily be deemed improper, and he would risk being bitten back by Huo Zhengxiong. Huang Zhiqing was no paragon of virtue. He was merely a power-hungry individual. In summary, this was yet another futile trip. Within the bustling eatery, as Huo Zhengxiong and Su Zhengyang observed Huang Zhiqing's retreating figure, Huo Zhengxiong remarked, "It appears this fellow has set his sights on us." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Huo Zhengxiong's eyes as he quietly instructed Zhao Yi, "Arrange for a few individuals to eliminate him. Exercise caution during the operation. Wait for the right opportunity. Once it's done, leave the harbor swiftly." Understood. Zhao Yi's face lit up with excitement. This was not merely Huo Zhengxiong's excessive caution. Rather, in the harbor, the murder of a police officer was a grave offense, regardless of whether they were an ordinary patrol officer or a high-ranking inspector like Huang Zhiqing. If Huang Zhiqing were to be eliminated, the ensuing uproar would surely rival that of the Lin family's massacre, if not exceed it. Therefore, those who would take action must vacate the harbor immediately. Afterward, Huo Zhengxiong wiped his mouth and departed the eatery. Almost simultaneously, at the end of Tangta Street, several soldiers disguised as ordinary citizens slipped into a vehicle, stealthily trailing Huang Zhiqing's car. Following Huo Zhengxiong's orders, these soldiers adeptly employed their reconnaissance skills, tailing Huang Zhiqing throughout the day without detection. However, they had yet to find an opportune moment to strike. Until the evening, when Huang Zhiqing left the police station. He did not return home, but unexpectedly headed toward the 3rd street adjacent to the Ni family. An hour later, atop a building's rooftop, Huang Zhiqing found himself being berated, with spittle nearly landing on his face. "What more do you want from me? I remind myself daily that I am a police officer, even in my dreams." I shout, "Put down the gun. I am a police officer. Is that not sufficient?" Undercover agent Chen Yongren was seething with anger. Huang Zhiqing, helpless, wiped the saliva off his face and explained, "This Huo Zhengxiong is a lunatic. He indiscriminately slaughters entire families. Asking for your assistance in gathering intelligence is merely a means to an end, but it's futile. I have no way to do it." Chen Yongren impatiently interrupted him. Huang Zhiqing, feeling even more helpless, could only force a smile and comfort him. "Once this case is resolved, you can retire, all right?" Chen Yongren's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but curse. "Nonsense. Spare me your platitudes. We agreed on 3 years, yet here we are, 3 years later, and you want to extend it again. It's been nearly a decade. I've heard the word retirement almost 9,000 times in these years." Huang Zhiqing's smile became awkward as he quickly assured, "I promise. This will absolutely be the last time." Chen Yongren fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head. "No, I have only just gained everyone's trust from Ni Yongxiao. If I leave now, all my efforts from the past years will be in vain. Moreover, if I inexplicably shift from the Ni family to Huo Zhengxiong's camp, even the simplest of minds from the Ni family will realize I'm an undercover agent." Huang Zhiqing fell silent. Chen Yongren's reasoning was indeed valid. "Then forget it. I shall seek someone else," Huang Zhiqing resolved, contemplating going to the police academy to recruit another undercover agent or perhaps find someone from the prison, a member of a larger circle, a fool with a sense of justice, and employ coercive tactics. Suddenly, Huang Zhiqing's expression changed. He sensed something was amiss and quickly attempted to flee. However, Huo Zhengxiong's soldiers reacted even faster, swiftly drawing their guns and aiming at Huang Zhiqing, firing without a moment's hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Although Huang Zhiqing reacted swiftly, he was still hit twice while attempting to evade. His face contorted in pain as he recognized a familiar scent emanating from the soldier who had fired at him. Huo Zhengxiong. Huang Zhiqing was both shocked and furious. This lunatic Huo Zhengxiong had truly lost his mind. Soon, the soldiers easily subdued Huang Zhiqing and dragged him to the edge of the rooftop. At this moment, fear began to creep into Huang Zhiqing's heart. He did not wish to die. He had yet to savor the benefits of power. "Wait." Before he could utter another word, one of the soldiers coldly sneered, "Officer Huang, our boss sends his regards." With that, he waved his hand. "Goodbye." One of the soldiers forcefully pushed him off. At that precise moment, Chen Yongren, blissfully unaware, arrived at the 1st floor of the building. Just as he stepped out the door, suddenly, a shadow plummeted from above. Thud. Remarkably, it landed right on the roof of Chen Yongren's car, and it was a corpse. The attire looked eerily familiar, identical to what Huang Zhiqing had been wearing. Upon closer inspection, it was Huang Zhiqing's face, drenched in blood. In that instant, Chen Yongren's pupils dilated in shock. Dead. He could hardly believe it. How could he be dead? Gazing at Huang Zhiqing's lifeless form, a wave of sorrow surged within Chen Yongren, his eyes reddening, nearly spilling tears. Simultaneously, in the villa of the Hongxing Dragon Head, Jiang Tiansheng was elegantly enjoying a Western breakfast, while across the table, Chen Yao reported the situation with a grave expression. When he heard the news of Lian Haolong's tragic demise and the annihilation of his family, Jiang Tiansheng's movements faltered momentarily. Ultimately, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and quietly inquired, "Is it confirmed that he did it?" Chen Yao's expression remained solemn as he replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should indeed be his doing." After a pause, Chen Yao added in a hushed tone, "I received word that 50 of Huo Zhengxiong's men went mysteriously missing today. Additionally, there were prior reports of him purchasing a significant amount of arms on the black market." Jiang Tiansheng's face displayed a hint of surprise. Unable to restrain himself as he remarked, "This guy is ruthless. Just because of a minor conflict, he resorts to murder and silencing witnesses. Executing it so decisively, he's even more deranged than a Koan." Chapter 20. As long as money can solve the problem, it is no problem at all. A flicker of fear crossed Chen Yao's eyes as he involuntarily spoke. Huo Zhengxiong is far superior to Liang Koan. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao finally posed the question, "Mr. Jiang, shouldn't we take some preventive measures?" Jiang Tiansheng remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "The situation has escalated beyond redemption. Discussing it further is pointless," he declared, unwilling to continue on that topic. He certainly knew Lian Haolong, but he had never anticipated that such a formidable figure would meet such a fate. Suppressing his inner emotions, Jiang Tiansheng shifted the conversation, asking, "By the way, how is the situation with Liang Koan?" Upon mentioning Liang Koan, Chen Yao's expression turned helpless. Huo Zhengxiong is using Liang Koan's life as leverage to coerce him into handing over the film company. Has he complied? Jiang Tiansheng inquired curiously. "He has," Chen Yao replied in a lowered voice. "If he hadn't, Liang Koan might not have made it out of the bar." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansheng's face fell in disappointment as he shook his head. "I initially hoped they would counterbalance each other. I never expected Huo Zhengxiong to be such a formidable force, while Liang Koan is hardly a local tyrant. Instead, he is being thoroughly suppressed by a young man, with no chance of resistance whatsoever." Chen Yao wholeheartedly agreed. Adding some hindsight, "The first time I met Huo Zhengxiong, I sensed he was exceptional. I just never imagined he could create such a significant uproar." Jiang Tiansheng was overwhelmed with emotions, realizing that Liang Koan, who had caused him considerable trouble and eyed his position covetously, was now firmly under Huo Zhengxiong's control. Had someone suggested this in the past, he would have never believed a word. Yet now, the evidence lay before him. The world had truly changed. Jiang Tiansheng shook his head in contemplation and continued, "Since he is a formidable force, it would be wise not to provoke him for the time being. Let him and Liang Koan fight it out." "Understood." Chen Yao nodded in agreement. Returning to Huo Zhengxiong's side, Zhao Yi hung up the phone and respectfully informed Huo Zhengxiong, "Boss, the matter has been handled. The brothers are already on the ship and will soon be leaving the port." Huo Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "Keep a close watch. Ensure nothing goes awry during transit." Zhao Yi nodded, "Rest assured, boss, the brothers are reliable." As night fell, Huo Zhengxiong watched the news on TVB, which was reporting on Huang Zhiqing. According to our station's reporters, in the incident at the Huansu building, no innocent civilians were harmed. The police department has confirmed that the deceased is Huang Zhiqing, the head of the anti-triad unit at the Mongkou police station. Eyewitnesses stated that Officer Huang, who fell from the building, had gunshot wounds prior to his descent. Furthermore, a substantial number of bullet markings were discovered on the rooftop, indicating a gunfight had occurred. The police do not rule out the possibility of revenge killings. As for this case, it remains uncertain whether it was murder or an accidental fall while evading assailants. In response, the representative of the police department did not provide a clear answer, and further details are still under investigation. Citizens are urged to remain calm. Currently, the police have initiated an inquiry into several members of the Underworld in the Mongkou area. The police commissioner expressed profound sorrow over the passing of Inspector Wang Qicheng and pledged to solve the case promptly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chan Wingyan sat in his car with a vacant expression, listening to the news of Wang Qicheng's death on the radio, his eyes filled with anguish and confusion. He was at a loss as to what to do next and how to proceed. He questioned the necessity of his undercover role and the significance of being a police officer. Just as Chan Wingyan was engulfed in pain and disorientation, Ho Chung-sung picked up the remote control and turned off the television, falling into deep contemplation. Indeed, Ho Chung-sung was acutely aware of his ruthless methods. Yet, having traversed into this society and world, he understood that if one does not bully others, they will inevitably be bullied themselves. Moreover, he rationalized that those he had eliminated were merely villains, which alleviated his conscience. He now pondered his future ambitions. Should he become a Red Pole? A gangster? He had already achieved the status of a Red Pole. But what lay beyond that? Could he aspire to be a second-in-command or the head honcho? Even if he ascended to the top, what difference would it make? Ultimately, he would still be just a thug. At best, he would be regarded as a rather formidable thug. In this era, in the port city revered as the Pearl of the Orient, with its flourishing economy and daily transformations, it seemed a grave waste to merely live as a thug. He was acutely aware that in a few years, following the return of the port, gangsters would be systematically purged. The current glory was but fleeting, inconsequential. Thus, being a gangster was destined to lead to mediocrity. Earning money was paramount. As his thoughts crystallized, Huo Zhengxiong could not help but voice his realization. A lifetime as a gangster yields no success, even if one becomes the most powerful among them. The might of individuals and groups pales in comparison to the machinery of the state. Huo Zhengxiong's eyes began to gleam with newfound clarity. I am a businessman. A legitimate one. At last, Huo Zhengxiong had determined his path forward. Earning money is of utmost importance. Much like the global magnate Elon Musk from another realm. A figure capable of influencing national will. Could a gangster ever achieve such heights? Absolutely not. Once power becomes too great, one risks being branded a terrorist, subject to division by others. Hence, earning money is the fundamental principle. Any problem that can be solved with money ceases to be a problem. Soon after, Huo Zhengxiong's first money-making avenue sprang to mind, stock trading. In this era, millionaires are a rarity in the mainland, yet in the port city, countless tycoons boast fortunes exceeding 100 million. However, Huo Zhengxiong furrowed his brow. While stock trading could indeed be lucrative, he lacked the skills to engage in it. Without the ability to trade stocks or dabble in futures, the prospect of quick wealth seemed daunting. What a pity, Huo Zhengxiong murmured softly to himself. Then, he recalled his summoning system. Of course, I have a summoning system. A soldier costs merely $10,000. Such an inexpensive labor force. Huo Zhengxiong's eyes began to sparkle. The soldiers summoned are characterized by their unwavering loyalty, and they require no salary. What, then, is the most suitable use for this affordable labor? As a young man educated in the 21st century, the answer was glaringly obvious. It must be a factory. Moreover, he currently had no need for an excess of soldiers. Just a street would suffice, with 200 or 300 individuals being adequate. The rest would be idling away their time. Suddenly, a thought struck Huo Zhengxiong, and he exclaimed, Explosive soldier system. The explosive soldier system is at your service. Summoning prices. Ordinary soldiers for 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, special forces for 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and technical troops for 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Note, all summoned soldiers exhibit 100 loyalty and will never betray. Huo Zhengxiong contemplated briefly. Technical troops. Business prodigy. Troop summoning system. Successfully deducted funds of 100,000. Ding. Deducted 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Successfully summoned one technical talent and business elite. Li Jiayuan, Jimmy. This individual initially accumulated capital through involvement in the entertainment industry and lowbrow films before establishing a logistics hub and delving into import-export trade, displaying exceptional business acumen. Chapter 21. The successful are kings, the unsuccessful are butchers. A sharp glimmer suddenly flickered in Huo Zhengxiong's eyes. Truly, this is an exceptional talent in the business world. As a law-abiding businessman aspiring to become one of the wealthiest in the port city, how could he succeed without a few competent subordinates by his side? After a moment, he spoke with a hint of curiosity. Li Jiayuan, Jimmy, why do those names sound so familiar? Especially the way he rose to prominence seems rather unseemly. All that remained was to wait. Summoning personnel always takes some time. The next morning dawned bright and beautiful. Huo Zhengxiong sat watching the news, as keeping abreast of police developments was imperative for him. After all, Wang Qicheng was a senior inspector, a mid-level management figure in the port police. In an era where even the death of an ordinary uniformed officer constituted a significant event, the murder of a senior inspector was undoubtedly a tremendous disgrace for the police force. Huo Zhengxiong was particularly curious whether the police would suspect him. Thus, he needed to remain vigilant for any relevant news. Although the 10 soldiers who had taken action had successfully departed the port, Huo Zhengxiong did not let his guard down in the slightest. After finishing the news, Qian Er abruptly knocked and entered, lowering his voice to say, "Boss, someone is looking for you." Huo Zhengxiong's heart raced, and he immediately guessed the identity of the visitor, responding with a smile, "Let him in." Before long, a familiar face entered the room. It was none other than the actor of legendary stature. Huo Zhengxiong was taken aback for a moment, then saw the actor respectfully addressing him. "Boss, I am Li Jiayuan, but you can just call me Jimmy." Huo Zhengxiong replied, "So that's it, Li Jiayuan. Jimmy is indeed this Jimmy." He was quite familiar with this Jimmy, the shrewd businessman from black society. From a young age, Jimmy's aspiration had been to make money. But it was only after starting his stall that he realized how challenging it was to earn a living. As a street vendor, he faced protection fees from multiple gangs daily. Damn it, the money he earned in a day was insufficient to cover the protection fee, leading him to decisively join a gang. With a backing, making money became significantly easier. Starting from humble beginnings, he ventured into the realms of lowbrow DVDs, smuggling electronics, foreign trade, logistics, and ferry services, ultimately catching the attention of the mainland, which held high hopes for him. 100,000 is truly a bargain. Excitement shimmered in Huo Zhengxiong's eyes. The recruitment system truly understands its purpose for Huo Zhengxiong. The emergence of Jimmy was akin to a timely gift of coal amidst a snowstorm. Jimmy, having risen through the ranks of the gang world, now stood as a promising figure in Hung Hing, making him the perfect subordinate tailored to Huo Zhengxiong's expectations. A broad smile adorned Huo Zhengxiong's face, as he couldn't help but think, truly, a talent summoned by the system, unlike those ordinary soldiers who merely shout boss. Jimmy, like his lawyer Jianaowei, immediately addresses him as boss without any need for correction. That million spent was indeed worthwhile. Following a moment of contemplation, Huo Zhengxiong issued his first command to Jimmy. Investigate the operations of the factories around Mongkok, including their general operational conditions, and prepare a detailed report. While Huo Zhengxiong's request was quite specific, it was merely a trivial task for Jimmy's professional capabilities. Understood, boss. A day swiftly passed. Although Huo Zhengxiong had allotted 3 days for Jimmy, the specificity of the task, coupled with Jimmy's prior experience in the gang, meant that 3 days was an underestimation of Jimmy's abilities. Furthermore, with Jimmy's connections, he easily gathered information from low-level associates, even discovering the color of the factory owner's wife's dress. Demonstrating remarkable efficiency, Jimmy comprehensively understood the factory situation in Mongkok within a single day. Before long, a dossier was placed on Huo Zhengxiong's desk. As he meticulously perused its contents, he gained a lucid understanding of the various factories in Mongkok. It was undeniable that Mongkok lived up to its reputation, with dozens of factories operating in the outskirts, producing an array of products including clothing, beverages, food, electronics, and more. Flipping through the pages, Huo Zhengxiong's attention settled on a cola factory named Youth Cola, whose owner was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The reason was simple: pure commercial competition. The successful claimed dominance, while the failures were left to languish. Though this competition lacked the smoke of battle, it was equally ruthless. In truth, Youth Cola boasted a delightful flavor, ample carbonation, and a balanced sweetness, comparable to other cola brands. Huo Zhengxiong had sampled it, and found it quite popular among local consumers. Yet, quality alone was insufficient. Ultimately, competitors took action. Youth Cola faced a coordinated assault from Pepsi and Coca-Cola, leading to a crisis. They enlisted the media, paying off connections to viciously malign Youth Cola's sanitary conditions, producing various seemingly credible fake photographs depicting filthy production lines and floors inundated with wastewater. The summary was succinct, dirty, chaotic, and substandard. Consequently, under the media's onslaught, Youth Cola's reputation plummeted. A barrage of allegations regarding bacteria and contamination left Youth Cola defenseless, nearly driving it to ruin. Although the owner attempted a counterattack, the overwhelming power of the competition proved insurmountable, leading to Youth Cola's dire straits. With the owner on the verge of bankruptcy, the factory was put up for sale. But due to its tarnished reputation, few were willing to take it on, and those who were showed a predatory interest, waiting for the owner to further reduce the price. Such underhanded tactics in competition were undeniably disreputable. Yet, what could be done? Without the resolve to be ruthless, one could not stand firm. The realm of commercial warfare was scarcely more civilized than outright violence. Huo Zhengxiong, revisiting the intelligence gathered by Jimmy, mused, boss. I believe there is still a chance to salvage Youth Cola. If we can turn it around, the promising cola market could enable us to thrive and capture market share. Jimmy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and Huo Zhengxiong felt a stir of excitement. While he might not have trusted just anyone's words, he held unwavering faith in Jimmy's loyalty. What he said, Huo Zhengxiong was certain to believe. Upon hearing Jimmy's plan to acquire the Youth Cola brand, Huo Zhengxiong, after thorough consideration, deemed it highly feasible. Chapter 22. A ruthless character, even turning on his own. Huo Zhengxiong first acknowledged Jimmy's diligent work. Then, he continued, I find your suggestion quite commendable. Now is an opportune moment for a low-cost acquisition of this factory. Let us proceed with the purchase. Jimmy made an affirmative gesture. Everything was progressing steadily according to plan. Time flew by. A week later, thanks to Jimmy's adept negotiation skills, Huo Zhengxiong successfully acquired the Youth Cola factory and promptly rebranded it as Eastern Cola. The production line was quickly restarted. The process was smooth. With an expenditure of 2 million, he enlisted 200 ordinary soldiers to serve as factory workers, effortlessly resolving the labor issue. These soldiers, acquired through recruitment, required no wages. Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but recall a joke he had seen online that paralleled his current situation. While others aimed to exploit factory owners by funneling workers' wages into a single account, Huo Zhengxiong's approach was far more audacious. He opened his own factory. Oh, such maneuvering would bring tears to the eyes of capitalists, cause slave owners to wince, make Jews kneel, and leave fascists feeling inadequate. Even the wealthiest tycoons would feel a sense of shame. It epitomized the very essence of exploitation and oppression. Simultaneously, Huo Zhengxiong tasked Jimmy with assigning 10 soldiers as undercover agents within the production lines of Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Huo Zhengxiong was truly adept at navigating the intricate web of espionage. The next crucial step was at hand. The factory had been acquired, the production line reactivated, and the workers in place. The paramount challenge now was sales. Huo Zhengxiong's efforts were not solely aimed at modest profits. As a time traveler, a child of destiny, he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Pepsi and Coca-Cola in the future. At present, these companies had yet to reach that pinnacle of dominance. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong was determined to engage in a fierce contest with them. As for how to elevate the reputation of Oriental Cola to boost sales, this commercial conundrum posed a significant challenge for both Huo Zhengxiong and Jimmy. It wasn't until nightfall that Huo Zhengxiong, while watching an advertisement on television, was struck by a bold idea. The port city of the 1980s and 1990s was not only economically prosperous, but also boasted a flourishing film industry. One could even argue that the movies from this era penetrated the global market. It was during this time that the world-renowned star, Uncle Lung, rose to fame. Moreover, watching films had become an integral part of daily life for the citizens of the port, casting an influence that extended throughout Asia, rivaling even Hollywood. Given the thriving film industry, why not leverage it as a starting point? Huo Zhengxiong's eyes sparkled as he recalled the Tianquan Film Company, which he had previously acquired from Liangquan. This was indeed an opportune moment to utilize it. By promoting his Oriental Cola through popular films, how could it possibly fail to sell? Huo Zhengxiong shared his plan with Jimmy, who immediately expressed his full endorsement as a business prodigy. Huo Zhengxiong smiled, beaming with joy. He then calmed himself. The Explosion Soldier System. The Explosion Soldier System is at your service at any time. The Explosion Soldier System is at your service at any time. Summoning prices: Regular Soldier 10, 000 HKD, Special Forces King 1, 000 HKD, Technical Troops 1, 000 HKD. Note: all summoned soldiers are 100 loyal and will never betray. Huo Zhengxiong contemplated briefly. Technical Troops. A directorial genius. Explosion Soldier System. Successfully deducted 1, 000 Ding. 1, 000 HKD consumed. Successfully summoned 1 technical troop. The directorial genius Wang Jing, 100 replica. He hails from a family of entertainers, was exposed to filmmaking at a young age, and gradually emerged during the golden age of port cinema, having directed numerous films with exceptional experience and top-notch directing skills. Wang Jing. Huo Zhengxiong felt a surge of happiness. As a seasoned fan of Hong Kong films, how could he not be familiar with this director, known affectionately as Fatty Wang? His directorial prowess is indisputable, undeniably top tier. However, he has also directed many mediocre films and has a knack for producing duds. Most importantly, in another world, during the downturn of Hong Kong cinema, he managed to sustain half of the industry through his efforts. The purpose behind his mediocre films was to ensure that those in the Hong Kong film industry could earn a living. His abilities and character are beyond reproach. Furthermore, he is indifferent to fame, making him an ideal subordinate for someone like Huo Zhengxiong, who comes from a gang background. Yet another underling tailored to his needs by the system. Huo Zhengxiong awaited Wang Jing's arrival in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the O Department office of the West Kowloon Elite Building, members of the anti-organized crime unit gathered. The atmosphere in the office was notably hushed, with curtains drawn and a projector displaying a dossier. Superintendent Peng, head of the O Department's anti-organized crime unit, wore a serious expression, gesturing with a small stick. This habitually bespectacled man, appearing refined and harmless, yet exuding an air of malevolence when he smiles, is known as Huo Zhengxiong. He is a subordinate of the notorious Big Brother B from the Hung Hing organization, having served 3 years in prison for him, and upon release, he became even more reckless. After the death of Ba Bai, he was promoted by Hung Hing's leader Jiang Tianxing to a red stick. Controlling territory in Mongkok's Dundas Street, he commands several hundred fierce gangsters, whose origins remain unclear, yet each is unwaveringly loyal to Huo Zhengxiong. His primary business involves debt collection on Dundas Street, as well as the Tianquan Film Company, which he seized from Liangquan. According to the latest intelligence, he has also acquired the former Youth Cola factory, now rebranded as Oriental Cola, with workers comprised of his loyal gangsters. Presently, based on limited information, we suspect his involvement in the shooting incident of Ba Bai at the Foot Massage Center, the annihilation of the loyal members of the Yilian Haolong, and the murder of Huang Zhiqing, head of the O Department's anti-organized crime unit in Mongkok. Below, the O Department officers listened attentively. Though they were seasoned in their field, hearing of Huo Zhengxiong's exploits caused their expressions to change dramatically, leading to hushed discussions amongst them. What a ruthless character. P.S. willing to turn on his own. Liang Kuan was indeed unfortunate. Could his acquisition of the cola factory have ulterior motives? If he dares to target even our O department personnel, this fellow is doomed. TSK, so easily wiping out entire families, truly a madman. As the slides changed, another figure appeared. Superintendent Peng remained unhurried, allowing some time for discussion before continuing. This individual is Huo Zhengxiong, also a member of the gang, serving as Huo Zhengxiong's personal bodyguard. His exact prowess remains unclear, but Huo Zhengxiong holds him in high regard, suggesting he is quite formidable. In the near future, we are likely to encounter him, and everyone should take special note. The O department officers nodded in silent agreement. Chapter 23. Absolutely no problem. I have extensive experience in this area. Subsequently, holding a short stick, Superintendent Peng spoke. There is an individual named Jian Aowei, who serves as Huo Zhengxiong's defense attorney. In the port, he is regarded as a top-tier lawyer with considerable renown. As he spoke this, a particular expression crossed Superintendent Peng's face, and the officers present instantly grasped his implication. After all, in the port, it is not the members of gangs that police find most difficult to deal with, but rather the lawyers. He continued to introduce. This fellow is Jimmy, also emerging from the gang, yet he shows no interest in fighting, focusing solely on business and making money. The purpose of our meeting today is to gather evidence of Huo Zhengxiong's criminal activities and apprehend them all. No sooner had he finished speaking than the office lights flickered on, and everyone's expression turned serious. From Superintendent Peng's earlier remarks, it was evident that Huo Zhengxiong was an exceptionally formidable adversary. However, what he said next somewhat dampened everyone's confidence. Regrettably, although several cases point towards Huo Zhengxiong, we have yet to collect sufficient evidence. He reiterated that Huo Zhengxiong is very cunning, having not personally participated in any of the cases, so even though we suspect him, we currently lack the evidence to take action against him. The officers present were momentarily taken aback, then dissatisfaction crept onto their faces. What is the point of holding this meeting with no evidence whatsoever? Superintendent Peng promptly interrupted their complaints, raising his voice. The purpose of our meeting today is precisely to devise a detailed strategy against Huo Zhengxiong. The officers' emotions began to stabilize. Superintendent Peng stated sternly, due to insufficient evidence, our specific approach will rely on meticulous investigation to uncover his vulnerabilities. Therefore, I plan to divide our efforts into two parts. First, increase manpower to closely monitor Huo Zhengxiong's movements. Second, deploy officers to infiltrate Huo Zhengxiong's territory as undercover agents. Those willing to volunteer can approach me privately. Following this, the office fell into silence. Superintendent Peng also remained quiet. Eventually, it was uncertain who, whether fortunate or unfortunate, accepted this daunting task. As night descended, the summoned Wang Jing made his appearance on Dundas Street, stepping into the establishment. Boss. Wang Jing greeted Huo Zhengxiong with utmost respect. Huo Zhengxiong regarded the portly figure of Wang Jing with admiration, swiftly delving into the matter at hand. I want you to direct a film, primarily to promote my Oriental Cola. Are you confident? Given the nature of the task aligned with his expertise, Wang Jing could hardly decline, promptly thumping his chest and asserting, absolutely no problem. I possess ample experience in this domain. In truth, the integration of advertisements within films was not without precedent. Yet few in the harbor chose to pursue such ventures. For a seasoned director like Wang Jing, producing a promotional film was a mere trifle. Curiosity piqued. He inquired about the type of film the boss envisioned. Huo Zhengxiong smiled subtly, having already contemplated this question. He opened his drawer and retrieved the script for The Best Partners, which he had drafted during the wait for Wang Jing's arrival. This was a classic comedy replete with humorous scenarios. Those who had seen the film were likely no longer in their youth. When it came to embedding advertisements, there was no genre more suitable than comedy. Wang Jing was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed he would be responsible for writing the script, but Huo Zhengxiong had prepared it in advance. He perused the script. A thief known as the Black Cat inadvertently leaves a white glove at the scene of a heist, leading the police to suspect an international crime syndicate, the White Glove Gang, was involved. After seeking assistance from Interpol, they dispatch a bald detective to pursue the suspects in the harbor. However, upon his arrival, another white glove heist occurs, and a female detective mistakenly assumes he is the robber, bringing him to the police station. The owner of the stolen jewels travels to Rome to consult with the mafia godfather, who, upon learning that someone is impersonating his white glove and committing crimes in the harbor, resolves to send assassins to clarify the situation. At this juncture, the Black Cat, sensing impending danger, decides to surrender to the police and collaborates with relevant parties to confront the White Glove Gang. Ultimately, the bald detective captures the white glove and wins the affections of the female detective. The script is laden with comedic moments arising from misunderstandings and serendipitous errors. Wang Jing closed the script, his face a mask of astonishment as he turned to Huo Zhengxiong and asked, "Boss, did you write this?" "What else could it be?" Huo Zhengxiong retorted. "Impressive." Wang Jing couldn't help but give Huo Zhengxiong a thumbs up. It is worth noting that writing a comedy script is no easy feat. It must contain sufficient humor, and the best partners excels in this regard. He immediately stated, "From my professional perspective, this script is bound to be popular as a film." Huo Zhengxiong was not taken aback. After all, no one understood the comedic brilliance of the best partners better than he did. The first time he read it, he nearly laughed himself breathless. His decision to write this script was not arbitrary. To elevate the profile of Oriental Cola, the film's box office performance needed to be assured. Simply put, the movie had to be sufficiently captivating to facilitate the most effective promotion. A shoddy film would yield no viewers, rendering the advertisements futile. Huo Zhengxiong would not engage in such a wasteful endeavor, and after considerable deliberation, he resolved to present the best partners as the annual box office champion, thus maximizing the promotional effect. At that moment, Wang Jing remarked, "Boss, to most effectively promote our cola, a good script alone will not suffice." Huo Zhengxiong replied, "I require the film to prominently feature Oriental cola as clean and refreshing, in a manner akin to brainwashing, compelling all viewers to desire a bottle." Wang Jing nodded in understanding and, after a moment's thought, suggested, "To ensure the film's success, I recommend casting some major stars." Huo Zhengxiong gestured for him to continue, and Wang Jing added, "I believe the Hung family clan would be the most suitable choice." The Hung family clan. The name sounded quite familiar. Huo Zhengxiong smiled faintly. "That can be easily arranged." Wang Jing harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Huo Zhengxiong's words. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong provided Wang Jing with 5 million in funding to assemble the filming team. For Wang Jing, these tasks were hardly daunting. They were a walk in the park. The night deepened gradually. At that time, the founder of the Hung family clan, Hung Jinbao, was just in his early 20s. His appearance was unremarkable. Yet audiences of that era placed greater emphasis on an actor's skill and professionalism rather than mere looks. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Hung Jinbao seemed naturally suited to the role of an actor. As the eldest disciple during his training, he effortlessly established the clan after achieving fame, leveraging his charisma. Chapter 24. You should be well aware of the consequences of deceiving me. The Hung family clan was still quite young, with most members being Hung Jinbao's junior disciples, each possessing remarkable abilities. Over time, as the clan's fame grew, more individuals sought to join. It was once remarked that every member of the Hung family clan possessed the potential to be a protagonist. In contrast, his junior disciples' Long family clan lagged significantly behind the Hung family clan. Although they had made considerable profits, the leading role had always belonged to a single individual. One day, after a long day of toil, Hung Jinbao generously treated his brothers to late-night snacks out of his own pocket. Another bowl of noodles, another serving of buns, bellowed the tall and robust Hung Jinbao. The proprietor of the food stall wore a broad smile. The members of the Hung family clan, all martial artists, boasted strong physiques and hearty appetites. The proprietor, rarely encountering such voracious customers, eagerly complied and hurried off to attend to their orders. At that moment, several cars came to a halt outside the stall. As the doors opened, Zhao Yi quietly surveyed the surroundings, quickly identifying his target. Accompanied by a group of plainclothes soldiers, they walked into the food stall as though no one else were present, their gazes fixed intently on Hung Jinbao. Instantly, sensing Zhao Yi's gaze, Hung Jinbao furrowed his brow, and his fellow disciples also set down their chopsticks to look at Zhao Yi and his soldiers. To be frank, while the members of the Hung family clan possessed martial skills that could easily handle ordinary thugs, often taking on several at once, they were uncertain whether they could contend with Huo Zhengxiong's soldiers. After all, these soldiers had emerged from the blood-soaked battlefields. In terms of brawling, they might not necessarily be outmatched by the Hung family clan. But when it came to life-and-death struggles, the odds of victory were at least 80% in favor of the soldiers, especially when a group of soldiers gathered together. Their demeanor, expressions, and aura exuded a pressure that rendered the Hung family clan members uneasy. The soldiers spread out, surrounding the food stall. Fortunately, the Hung family clan had nearly 20 members as well, so they were not intimidated by Zhao Yi and his crew. Zhao Yi grinned and looked at Hung Jinbao and his group, asking, "Are you members of the Hung family clan?" "Indeed," Hung Jinbao replied. "What business do you have with us?" Zhao Yi nodded without reservation, stating, "It is indeed a matter of importance." The members of the Hung family clan remained silent. But Hung Jinbao took the initiative to ask, "It seems we have never met before. What brings you to seek us out?" "Of course, it is good news." Zhao Yi, having unwittingly learned how to mask his emotions like Huo Zhengxiong, replied with a smile, "We wish to engage the Hung family clan to film a movie." As he spoke, Zhao Yi placed the script for the best partners on the table. Hung Jinbao's expression soured, and he frowned, saying, "I apologize, but we are currently in the midst of filming." if you wish for the Hung family clan to participate. Our schedule will not be available until the latter half of next year. But we cannot wait that long. Zhao Yi responded nonchalantly, very well. Let us pause for now and allow us to shoot. Rest assured, your remuneration will not be lacking. My boss is known for his generosity. Zhao Yi's tone immediately unsettled the members of the Hong family troop. Being still young and confident in their abilities, they were taken aback by Zhao Yi's arrogance. The hot-tempered Yuan Kuei suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Who do you think you are? Why should we do as you say?" Following suit, the other members of the Hong family troop expressed their displeasure with indignation etched on their faces. What an inflated attitude. Get lost and don't disturb our supper. If your boss is in such a hurry, let him shoot himself. We, the Hong family troop, have quite a reputation at the port. Who do you think you are? In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with anger, and the eyes of the troop members were filled with hostility. Zhao Yi, however, remained unperturbed, gradually retracting his smile and inquiring, "So, it seems you are unwilling?" The irritable Hong Jinbao, at this age, was quick to retort, "Get lost. Don't push us to violence." "Very well," Zhao Yi replied with a hint of resignation. Just as the members of the Hong family troop thought Zhao Yi was about to concede and leave, he calmly waved his hand. In a swift motion, the soldiers beside him drew various firearms in unison, aiming them squarely at the defiant troop members. The ominous black muzzles cast an eerie shadow over the scene. Silence enveloped the bustling eatery. Even the boss trapped at the entrance turned pale, so frightened that he urinated in his pants. Yuan Kuei, Yuan Hua, and the others could not help but swallow hard. Hong Jinbao's complexion shifted dramatically, his scalp prickling with unease. The other members of the Hong family troop, once brimming with confidence in confronting Zhao Yi and his group without weapons, now found their courage evaporating the moment the firearms were brandished. Their expressions stiffened, and their heartbeats quickened. The quiet eatery resonated with the sound of their anxious heartbeats. Finally, Zhao Yi broke into a grin, surveying the Hong family troop with a teasing demeanor, the smirk on his lips growing increasingly disdainful. The soldiers' stoic expressions only heightened the tension, causing the troop members to breathe lightly and cautiously, fearful of provoking Zhao Yi and his men into firing. Though young and spirited, they were not fools. Zhao Yi, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, no longer arrogant, no longer refusing. "Do you have time now?" Gulp. Hong Jinbao swallowed again, glancing around to see his fellow disciples with their heads bowed, and thus he relented, saying, "My apologies, esteemed sir, we were in the wrong. We certainly have time. We can postpone the current shoot." Zhao Yi's face brightened with satisfaction as he nodded, his tone tinged with exasperation. It would have been much better to cooperate sooner. Why must we resort to this and disrupt the harmony? Clapping his hands, Zhao Yi signaled for the soldiers to lower their weapons. Instantly, everyone present exhaled in relief. Some wiped the sweat that had formed on their foreheads due to their anxiety, while others, whose legs had turned weak, finally dared to grip the table for stability. In short, the previous scene had left the Hong family troop in a particularly embarrassing predicament. Subsequently, Zhao Yi noted Wang Jing's name and phone number, instructing them to meet a designated individual the following day. Before departing, Zhao Yi emphasized gravely, "Oh, by the way, you should be well aware of the consequences of deceiving me. If even one person dares to be absent tomorrow, you will bear the repercussions." The expressions of the Hong family troop darkened instantly. In truth, many had contemplated the notion of not attending. Chapter 25. Who gave you the audacity to harm my brothers? Yet, with Zhao Yi having spoken thus, they had little choice but to comply obediently. Subsequently, Hong Jinbao handed the business card to Yuan Hua, saying, "Go investigate and ascertain their true identities. It would be prudent for us to be informed." Yuan Hua nodded and promptly set out to inquire based on the information provided by Wang Jing. The Hong family troop, initially out for a late-night snack, found themselves caught in this unexpected predicament, and thus their appetite evaporated as they returned to rest, awaiting news from Yuan Hua. A couple of hours passed swiftly. Back at the resting place of the Hong family troop, Yuan Hua hurried back, his expression grave as he relayed the information he had uncovered. Hiss! In an instant, everyone gasped sharply. Hong Jinbao, incredulous, asked, "Is Huo Zhengxiong truly that formidable?" Yuan Hua offered a wry smile in response. "A friend of mine at the police station mentioned that the authorities have long suspected Huo Zhengxiong of having killed the family of the leader of Zhongxini." At a loss for words, Hong Jinbao mulled over the notion that perhaps filming a movie with Huo Zhengxiong might not be such a bad idea after all. Observing the grim expressions on the faces of his comrades, he feigned a smile to reassure them. Perhaps this could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The members of the Hong family troop were taken aback, gazing at Hong Jinbao in confusion. Hong Jinbao continued, albeit with some reluctance, "We are in the film industry, and our status has never been particularly high. This isn't the first time we've faced such situations. However, if we can establish a connection with Huo Zhengxiong, make a friend of him, With such a powerful ally, we won't have to worry about these matters in the future. A glimmer of realization crossed their faces. Hong Jinbao's words, upon reflection, seemed to hold some truth. Yet, in reality, he was merely grasping at straws to comfort them, struggling to find any semblance of reassurance. Of course, this reasoning was not entirely unfounded. Nevertheless, the brothers of the Hong family troop were not entirely devoid of understanding. Some could discern that Hong Jinbao's words stemmed purely from desperation. But what could they do? Since resistance was futile, they had no choice but to accept it with a stiff upper lip. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Under Wang Jing's diligent oversight and the full cooperation of the Hong family troop, best partners had been completed. In the hall of Huo Zhengxiong's organization on Dengda Street, Wang Pengzi unveiled the finished film, with Huo Zhengxiong, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Su Zhengyang watching alongside. After over an hour, the film concluded. Zhao Yi appeared both astonished and delighted. Even Su Zhengyang, typically stoic, displayed a rare change of expression. Huo Zhengxiong, with a smile playing on his lips, nodded in approval. Quite impressive. The humor is tightly woven, and the product placements feel seamless. It's quite enjoyable. Besides the comedic storyline, the most striking aspect of the film was undoubtedly the integration of the Oriental Cola advertisement, which appeared over 50 times throughout. Whether in moments of humor, action, or tension, the characters were invariably seen enjoying cola. The product placement was utterly unabashed. Receiving Huo Zhengxiong's accolades, Wang Pengzi's long-held anxieties dissipated, and he beamed with pride, responding, "Of course. This is my area of expertise." Ha! Huo Zhengxiong erupted into laughter before adding, "Then let us prepare for the release. Arrangements have already been made. Wang Jing will respond shortly, and all major cinemas are in contact. It will be resolved within a week." Huo Zhengxiong replied with a satisfied tone. Subsequently, Wang Jing busied himself with the film's release preparations. Huo Zhengxiong turned to Zhao Yi and slowly began, "We can take action now." Zhao Yi immediately comprehended his intent and nodded in response. "I will make arrangements right away." Without delay, Zhao Yi exited the office and commenced his mission. Let us not forget that Huo Zhengxiong had previously instructed Zhao Yi to place several undercover agents within both the Coca-Cola and Pepsi companies. Zhao Yi called to inform them. "The boss has given the command. You may commence operations." "Understood." The undercover agents responded with their characteristic decisiveness. The call was swiftly concluded. Meanwhile, within the Pepsi company, the agent who hung up the phone relayed the message. A total of 5 undercover operatives sprang into action, uncovering various powdered substances hidden within the factory. They coordinated seamlessly, diverting the supervisor's attention while discreetly tossing the pre-prepared powders into the machinery. In contrast, Coca-Cola's factory, being more renowned in that era, had stricter oversight compared to Pepsi. However, as the saying goes, a clear shot is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. The proprietors of Coca-Cola and Pepsi could never have anticipated that someone would turn the very tactics they employed against their youth-targeted cola back upon themselves. No matter how meticulous the precautions, there will always be a point of vulnerability. With the undercover agents working in perfect harmony and having prepared for over a month for this operation, they were determined to make no mistakes. Resolutely, the 5 agents initiated their plan, and everything proceeded smoothly. Soon, 10 days had passed. Throughout the streets and alleys of the port, issues began to arise. "Boss, is the Pepsi you're selling expired? It's made me sick." No sooner had this individual spoken than another burst in furiously. "Who the hell gave you the audacity to harm my brother? The doctor said this is food poisoning." The shopkeeper's defense appeared utterly unconvincing. A few streets away, the owner selling Coca-Cola had been battered and bruised, and the supermarket was left in disarray. A group of port residents stood nearby with grim expressions, loudly rebuking, "You bastards. My son has been in the hospital for 3 days on and 4. My father can barely stand. He's practically living in the restroom. Damn it. My big brother is dehydrated in the hospital. Do you believe I won't kill your entire family?" In the span of just half a day, a shocking event unfolded in the port. For words summarized it all, cola is toxic. Hospitals across the port received thousands of patients hospitalized due to cola poisoning. Instantly, news of this calamity spread like wildfire. Typically, when such incidents occur, the public relations departments of the 2 major cola companies swiftly intervened to suppress the matter, often spending money to smooth things over. If only 1 or 2 individuals faced issues, they could easily deflect blame, claiming it was a personal problem or an attempt to extort the company. After all, cola had been on the market for so many years without such incidents. However, this time, the situation was markedly different. Chapter 26. In a fleeting moment, identifying the true mastermind became exceedingly difficult. In the port district, within mere hours, thousands displayed identical symptoms. This was an undeniable public health crisis. It was impossible to conceal. Symptoms of poisoning appeared simultaneously in thousands. This was evidently a grave societal health emergency. The developments unfolded within the hospitals of the port district. Some doctors began testing the same batches of Pepsi and Coca-Cola. With such commotion, the media in the port district quickly acquired relevant information and promptly reported terrifying quality issues with Coca-Cola and Pepsi have triggered a mass poisoning event. Numerous hospitals are inundated with citizens poisoned from drinking cola. Concerns arise over the sanitary conditions of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. A plethora of reports emerged in quick succession. Ultimately, even TVB and ATV news stations began covering the incident. Chaos engulfed the port district. How could the once trusted and never questioned Pepsi and Coca-Cola suddenly encounter such issues? This terrified the entire populace of the port. It is worth noting that as the most popular soda at the time, nearly everyone in the port district had consumed it. Given that everyone had partaken, who wouldn't worry about their own safety? This matter, affecting the citizens of the entire port district, could not be suppressed even by the foreign governor. On this day, the port district felt as though it had experienced a great earthquake. The Food Hygiene Bureau acted swiftly, announcing the immediate cessation of production for both Coca-Cola and Pepsi pending investigation. All production equipment and personnel would await scrutiny. Meanwhile, the staffs of both Pepsi and Coca-Cola were utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing such familiar operational protocols, they quickly sensed something was amiss. On one hand, they hastily dispatched their public relations departments to act swiftly and liaise with the media. Although they could not entirely suppress the news, they aimed to present the content in a more palatable manner, temporarily avoiding direct responsibility. On the other hand, they urgently began internal investigations to identify the cause before the Food Hygiene Bureau commenced their inquiries, particularly regarding employee matters. The executives at the cola companies believed the issue must lie within their own ranks. After all, how could such a coincidence occur otherwise? Initially, they suspected foul play from their rival, but upon learning of simultaneous issues at both companies, they realized they had become targets of a third party. After all, no one would be foolish enough to inflict such self-harm while attempting to harm their adversaries. But who could it be? In a fleeting moment, identifying the true mastermind became exceedingly difficult. While the public relations teams of Pepsi and Coca-Cola worked tirelessly, all media outlets in the port district grew increasingly exuberant. The cola poisoning incident promised traffic and revenue. The Ming Pao reported, Pepsi and Coca-Cola faced consecutive customer poisoning incidents. The Sing Tao Daily declared, port district hospitals are overwhelmed. The Economic Daily stated, the Food Hygiene Bureau has assembled an investigation team. The Oriental Daily questioned, is cola toxic? The simultaneous issues with the two cola giants raised concerns about regulatory oversight or perhaps deeper secrets. We demand reasonable explanations from Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Reports indicated that citizens had suffered severe dehydration due to diarrhea. It was noted that the cola companies could face millions in compensation due to this incident. Both Pepsi and Coca-Cola announced an urgent product recall. In summary, the frenzied media discourse thrust the two major cola companies into a precarious predicament. Various news outlets in the port district were fervently reporting on this matter. Be it television, newspapers, or radio, no medium was excluded. Pepsi and Coca-Cola found themselves under immense pressure. After watching the television news, Huo Zhengxiong turned off the TV, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then glanced at Wang Jing beside him and remarked, such a rare opportunity must not be missed. Best Partners is about to be released. Wang Jing, understanding the implication, chuckled knowingly. Despite the significant mishaps faced by Pepsi and Coca-Cola, life must carry on. However, the recent circumstances for both companies have been rather bleak. Residents of the port city have shown little willingness to purchase Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Yet, concurrently with the Food Safety Bureau's investigation into the cola companies, the film Best Partners premiered. Major cinemas across the port city screened the movie simultaneously, with an overwhelming array of promotional posters capturing the attention of the city's inhabitants. As previously mentioned, watching films has become an integral part of the daily lives of the port city citizens. Coupled with the relentless marketing of Best Partners, produced by the renowned Hung family, the film boasted numerous appealing elements, and the posters appeared highly engaging. With the allure of both the promotion and the Hung family's involvement, audiences flocked to the cinemas. The screenplay was penned by Huo Zhengxiong himself, with the Hung family providing their support. The cinematic experience was nothing short of spectacular. On that day, every viewer who exited Best Partners left the theater clutching their stomachs in laughter. The quality of the film was exceptional. Upon its release, Best Partners achieved remarkable success. The protagonists repeatedly endorsed Dongfang Cola throughout the film, instantly propelling the brand into the spotlight. The most comedic moments revolved around a bottle of Dongfang Cola, firmly embedding the brand in the audience's minds while simultaneously piquing their curiosity. Just how delightful could Dongfang Cola truly be? As they entered shops and spotted Dongfang Cola on the shelves, they were astonished to find it available. Without hesitation, they purchased a bottle to savor the joy experienced by the film's characters. Upon taking a sip, each individual exhibited a look of surprise. Comparatively, it was not inferior to Coca-Cola or Pepsi. The production techniques for carbonated beverages like cola are quite similar, with the primary differences lying in flavor formulations. Furthermore, the recent controversies surrounding Pepsi and Coca-Cola have led the port city's citizens to lose trust in them. Thus, many opted to try Dongfang Cola instead. The result? A pleasant surprise. While the flavors differed, it was hardly inferior to Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Huo Zhengxiong's objectives were realized. On the very day of the film's release, Dongfang Cola sold a staggering 20,000 cases in the shops surrounding the cinema. Chapter 27. The speed of profit generation was akin to an act of theft. That evening, distributors reported back to Dongfang Cola Company. The market response was exceptionally positive. Citizens were enamored with the drink. My stock has sold out, and I wish to order another shipment with urgency. As people shy away from Pepsi and Coca-Cola, Dongfang Cola perfectly fills that void. It is the ideal substitute. The feedback from distributors undoubtedly reflected the true voice of the market. Moreover, Huo Zhengxiong had preemptively stocked an impressive 200,000 cases. Subsequently, his team transformed into delivery drivers, busily supplying various supermarkets and stores in the port city like bees on a mission. The success of Best Partners was evidently no mere coincidence. Huo Zhengxiong's innovative approach to advertising through film was nothing short of brilliant. The following day, Dongfang Cola's sales remained robust, with 30,000 cases sold. By the third day, sales continued to steadily rise, gradually taking the place of Pepsi and Coca-Cola on supermarket and store shelves, with 340,000 cases sold that day. On the fourth day, Dongfang Cola's popularity showed no signs of waning, achieving sales of 380,000 cases. This surge in sales resembled spring bamboo shoots emerging from the earth, improving day by day. Revenue was also on a constant upward trajectory. Given the current sales pace, the 200,000 cases of Dongfang Cola that Huo Zhengxiong had pre-stocked would be depleted in less than a week, leading to potential shortages by the sixth day. With such remarkable sales driving the production, the factory naturally operated at full capacity. Workers dedicated themselves tirelessly to the production process. Sales maintained a consistently upward trend. Now, regarding costs and profits, during that era, most colas were packaged in glass bottles, which could be recycled for reuse. Each case contained 12 bottles of cola, each priced at 15 yuan. Compared to Coca-Cola and Pepsi's price of 2 yuan, Dongfang Cola was more economical by 50 cents. Consequently, each bottle of Dongfang Cola yielded a profit of 1 yuan, amounting to 12 yuan per case. Huo Zhengxiong's advanced preparation of 200,000 cases resulted in a remarkable pure profit of 2.4 million yuan. In less than a week, the net profit reached 2.4 million yuan. This pace of profit generation was practically akin to an act of theft. Moreover, unlike theft, which carries various risks and the potential for failure with a mere misstep, legitimate business practices are the way to go. This was just the beginning, and the speed of profit generation was astonishing. Once Dongfang Cola fully supplanted the positions of Pepsi and Coca-Cola in the port, on one hand, with the box office of Best Partners continuing to rise, and on the other, the reputation of Dongfang Cola gradually solidifying, Huo Zhengxiong's pace of profit was almost indistinguishable from that of theft. As a beverage beloved by the masses, Huo Zhengxiong indeed reaped significant rewards. In the days that followed, the box office of Best Partners steadily grew from its initial 2 million, showing consistent upward momentum. This film not only achieved excellent box office results, but also generated a brand effect for Dongfang Cola that astonished many citizens. Huo Zhengxiong's success sparked new ideas among others, prompting many port city merchants to quietly contemplate, so this is how it can be done. How could I not have thought of this? Promoting products through film? Brilliant. How did I not conceive of this? I must seek out a suitable film script for our product. It must be noted that Huo Zhengxiong's series of astute maneuvers not only enhanced brand recognition, allowing Dongfang Cola to swiftly capture market share from Pepsi and Coca-Cola, but also ensured considerable profit from the film's box office revenue. Both aspects thrived together. Huo Zhengxiong profited handsomely from both fronts. This was nothing short of a comprehensive victory. Huo Zhengxiong's successful marketing case swiftly garnered media attention, particularly from financial and business newspapers, which are known for their sharp instincts. Following a thorough investigation, they promptly began reporting on this marketing triumph. The Wenwei Daily reported, the most successful product placement in history. The Ming Pao reported, Best Partners has surpassed 10 million at the box office and is poised to enter the top 10 in Hong Kong. The Shangbao reported, father of film product placement, Huo Zhengxiong, head of Dongfang Cola. The report from the Sing Tao Daily states, the rise of Oriental Cola, a product of innovative ingenuity, is inevitable. The Eastern Daily notes, the most successful marketing case in the history of port cinema. The Economic Daily proclaims, the most formidable advertisement in all of Hong Kong. The Sun highlights, for the sake of an advertisement. A blockbuster was filmed. How formidable is director Wang Jing's prowess? Amidst the coverage by various prominent newspapers, the Port Commercial Daily has exerted considerable effort, not only providing a detailed account of how Huo Zhengxiong utilized film for brand marketing from a commercial perspective, but also vigorously reporting on this triumphant marketing event. They estimated Huo Zhengxiong's potential earnings and the financial returns from the film. According to our in-depth investigation, on the premiere day of the film Best Partners, the sales of Oriental Cola surged dramatically, with first-day sales expected to reach 30,000 cases. Following this, sales continued to grow steadily each day, correlating closely with the film's box office performance. In the first week, cumulative sales likely reached 230,000 cases, with a profit of approximately yuan per bottle, resulting in an estimated profit of 2.8 million within a week. It is reported that Oriental Cola has captured half of the market share previously held by Pepsi and Coca-Cola, demonstrating a vigorous growth trajectory. Furthermore, the simultaneous issues faced by Pepsi and Coca-Cola at a critical juncture also contributed to the rise of Oriental Cola. The Commercial Daily conducted a thorough analysis of this successful case of Oriental Cola, and as a result, following the publication of this news, their own sales experienced a significant increase. It is evident that the citizens of the port are greatly intrigued by this news. Therefore, the next day, the Port Commercial Daily capitalized on this momentum, continuing to analyze Oriental Cola, this time from the perspective of the film. One cannot deny that the success of Oriental Cola is undoubtedly intertwined with Best Partners. Since its release 10 days ago, the film has amassed an astonishing box office total of 16 million, garnering numerous accolades. Given the current daily growth rate of the film's box office, Best Partners is poised to break the historical box office record of the port. Experts in the film industry predict that the box office for Best Partners should reach around 25 million, which would undoubtedly set a new record for the highest box office in the history of port cinema. Simultaneously, Huo Zhengxiong, the head of Oriental Cola and an investor in this film, stands to profit approximately 13 million if the box office reaches 25 million. This figure is roughly equivalent to the monthly profit of Oriental Cola. This is undeniably a miracle in the history of advertising. A commercial endeavor worthy of being chronicled in history and textbooks. Chapter 28. If 1 million is insufficient, then double it to 2 million. Under the coverage of the Port Commercial Daily, the brand Oriental Cola has once again gained widespread recognition. However, on the other hand, some media outlets have begun to speculate that the coincidences surrounding Pepsi and Coca-Cola are too uncanny. Both companies encountered issues simultaneously, resulting in a similarly precarious situation. Such coincidences often suggest ulterior motives. Consequently, some audacious media outlets have started to attribute the troubles of Pepsi and Coca-Cola to Huo Zhengxiong. Naturally, Huo Zhengxiong is highly skeptical of this being a ploy by the two cola giants to exonerate themselves. Was the simultaneous occurrence of mishaps at Pepsi and Coca-Cola merely an accident, or was it orchestrated? In light of the food safety issues faced by both companies, who stands to gain the most? Could Huo Zhengxiong, the head of Oriental Cola, be the mastermind behind this? The investigation by the Food Hygiene Bureau has made little progress. Huo Zhengxiong quickly sensed this situation and, with a sardonic smile, promptly contacted the editor-in-chief of the port's largest newspaper, the Eastern Daily. He decided to invest funds to ensure that the Eastern Daily would provide positive publicity for his brand. If 1 million is not enough, then double it to 2 million. In summary, after investing a substantial amount of money, the effects were markedly significant. The Eastern Daily published a heartfelt commentary. The rise of Oriental Cola signifies the rejuvenation of our national cola. It is the dawn of our local brand. More affordable prices. Superior quality. Local brands offer greater peace of mind when consumed. This newspaper sincerely calls upon the citizens to support conscientious national enterprises. One must admit that the money Huo Zhengxiong spent was indeed a wise investment. The controversies that surrounded the launch of Oriental Cola gradually diminished under the influence of the Eastern Daily's reports. Just as the sales of Oriental Cola continued to rise and the popularity of Best Partners remained on the ascent, in the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tianxing set down his newspaper in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Xiong, serving as the advisor with a paper fan, wore an equally perplexed expression, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. After a considerable pause, a gradually composed Jiang Tianxing could not help but exclaim, "This Huo Zhengxiong fellow truly possesses some skill. A film shot for advertising purposes has actually become a hit? The cola factory he acquired is also thriving? How is it possible to earn so much in such a short span of time?" Jiang Tianxing's bewilderment primarily stemmed from the content in the port financial report, which completely overturned his perceptions. Is such a maneuver truly feasible? Although he is the leader of the Hung Hing gang, he is acutely aware that relying solely on debt collection and extortion will never lead to substantial success. Hence, he has diversified his interests across numerous ventures. He harbors a keen interest in making money. However, despite owning several enterprises, apart from stable businesses like foot massage parlors, bars, and clubs, the rest are unprofitable. Moreover, these lucrative enterprises are closely linked to his status as the gang leader. Huo Zhengxiong has managed to expand his business within a mere month, something Jiang Tianxing has long aspired to achieve but has yet to realize. Now, Huo Zhengxiong has demonstrated to him what true business acumen looks like, imparting a lesson on the essence of profit and enterprise. Although Jiang Tianxing would not openly admit it, a flicker of envy passed through his eyes, and he could not help but think, had I known this fellow possessed such capability, I would have enlisted him to manage my business. Adjacent to him, Chen Yao, the paper fan advisor, shared similar sentiments. Do not be misled into thinking that Chen Yao mingles in the gang solely for the sake of gaining notoriety as a leader. A person of his intellect is far more aware of his true desires. To put it plainly, he simply wishes to make money. However, his wisdom does not suffice for him to excel in the realm of commerce, leaving him to settle for lesser pursuits, relying on the gang for financial gain. It is worth noting that in Huo Zhengxiong's memory, Chen Yao had once dared to betray him, the trusted leader, for the sake of profit. The two exchanged a glance, their unspoken understanding palpable. At that moment, the door of the villa swung open, and Jiang Tianxing's mistress, Fang Ting, interrupted their thoughts, cautioning, "Be careful. This is something I worked hard to acquire." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao turned their curious gazes towards her, eager to discover what valuable item Fang Ting had procured that warranted such importance. As the scene unfolded, a few subordinates were seen carrying boxes filled with black soda bottles. Upon closer inspection of the labels, one could discern the inscription, Eastern Cola. Jiang Tianxing remarked, "Chen Yao, what on earth is this commotion? All this meticulous effort, leveraging connections with our card-playing sisters, just to procure 3 boxes of cola? Is this some kind of joke?" At that moment, Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao suddenly realized that the brand influence of Eastern Cola had surged to unexpected heights. Even Fang Ting had unwittingly succumbed to the allure of Eastern Cola. Before either could voice their thoughts, Fang Ting approached with a slight swagger, eagerly claiming, "Brother Shang, this is the recently popular Eastern Cola. I've tasted it, and it's undeniably far superior to Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Moreover, everyone is advocating for the support of national enterprises. It took considerable effort for my friends to procure 3 boxes. Here, let me open a bottle for you to try." Jiang Tianxing's expression turned somewhat awkward, especially with Chen Yao present. He felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. After all, Fang Ting was his woman, the sister-in-law of Hung Hing. Yet she was engaging in such thoughtless antics, which was rather demeaning. Indeed, it was a bit humiliating. Thankfully, Chen Yao was an ally. Jiang Tianxing graciously accepted the Eastern Cola, exchanged a glance with Chen Yao, and raised the soda bottle, exclaiming, "Oh, this actually seems quite delightful." This assessment was heartfelt. Yet an uneasy sensation lingered within him. Could it be that Huo Zhengxiong truly possessed such remarkable capabilities? Jiang Tianxing's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Of course, Chen Yao shared a similar sentiment. Meanwhile, the officers of the West Kowloon police station were equally bewildered. What on earth was going on? A group of officers from the anti-Triad unit gathered to voice their grievances. "Damn it. We were assigned to monitor Huo Zhengxiong. And yet this guy spends his days in bars wooing women, bringing different ladies to hotels daily. It's enough to make my eyes bleed. Not to mention, Huo Zhengxiong has quite the discerning taste. He hardly settles for average girls, but instead brings back the creme de la creme. What is going on? Isn't he supposed to be a Triad member? Why is he engaging in business instead of the usual turf wars or brawls? We're running around like dogs, trailing his every move, while he revels in a life of indulgence." The mood in the room shifted dramatically as everyone hurried back to their seats. Engaging in business is one thing, but could he not dabble in something related to the Triad? If he is not seizing turf or engaging in violent disputes, what is the point of our surveillance? Indeed, what is this nonsense about selling cola? It's absurd. And to think he is doing so well. Perhaps he is in the wrong line of work. I can tolerate the business aspect, but I can't stand the fact that this bastard is also making movies. Seriously, what kind of films is he producing? If he is going to film something, why not something risque? I'm truly at my wit's end. What is the point of lurking or tailing him? At this rate, I feel like joining him. We toil endlessly for meager wages, while he spends more on tips in a day than my salary. It's unbearable. It truly is. He is forsaking the Triad life to pursue business, and now he is being hailed as a national hero in the media. Damn it. Seeing Huo S rise to fame is more painful than death itself. In the office, the complaints were incessant. Finally, Inspector Peng, unable to tolerate the noise any longer, cleared his throat loudly, abruptly snapping the disgruntled officers back to attention. The atmosphere shifted instantly, as everyone scrambled back to their seats, resuming their work with newfound diligence. Sighing internally, Inspector Peng lamented the troubles that had arisen since launching the investigation into Huo Zhengxiong. The process had proven exceptionally arduous. Over a month had passed, with significant resources expended, yet no tangible results had emerged. Instead, they had borne witness to Huo Zhengxiong's success, observing his entrepreneurial journey. Even his own morale was on the verge of collapse, which explained the growing discontent among his officers. He contemplated offering words of encouragement to uplift their spirits, but found himself at a loss for words. With a resigned shake of his head, Inspector Peng chose not to reprimand his officers for their grievances and proceeded to his office. Just then, an officer entered the office, carrying breakfast and greeting everyone with a cheerful good morning. Upon noticing Inspector Peng, he quickly added, "Inspector Peng, have you had breakfast yet? I bought plenty. Would you like to join me?" In an instant, Inspector Peng's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace as he fixed a steely gaze on the officer attempting to curry favor. The abrupt change in Peng's demeanor startled the officer, who nervously inquired, is something wrong, Inspector Peng?" The other officers grew curious, soon realizing the source of the tension. They observed that Inspector Peng was glaring intently at the breakfast, specifically at the 2 bottles of Eastern Cola it contained. In an instant, realization dawned upon everyone. Even the officer carrying the breakfast, whose face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily concealed the food behind him. With an impassive expression, Inspector Peng raised his wrist to check the time and stated, "You're late. Half of this month's bonus is deducted." The officer was rendered speechless. It was rumored that all officers from the anti-triad unit received a reprimand that day. Inspector Peng's mood had soured to an extreme degree, and consequently, everyone bore the brunt of his frustration. That evening, Mike, the chairman of Pepsi Cola, found himself gasping for breath as he perused the latest reports in his hands, feeling as though his lungs might explode. The recent cola poisoning incident had precipitated a staggering 30% drop in their stock on the New York International Securities Market. If not for the backing of a formidable international cola conglomerate, this incident could have driven them to bankruptcy. The Food Safety Bureau's inspection report had finally surfaced, attributing the incident primarily to issues with raw materials, which could be deemed accidental, though the possibility of human error could not be entirely ruled out. It was confirmed that all products manufactured within the 10 days preceding the incident posed severe safety risks and required a recall. Furthermore, patients hospitalized due to cola-related incidents would receive compensation from both Pepsi Cola and Coca-Cola, provided their doctors confirmed cola was the culprit. Fortunately, no fatalities had occurred. Financial repercussions could be managed, but had the situation escalated to loss of life, the consequences would have been dire. Serving time would be the least of their worries, and both cola factories might face closure. In truth, beyond concerns regarding raw material issues or other unforeseen circumstances, the chairman of Pepsi Cola was more inclined to believe that internal factory problems were to blame. After all, if Pepsi Cola encountered issues, that could be acceptable. But it was far too coincidental for Coca-Cola to experience similar problems simultaneously, with timelines that closely aligned. Regrettably, the factory is overwhelmed with employees, making it challenging to discern the culprit, thus necessitating a stringent enhancement of internal management. He then perused another report, which clearly indicated that Oriental Cola had, within a mere month, usurped the market share that rightfully belonged to Pepsi Cola. Historically, the rivalry had existed primarily between Pepsi Cola and Coca-Cola, with both brands commanding roughly equal shares of the soda market, each around 30%, while the remaining market was divided among various juice beverages and other carbonated drinks. However, what now astounded the chairman of Pepsi Cola was the startling revelation that the brand had dwindled to a mere 4% of loyal customers. The recent food poisoning incident had eroded consumer trust in both Pepsi Cola and Coca-Cola, resulting in an overall market share plummeting to a mere 5% when accounting for all customers and sales channels. This represented an unequivocal and devastating blow to both Pepsi Cola and Coca-Cola, an outcome they found utterly intolerable. In a fit of rage, the chairman of Pepsi Cola swept all the ornaments from his desk to the floor, shattering them into pieces. Overwhelmed with fury, he vented his frustrations in the office for a considerable time before decisively seizing his phone and dialing the number of the Coca-Cola chairman. "This is Mike. I wish to discuss the matter of Oriental Cola with you." It was evident that neither party was oblivious to the implications, as both Pepsi Cola and Coca-Cola faced crises. The rise of Oriental Cola was clearly an orchestrated conspiracy. Thus, the enraged chairman of Pepsi Cola wasted no time and delved straight into the matter. On the other end of the line, Coca-Cola chairman Mike's mood was no better. Upon hearing the name Oriental Cola, his tone brimmed with indignation. Damn Oriental Cola. Damn Huo Zhengxiong. How dare he employ such despicable tactics? Chapter 30. Yet, the reality of commercial competition is rife with unscrupulous methods. From the tone of Mike, it was evident that he too was fuming. In that instant, upon hearing the Coca-Cola chairman's tone, the Pepsi Cola chairman felt he had found a kindred spirit in adversity. and together they unleashed their frustrations. Both were prominent figures in the harbor, and at this moment, they set aside their dignity to collectively berate Oriental Cola. Huo Zhengxiong's methods are utterly vicious. That bastard thinks we wouldn't retaliate. Mike, regardless of the circumstances, we must unite against this menace. Indeed, we must join forces to eliminate that accursed Oriental Cola. In a matter of moments, the two like-minded chairmen resolved to collaborate. Although it is often said that competitors are adversaries at their level of rivalry, it was not the first time they had forged an alliance, as they had previously worked together to suppress emerging competitors like Youth Cola and various other beverages before they could grow. The ideal of commercial competition is one of harmony, winning markets through superior products. Yet, the actual landscape of business rivalry is littered with countless underhanded tactics. This time, in response to Huo Zhengxiong's provocation, they were determined to strike back. Let's make it official. We must teach Huo Zhengxiong a lesson. Yes, let him know that we are not merely passive targets, but can also dominate the industry. Is it merely scheming? We are seasoned veterans in this game. Indeed, when it comes to commercial competition, we are the true experts. No one is more adept than us. Without expending much effort, Mike and Mike reached a consensus to jointly confront Huo Zhengxiong's Oriental Cola. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong was listening to a report from his competent business assistant, Jimmy. Currently, Oriental Cola faced a significant dilemma. Production capacity could not meet market demand. Specifically, although Oriental Cola had gained recognition and captured the largest share in the carbonated beverage market, insufficient production capacity had led to a situation of supply falling short of demand. In the short term, this posed little immediate danger, as it could even heighten Oriental Cola's popularity. However, Huo Zhengxiong was acutely aware that such a strategy of scarcity could not be sustained for long. Otherwise, it would inevitably allow Pepsi Cola and Coca-Cola an opportunity to reclaim market share. Boss, according to market research results, Jimmy reported, if we cannot resolve this issue within a month, when consumers grow frustrated due to the difficulty of purchasing Oriental Cola, our market share could decrease by at least half. Huo Zhengxiong understood the gravity of the situation, nodded, and replied slowly, do not worry about this issue. I will resolve it as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Jimmy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. For Huo Zhengxiong, finding a solution was not overly complicated, primarily involving two aspects. The first was the need for skilled technicians. A large-scale factory required sufficient technical personnel to stabilize production capacity, but this problem was trivial for Huo Zhengxiong. He focused his mind inward and called out, Summon Soldier System. The Summon Soldier System is at your service. Summoning cost, Regular Soldier 10, 000 HKD, Special Forces 1, 000 HKD, Technical Personnel 1, 000 HKD. Note, all summoned soldiers have a loyalty of 100% and will never betray. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Zhengxiong declared, Technical Personnel. Summoned 2 technical experts. Summon Soldier System. Successfully deducted 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding. 1 million Hong Kong dollars consumed. Successfully summoned 1 technical personnel, Technical Engineer Huang Weian, an outstanding electronic engineer. Huo Zhengxiong was momentarily taken aback, recalling this person's background, and couldn't help but smile. Ah, he is indeed a capable individual, though sadly, he has been cuckolded. Of course, Huo Zhengxiong only knew a little about him. While Huang Weian was an excellent electronic engineer, Huo Zhengxiong would not have known him had he not married a beauty queen. In truth, he could be considered a pitiable figure. Nonetheless, his professional capability should pose no issues, as he was summoned by the system, and his abilities were beyond doubt. Soon after, the system's voice echoed once more, ding. 1 million Hong Kong dollars consumed. Successfully summoned 1 technical personnel. Technical prodigy Jiang Wanming, a future professor-level senior engineer with profound expertise in digital compression, digital programming, and decoding technologies. He founded Wanyan Company and is the inventor of the VCD machine. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong was left momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, I can't believe I summoned this luminary. Huo Zhengxiong's shock stemmed from the sheer prowess of this engineer. The introduction provided by the system was far less comprehensive than Huo Zhengxiong's own knowledge of him. Jiang Wanming, a professor-level senior engineer, had been engaged in the electronic information technology industry for over 30 years, possessing deep expertise in digital compression, encoding, and decoding technologies, and was a renowned expert within the broadcasting and television industry. He also served as a member of the National CD Committee and the National Recording Equipment Standards Committee. In 1993, he founded Wanyan Company, which that year achieved a historic milestone as the only household product created entirely by China. He was the inventor and designer of the world's first VCD, color subtitle machine, television automatic control system, and audio-video equipment, as well as the pioneer of the VCD market. The optical disc industry continues to maintain the remarkable distinction of being the sole product established by China within the realm of home appliances. In simpler terms, the VCD is his brainchild. In an era still reliant on cassette tapes, the father of the VCD, Huo Zhengxiong, found himself increasingly exhilarated as he envisioned a radiant path ahead, one that was strewn with riches. Huo Zhengxiong could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, followed by a beaming smile that illuminated his face. In truth, the greatest misstep made by Jiang Wanming back then was his failure to secure a patent, which led to the disassembly of the product and rampant imitation by major electronics manufacturers worldwide, causing Wanyan Company's market share in the VCD sector to plummet to a mere 3%. However, the mistakes committed by Jiang Wanming were ones that Huo Zhengxiong would resolutely avoid. Ha! His laughter resonated throughout the entire hall. What fortuitous circumstances indeed. With these two individuals in place, augmenting the production lines of the Oriental Cola factory and expanding its scale would be nothing short of effortless. Of course, procuring machinery and setting it up in a short time frame would be unfeasible. While the issues could be resolved, immediate results would remain elusive. Nevertheless, from a long-term perspective, it was undeniably perfect. Chapter 31 reveals that his scheme of using others as instruments for his own ends was nothing short of exquisite. Now, returning to the main topic. The second challenge faced by Huo Zhengxiong was, in fact, quite straightforward, a severe inadequacy in production capacity. Yet this obstacle did not daunt Huo Zhengxiong, for he harbored ambitions. Oriental Cola was destined for the global stage, and relying solely on one company would certainly not suffice. However, it was premature to discuss such matters. Yet Huo Zhengxiong could certainly send Jimmy to the mainland to conduct inquiries and collaborate with local soda manufacturers to produce Oriental Cola. In doing so, wouldn't the issue be resolved? Moreover, this strategy would yield an additional benefit, stimulating the mainland's economy and generating substantial foreign exchange. A truly mutually beneficial endeavor for the region. Jimmy, the boss called out. Upon hearing Huo Zhengxiong's voice, Jimmy promptly responded. Prepare for a trip to the mainland to seek partnerships with several factories. Before Jimmy could nod in agreement, Huo Zhengxiong continued, and while you're at it, let us also penetrate the market there. No one understood better than Huo Zhengxiong the astonishing consumer potential that the mainland market would soon exhibit. With Jimmy's business acumen, Huo Zhengxiong was confident he would execute the task flawlessly. In summary, Oriental Cola was steadily and systematically advancing. 2 days later, the monthly Hung Hing meeting commenced once again. This month's gathering bore a lighter atmosphere than those prior. After all, it had been over a month since the passing of Boss B. In the world of the Underworld, sentimentality held little sway. Even Jiang Tiansheng had gradually forgotten this individual. Internally, the absence of Boss B and Chun Haonan alleviated numerous concerns. Externally, Ba Bai had been eliminated, and He too, pressured by Hung Hing's might and aware of their own culpability, refrained from causing trouble. Thus, it was evident that Huo Zhengxiong's plan of using others as scapegoats was indeed masterful. Even He too remained oblivious to the fact that Boss B had not been slain by Ba Bai, who was merely a scapegoat thrust into the spotlight. However, He too harbored a simmering resentment regarding Huo Zhengxiong's ascension to Ba Bai's position. Although there were currently no overt actions, they were undoubtedly keeping a mental tally, awaiting an opportune moment. Within the halls of the Hung Hing headquarters, Huo Zhengxiong arrived to find nearly everyone already gathered. As customary, Jiang Tianxing arrived fashionably late, a habit befitting a leader of his stature. Huo Zhengxiong pondered internally what drove Jiang Tianxing to display his status in such a manner. He could not help but speculate. Was it perhaps due to a past lack of presence? In truth, that was quite accurate. Despite being the head of Hung Hing, Jiang Tianxing was far more invested in business ventures and profit-making, leaving the affairs of the organization to his advisor, Chen Yao. This was also the reason why Liang Kuan found the opportunity to instigate rebellion. However, today was markedly different from previous occasions. It was not merely the atmosphere that had lightened. The moment Huo Zhengxiong stepped into the conference room, he felt the collective gaze of everyone in attendance fixated upon him. Before he could utter a word, Ji Gu, renowned for his social prowess, rose with a broad smile, waving at Huo Zhengxiong. Brother Xiong, it's been ages. I've missed you. Come, take a seat here. Let us have a good chat. In that instant, Ji Gu's exuberance evoked memories of the yearning glances cast upon him by the ladies on Boland Street just the previous day. He instinctively shivered, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Was Ji Gu truly that open-minded? In an instant, it seemed that everyone present discerned the flicker of disdain and fear on Huo Zhengxiong's face, and they erupted into laughter. After a moment, Ji Gu appeared to realize his exuberance might have been excessive, and he quickly clarified, "Don't laugh. Brother Xiong and I are just good friends. It's not what you think." As the head of Hung Hing, Ji Gu commanded a degree of respect, leading the laughter to subside. Then, Turning to Huo Zhengxiong, Jigu quipped, "Brother Xiong, could you perhaps tone down that expression?" Huo Zhengxiong chuckled awkwardly, reining in his expression and surveying the astonished faces around him. He gained a clearer understanding. With a composed demeanor, he flashed a smile and said, "Ha, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Jigu." Once Huo Zhengxiong took his seat, Jigu exchanged glances with several nearby leaders and remarked, "Brother Xiong, you've truly been in the spotlight lately. It seems we see your name in the papers every day this past month. Is that so?" "I hadn't noticed." Huo Zhengxiong responded casually. Jigu laughed, "Ha ha." Brother Xiong remained so modest. After a brief pause, he continued, "Everyone knows about the film you produced, Best Partners, and we've all tasted Oriental Cola. The name Oriental Cola sounds impressive, and the flavor is delightful. I managed to snag a few cases for my home." Huo Zhengxiong waved dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. It's just soda. I'll have someone deliver a truckload to you." "Ha ha." Jigu burst into laughter, pride radiating from him. "The first time I met Brother Xiong, I knew he was generous. You see, I was right. Brother Xiong is indeed magnanimous." The surrounding leaders, buoyed by Jigu's lively spirit, joined in jesting and joking with Huo Zhengxiong. Such is the unwritten rule of the underworld. Possessing skill and wealth earns Huo Zhengxiong the honorific of Brother Xiong. Lacking ability or resources relegates him to being called Xiongzi or Xiong. Whether Jigu had uttered such words upon first meeting Huo Zhengxiong was inconsequential. What mattered was that he was now affording Huo Zhengxiong due respect. Huo Zhengxiong's nature was such that when others showed him 3 parts of esteem, he reciprocated with 10-fold respect. Jigu's change in attitude towards Huo Zhengxiong stemmed from a simple truth. Huo Zhengxiong was capable, now renowned, and had amassed substantial wealth. The sentiments among the other leaders were largely similar, yet Jigu, being a master of social interaction, was more willing to lower his stature. The atmosphere soon became thoroughly animated. The attitude of the hall masters present towards Huo Zhengxiong underwent a remarkable transformation, whether overtly or covertly. They all vied to curry favor with him. "Brother Xiong, I never anticipated your prowess in business to be so formidable," one exclaimed. "Indeed, I foresee that Brother Xiong will inevitably become a grand tycoon in our harbor, with an impressive fortune." Fatty Li gazed at Huo Zhengxiong with astonishment, chuckling, "Brother Xiong, you have truly broadened our horizons this time. Who knew that films could be operated in such a manner?" Hanbin could not resist chiming in. "How come we never realized that films could be handled this way before? It's a perfect blend of profit and brand recognition. Truly a win-win situation." Chapter 32. Damn. I've never encountered such shamelessness. His audacity surpasses even that of the foreigners. Sister 13 said with a beaming smile, "Brother Xiong, we're all brothers here. Do you have any tips to share with us? Had I known films could be made this way, I would have ventured into it long ago. Brother Xiong, consider bringing me along. You can choose any of the girls from Bolan Street. By the way, your Dingdashi Street is so close to my Bolan Street. Yet you never come to visit." The prince chuckled. "Sister 13, do you think everyone has the luxury of time like you? Brother Xiong is here to make a fortune." Sister 13 retorted, "That shouldn't be a hindrance. As long as Brother Xiong gives the word, there isn't a woman from Bolan Street that you can't have. I'll personally deliver them to your door." The prince looked earnestly at Huo Zhengxiong and said, "Brother Xiong, we never realized films could be done this way before. I'd like to try my hand at it too." The prince's sentence trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. The somewhat socially inept dinosaur eagerly interjected, "Not only is the film box office booming, but it's also launched a brand. I heard that Oriental Cola can earn over 10 million in a month. Is that true? Brother Xiong, count me in. From now on, whoever you want me to take down, I will." The prince's expression soured slightly, prompting Hanbin to quickly offer him a reassuring smile, truly vexed for his younger brother. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong became the focal point of attention, eclipsing everyone else, including the formidable prince and Jiang Tianxing's spokesperson, Chen Yao. This scene left Liang Kuan seething with frustration, his teeth nearly grinding together, filled with regret. Damn it. Unlike the others who were flattering Huo Zhengxiong, he was consumed by resentment. It is worth noting that The Best Partners was produced by the Qingquan Film Company, his own production house. Financial estimates projected the film's box office to reach 25 million, and at the moment he learned of this, Liang Kuan felt as though his heart was shattering. Only after The Best Partners premiered and achieved astonishing success did Liang Kuan finally comprehend how foolish he had been. This was indeed the correct way to operate a film company. Damn it. His mind had been filled with thoughts of adult films, adult films, adult films. Yet, how much profit could they possibly yield? Producing dozens of adult films could not compare to the earnings of a single Best Partners. Huo Zhengxiong was raking in substantial profits with his own film company. The feeling was utterly intolerable. One can only imagine how Liang Kuan endured the past month. Any news related to The Best Partners felt like a searing flame torturing him. Yet, he had no recourse. among everyone present. His relationship with Huo Zhengxiong was the most strained. Even if Huo Zhengxiong intended to include everyone in his fortune, there would certainly be no place for him. Liang Kuan could only console himself internally. It's not too late. I possess experience in running a film company. I can certainly establish a new one. At that time, the spotlight will undoubtedly be on me. Just as Liang Kuan was mulling over his thoughts, Huo Zhengxiong's gaze swiftly swept past him, turning to the enthusiastic crowd. And he smiled, no problem at all. It's all small matters. Of course, we should earn money together. We are brothers, and I will definitely include everyone in this. If you're interested, we can discuss it privately later. Though Huo Zhengxiong made no promises, the hall masters were nonetheless elated by his attitude, laying the foundation for potential collaboration. This epitomized Huo Zhengxiong's approach, neither agreeing nor refusing. As for who would join him in earning money, it rested entirely on his whims. Just as the atmosphere was reaching a peak, the tardy Jiang Tianxing finally arrived. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. There was heavy traffic on the way. This excuse was becoming all too familiar. It was always the same. Although the hall masters felt resigned, they had long since grown accustomed to it. Jiang Tianxing took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the room before his gaze settled on Huo Zhengxiong. In that instant, Jiang Tianxing's expression reflected a tinge of envy. Compared to him, Huo Zhengxiong seemed to be making money with such ease. This subtle envy was apparent to anyone not blind. Yet fortunately, no one took it to heart. After all, everyone experiences jealousy at times. Then, Jiang Tianxing, wearing an expression of admiration, spoke, first and foremost. I must congratulate Xiong. You've gained fame and fortune during this period. To which Huo Zhengxiong responded with a smile. I'm flattered. You honor me. Ha! A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Jiang Tianxing's eyes as he continued. Since we are all in this together, Xiong, do you have any insights to share? It would benefit our brothers to earn a little money and support our families. Indeed, I too wish to learn from Brother Xiong. When it comes to business acumen, I must seek Brother Xiong's guidance. Jiang Tianxing, perceptive of the shift in how everyone addressed Huo Zhengxiong, became slightly more cautious and wary. While Jiang Tianxing had his strengths in various areas, his greatest flaw was his propensity for suspicion, always fearing that others coveted his position. Particularly, he viewed Huo Zhengxiong and Liang Kuan as akin, if not more ruthless than Liang Kuan, which naturally heightened his misgivings and vigilance. Huo Zhengxiong could easily see through Jiang Tianxing's thoughts. He smiled broadly, his unique audacious charm on full display as he solemnly stated, in truth, there isn't much experience to share. I'm merely a legitimate businessman, with no ulterior motives, solely focused on making money. These words were clearly directed at Jiang Tianxing, intended to alleviate his concerns. However, as soon as they left his lips, the room fell silent. Jiang Tianxing and the others stared at Huo Zhengxiong with expressions of disbelief, their minds swirling. Damn it. The incident involving the elimination of the entire Lien Haolong family was only a month ago, and he still has the audacity to call himself a legitimate businessman? If he is a legitimate businessman, then I must be the Virgin Mary. Damn. I've never encountered such shamelessness. His audacity surpasses even that of the foreigners. I thought my own resilience was substantial, yet it pales in comparison. I feel utterly inadequate. I have gained insight. This young man who possesses a thickness of skin that is directly proportional to his capabilities. Everyone displayed expressions akin to witnessing a ghost, their minds racing, and the atmosphere in the conference room became decidedly peculiar. Even Brother G could not suppress a loud cough. Ahem, ahem. His face flushed crimson, using the cough to mask the awkwardness following Huo Zhengxiong's remarks, as the others were at a loss for how to respond. Should they continue the conversation? Yet, all were individuals of status, who valued their dignity, making it difficult to articulate. As the atmosphere threatened to stagnate, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly broke into a smile and shifted the topic. Nevertheless, as I mentioned, I can indeed help everyone earn money. Chapter 33. To safely deposit money in the bank, one can only resort to money laundering. This statement instantly shattered the deadlock, igniting a spark of excitement among the crowd, their expressions alight with anticipation. Before Brother G could interject, Jiang Tianxing curiously inquired, how do we earn money? The various leaders exhibited expressions of equal parts excitement and curiosity as they fixated on Huo Zhengxiong, eagerly awaiting his response. Brother G, with palpable urgency, implored, Xiongge, please enlighten us on how we might generate wealth. Fatty Li, with lips seemingly coated in honey, chimed in, to amass riches, we must look to Xiongge. 13 May, in a show of respect, called out, Xiongge. Huo Zhengxiong surveyed the room, discerning the insatiable desire for wealth reflected in the eyes of the assembly, including Liang Kuan, who, despite his silence, conveyed his thoughts through his demeanor. Greed and lust, such are the innate traits of humanity, and these are precisely their vulnerabilities. With a faint smile, Huo Zhengxiong addressed the expectant crowd, declaring, naturally, The answer lies in filmmaking. The audience listened intently as he elaborated. Firstly, we can leverage it to profit from box office revenues. For instance, the film I recently produced, Best Partners, achieved remarkable box office success, yielding substantial profits. It took merely a month to produce this film, and within 2 months of its release, it generated over 10 million in profits, quicker than any heist. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately stirred, including Jiang Tianxing, whose eyes flickered with contemplation. In this era, while there were indeed numerous gang leaders involved in filmmaking, they all shared a common issue. Their minds were clouded by thoughts of adult films. It is undeniable that producing adult films typically incurs minimal losses. Yet the risks and rewards are intertwined. Although the risk is nearly non-existent, the profits are also quite limited. Thus, even Liang Kuan often resorted to various means to procure young, attractive women, coercing and enticing them into film roles. In truth, earning money this way is no simple task. Finding beautiful and cooperative actresses demands considerable effort. Conversely, no one among the assembled leaders had ventured into legitimate filmmaking. Each harbored their own calculations. Huo Zhengxiong, with a smile, continued, "Of course, everyone understands that filmmaking can indeed be profitable. However, a crucial prerequisite is a solid script. Without sufficient box office support, all investments would be rendered futile." He initially paved a path for them, then illuminated the key challenge. Instantly, the attendees grasped the implications. While filmmaking can yield profits, the caveat is that they must align themselves with Huo Zhengxiong. Without his guidance, how could they discern the quality of a script or assess its potential for box office success? Among all present, only Huo Zhengxiong possessed the requisite experience, particularly as he had personally penned the script for Best Partners, which had been extensively covered by the media and was no longer a secret. In that moment, the leaders' gazes toward Huo Zhengxiong grew increasingly fervent, Jiang Tianxing included. Yet, being the head honcho, Jiang Tianxing managed to maintain his composure. After absorbing Huo Zhengxiong's statements, he could not resist pressing further. "Ah Xiong, does filmmaking offer other benefits as well?" "Indeed," Huo Zhengxiong replied emphatically. The crowd's expressions shifted to heightened anticipation. Brother Ji, his face flushed with enthusiasm, urged, "Xionggu, do tell us, what other advantages are there?" With a beaming smile, Huo Zhengxiong continued, "Secondly, it can also resolve a common dilemma we all face." "What dilemma?" inquired Ma Wang, the head of Chaiwan district, with excitement. "Laundering money," Huo Zhengxiong stated directly, without circumlocution. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of confusion. While box office profits were easily understood, the correlation between filmmaking and money laundering was not so clear. Even Chen Yao, the paper fan wielder, could not help but ask, "Xionggu, are you implying?" After all, as a senior member of Hung Hing, particularly in the position of advisor, he was accustomed to exercising his intellect. Among the crowd, only Chen Yao immediately grasped Huo Zhengxiong's meaning, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. The others, however, were preoccupied with thoughts of violence, territorial disputes, bar operations, and gambling, making their lack of understanding entirely reasonable. Even Jiang Tianxing failed to connect the dots right away. Huo Zhengxiong cast a look of approval toward Chen Yao before elucidating. "We, as members of the Underworld, engage in businesses that operate outside the law. Whether it be debt collection, loan sharking, or other illicit enterprises, the funds involved are considered dirty money in the eyes of the authorities, lacking a legitimate source of explanation. Those of us in the underworld have become accustomed to dealing in cash. Yet, in this day and age, relying on cash is exceedingly outdated. The crux of the matter is that cash is inherently insecure." At this juncture, Huo Zhengxiong asserted with certainty, "I am not mistaken in saying that everyone here has likely grappled with the question of where to securely store the money they've earned." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged sheepish smiles. Huo Zhengxiong had indeed touched upon a critical issue they all faced. In their quest to hide their money, they had tried every conceivable method: safes, underground vaults, various nooks and crannies in their homes, and even remote wilderness, yet no matter how they concealed it, a nagging unease lingered, fearful of discovery. While banks offered sufficient security, everyone harbored the same thought: safety was undoubtedly guaranteed. However, given their involvement in illicit activities, the origins of their funds were questionable. Small amounts may suffice, but larger sums would inevitably attract scrutiny. Once investigated, they risked losing everything. The police monitored them as closely as bloodhounds. To securely deposit their funds in a bank, they had no choice but to launder the money. However, those engaged in laundering operations in the harbor often took a hefty cut, sometimes as much as 30 to 40%, a cost they simply could not bear, leaving them no option but to continue utilizing cash. When Huo Zhengxiong mentioned money laundering, he struck a chord with the audience, observing their mixture of excitement and astonishment. He smiled and proposed, "We can easily inflate the production costs of our films, as such expenses are difficult to verify. Thus, through filmmaking, we can effortlessly launder our money. Once the film is a box office hit, we stand to make a considerable profit alongside. What do you think? Is it not an astute plan? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Those who had come to their senses displayed an increasing fervor. At that moment, Fatty Li, the head of the North Point district, suddenly inquired, "What about merchandise?" Huo Zhengxiong shot him a glance, thinking to himself, "This fellow is insatiably greedy." In truth, it was not just Fatty Li. Everyone present, including the head honcho Jiang Tianxing, envied Huo Zhengxiong's success in promoting the Dongfang Cola Company through best partners. However, Huo Zhengxiong had no intention of sharing this particular advantage, as it constituted his core interest. With a smile, he remained silent, merely gazing at Fatty Li. Those who occupied such positions were not foolish. They immediately understood his implication, feeling a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, it must be noted that this was Huo Zhengxiong's own talent for generating profit. His ability to extend such opportunities to them was already commendable. Had they been in his shoes, they may not have been so generous. The crowd fell into contemplation, and after a brief moment, they reached a consensus. In this world, it is indeed brute force and wealth that hold the most sway. There was little hesitation, as Huo Zhengxiong had articulated. The dual benefits of profit and money laundering represented an irresistible temptation for them, prompting a chorus of affirmations. Brother Ji declared, "Regardless of your willingness, I, Ba Ji, am certainly following Xiong Gu into filmmaking." Fatty Li, quick-witted as ever, immediately raised his hand, proclaiming, "Me too. We are all in this together. Xiong Gu would never deceive us." The dinosaur, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Count me in. I must be included." His mind was not particularly agile, to put it plainly. He was rather simple-minded, and lacking experience with money laundering and profit-making. He found joy in Huo Zhengxiong's leadership. Hanbin also chimed in, "I am willing as well." 13 May, with a beaming smile, added, "Xiong Gu, I shall trouble you this time." After a brief pause, he added, "Let us agree that if there are suitable young ladies on Boland Street, please do not hesitate to inform me." Huo Zhengxiong burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Jiang Tianxing decisively stated, "Since everyone is eager to profit alongside Xiong, then it is time for Xiong to put in the hard work." Huo Zhengxiong promptly replied, "We are all comrades here. There is no hardship in our endeavors. Money is something one cannot possibly exhaust alone." Jiang Tianxing expressed his satisfaction with this response, adding, "Then we shall patiently await your script." Huo Zhengxiong made an okay gesture, declaring, "Within 3 days, I will have the script ready." The audience displayed mild astonishment at such swiftness. Could it truly be completed so soon? Huo Zhengxiong wore a faint smile, and indeed, his talent was remarkable. Brother Ji quickly voiced his admiration. Jiang Tianxing glanced around, shaking his head with a smile. "It appears that everyone's mind is elsewhere today. Since Xiong assures us that the script will be ready in 3 days, let us postpone this meeting until then. Otherwise, I fear you all would berate me most harshly." Fatty Li promptly responded, "Ha, Mr. Jiang, you are quite the joker." Before long, the day's meeting concluded hastily, and Huo Zhengxiong departed amidst the farewells of the various leaders. Upon returning to Dengdashiji, Huo Zhengxiong sat at his desk, contemplating the task of writing the script. For a moment, he found himself devoid of inspiration. Casually glancing out the window, a thought suddenly struck him. This direction belongs to Hong Tai, does it not? Instantly, inspiration flooded in as he recalled that a classic Hong Kong film, Dragon in the River, also mentioned Hong Tai. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a mischievous idea took root in Huo Zhengxiong's mind, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Why not write a script for Dragon in the River? It coincides perfectly with the current state of Hong Tai." He pondered how Wei Jixiang from Hong Tai was faring these days. If he were to see this film, it would surely be quite amusing. Huo Zhengxiong's eyes sparkled with mischief. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Within the conference room of the Hung Hing Society's headquarters, it had been 3 days since the last meeting, and before the scheduled time. All the leaders had gathered. This alone demonstrated their keen interest in profit, and remarkably, Jiang Tianxing, who was typically tardy, arrived punctually this time, leaving the other leaders astonished. They secretly rejoiced, thinking, "It seems our leader is not as aloof as he appears." As Huo Zhengxiong entered last, he was taken aback by the eager and sincere gazes of the leaders, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Brother Ji, the society's social butterfly, was the first to rise. A broad smile on his face as he approached Huo Zhengxiong, gently urging him forward. "Come on, everyone has been waiting for you." Huo Zhengxiong walked to the table and, glancing at his watch, chuckled, "I thought I was late." Laughter erupted among the crowd, although Jiang Tianxing's smile appeared somewhat forced, as if he sensed the subtle sarcasm directed at him. Noticing the anticipation radiating from the crowd, Huo Zhengxiong decided against prolonging the conversation and simply tossed the script onto the table, announcing, "The script is complete." Su Wenbin had thoughtfully prepared several copies. Hanbin, Fatty Li, Ma Wangjian, and Jiang Tianxing each took a copy to peruse. Brother Ji, slightly slower, felt anxious and internally cursed. Just moments ago, everyone appeared so composed. But now, the script is snatched away before I even had a chance to see what was happening. He silently lamented, nervously observing the expressions of Jiang Tianxing and the others. Truth be told, Brother Ji was not particularly well read. He could hardly recognize a few characters and relied on others to translate newspapers for him. Even if he obtained the script, he would struggle to discern its significance. Huo Zhengxiong signaled his subordinate to pour him a cup of tea, smiling as he waited patiently. Gradually, Jiang Tianxing, Fatty Li, Ma Wangjian, and Han Bin's expressions began to shift, revealing a mix of intrigue and excitement. Particularly, Jiang Tianxing appeared exceedingly pleased, smiling and nodding intermittently. The characters Chun Mei, the prince, and Bao Rong from Dragon in the River bore an uncanny resemblance to the reality of Hong Tai. Jiang Tianxing's excitement was palpable. Brother Ji and Fatty Li shared in his enthusiasm. Ma Wangjian, Liang Ma, and the prince also found themselves exhilarated. In fact, the names of the two societies offered clues. Hongxing and Hong Tai both began with Hong. It was noteworthy that the founders of both societies were once brothers within the Hong gang, although theoretically they were allies. In this world, strength and wealth held the most sway. Those ties were established many years ago and were hardly regarded with seriousness. Among these individuals, especially Jiang Tianxing, as the leader of Hongxing, was well acquainted with Chun Mei, the leader of Hong Tai. Jiang Tianxing frequently engaged with Chun Mei, as they were both heads of Hong factions. However, Chun Mei often assumed a condescending elder role, speaking to Jiang Tianxing in a lecturing tone, which irked him greatly. For a long time, Chun Mei had considered himself an elder, leveraging his age and connection to Jiang Tianxing's father, Jiang Zhan, to assert authority over Jiang Tianxing. Yet, considering Hong Tai's weaker position, which paled in comparison to Hongxing, this behavior was particularly off-putting. Thus, Jiang Tianxing held no affection for Chun Mei. Consequently, he found great satisfaction in Huo Zhengxiong's script, which provided an opportunity to vent his frustrations regarding Hong Tai and Chun Mei. Let us see you act so high and mighty. Soon, over half an hour passed, and Brother Ji, having finished reading the script, exclaimed in astonishment, I have heard of Wei Zhixiang's story. He indeed saved the life of Hong Tai's prince years ago, only to have his own wife perish as a result. Chapter 35. Those who provoke him meet an unfortunate fate. However, everyone was aware of the character of Chun Mei's son. He was nothing but a waste. The very person who saved his life, he looked down upon, deriding Wei Zhixiang as a mere dog of Hong Tai. It was utterly disgraceful, just as written in the script. Upon hearing this, the others began to gossip animatedly, particularly Fatty Li, who listened intently as Brother Ji recounted the tale while flipping through the script. He could not help but commend Huo Zhengxiong. No wonder you are a Xiong. This script is truly exhilarating. Huo Zhengxiong smiled slightly, noticing Liang Kuan stealthily taking the script to read it intently, and without a doubt, he could sense the intentions brewing in Liang Kuan's mind. Then, seemingly aware of Huo Zhengxiong's gaze, Liang Kuan suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Huo Zhengxiong. Subconsciously, the memories of that night over 2 months ago resurfaced in his mind. In an instant, Liang Kuan's expression darkened, revealing a hint of subtle fear in his eyes. Ever since he had successfully ascended to the position of the Tang Master in the Hung Hing society, he had not experienced such a chilling sensation for quite some time. While others may be oblivious to the true nature of Huo Zhengxiong, he was certainly not. Refusal to pay meant certain death. Always accompanied by a retinue of underlings and an arsenal of weapons, anyone who crossed him met with a dire fate. Despite Huo Zhengxiong's jovial demeanor and appearance akin to a delicate scholar, Liang Kuan could never forget the calm tone he had used when discussing murder, nor the callous indifference towards life that shone in his eyes. Frankly, this scene was one he feared he would never forget. His mind was as clear as a mirror. He understood that once provoked, Huo Zhengxiong would not hesitate to strike, regardless of their shared affiliation. Last time, it was only through the connections with the film company that he had narrowly escaped with his life. That encounter became an indelible lesson for him. Henceforth, during the Dragon Head meetings, he always made a conscious effort to steer clear of Huo Zhengxiong's edge, even lacking the courage to interject when Huo spoke. In the entirety of the Hung Hing society, he held everyone in contempt, including Jiang Tianxing. But when faced with Huo Zhengxiong, the dynamics were entirely different. Liang Kuan was well aware that Fat Lao Li and Brother Ji had often found amusement at his expense because of this. Yet, what did it matter? He was a clever man, never one to seek death by provoking Huo Zhengxiong over trivial matters. At that moment, under Huo Zhengxiong's gaze, Liang Kuan felt uncomfortable. The other Tang masters, noticing this scene, could not help but stifle their laughter. Jiang Tianxing, witnessing this spectacle, wore a broad smile. After all, he had assigned the Dengdashi Street to Huo Zhengxiong precisely to keep the increasingly powerful Liang Kuan in check, and it appeared his objective had been achieved. When Liang Kuan and Huo Zhengxiong locked eyes, it was not quite akin to a mouse confronting a cat, but the resemblance was undeniable. Finally, Jiang Tianxing felt a long-suppressed sense of satisfaction. Before Huo Zhengxiong's rise, he had been bullied by Liang Kuan on numerous occasions, and now, he savored this moment of vindication. The others sharing in the amusement held sentiments similar to Jiang Tianxing's. After all, who could forget Liang Kuan's previous arrogance? However, at that moment, circumstances began to shift. Liang Kuan, too, had his pride. Under the mocking gazes of the other Tang masters, he felt awkward, and a surge of indignation welled up within him. While he dared not unleash his fury on Huo Zhengxiong, he had no qualms about venting it on others. Thus, he turned his cold gaze towards Brother Ji, who was laughing the hardest, and harshly reprimanded. "What are you laughing at? One might think you aspire to be a movie star." Clearly, Liang Kuan had directed his ire at Brother Ji, instantly rendered speechless. Brother Ji felt a wave of discontent. Why was he being singled out amidst everyone's laughter? Was he merely a punching bag, filled with resentment? Brother Ji realized that Liang Kuan had not changed. He was still the same Liang Kuan, merely more subdued in front of Huo Zhengxiong. This did not signify weakness. Although he wished to retaliate, he hesitated. After all, he could not contend with Liang Kuan, given his inferior strength. The ways of the underworld were straightforward. Mistakes must be acknowledged, and one must stand tall after being struck. Brother Ji could only force a smile, and hurriedly offered an apology. "My apologies." However, before he could finish, Huo Zhengxiong interjected with a smile. "That is not a problem at all. We can fund our own film, can't we?" The crowd was momentarily stunned. Brother Ji quickly turned to Huo Zhengxiong, his face reflecting gratitude. It was indeed a timely lifeline thrown by Huo Zhengxiong. Unable to resist, he countered, "But can we really do that?" "Why not?" Huo Zhengxiong replied, his tone insistent. With Huo Zhengxiong's words, the audience's interest was piqued, and the earlier incident between Liang Kuan and Brother Ji was forgotten. Sister Shisan, surprised, asked, "Brother Xiong, is that truly possible?" "If I say it is, then it is." Huo Zhengxiong replied affirmatively. Fat Laoli chuckled. "To be honest, after so many years in this world, I've seen plenty of films being made, but I've never tried making one myself." Hanbin furrowed his brow slightly and interjected, "Perhaps we should reconsider. After all, we're not professional actors, and if we perform poorly, the film won't sell. What a waste that would be." Huo Zhengxiong smiled in response. "Bingu has a point, but it's really not a big deal. Other films might be tricky, but this dragon in the underworld is based on our own experiences. Let us not forget what we truly are." The crowd fell silent, then quickly grasped the essence. "Indeed, that is right. We are already part of the underworld. This is just playing ourselves, so why worry about acting skills?" Brother Xiong is absolutely correct. He has awakened us from our slumber. Even the usually slow-witted Ma Wangjian understood, bursting into laughter. Brother Ji slapped his forehead and muttered, "Right. I can just be myself. What skills do I need?" Then, Long Niu asked with a grin, "If that's the case, then we can just play ourselves, right?" Huo Zhengxiong shook his head. Long Niu was momentarily taken aback, and the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. After all, Long Niu was right. Why did Huo Zhengxiong shake his head? What did that mean? As everyone pondered, Huo Zhengxiong added with a smile, "Of course not. We still need to tone it down a bit. Or it won't get released." Long Niu and the others were momentarily speechless, then burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong turned his gaze toward Jiang Tianxing, a meaningful glint in his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, what do you think? Are you interested in playing a role?" Jiang Tianxing instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, he was the head of Hung Hing, and it was one thing for his subordinates to joke around, but he represented the dignity of the entire organization. How could he treat such matters lightly? If he accidentally tarnished the image he had built over the years, that would be utterly unacceptable. Chapter 36. Always ready to challenge. Who is afraid of who? However, just as Jiang Tianxing was about to decline, a flash of memory crossed his mind, his past dealings with the leader of Hung Tai, Chen Mei, who had always referred to him as nephew. Ironically, the underworld was governed by a set of unwritten rules, at least on the surface. After all, how could those in leadership positions instill respect if they themselves disregarded the rules? And how could their subordinates be expected to obey? Especially considering the deep ties between Hung Hing and Hung Tai, it was only fitting for him to address Chen Mei as uncle. Failing to do so would be a slight. Chen Mei had clearly seized upon this, often making him uncomfortable in public settings. However, given that both were heads of their respective organizations and Hung Hing was considerably stronger than Hung Tai, Jiang Tianxing thought, why should he have to call him uncle? Chen Mei's behavior had left him feeling quite resentful for a long time. Now, was this not the perfect opportunity? He had been subjected to such discomfort for too long. Why not return the favor? He particularly relished the thought of that subordinate who had taught Chen Mei a lesson. If that scene wasn't he included, Huo Zhengxiong, as the screenwriter, could easily add it in. As Jiang Tianxing recalled Chun Mei's expression during that moment in the cinema, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ultimately, he found himself unable to voice his refusal, inhaling deeply and responding in a reluctant tone. Everyone is so enthusiastic. If I were to decline, it would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the group. In light of this, let us join together and partake in the fun. After all, this marks our inaugural venture into earning money as partners, so we might as well enjoy ourselves and let off some steam. As a result, Liang Kuan found himself without a chance to refuse. Jiang Tianxing's words sealed his fate. Internally, he berated Jiang Tianxing, deeming him utterly worthless, while also pondering the absurdity of Huo Zhengxiong's suggestion. For someone like him, who could earn hundreds of thousands every minute, to stoop to participating in film production seemed ludicrous. Yet, the current situation was that Huo Zhengxiong was present on site, and the entire assembly, including the prominent Jiang Tianxing, had voiced their agreement. Should he stand alone in opposition, he would likely face ostracism from the group. With no alternative, he could only muster the courage to remain silent. The team responsible for filming this movie consisted of the same group that Wang Jing had previously assembled. With the immense success of Best Partners, the entire crew found themselves basking in glory. Now, as they embarked on the production of Dragons in the Underworld, everyone merely needed to fulfill their respective roles. At the Hung Hing headquarters, the group held a brief meeting before following Huo Zhengxiong to the filming location. A fleet of luxurious vehicles came to a halt, each person accompanied by several subordinates. The spectacle was indeed somewhat intimidating. In contrast, Jiang Tianxing, Han Bin, Fatty Li, and Brother Ji were in remarkably high spirits. To be honest, it was the first time they were involved in filmmaking, and the excitement was palpable. In the crew's lounge, Huo Zhengxiong set down the script and declared, "Let us begin by assigning the roles." No sooner had he spoken than Baji, Fatty Li, Dinosaur, and Prince began to chime in. "Let me play the lead." "No. It should be me. None of you possess my experience. What you have is not film experience, but rather experience in adult films, isn't it? Fatty Li, you should realize that what you call filming is merely you being caught in compromising situations. I believe I can do it. I should play the lead. Brother G, do take a moment to reflect. With that appearance, what woman would ever look your way? In ancient times, even your looks would hinder your chances of leaving descendants. For crying out loud, it's just a film. Must we speak so harshly? I think Han Bin would be quite suitable for the lead. 13th sister, why are you supporting Han Bin? Could it be that you two share some secret affair? I have no such connection with your mother. Dinosaur, stop trying to steal the spotlight. You're missing a string and wouldn't perform well. Before Huo Zhengxiong could utter a second word, the atmosphere nearly erupted into chaos. A frenzied competition for the leading role ensued, creating an utterly comical scene as everyone took turns exposing each other's shortcomings. With such talent, they should have been demolishing buildings instead. Ultimately, Huo Zhengxiong intervened, suggesting they resolve the matter through a democratic vote, with the stipulation that no one could vote for themselves. Thus, amidst the lively atmosphere, Brother Ji secured the role of Bao Rong, as his resemblance to Hong Tai's Bao Rong was striking, making it a fitting casting. Conversely, the lead character Wei Jixiang was met with disdain. The role was perceived as too pitiful and ineffectual, leading no one to want to take it on. After all, they were all individuals of stature and standing, and enduring humiliation like a dog was simply intolerable. If the film were to be released, they would be subjected to endless mockery. They had come seeking enjoyment, not to invite discomfort upon themselves. With no feasible option, Huo Zhengxiong found it unwise to force the matter and thus opted to bypass the role of Wei Jixiang for the time being. Next was the character of Hong Tai's prince. To be frank, the role of Hong Tai's prince was rather popular, as it exuded a certain audacity that mirrored the personas of these gang leaders in reality. Although the character's fate was unfortunate, it was still preferable to that of Wei Jixiang. The prince spoke first. He is the prince of Hong Tai. I am the prince of Hung Hing, yet I am not nearly as brash as he is. This time, I wish to challenge my own limitations. Jiang Tianxing was unequivocally not interested in playing this role. He had no desire to play the son of Chun Mei. Although it was merely acting, he had come to vent his frustrations, not to create additional discomfort for himself. However, Dinosaur was also keen on the role of Hong Tai's prince, and as the two argued, even Liang Kuan, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke up after much deliberation. I, too, wish to portray the Hong Tai prince. The character's arrogance and disregard for kinship resonated with him, and he found himself drawn to the role. Moreover, the most crucial factor was his desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with Huo Zhengxiong, lest he face another round of beatings, which would be utterly humiliating. At that moment, Wang Jing arrived at the conference room, as per Huo Zhengxiong's arrangement. Huo Zhengxiong briefly introduced the others to Wang Jing. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Jing was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, if it weren't for the system's endowment of unwavering loyalty, he would have fled long ago. He was a talented director, not a mere thug. Such scenarios were utterly foreign to him. The big shots from Hung Hing were all present, and none of them appeared to be benevolent. Brother G maintained a constant grin, yet an undeniable rogue aura lingered about him. Fatty Li wore a sinister expression, as if the word treachery were etched upon his forehead. Speaking with a mocking tone, Dinosaur was even more formidable, a quintessential hothead, quick to challenge anyone who dared to defy him. However, he was ultimately just a young master, lacking the commanding presence of true leaders. Listening to Liang Kuan's voice, which was more grating than a duck's quack, exuded an air of danger. Although Liang Kuan attempted to adopt a friendly demeanor in front of Huo Zhengxiong to minimize his suffering, to Wang Jing, he appeared akin to a weasel wishing a hen well, harboring ulterior motives. This sent a chill down Wang Jing's spine. He found himself appreciating his boss the most. Liang Kuan, do you even realize what you're saying? Huo Zhengxiong, my subordinates understand me best. Only Han Bin and Jiang Tianxing appeared somewhat more agreeable, but Jiang Tianxing, as the leader of Hung Hing, was not someone to be trifled with. Han Bin, though seemingly polite, was also icy, not the type one would find easy to approach. This was utterly exasperating. Wang Jing regretted his hasty decision to come. This group of big shots was far too demanding. He truly felt overwhelmed by the atmosphere. Appearing visibly anxious, Huo Zhengxiong, clearly noticing Wang Jing's trepidation, chuckled and reassured him. While we are here for enjoyment, filmmaking is still a means to earn money. You are the director here. Your word is paramount. Film as you see fit, and speak as you wish. Do not worry about offending anyone. As long as the film performs well at the box office, you will be hailed as the greatest contributor. If the final product turns out to be a dud, that is when you'll truly offend people. Huo Zhengxiong's intentions were unmistakable, and the others nodded in agreement. Young man, rest assured in your role as director. We shall cooperate. Indeed, as long as we consider your association with Brother Xiong, we will not treat you poorly. From now on, we are all in this together. There is no need for such formality. At last, encouraged by the supportive gaze and imposing presence of Huo Zhengxiong, Wang Jing managed to conquer his fears and stood tall. Fortunately, the roles had been firmly established, and Huo Zhengxiong had preemptively addressed the more contentious arrangements, enabling Wang Jing to immerse himself directly in the filming process. The production team of Dragons in the River officially announced the commencement of shooting. It is evident that producing a film is not a task that can be accomplished in a short span of time. Huo Zhengxiong himself had numerous matters to attend to, occasionally checking in on the filming progress. This approach also served to bolster Wang Jing's presence. Naturally, others did not frequent the set daily. They were only notified in advance when their own scenes were to be shot. After all, each individual held differing identities and statuses. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Huo Zhengxiong's assertion rang true. Individuals like them required no elaborate acting skills for such a film. Simply portraying themselves would yield exceptional results. However, they still needed to exercise restraint. Otherwise, provoking someone could lead to an unpleasant situation, especially if the authorities were involved. Amidst this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, the filming progressed rapidly. Today, Huo Zhengxiong made a special visit to the factory. After half a month of hard work, the technical talents he had exchanged from the system, engineers Huang Weihan and Jiang Wanming, had finally succeeded in expanding the production line of the Dongfang Cola factory. Although the current daily sales volume of 50,000 boxes still outpaced production capacity, there was little more that could be done. The factory's original foundation limited further expansion, and they had exerted their utmost efforts. If they wished to continue scaling up, the factory's land area and various other conditions were insufficient. Consequently, the two engineers meticulously reported the situation to Huo Zhengxiong. After inspecting their work, Huo Zhengxiong displayed a satisfied expression. It must be said that these engineers were indeed top-tier professionals, veritable experts in the field of manufacturing. They had maximized the utility of every inch of the factory's space. Although this would still constrain future development, achieving such results was certainly preferable to stagnation. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong intended to attend to matters at the Dongfang Cola factory before heading to the Dragons in the River set. However, before he could depart, he received a call from Jimmy Zai. Jimmy Zai had returned from the mainland. Inside the establishment on Dengdashi Street, Huo Zhengxiong looked at the weary Jimmy Zai and comforted him, saying, "You've worked hard. It's only right to serve the boss." Jimmy Zai earnestly replied and began to brief Huo Zhengxiong on his trip to the mainland. The mainland authorities welcomed our collaboration with great enthusiasm. The government even facilitated contacts with several factories. I personally inspected them, and although their equipment is somewhat inferior to ours, 3 factories operating simultaneously should meet our production demands. Well done, Huo Zhengxiong generously praised. Jimmy Zai continued, "Moreover, the mainland government asked me to extend their greetings to you. They hope you can visit the mainland when you have the time, as they are immensely grateful for your support." Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong's smile radiated even more brightly. A new day dawned. With little to occupy him, Huo Zhengxiong decided to check on the filming progress. Coincidentally, they were shooting Liang Kuen's scenes today. Liang Kuen was performing as himself, and his presence was undeniably striking, both frantic and neurotic, leaving many crew members quite startled. Huo Zhengxiong furrowed his brow and remarked to Wang Jing beside him, "I told him to tone it down. Has he already forgotten so soon?" Wang Jing, exasperated, replied, "Actually, Brother Kuen has already been quite restrained. In the early days of shooting, when he delivered his lines and lost his temper, everyone was at a loss. One must admit, the essence of presence is indeed palpable. However, the issue lies in the fact that such a portrayal does not align with the character of Prince Hongtai. In the film, Prince Hongtai is indeed brash and self-satisfied. Yet, he is ultimately just a prince, lacking the aura of a true powerful figure." After observing for a moment, Huo Zhengxiong called out to the filming Liang Kuen, "Your presence is too somber. Tone it down. Prince Hongtai is merely an inept second-generation heir. Infuse a touch of arrogance in your gaze, but do not appear so ferocious." Wang Jing was taken aback to hear Huo Zhengxiong address Liang Kuen in such a corrective tone. However, before he could process this, Liang Kuen, who usually disregarded him as the director and found communication challenging, noticed that it was Huo Zhengxiong calling out and managed to muster a faint smile. "All right, Brother Xiong." Wang Jing and the crew members exchanged glances, acknowledging Liang Kuen's apparent adjustment in demeanor, which pleased Huo Zhengxiong. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong felt the urge to relieve himself and stepped into the restroom. Meanwhile, Liang Kuen had been discreetly observing Huo Zhengxiong's actions inside the restroom. As soon as Huo Zhengxiong took his position, Liang Kuen followed closely behind. Chapter 38. Please understand, we are the Underworld. The two unfastened their trousers simultaneously and began to relieve themselves. The sound of rushing water was startling, and Liang Kuen looked on in astonishment, instinctively glancing down. There stood Huo Zhengxiong, hand supporting his member, the sound of water quite pronounced. Goodness! Liang Kuen instinctively glanced down at his own, which produced only a thin stream. Damn! Is the disparity really this vast? In that instant, Liang Kuen felt a pang of inferiority and turned his head away, his heart brimming with jealousy. He couldn't help but inwardly mutter, "What was I thinking?" following him into the restroom to discuss matters. Huo Zhengxiong naturally noticed Liang Kuen's reaction and shot him a sidelong glance, unable to suppress a scoff. In that moment, Liang Kuen's face flushed crimson, feeling inexplicably humiliated. But who could he blame? He could only fault himself for his poor timing. One must admit, this young man truly had quite the endowment. If he were to star in my adult film as the leading man, the more Liang Kuen thought about it, the more amusing it became. As the sound of water gradually diminished, Liang Kuen recalled his original intention for following Huo Zhengxiong into the restroom. It had been previously established that Liang Kuen did not wish to be on the receiving end of Huo Zhengxiong's wrath under the guise of film production, and he sought to use this opportunity to mend their relationship. Regardless of sincerity, at the very least, the facade needed to hold up, otherwise it could become troublesome if Huo Zhengxiong decided to settle the score someday. Without hesitation, Liang Kuen, adopting a conciliatory attitude, spoke up, "Brother Xiong, what is up?" Huo Zhengxiong didn't even lift his eyelids, clearly indifferent to Liang Kuen's presence. Liang Kuen felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained a facade of humility, saying, "Nothing much, just wanted to thank you for bringing us along to make money." Such magnanimity is rare indeed. Huo Zhengxiong did not respond, merely casting a cool glance at Liang Kuen, his expression devoid of warmth. Liang Kuen's heart sank. He ceased his idle chatter and spoke directly. "I had actually been wanting to have a conversation with Brother Xiong for some time now. In the past, there were indeed some misunderstandings between us that led to an unpleasant situation. I sincerely hope that Brother Xiong can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against me, for we are all brothers within the same fraternity." Liang Kuen has lowered his stance considerably. He is indeed someone who can bend and stretch as needed. Having encountered many individuals of such a nature, Huo Zhengxiong understands that those who know how to navigate circumstances are truly exceptional. However, instead of directly addressing Liang Kuen's inquiry, Huo Zhengxiong coldly remarked, "How do you intend to settle the account concerning Dundas Street?" The account for Dundas Street? Liang Kuen appeared perplexed, unable to grasp Huo Zhengxiong's implication. Huo Zhengxiong's expression darkened, and after adjusting his trousers, he continued, "On the day Dundas Street was entrusted to me, why did you collect 3 months' worth of protection fees for the entire street?" Upon hearing this, Liang Kuen's countenance instantly soured. Huo Zhengxiong had not mentioned the matter until now, seemingly having completely forgotten it. Or perhaps he had never anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong would harbor such a narrow-minded grudge over something so trivial. This was truly perplexing. Through this incident, Liang Kuen gained a newfound understanding of Huo Zhengxiong's meticulousness. In an instant, the atmosphere in the restroom turned exceedingly oppressive. Huo Zhengxiong's frigid demeanor made it evident to Liang Kuen that failing to provide a reasonable explanation would not allow him to escape easily. Given Huo Zhengxiong's temperament, Past grievances would certainly be settled item by item. It was merely that, over the past while, numerous matters had arisen, causing someone as insignificant as Liang Kuan to be temporarily cast aside and forgotten. As Huo Zhengxiong's icy gaze bore into him, memories of his terrifying methods sent Liang Kuan into a cold sweat. His mind raced, and without daring to hesitate, he instinctively spoke. Brother Xiong, this was not my order. It was my subordinate, the Western fellow, who acted out of defiance. However, he did indeed err in this matter. After pausing briefly, Liang Kuan quickly clarified his stance, exclaiming, this evening, I will certainly bring him to apologize and provide you with an explanation, Brother Xiong. Huo Zhengxiong remained silent, his gaze indifferent. After casting a glance at Liang Kuan, he exited the restroom. The absence of refusal implied consent. Liang Kuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, watching Huo Zhengxiong's departing figure, internally cursing, damn, you've made so much money, yet you still remember such trifles. How unfortunate for me. That evening, in a private room at a bar surrounded by numerous women accompanying them, Liang Kuan fulfilled his promise, bringing the Western fellow to Dundas Street to seek out Huo Zhengxiong. Brother Xiong, please speak frankly. This matter was indeed the fault of the Western fellow, Liang Kuan said with a serious expression, glancing at the Western fellow. The Western fellow, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly bowed his head in apology to Huo Zhengxiong. I'm sorry, Brother Xiong. This incident has nothing to do with Brother Kuan. It was my decision made out of defiance, breaking the rules. He picked up a teacup from the table, bent at the waist, and said, I hope you can show some leniency and forgive me this once. Immediately thereafter, Liang Kuan placed 2 million in front of Huo Zhengxiong, explaining, the total amount collected from Dundas Street over the past 3 months was 2 million. This 2 million should serve as my apology to you, Brother Xiong. I hope you won't take offense. In the eyes of an ordinary person, with both face and tangible benefits secured, this matter should have concluded here. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong was never an ordinary person. 2 million. Huo Zhengxiong's tone was exceedingly stern, clearly disapproving of the sum. His disposition was such that when dealing with someone like Liang Kuan, his demeanor was even more frigid and callous. After all, he held a grudge and was known for his unforgiving nature. Moreover, individuals like Liang Kuan were quintessentially those who bullied the weak while fearing the strong. They might outwardly submit, yet internally remain resentful. They only feared authority and lacked gratitude. Who could predict when they might turn the tables on Huo Zhengxiong? Thus, Huo Zhengxiong had to treat Liang Kuan as one would a dog, instilling genuine fear deep within him, a fear that resonated from the very core of his being. Huo Zhengxiong rose to his feet, transforming the atmosphere within the private room into a chilling one. This made Liang Kuan's forehead glisten with perspiration, while the Western fellow trembled in fear, not daring to lift his head. Finally, Huo Zhengxiong spoke again, his gaze cold as he slowly stated, 2 million is insufficient. After a brief pause, he continued, I am not playing house with you. Understand that we are part of the underworld. We operate on the principles of usury, with rules of high interest and repayment. Interest is compounded daily. Chapter 39. I have followed you for so many years. You must save me. It has been over 2 months now. How much does that amount to in compounded interest? You think 2 million is sufficient, treating me like a beggar? Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan was drenched in cold sweat once again. If this were to be calculated based on usury interest, he likely wouldn't be able to repay it. He quickly adopted a conciliatory smile, saying, Brother Xiong, my subordinate acted thoughtlessly. Please show some magnanimity and grant us leniency. We are all one of our own. Give us a chance. However, Huo Zhengxiong remained unmoved, his expression cold, even offering Liang Kuan a hint of a mocking smile. Recognizing that Huo Zhengxiong remained unsatisfied, Liang Kuan sighed in resignation, never anticipating Huo Zhengxiong's insatiable appetite for more, unafraid of overindulgence. Liang Kuan internally cursed Huo Zhengxiong to vent his frustration, while simultaneously calculating his options. He lamented, since Brother Xiong is not satisfied, I shall present a bit more sincerity. Subsequently, Liang Kuan extended 5 fingers, whispering to Huo Zhengxiong, 5 million. Should you grant me your indulgence, this 5 million shall serve as my apology. While Liang Kuan was wealthy, his clandestine drug dealings were indeed highly profitable, yet he could not amass money as swiftly as Huo Zhengxiong could seize it. 5 million would still require him considerable time to earn. To intentionally irritate Huo Zhengxiong at the cost of 5 million was a burden Liang Kuan could scarcely bear. Nevertheless, Liang Kuan felt his sincerity was substantial, but unfortunately, Huo Zhengxiong did not share that sentiment. Before long, he coldly stated, not enough. Liang Kuan, his composure began to unravel. 5 million is insufficient. Why don't you go rob someone? No, he is, in essence, robbing me. Liang Kuan's mental state crumbled completely. He had initially thought that no matter how greedy Huo Zhengxiong might be, 5 million would surely satisfy him. Yet, to his astonishment, Huo Zhengxiong was not a greedy shark, but a whale. His appetite was insatiable, unafraid of choking you. As Liang Kuan raged internally, venting his frustrations, he mustered the courage to ask Huo Zhengxiong, "What exactly do you mean, Brother Xiong?" Huo Zhengxiong raised a finger, calmly stating, "I want 10 million. Liang Kuan, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset." Upon hearing the figure of 10 million, even the ever-composed Liang Kuan found it difficult to maintain his demeanor, staring incredulously at Huo Zhengxiong. 10 million? Huo Zhengxiong, however, paid no heed to Liang Kuan's disconcerted expression and replied nonchalantly, "You could always refuse." Liang Kuan was utterly bewildered. 10 million. He was at a loss as to how much narcotics he would need to sell to recoup such a sum. The weight of that number was painfully overwhelming. But did he possess the audacity to decline? Could he truly turn down the offer? The harrowing image of the annihilation of the Hao Long family flashed once more in his mind, and ultimately, the dread of Huo Zhengxiong loomed overwhelmingly large. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. Nodding, he inhaled deeply, swiftly retrieving his mobile phone to instruct one of his trusted aides, Shuang Chong, to bring 8 million to Dengdashi Street. However, just as the call ended, Huo Zhengxiong interjected, "Hold on, I have another condition. You might want to hear it before making a decision." Confusion etched itself across Liang Kuan's face. A serene smile crept onto Huo Zhengxiong's countenance. Under Liang Kuan's gaze, his attention shifted from Liang Kuan to the trembling Western fellow, who had kept his head bowed in fear. With a smile, he inquired, "So? It seems the Western fellow took it upon himself to collect the money early, am I right?" The implication of Huo Zhengxiong's words was crystal clear. He intended to settle past debts with the Western fellow. In that fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Under Huo Zhengxiong's gaze, an immense pressure surged forth. The Western fellow was thrown into utter panic. Even his breath felt suspended. Upon grasping the underlying meaning of Huo Zhengxiong's words, his mental defenses crumbled in an instant. Desperation overtook him as he shouted at Huo Zhengxiong, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You unreasonable fiend. 10 million is not enough to satiate your greed. You demand my life as well. How insatiable can you be? Why don't you just die? Fool. Idiot. Damn you. Watch yourself, or you might choke on your own greed. I intend to make you uncomfortable. I will stand against you. What can you do about it?" I am. At that moment, the Western fellow could no longer withstand the pressure and aura emanating from Huo Zhengxiong. Losing control of his emotions completely, he raged like a madman, pointing at Huo Zhengxiong and hurling harsh insults. His words cut like daggers. Huo Zhengxiong spoke again, his gaze icy, indifferent to whom he addressed. His tone remaining flat. "Those who dare to offend me, Huo Zhengxiong, must perish." As soon as those words left his lips, Liang Kuan's expression soured significantly. The Western fellow's visage also darkened considerably. At the entrance, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San had taken their positions, their cold stares directed at the Western fellow. Akin to gazing upon a corpse, a palpable sense of danger surged. The Western fellow finally regained a semblance of rationality. Realizing Huo Zhengxiong was resolute in his intent to take his life, he turned to Liang Kuan in desperation. "Kuan Gu, save me. I don't want to die. I've been by your side for so many years. You must save me. Help me. Help me." At this moment, Liang Kuan's eyes mirrored a tumult of struggle and hesitation. It was evident how vengeful Huo Zhengxiong was. Should he fail to resolve this conflict, it would mean irrevocably offending him, leading to far greater troubles in the future. He certainly wished to reconcile with Huo Zhengxiong, yet the price for appeasing his wrath seemed to be the life of the Western fellow. This dilemma left him torn. Of course, this did not imply he held any deep regard for loyalty. He was inherently devoid of familial affection and moral obligation. His hesitation stemmed partly from the fact that the Western fellow had indeed been by his side for many years, fostering a modicum of sentiment. On the other hand, the Western fellow was his most capable subordinate. No matter the task, he managed it flawlessly. Most crucially, his most lucrative and clandestine drug dealings were all meticulously overseen by the Western fellow. In essence, the Western fellow was his right hand. Sacrificing the Western fellow's life to appease Huo Zhengxiong would be akin to severing his own arm. This was the primary reason he valued the Western fellow so highly. After all, in the world of narcotics, he could not afford to be too conspicuous. Should something go awry, he would undoubtedly be the first to face the consequences. The Western fellow was, without a doubt, his scapegoat. Chapter 40. Better to let others perish than to endanger oneself, should the situation be exposed. The Western fellow was acutely aware of his role. He would willingly act as Liang Kuan's scapegoat, helping him evade trouble. Moreover, Liang Kuan believed he had the capability to entirely control the Western fellow. But if the Western fellow were to die, his secret operations would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Yet if the Western fellow lived, Huo Zhengxiong would not spare him. No one could fathom the difficulty of his choice. As long as Huo Zhengxiong was willing to consider another option, even if it meant the life of his woman, he would not hesitate for an instant. The inner turmoil was indescribably excruciating. Huo Zhengxiong remained unhurried, patiently awaiting Liang Kuen's decision. 1 breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 10 breaths passed. Liang Kuen still had not made a decision. He was still wavering. Should he forsake the lesser to preserve the greater? Liang Kuen instinctively glanced at Huo Zhengxiong, inadvertently locking eyes with his indifferent gaze. In that moment, Liang Kuen finally reached a resolution. Without hesitation, he seized the bottle of liquor from the table, gritting his teeth. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Money was important, the drug trade was vital, but nothing was more important than his own life. Without a second thought, Liang Kuen disregarded the Western fellow's panic and pleas for help, and brought the bottle down upon his head. The bottle shattered upon impact. Of course, a mere bottle could not kill. Liang Kuen was acutely aware of this. In the wake of the shattering, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes, as if to convey that he would rather let others perish than allow himself to come to harm. He then wielded the shards of the broken bottle, thrusting them violently toward the Western fellow's neck. With a sickening plunge, the blade found its mark in the artery. As is well known, the carotid artery is supplied by the heart. Blood gushed forth in an instant. It splattered across the ceiling, the table, the chairs, the floor, and all over Liang Kuen. The Western fellow, frothing at the mouth, gazed in disbelief at Liang Kuen, who had suddenly turned against him. His eyes brimmed with bitterness as he collapsed to the ground. He died on the spot. Meanwhile, Liang Kuen trembled uncontrollably, panting heavily, his face a mask of terror. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not that Liang Kuen was a novice, unaccustomed to taking lives. His trembling, labored breaths, and the expression of despair were all manifestations of his fear of Huo Zhengxiong. Coupled with a tinge of guilt toward the Western fellow, it rendered him utterly unhinged. He had never imagined that a seemingly trivial matter of collecting debts would force him, under Huo Zhengxiong's coercion, to turn on his right-hand man, his trusted aide. Though it was under duress, he ultimately chose to preserve his own existence. Witnessing this scene, Huo Zhengxiong broke into a wide grin. The onlookers could hardly contain their applause, the sound resonating in sharp claps. To be fair, the earlier spectacle was indeed breathtaking. However, as Liang Kuen relaxed momentarily, having committed murder, he naturally felt no regret. Just as he intended to declare that the grievances between him and Huo Zhengxiong were now settled, at the entrance of the bar, Huo Zhengxiong's bodyguard, Su Jingyang, renowned as the strongest shield, suddenly appeared. Clutching a camera, he had meticulously recorded all that had transpired moments before. Noticing this development, Su Jingyang even flashed Liang Kuen an OK sign, causing Liang Kuen's expression to darken significantly. He understood Huo Zhengxiong's intentions all too well. It was evident that the murder scene had been captured on film, and its purpose was all too clear. Liang Kuen's choice to eliminate the Westerner had been an attempt to placate Huo Zhengxiong, signifying his unwillingness to oppose him, leaving him vulnerable to Huo Zhengxiong's grip. Liang Kuen was acutely aware that if this footage were to reach the police, his only option would be to flee. Yet, what other recourse did he have at this juncture? A complete rupture between them was utterly unfeasible. He could only resign himself to the reality before him. In that moment, Liang Kuen's fear of Huo Zhengxiong's tactics grew exponentially. The camera was clearly not a last-minute acquisition. He had evidently anticipated Liang Kuen's decision to sacrifice his subordinate for self-preservation. Panic and unease flooded Liang Kuen's mind. He understood that with this evidence in Huo Zhengxiong's possession, he would henceforth be compelled to obey his commands like a mere dog. With no opportunity for resistance, any defiance would lead to a far grimmer fate. Gasping for breath, Liang Kuen's eyes were bloodshot, filled with suppressed rage he dared not unleash, which only piqued Huo Zhengxiong's interest further. Truly formidable dogs are often quiet, yet possess a latent ferocity. At last, Huo Zhengxiong smiled with satisfaction, gesturing for Su Jingyang to withdraw. Though no words were exchanged, the implication was unmistakable. The matter of settling accounts had reached its conclusion. Soon after, another trusted aide, Sha Chong, delivered 8 million, allowing Liang Kuen to finally exit the bar. He stood quietly outside. A gust of wind swept by, sending a shiver coursing through him. His emotions spiraled out of control as he grappled with his fear of Huo Zhengxiong and the methods employed against him, gaining a profound realization. On his way back, Liang Kuen felt as though he had lost his very soul. He had prided himself on his own ruthlessness, yet in the presence of Huo Zhengxiong, he appeared a mere novice, utterly insignificant. Perhaps it was the terror instilled by Huo Zhengxiong, or perhaps the shock of the Westerner's demise that unnerved him. Regardless of the cause, upon returning home, Liang Kuen fell into a high fever that night, succumbing to a severe illness, rendering him unable to attend the crucial filming the following day. Liang Kuen was absent. He did not arrive at the set. It was rumored that the doctor had diagnosed him as having been frightened to the point of losing his sanity, teetering on the brink of madness. His superstitious mother even sought the aid of a shaman to call back his spirit in the streets. In Huo Zhengxiong's words, such feudal superstitions were to be eschewed in favor of scientific belief. Consequently, this news spread rapidly, sending shockwaves through the underworld. How could someone like Liang Kuan be so easily frightened? It seemed implausible. Liang Kuan, who rejected even his own kin, could not possibly be so cowed. Surely, it wasn't the king of hell. Nonsense. The king of hell was not nearly so terrifying. Hadn't you heard? After Liang Kuan emerged from Huo Zhengxiong's realm, he nearly lost his mind upon returning home. Really? Is that true? Huo Zhengxiong, is that fearsome? Otherwise, who else possesses the capacity to annihilate the entire Zhongxin family? One must admit, Huo Zhengxiong's ferocity is remarkable if he can instill such terror in Liang Kuan. Chapter 41. As long as one is not mute, there is nothing that cannot be uncovered. It is said that one of Liang Kuan's most capable subordinates has perished. It appears that Liang Kuan has suffered a significant setback at the hands of Huo Zhengxiong. Soon, as the news spread throughout the underworld, Huo Zhengxiong's name became the focal point of public attention. No one knew precisely what Huo Zhengxiong had done to Liang Kuan, but everyone understood that he had certainly done something. In a flash, a saying circulated through the underworld, better to provoke the king of hell than to offend Huo Zhengxiong. Moreover, not only the underworld but also the various hall masters of the Hung Hing gang had their perceptions of Huo Zhengxiong dramatically altered. This was exceedingly frightening. While outsiders may have only known Liang Kuan's ruthlessness without grasping the full situation, those who spent daily life alongside him, the hall masters of Hung Hing, were acutely aware of his true nature. Bai Gu, who had been publicly berated by Liang Kuan, dared not retort, yet before Huo Zhengxiong, he seemed utterly terrified. Was this not a case of one creature subduing another, or perhaps a simple matter of Huo Zhengxiong being far more vicious? In simple terms, Huo Zhengxiong had thoroughly leveraged Liang Kuan's notoriety to elevate his own standing. Although he was not yet a hall master, merely a red stick, his status eclipsed that of any hall master in Hung Hing. However, following the spread of this news, the hall masters of Hung Hing regarded Huo Zhengxiong with newfound reverence. The following day, when Huo Zhengxiong arrived on the film set, Jiang Tianxing's gaze upon him was particularly profound. From Jiang Tianxing's perspective, instigating a conflict between Huo Zhengxiong and Liang Kuan had initially been a ploy to reap the benefits. Yet now, Huo Zhengxiong had effortlessly subdued Liang Kuan, effectively dismissing a scourge while inviting in a harbinger of doom. Unlike the previous encounter, where Huo Zhengxiong had bested Liang Kuan by chance, this time it was clear that Jiang Tianxing would regard Huo Zhengxiong with far greater vigilance than he ever had towards Liang Kuan. Others, including the crown prince, now referred to Huo Zhengxiong as Xionggu, no longer addressing him as a Xiong or Yaozai. It must be acknowledged that Huo Zhengxiong had inadvertently executed a display of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, effectively tempering those like Fatty Li, who were often deep in thought. Huo Zhengxiong relished the respect he commanded from the crowd. Upon returning from the filming set, Huo Zhengxiong intended to review the status of this month's accounts, but at that moment, his subordinate Zhao Yi suddenly knocked and entered, his expression grave as he reported, "Boss, at the cola factory, we have apprehended a management staff member who appears to have intended to poison the product." Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor turned icy as he inquired, "When did this occur?" "Just moments ago," Zhao Yi quickly responded. "This individual was the former supervisor of Youth Cola. After we acquired the factory, we retained him due to his experience. Fortunately, all the frontline employees are our own people. Just as he was seen sneaking about with ill intentions, we managed to subdue him. There's no need for speculation. Huo Zhengxiong already harbors suspicions. This method is utterly familiar." With a frosty expression, Huo Zhengxiong coldly remarked, "To employ such worn-out tactics against me is rather careless, wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Yi wholeheartedly concurred with Huo Zhengxiong's statement. It is well known that such underhanded schemes led to the downfall of Youth Cola. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong utilized the same tactics to dismantle both Pepsi and Coca-Cola. It is astonishing that anyone would resort to these methods now, truly believing that Huo Zhengxiong possesses no defenses. These are nothing but futile tricks. How contemptuous. Huo Zhengxiong had already briefed the soldiers in the factory prior to their entry. He then coldly inquired, who was the mastermind behind this? Although he already had an answer in mind, Huo Zhengxiong deemed it necessary to confirm, as this was indeed a grave matter. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Yi shook his head and replied, "We have already interrogated him, but this fellow is quite stubborn and refuses to speak." Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but chuckle coldly. As long as he isn't mute, there's nothing that cannot be uncovered. Zhao Yi immediately grasped the implication. That night, amidst the vast ocean, Huo Zhengxiong, Su Zhengyang, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and other subordinates stood upon the deck of a fishing boat. The captured supervisor of the cola factory, tightly bound, knelt before Huo Zhengxiong, with clear signs of interrogation visible on his body. It was evident that Zhao Yi's questioning had been severe, yet this man had managed to endure, remaining silent until now. I hear you have a tough mouth? Huo Zhengxiong softly inquired. The supervisor clenched his teeth and replied, Boss, this is a misunderstanding. I truly did nothing. They misjudged me. The loyalty of the soldiers is beyond doubt. Huo Zhengxiong offered no further words and issued a direct order. Put the stones in. Qian Er, Sun San. And 2 soldiers swiftly reacted, immediately placing the supervisor into a bag. Without uttering a word, they strictly followed orders, filling the bag with stones. Thud, thud. The stones struck his body, causing unbearable pain, yet he gritted his teeth, insisting on his innocence. Huo Zhengxiong paid him no mind, shifting his gaze towards the expansive sea. Speaking nonchalantly, look at this auspicious location I've chosen for you. It's rather splendid, don't you think? I made this special trip to send you off on your final journey. At this moment, the supervisor could no longer maintain his composure. Despite the assurances from the mastermind that Huo Zhengxiong would not resort to murder, the scene before him, coupled with Huo Zhengxiong's silence, sent him into a complete panic. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he desperately pleaded, Boss, it truly has nothing to do with me. Boss, I really had no part in this. They are framing me. Huo Zhengxiong ignored his pleas and continued. Do you know what happens to a body thrown into the sea? Do you know why those who wish to dispose of a corpse prefer to cast it into the ocean? Because once it's thrown into the sea and weighed down with stones, the fish will feast upon the body until not even the bones remain. At this point, the stones had been fully packed. Huo Zhengxiong waved his hand, smiling, Bon voyage. Qian Er, Sun San, and the others began to act, preparing to cast the bag containing the supervisor into the sea. It was only at this moment that the supervisor finally realized Huo Zhengxiong was not jesting. He truly had the audacity to kill, particularly as Huo Zhengxiong had not once acknowledged his explanations, only mentioning his stubbornness before discussing death. It felt as though he was already a corpse. Although he had mentally prepared for such a scenario prior to this act, he thought that if he were killed outright, he might have been able to withstand it. Yet Huo Zhengxiong's approach felt like being cut with a dull knife, 1,000 times more agonizing than being killed outright. Psychologically, he simply could not bear it. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong added, By the way, I, Huo Zhengxiong, prefer to do things neatly. Chapter 42. To dare to scheme against us is to live impatiently. Once you are gone, I will send someone to reunite your family with you. A seemingly light statement rendered the supervisor's face instantly pale. Wait, boss. The supervisor cried out urgently. I will speak. I will speak. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. At that moment, tears and snot streamed down his face, and a foul odor faintly emanated from the bag. Huo Zhengxiong did not rush to speak, and Zhao Yi and the others showed no signs of halting their actions. The supervisor was thoroughly frightened into a stupor. Weren't you eager to know who the mastermind is? I will tell you. Finally, just before being tossed into the sea to feed the fish, Huo Zhengxiong signaled for them to stop. The supervisor exhaled a sigh of relief, and Huo Zhengxiong displayed a disdainful smile, saying, I thought you had more backbone. Is that all? Weren't you quite the talker? After a brief pause, he continued, even if you hadn't spoken, do you think I wouldn't have guessed who was behind this? Sometimes, a definitive answer isn't necessary. Mere suspicion suffices. In just a few simple sentences, the supervisor finally comprehended the ruthless nature of his boss. Damn, this is insane. So obsessive. At this point, the supervisor could think of nothing else, urgently relaying, Boss, I had no choice. They threatened my family. If I didn't comply, my family would be doomed. Do you think that offending me would spare your family? Huo Zhengxiong retorted. The supervisor, now more convinced than any one of Huo Zhengxiong's words, knew he was capable of such actions. His complexion turned ashen as he promptly divulged the level of the mastermind, revealing that it was a lone shark who had coerced him. Huo Zhengxiong exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Yi, who immediately contacted the soldiers to take action. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi nodded at Huo Zhengxiong, stating, We've located the target. Indeed, the supervisor sighed in relief upon hearing this. However, at that moment, Huo Zhengxiong revealed a knowing smile, waving his hand. All right, feed the fish. What? The supervisor was momentarily stunned, instinctively exclaiming, Didn't you say that if I spoke, you would let me go? Huo Zhengxiong feigned surprise. When did I ever say that? Damn it. You still have to die, but I can spare your family. The terror and anger on the supervisor's face quickly transformed into relief. Thank you, boss. Yet, just as he regained his composure for barely 3 seconds, his tone shifted, and he began to plead once more. I beg you, spare me. Plop. The burlap sack sank into the depths of the sea. Huo Zhengxiong regarded Zhao Yi and Su Zhengyang seriously, asking, Did I ever say that he would be spared once he confessed? After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhengyang and the others shook their heads earnestly, replying no. Then that settles it. Huo Zhengxiong chuckled. Through the soldiers' relentless efforts, a span of 4 hours saw them unraveling the threads of a complex web, capturing 3 intermediaries in succession. It was only upon apprehending the fourth individual that they finally confirmed his role as the ultimate contact, a rather infamous broker known as Mr. Chun. His notoriety was considerable. Although he believed himself to be exceedingly cautious, when faced with the specter of death, all men are alike. No one can truly maintain a vow of silence. In the words of Huo Zhengxiong, there is nothing inherently wrong with making money, but one must be alive to enjoy it. That is the true essence of profit. By the docks, Mr. Chun, serving as the broker, knelt before Huo Zhengxiong. He was far more fearful than the supervisor, and before Huo could even pose a question, he hastily divulged, "It was Pepsi and Coca-Cola who jointly employed me. I intended to refuse, but their offer was too generous. For $1 million. I simply could not turn it down." Mr. Chen's explanation seemed quite reasonable. He had harbored a glimmer of hope, but he had not anticipated Huo's speed would far surpass his own, leaving him no time to flee. Fortunately, Mr. Chun was astute enough to believe that by not being obstinate, he might secure a chance for survival, displaying an eagerness to cooperate that was commendable. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong confirmed the veracity of Mr. Chen's words. Indeed, this affair was orchestrated by the high-ranking executives of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, Mike and Mac. He let out a cold chuckle, a true case of self-destruction. He then glanced at his watch and remarked, "You've wasted a good portion of my night." With a decisive wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Feed the fish. Contribute to the land reclamation project at the port." "Yes," Zhao Yi replied with his customary promptness. Mr. Chun was bewildered. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. "Spare me. I'm merely an intermediary. Given my cooperation, I beg you, Master Xiong, let me go. I implore you." Before Mr. Chun could finish his plea, his mouth was silenced, and with a dull thud, another sound echoed. That night at the port's land reclamation project, Huo Zhengxiong had indeed made his contribution. 5 individuals were cast into the sea. Once the identity of the culprits was established, Zhao Yi was the first to speak, seeking Huo Zhengxiong's directive for the next course of action. "Boss, what should we do next?" Qian Heir's complexion soured instantly, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. "These rascals are utterly audacious. They are practically courting death. In my opinion, we should capture them all and toss them into the sea to feed the fish." However, Huo Zhengxiong's thoughts diverged sharply from theirs. He slowly shook his head, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "Throwing them into the sea is of little consequence." "What do you mean, boss?" Zhao Yi and the others were left perplexed. Then, with a disdainful chuckle, Huo Zhengxiong spoke nonchalantly, "Since they wish to play a grand game, I shall indulge them with something even grander." After a brief pause, his expression grew serious. "I intend to blow up their factory." Zhao Yi, Qian Heir, and Sun San were rendered speechless with shock. Sun San couldn't help but express his admiration. The boss truly possesses courage. The bigger the commotion, the better. Let us see who dares to oppose us or scheme against us in the future. They must be living on borrowed time. Huo Zhengxiong's booming laughter resonated across the waters. The explosive summoning system. Huo Zhengxiong activated the system. The explosive summoning system is at your service. Summoning costs. Ordinary soldier, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Special forces, 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars. Technical troops, 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars. Note: all summoned soldiers exhibit 100 loyalty and will never betray. With resolute determination, Huo Zhengxiong declared, "Technical troops. Bombing expert. Explosive summoning system. Successfully deducted 1,000,000. Ding. 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars spent. Successfully summoned 1 technical troop. Bombing expert Wang Xiao, alias Dr. 100 replica, a professional soldier skilled in bomb making, who once charged fearlessly into battle, vanquishing countless foes. But due to certain issues before higher-ups, he was unable to ascend the ranks and ultimately left the military to form a criminal gang specializing in extorting wealthy merchants." Chapter 43. Willing to do anything for profit. Doctor. Upon hearing this name, Huo Zhengxiong immediately recalled the doctor's background. Wasn't he the formidable villain from Mouse Courage? Dragon Might? Without delving into other matters, his bomb-making capability was undoubtedly among the finest in the world. The expenditure of 1 million was truly worthwhile. Huo Zhengxiong beamed with satisfaction. Now all that remained was to await the doctor's arrival. The following evening, boss. A person named Doctor has been waiting for you for quite some time, Su Jingyang announced upon entering. Huo Zhengxiong, just awakened from his afternoon nap, curiously inquired, "How did you know I was awake?" "Listening to your breathing makes it easy to discern." Su Jingyang's response was succinct and efficient. Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "No wonder you're a bodyguard from the South China Sea. Such professionalism indeed warrants that compliment." After freshening up, Huo Zhengxiong met the doctor, who appeared exactly as he remembered. The doctor's demeanor was deceptively gentle, clad in a simple suit, exuding an air of cultured refinement, though not as handsome as Huo Zhengxiong. Without revealing his identity, one would never suspect him to be a notorious criminal and bomb expert. In a certain light, he bore some resemblance to Huo Zhengxiong, yet the shadows that occasionally flickered in his eyes ultimately paled in comparison to Huo's intensity. Boss. The doctor greeted him proactively. After a brief exchange discussing the current situation, Huo Zhengxiong wasted no time and directly relayed his demands. I want to blow up the factories of Pepsi and Coca-Cola at the port. The greater the spectacle, the better. I aim to make an example of them. Upon hearing this, the doctor's face broke into a sinister smile as he replied, "Rest assured, boss. I am an expert in demolition." Huo Zhengxiong replied with satisfaction. "I have already prepared the materials for bomb making. You can collect them from Zhao Yi." The doctor nodded decisively. Huo Zhengxiong then inquired, "How long will it take to complete?" The doctor contemplated briefly before responding, "It will be a simple timed explosion. The only requirement is that the remote control must operate at a sufficient distance to avoid harming our own, and it must be easy to conceal. Additionally, the explosive power must be substantial, as we are targeting an entire factory." After a moment's pause, the doctor earnestly provided his answer. "As long as the materials are ample, it can be completed in less than a day." Huo Zhengxiong acknowledged the doctor's expertise. Subsequently, the doctor went to retrieve the materials and explosives from Zhao Yi, while Huo Zhengxiong felt a pang of hunger and decided to seek out a meal nearby on Dundas Street. At a renowned old eatery on Dundas Street, Huo Zhengxiong and Su Jingyang ordered a selection of dishes and were enjoying their meal heartily when suddenly, as Huo Zhengxiong's gaze shifted, he became aware of three voices emanating from the entrance of the food stall. It seemed they were searching for him, judging by their accents. They were indeed compatriots from the mainland. Once the trio entered, Huo Zhengxiong felt a flicker of surprise. Two of the faces appeared somewhat familiar, while one was distinctly recognizable. While he pondered the origins of the three individuals, they too had noticed him, and their faces lit up with joy. Behind Huo Zhengxiong, his subordinate Wu Lu, who was the one trailing Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San, also stepped into the food stall. He quickly approached Huo Zhengxiong, whispering, "Boss, these three are here to seek your allegiance. I've done my research, and they do possess a certain reputation. They seem capable, which is why I brought them for you to consider." Huo Zhengxiong was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No one understood better than he did that his reputation in the underworld was far from stellar. So who exactly were these three? With a hint of intrigue, Huo Zhengxiong nodded. The bald leader among them stepped forward and respectfully addressed him. "Brother Xiong, my name is Li Xiangdong, and these two are my brothers, Guo Xuejuan and Qi Jingsheng. We've made a name for ourselves at the port, and we've heard that Brother Xiong is quite formidable and aligns with our temperament, which is why we wish to pledge our loyalty to you. We hope you might consider giving us a chance to earn our keep." "Members of the Big Circle Gang?" Huo Zhengxiong inquired as his first question. "Indeed," Li Xiangdong affirmed with a nod. Huo Zhengxiong pressed further. "Have you served in the military?" "Yes," Guo Xuejuan replied. Astonished that Huo Zhengxiong had discerned their background so swiftly, his third inquiry followed. "Did you come to the port because you could no longer make a living back home?" "Absolutely." This seemed quite reasonable. Those who made it to the port as members of the Big Circle Gang were generally fleeing from difficulties on the mainland. Be it from being wanted or in search of wealth, their motivations were largely similar. At this point, Huo Zhengxiong's eyes flickered with realization. He had finally confirmed the identity of the trio. Undoubtedly, these were the very same individuals from provincial port flag soldiers too. The unfortunate trio who had been betrayed by the port police while counting money. It all made sense now. No wonder they appeared so familiar. A wave of amusement washed over him. The situation was indeed quite dramatic. In an instant, Huo Zhengxiong was struck by a realization. These three were not here to seek his allegiance. They were, in fact, undercover agents planted by the police. His earlier consideration of employing members from the Big Circle Gang was likely due to his prior investigations revealing that many of his subordinates hailed from that very gang. Seeing Huo Zhengxiong lost in thought, Li Xiangdong presumed he was reluctant to accept them and hastened to clarify, "We three brothers are not without merit. We did not come merely to scrape by. If Brother Xiong has any doubts, feel free to inquire." Previously, a jeweler conspired with criminals to orchestrate a robbery against himself, intending to defraud insurance money. However, things took a turn, and the criminals began to threaten him. The bully named Xiaoxing was dealt with by us three brothers. That day, we caused quite a scene at Xiaoxing's mother's banquet, resolving the matter in front of many witnesses. Our strength is certainly not to be underestimated. We are here to seek Brother Xiong's support because we are in a tight spot and wish to find an opportunity for significant profit. We wonder if Brother Xiong would grant us this chance. Beside him, Guo Xuejuan could no longer contain himself and chimed in, "Yes, Brother Xiong, we are quite capable. We are willing to do anything to earn money." Qi Jingsheng added, "When we previously purchased firearms, we also eliminated a gun dealer who attempted to pull a fast one on us. If Brother Xiong has any doubts, you could assign us a task to demonstrate our abilities." We are in need of an opportunity to show our loyalty. However, the predicament was that he was a member of the Underworld, a street thug. To be fair, these three indeed possessed some skills and held a certain code of conduct. Yet, it was quite unfortunate. Huo Zhengxiong had never been one for principles. His boundaries were as easily discarded as a pair of undergarments. Moreover, these three were sent by the police as infiltrators. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong had anticipated being under police scrutiny. After all, his actions were often ostentatious, creating considerable noise, especially regarding the incident with Huang Zhiqing. Any competent police force would certainly keep an eye on him. While he had been under observation for quite some time, his subordinates were all veterans, well-versed in evasion tactics. Thus, the officers assigned to surveil him were, for the most part, merely dozing off, having little efficacy. More importantly, these actions were carried out by his men. What did it have to do with Huo Zhengxiong? He mused internally, realizing that they must have concluded that tailing him was futile, prompting them to resort to other methods. Quite clever indeed. Of course, their cleverness had its limits. Had the police dispatched others, it's possible Huo Zhengxiong might not have recognized them. Unfortunately for these unfortunate souls, he saw through them immediately. Once Huo Zhengxiong confirmed their undercover status, his first instinct was to eliminate them to prevent any complications. However, this thought was fleeting, as he quickly reconsidered. He was eager to ascertain which department of the port was investigating him. Although he had recently been released from prison, he had stirred up quite a bit of trouble, and numerous departments were keen to investigate him. The Food and Hygiene Bureau was one, another was the department responsible for the Babai death case, and yet another was the investigative unit for the Kowloon massacre. The Organized Crime and Triad Bureau was also involved, and within these departments, there were numerous subdivisions. For instance, the Organized Crime Bureau had several teams dedicated to investigating the Triads. Huo Zhengxiong sought to first determine which police department was monitoring him, allowing him to prepare adequately. After all, what if he stumbled into a trap one day? While one could be reckless, it was imperative to possess intelligence. Otherwise, what good would it do for those who only knew violence? Thus, he decided against killing them, opting instead to follow the trail. This was Huo Zhengxiong's character. His goal was to identify the department targeting him and exact a fierce retribution. After all, his path within the organization was still long, and he could not remain under police scrutiny indefinitely. If he did not retaliate, would he be deemed easy prey? Huo Zhengxiong intended to be a hedgehog, making it known to every police officer in the port, do not provoke him. Should anyone do so, it would be a fight to the bitter end. Anyone with even the slightest intention of confronting him would not be spared. Subsequently, noticing the trio's somewhat anxious expressions, Huo Zhengxiong donned a warm, friendly smile, exuding an approachable aura. Though I am not from the mainland, I conduct considerable business there, and I have always regarded myself as a descendant of Yin and Huang. Thus I hold a favorable view of the mainland. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong and the others immediately exhibited expressions of delight. After a brief pause, Huo Zhengxiong continued, still smiling gently. Moreover, given your collective insistence, both emotionally and rationally, I cannot refuse. Henceforth, you shall accompany me in my endeavors. Upon hearing that Huo Zhengxiong had finally agreed to accept them, Li Xiangdong, Huo Xuejuan, and Qi Jingsheng collectively exhaled in relief, their faces illuminating with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xiong. Huo Zhengxiong nonchalantly clapped his hands, his benevolent smile rendering him akin to a philanthropist. He waved his hand, stating, from now on, we are all comrades. No need for formality. Come, let us sit and converse. After finishing their meal at the roadside stall, the trio departed with hearts brimming with excitement, clarity, and a sense of relief. Once home, they convened in their quarters, a habit cultivated during their military days on the mainland, where they would reflect nightly on the day's endeavors. Setting aside all else, such dedication is certainly commendable. At that moment, each shared their perspectives on the completion of the day's tasks, their enthusiasm palpable throughout. Huo Xuejuan could not restrain himself, exclaiming, I never imagined it would be so effortless to infiltrate. Inspector Peng had claimed that Huo Zhengxiong was more astute than a fox. Truly, it seemed an overstatement. A look of disdain crossed his face, hinting at a degree of contempt for Huo Zhengxiong. Those excessively confident, like Huo Xuejuan, often meet with dire fates. Subsequently, Li Xiangdong turned to Qi Jingsheng. More astute than Huo Xuejuan, Qi's only flaw was his overly soft heart. After pondering for a moment, he earnestly remarked, I actually find Huo Zhengxiong far less terrifying than the rumors suggest. He appears quite amicable. In fact, he seems considerably more approachable than those officers who seek our assistance. Those officers, with their noses in the air, regard us with disdain while expecting our cooperation without offering anything in return, all while acting as if we are the ones taking advantage. After a brief hesitation, Qi Jingsheng could not help but inquire, do you think Huo Zhengxiong might not be the villain he is portrayed to be, perhaps merely a victim of police slander? Yet, Li Xiangdong held a differing viewpoint. His expression serious, he stated firmly, "No, I do not share that belief. Instead, I perceive in Huo Zhengxiong's amiable demeanor a depth of cunning, as sly as a fox, coupled with a ruthless nature. This man is undoubtedly not as simple as he appears." Observing Li Xiangdong's unwavering conviction, Guo Xuejuan persisted in his stance, interjecting, "Brother Dong, you are truly overthinking this. You seem far too inclined to indulge in baseless speculation. Huo Zhengxiong strikes me as lacking in guile. There is no need to describe him as an enigma." Guo Xuejuan continued, "Brother Dong, compare Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor towards us with his warm rapport with the stall owner. He hardly resembles a merciless individual." The trio's opinions diverged significantly. Furrowing his brow, Li Xiangdong retorted, "Precisely because he appears overly congenial, I suspect he conceals profound depths. He is assuredly no good man." Guo Xuejuan's face was a canvas of confusion. Qi Jingxing mirrored his bewilderment. "What logic is this?" Guo Xuejuan followed up with, "Brother Dong, you yourself stated that Huo Zhengxiong seems quite amiable. Why then do you insist he is problematic?" Sighing in resignation, Li Xiangdong slowly explained, "Isn't it quite straightforward? Should Huo Zhengxiong merely be an ordinary individual, it would be another matter entirely. If he were to pursue a different vocation, I would certainly not express such sentiments. The issue lies in his affiliation with the Underworld. He is a street thug, and not just any thug, but a prominent figure within the Hung Hing gang. How could such a person possibly be benevolent? If he were a good man, how could he ascend to the ranks of the Hung Hing's elite? This is inherently contradictory." Li Xiangdong spoke with unwavering certainty, firmly believing that Huo Zhengxiong was not a good person. Guo Xuejuan could no longer hold his tongue and interjected, "Brother Dong, I believe you are overthinking this." Before Li Xiangdong could respond, Guo Xuejuan articulated his reasoning. "Brother Dong, we have traversed many places and witnessed diverse experiences. Throughout history, even ordinary folk can become heroes. Zhu Yuanzhang was once a beggar, yet he established the Ming dynasty and ascended the throne." Pausing momentarily, Guo Xuejuan continued to defend Huo Zhengxiong. "I perceive Huo Zhengxiong as a hero emerging from humble origins. Furthermore, being ruthless does not preclude one from being generous and kind." Qi Jingxing, for once, concurred with Guo Xuejuan, adding, "Indeed, if he were not ruthless when necessary, how could Huo Zhengxiong attain his current stature? As long as his nature is not malevolent, I believe we ought not to take on this task." Guo Xuejuan, unable to restrain himself, softly remarked, "We, like the three brothers, cannot be considered villains, can we? What wrongdoing have we committed? We merely sought a different locale to satisfy our hunger, only to find ourselves imprisoned upon arrival at the port. Were it not for the police needing our assistance, we would have been sent back after serving our time." Indeed, Qi Jingxing echoed the sentiment, further adding, "We are not inherently bad people, yet we remain prisoners, relying on our past misdeeds for redemption. If we are not bad people, then why are we prisoners?" With this, the questions posed by Guo Xuejuan and Qi Jingxing left Li Xiangdong momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, they raised valid points. Li Xiangdong had never claimed to be a bad person. However, one must understand, he paused for a considerable time, his expression darkening with ire as he replied, "He is a thief, while we are soldiers. It is only natural for soldiers to apprehend thieves." Guo Xuejuan and Qi Jingxing. Li Xiangdong was indeed somewhat obstinate, yet his reasoning was not without merit. Each individual expressed their views, and with opinions divided, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Nevertheless, regardless of the discord, the mission must continue. Finally, Li Xiangdong stated gravely, "The higher-ups have decreed that if we complete this mission and uncover evidence of Huo Zhengxiong's criminal activities, we shall be granted early access to the port's identification cards." Meanwhile, as Li Xiangdong, Qi Jingxing, and Guo Xuejuan deliberated over Huo Zhengxiong, the latter summoned a madam. Although she had little interaction with Huo Zhengxiong, she was well aware of his status as a significant client, one of considerable means. "Do you have any resourceful young ladies? I require assistance with a certain matter." Upon hearing this, the madam's expression shifted to one of surprise. Huo Zhengxiong continued, "Rest assured, there is no danger involved. It merely entails dealing with a fool." As he spoke, Huo Zhengxiong exerted a slight pressure with his hand. "What a nuisance." The madam's face flushed, and she waved her hand, instructing a server to summon someone. Huo Zhengxiong did not wait long. Within 5 minutes, a rather attractive young woman entered the private room. The madam pushed her towards Huo Zhengxiong, saying, "Diana, greet Brother Xiong." "Brother Xiong," Diana called out. Huo Zhengxiong appraised her with a discerning gaze. She was quite attractive, appearing rather demure on the surface, yet her eyes sparkled with a beguiling allure, a quintessential example of a green tea girl. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction and exchanged a knowing glance with his mother, who discreetly took her leave. Diana, on high alert, remarked, "Xiong Gu, I've heard you require my assistance with something, but let me make it clear from the outset, I cannot engage in anything perilous." Huo Zhengxiong smiled faintly, pleased with her vigilance, and replied slowly, Rest assured, it's merely a trivial matter. After a brief pause, he leaned in and whispered, tomorrow, I will bring a few individuals along, one of whom is named Guo Zhengxiong. He is rather short and somewhat slow-witted. I need you to extract information from him. Extract information? Diana exclaimed in surprise. Huo Zhengxiong nodded with a grin. Indeed. Make him fall hopelessly in love with you. The kind of love that is utterly consuming, from which he cannot be pulled back. Upon hearing this, Diana felt exhilarated, responding promptly, this is a piece of cake. Huo Zhengxiong noted her confidence with approval, adding, fear not, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Once the task is accomplished, I shall grant you a reward of 100,000. Diana was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, 100,000. Indeed, Huo Zhengxiong affirmed, not a penny less. However, Diana hesitated, questioning, will there be any trouble afterward? Huo Zhengxiong understood her concerns and promptly shook his head, stating, do not worry. Once the task is completed, he will have no opportunity to cause you any harm. Diana instantly grasped the implication. Since Huo Zhengxiong had assured her that there was no danger, the allure of the 100,000 finally ignited her excitement. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xionggu. Thank you. Rest assured, seducing a man is my forte. I guarantee that I will render the man named Guo Zhengxiong utterly enchanted and disoriented. Huo Zhengxiong chuckled, adding, remember, the quicker you act, the sooner you will receive your payment. Diana's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Under Huo Zhengxiong's arrangements, the following night, Guo Zhengxiong fortuitously encountered Diana at a bar. As Huo Zhengxiong had not assigned tasks to Li Xiangdong and the others, Guo Zhengxiong found himself with ample time. Soon enough, under Diana's influence, Guo Zhengxiong was hopelessly ensnared in love. 3 days slipped by like a fleeting shadow. After this brief interlude, Diana met with Huo Zhengxiong once more. Huo Zhengxiong gazed at the somewhat disheveled Diana, who had rushed in, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired, have you completed the task? Diana's face radiated with pride as she responded with a peculiar tone, do you even need to ask? Dealing with a fool like Guo Zhengxiong was far too easy. Huo Zhengxiong clicked his tongue in amusement and pressed for further details, elaborate, if you would. Diana, displaying a hint of pride, continued, this Guo Zhengxiong is utterly clueless. Nothing more than a simpleton. Having never been in a relationship, I effortlessly bewitched him. A few cleverly chosen words from me would elicit all his responses. Chapter 46. I have been kidnapped at the third factory in Kowloon suburbs. I was initially uncertain whether I had truly deceived him. I lamented a few things to him, expressing that my greatest aspiration in life was to vacation by the seaside in Bali, basking in the sun and sand, living a blissful life. Too bad he lacked the capability to make it happen. At this juncture, Diana deliberately paused, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Huo Zhengxiong took Diana's words at face value, for no man could endure being told he was inept. Guo Zhengxiong, provoked, must have revealed a plethora of crucial information. Huo Zhengxiong understood, casting a glance at Su Jingyang beside him. Su Jingyang promptly retrieved several stacks of cash from a nearby cabinet and placed them on the table. Diana's eyes lit up instantly. She eagerly embraced the money, exclaiming, he told me he can't leave the port right now. When I asked why, he said he's an undercover agent for the port police, a plan devised by a certain Inspector Peng. At this point, Diana's pride swelled further as she continued, moreover, this fool guaranteed me that once this task is completed, he would whisk me away to Bali. She then scoffed, Guo Zhengxiong should take a good look at himself. He is shorter than me, ugly and diminutive. Even if I were blind, I would never be interested in him. Huo Zhengxiong's lips curled into a slight smile, affirming that the situation was precisely as he had anticipated. As for Inspector Peng, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, summon the team, let us commence our operation. Yes. Su Jingyang replied quietly. Huo Zhengxiong then turned to the still excited Diana, softly instructing, cooperate with me shortly, do as I say. It would be best for you to forget everything between us. Otherwise, should trouble arise and you lose your life, do not blame me for not warning you in advance. Upon hearing this, Diana's excitement vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of panic. Hours later, Li Xiangdong was venting to Guo Zhengxiong and Qi Jingsheng. This Huo Zhengxiong has yet to assign us any tasks. It's evident he doesn't trust us. Guo Zhengxiong remained unresponsive, his expression one of infatuation, his mind elsewhere entirely. Qi Jingsheng could not help but remark, this is to be expected. After all, we've only just started following him. I'm sure things will improve with time. Li Xiangdong recognized the validity in Qi Jingsheng's words, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in his heart, preventing him from finding peace. Just then, a phone rang. The sound piercing the tension. Guo Zhengxiong picked up the phone and stepped into another room. Hello, darling, he said, his tone affectionate. However, unlike the previous days, the voice on the other end was not Diana's sweet tones, but a terrified cry. Help. Zhengxiong. Come quickly. Guo Zhengxiong was momentarily taken aback. his heart racing as he urgently asked, Diana, what happened? On the line, Diana's voice trembled with fear. Hurry. I've been kidnapped at the third factory in Kowloon suburbs. Guo Xuejuan's anger flared. Don't harm her. Whatever you want, I'll give it. The line went dead with a harsh beep. Seething with rage, Guo Xuejuan donned his jacket without hesitation and rushed to the location Diana had mentioned. Where are you going? Li Xiangdong's voice called from behind. But Guo Xuejuan was racing against time and had no time to respond. Qi Jingxing shrugged. Forget him, let us eat. A mere half-hour later, Guo Xuejuan arrived swiftly at an abandoned factory. In the center of the building, Diana was bound to a chair, unable to move. Diana, Guo Xuejuan shouted, rushing forward to rescue her. However, at that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. Huo Zhengxiong stood with a slight smile, blocking the path between them. Xiongge, why are you here? Guo Xuejuan, momentarily bewildered, glanced between Huo Zhengxiong and Diana, unable to contain his confusion. What on earth is going on? He looked at Huo Zhengxiong, clearly befuddled. Xiongge, Anna is my girlfriend. Can't you let her go for the sake of our camaraderie? Huo Zhengxiong lit a cigarette, grinning at Guo Xuejuan as he said, it's really nothing much. After a pause, he added, someone overheard Anna say you are an undercover agent for the police. So they invited her over for a little chat. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong, with a bemused expression, continued to inquire. So I wish to ask you, is what Anna said true or false? Guo Xuejuan was instantly taken aback. He clearly had not anticipated that his undercover identity would be exposed so swiftly. A sudden shock coursed through him, accompanied by a profound regret for divulging his secret to Diana, thereby entangling both of them in peril. Just as Guo Xuejuan was consumed by regret, Diana's tearful voice drifted over. Wu, Xuejuan, I didn't mean to. I was drunk at the time and accidentally revealed your identity as a police officer to a few of my sisters. Who would have thought they would betray me and inform Brother Xiong? Wu, I didn't intend to betray you, Xuejuan. You must believe me. At that moment, Diana's face was awash with tears, radiating guilt and panic. Admittedly, her acting was quite commendable. She was undoubtedly a calculating woman who had sold out Guo Xuejuan, yet still sought his assistance, keeping him firmly under her control. In truth, with Diana's acting skills, even the astute might fail to detect the flaws, let alone the naive Guo Xuejuan. Indeed, Guo Xuejuan was foolish, despite being betrayed by Diana, which had placed both of them, and Li Xiangdong and Qi Jingxing, making four in total, into a dangerous predicament. He could not muster a shred of blame towards her and instead felt immense sympathy. Guo Xuejuan hurriedly spoke up, Brother Xiong, I implore you to grant her a chance, spare Anna. As for myself, whether you choose to kill or maim me, I will leave my fate in your hands. On the surface, Huo Zhengxiong exhibited no emotion, yet within, he was bursting with joy. This fool was truly beyond redemption. Having such a brother like Li Xiangdong was indeed a stroke of bad luck. At this juncture, it was absurd that he was not only neglecting his own safety, but was wholly preoccupied with saving Anna. It was utterly ludicrous. Behind Huo Zhengxiong, Su Jingyang, who typically bore an impassive expression, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the scene. Huo Zhengxiong couldn't resist mocking. Who would have thought you were such a loyal person? What a profound affection you possess. Guo Xuejuan disregarded Huo Zhengxiong's derision and, with a serious demeanor, assured Anna, rest assured, Anna, I will undoubtedly rescue you. Xuejuan, thank you. I knew you would save me. I love you. Anna immediately responded, both reassuring Guo Xuejuan and affirming him. Huo Zhengxiong smirked, subtly casting a commendatory glance at Anna. Chapter 47. I would rather die. As long as it is within my power to do so, he then leisurely addressed Guo Xuejuan. If you wish to save her, it is not impossible. Guo Xuejuan's eyes instantly brightened, his expression revealing a cunning akin to that of a husky. Brother Xiong, you say, for Anna's sake, I would willingly sacrifice myself. As long as it is within my ability, I will not hesitate. Huo Zhengxiong regarded Guo Xuejuan with a mix of admiration and disdain, promptly laying out his conditions. To save Diana, you must disclose everything. No detail can be concealed. Upon hearing this, Guo Xuejuan displayed a hesitant expression. Huo Zhengxiong initiated his persuasion mode, feigning the demeanor of a chivalrous rogue, and with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, I recall telling you three brothers that most of my subordinates hail from the Big Circle gang. Thus I have always held a favorable opinion of mainlanders. I understand that you are not intentionally causing me trouble. I offer you a chance. If you are willing to divulge, I will release all three of you brothers, allowing your return to the mainland. Guo Xuejuan was not entirely devoid of intelligence. He did not blindly divulge everything at Huo Zhengxiong's behest. His face contorted in a clear struggle as he weighed the pros and cons. Huo Zhengxiong cast a glance at Su Jingyang, who, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly drew a pistol and pressed it against Anna's temple. Anna slightly nodded, then feigned terror, shouting, Help! Xuejuan! Save me! I don't want to die, Xuejuan! I still wish to vacation in Bali with you. Woo-woo. In an instant, Guo Xuejuan's expression transformed into one of agitation. He gritted his teeth and declared, all right, I agree. Spare Anna, and I am willing to reveal everything. Huo Zhengxiong nodded, and Su Jingyang holstered the gun. Anna continued to cry, appearing genuinely frightened. Guo Xuejuan sighed, resignedly beginning to recount the events leading up to this point. The narrative mirrored the plot of Provincial Port Flag Soldiers 2, wherein Guo Xuejuan, Qi Jingsheng, and Li Xiangdong were originally mainlanders who, driven by a yearning for freedom, attempted to smuggle themselves to the port, only to be apprehended and imprisoned for illegal border crossing. Initially, they faced several years in prison, but then Inspector Peng approached them with a plan to utilize their identities as mainlanders to combat the mainlanders mingling within the port. Especially since all three were former soldiers with formidable combat and execution skills, they were deemed suitable for the task. Subsequently, they met with Inspector Peng at Stanley Prison. Inspector Peng assured them that if they were willing to atone for their crimes by working for the port police for 3 years on challenging cases, not only would they avoid continued imprisonment, but they would also regain their freedom immediately. Upon earning merit, they would not be deported back to the mainland, but would instead be granted legal residency in the port. Thus, the three brothers agreed. Huo Zhengxiong listened with keen interest, urging, do not stop. Continue. After a moment of recollection, Guo Xuejuan resumed. After settling the terms, Inspector Peng provided us with an address, instructing us to seek out the undercover agent embedded in the underworld. Initially, we intended to familiarize ourselves with the port situation before immediately coming to seek your aid. However, the agent informed us that due to the many rules among the port's gangs, individuals like us, lacking reputation and identity, would find it challenging to gain trust. He then connected us with a jewelry merchant client, requesting our assistance in resolving his troubles, thereby establishing our reputation. Subsequently, after dealing with the bully Xiaoxing, we sought out Brother Xiong. Who is Inspector Peng? Huo Zhengxiong abruptly inquired. Guo Xuejuan answered honestly. He is the head of the anti-organized crime unit at the West Kowloon police station. Where is the agent? Huo Zhengxiong pressed further. We do not know where he resides. We usually only communicate via phone. After a pause, Guo Xuejuan added, the agent is exceptionally cautious and highly alert. At this moment, Guo Xuejuan emphasized, Brother Xiong. That agent is indeed very careful, exceedingly vigilant. To put it in local parlance, he is a seasoned player. Huo Zhengxiong smiled knowingly. Guo Xuejuan, visibly anxious, looked at Huo Zhengxiong and stated, Brother Xiong, I have disclosed everything. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Huo Zhengxiong immediately broke into a wide grin, a smile that sent a chill down Guo Xuejuan's spine. Following this, Huo Zhengxiong's mind raced with thoughts, and he burst into laughter, proclaiming, of course, I am a man of my word. Since I promised to let bygones be bygones, I will certainly not breach my trust. Guo Xuejuan immediately exhibited a look of exhilaration, breathing a sigh of relief, and quickly expressed, thank you, Brother Xiong. He then followed up with, so Brother Xiong, could you perhaps release Anna first? Truly, he was a hopeless romantic. Huo Zhengxiong waved his hand, prompting Su Jingyang to immediately untie Diana. Huo Zhengxiong, maintaining a facade of composure, remarked to Diana, indeed, you have chosen a commendable man. He is responsible. Diana, displaying her quick wit, responded promptly, of course, my judgment has always been impeccable. This small compliment instantly filled Guo Xuejuan with pride, causing him to stand a little taller. He completely forgot that his unfortunate brothers, Qi Jingsheng and Li Xiangdong, had been unwittingly sold out by his foolishness, completely oblivious to their fate. Following this, Guo Xuejuan tentatively inquired, Brother Xiong, may we take our leave now? Huo Zhengxiong flashed a smile, and suddenly interjected, not so fast. Guo Xuejuan immediately revealed a wary expression and asked, Brother Xiong, what do you mean by that? Huo Zhengxiong, still smiling, waved his hand dismissively and said, don't think negatively. We are, after all, brothers, and it was I who caused you distress earlier. He then took a couple of steps forward, patted Guo Xuejuan on the shoulder, and lowered his voice. If I truly intended to harm you, I would have done so long ago. He continued, you were frightened this time. I will have someone take you out for a bit of relaxation later, as an apology. Guo Xuejuan, momentarily taken aback, felt no inkling of wrongdoing and, with delight, asked, is this for real? Could it be anything but? Huo Zhengxiong replied, pulling out his phone to make a call. I have a brother here who will be leaving the port soon. Please give him a warm welcome. After arranging a meeting place, Huo Zhengxiong hung up and added to Guo Xuejuan, consider it a farewell gift for you. Guo Xuejuan, in a daze, nodded eagerly, following Huo Zhengxiong's car back to Dingdashiji. Within 10 minutes, Huo Zhengxiong's subordinate, known as the lecherous emperor, Wang Jing, arrived. He patted Guo Xuejuan on the back with a grin, saying, brother, I'm not boasting, but in the entire port, no one knows where the best entertainment is better than I do. Since Brother Xiong has entrusted me with your hospitality, I will ensure you have an exhilarating and satisfying experience. I guarantee you will be thoroughly pleased. Chapter 48. Once this bomb is detonated, the entire factory will be engulfed in flames. Frankly speaking, Wang Jing's claim was not exaggerated, though he currently is a reputable director. He initially garnered experience from filming risque films, and few can rival his knowledge of indulgence in the port. Thus, he was not merely boasting. Wang Jing's boisterous demeanor immediately put Guo Xuejuan at ease. Following this, Wang Jing exchanged a brief greeting with Huo Zhengxiong, assuring him that he would take good care of Guo Xuejuan before leading him away in a vehicle. At that moment, Diana could not help but ask, "Are you truly planning to release him?" Huo Zhengxiong's smile vanished instantly, and he cast a fleeting glance at Diana, a sudden air of authority emanating from him. Diana was immediately struck with fear, her complexion paling, as she recalled Huo Zhengxiong's earlier advice to ask less, do less, and see less. Only then would one avoid danger. Realizing she had overstepped, she hurriedly distanced herself, no longer daring to interfere. Huo Zhengxiong turned his gaze back towards the direction where Guo Xuejuan and Wang Jing had departed, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Huo Zhengxiong did not directly eliminate Guo Xuejuan for a simple reason. To him, Guo Xuejuan resembled a fly, easily squashed at any moment, yet killing him would serve no purpose and would only drive Li Xiangdong and Qi Jingsheng to desperate measures. Of course, Huo Zhengxiong was confident he could eliminate all three before they realized what was happening, but the truth remained that Guo Xuejuan, Li Xiangdong, and Qi Jingsheng were merely tools dispatched by the police to confront him. Damaging the tools would incur minimal losses for the police. They could simply acquire replacements. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong conceived a new idea. If Inspector Peng could utilize the trio to undermine him, then why couldn't he leverage Guo Xuejuan to create trouble for the police? In simpler terms, he aimed to use Guo Xuejuan, this fly, to vex the authorities, making the endeavor all the more entertaining. Coincidentally, while the trio appeared united, Huo Zhengxiong understood that issues existed among them, with Guo Xuejuan undoubtedly being the most problematic. His will was weak, lacking conviction, and he even contemplated eloping with Diana. What an antiquated notion. However, since Guo Xuejuan could be swayed by lust, Huo Zhengxiong saw the opportunity to exploit this flaw, ensuring the police would face the repercussions of their own actions. Consequently, he had the lecherous emperor, Wang Jing, personally take Guo Xuejuan on a tour of Bolan Street, allowing him to experience a life of debauchery and excess, thus fully comprehending the allure of wealth. With money, one could possess everything. With money, no trouble was insurmountable. Cash was everything, capable of alleviating all worldly sorrows. Let us not forget that Guo Xuejuan and his companions came to the port primarily for financial gain. Any talk of seeking freedom was merely for appearances. Even if the most celebrated film star were to personally milk a cow for him, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility, provided there was enough money involved. In essence, this was Guo Xuejuan's transformation plan. Huo Zhengxiong intended to mold Guo Xuejuan into a tool suited for his own purposes. Thus, he had the lecherous emperor Wang Jing accompany him for a day of revelry. The following morning, Guo Xuejuan, feeling drained and with trembling legs, trailed behind Wang Jing as they exited the most renowned establishment on Bolan Street. His gaze was hazy, as if he were still ensnared by the regal indulgences of the previous evening, unable to shake off the realization of how wondrous money could be, and how women were merely accessories to wealth. He remained lost in that blissful state, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, his legs barely able to support him. To be candid, Guo Xuejuan was not particularly tall to begin with, and with his weakened legs, he appeared even shorter. At that moment, Wang Jing noticed Guo Xuejuan lagging behind, turned with a smile, and, observing his dazed expression, asked, "How was it? Enjoyable?" In an instant, the memories of the entire day and night flooded Guo Xuejuan's mind, and he instinctively nodded. It was exhilarating. His response was unequivocally sincere. Wang Jing chuckled and remarked, "Have you felt the allure of the port?" Quite clearly, Guo Xuejuan articulated, each word laced with yearning. Wang Jing recalled Huo Zhengxiong's clandestine directive, bolstering his confidence. His expression shifted slightly as he mused. In the port, with money, you possess everything. With money, no endeavor is impossible, no trouble insurmountable. At this moment, Guo Xuejuan, having undergone the pleasures of the previous day, found his already wavering resolve undergoing a remarkable transformation, shedding his former simplicity and innocence for a newfound greed. He wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Jing's assertion, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, Wang Jing, with a look of envy, said to Guo Xuejuan, "You're quite fortunate. Last night's expenses were all covered by the boss, but from now on, you will have to rely on yourself." Rely on his own means? A hint of confusion flickered across Guo Xuejuan's face, but I lack the ability to earn such money for this kind of spending. Wang Jing's expression brightened with satisfaction as he replied, "You may not have it yourself, but the boss certainly does. Finally, he delivered the prepared message. The boss has assigned you a task. Upon completion, you will receive a reward of 1 million. After a brief pause, Wang Jing patted Guo Xuejuan on the shoulder and added, work diligently with the boss, and he will undoubtedly treat you well. Upon hearing those words, Guo Xuejuan hesitated for but a fleeting moment, before greed overtook his thoughts. After all, it was a staggering sum of 1 million. He promptly ceased his hesitation. Nodding in agreement, I will do it. Wang Jing flashed a thumbs up at Guo Xuejuan, and then escorted him to the location of Huo Zhengxiong. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong had risen early that day, making his way to a warehouse in the suburbs. He inquired of the busy doctor, have you prepared everything I requested? The doctor, startled by Huo Zhengxiong's unexpected presence, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing his head to respond. The bomb has been completed. The quantity of explosives is more than sufficient. Given the size of the target factory, it will be more than adequate. Once this bomb is detonated, the entire factory will be engulfed in flames. The doctor gestured animatedly in the air, his face alight with fervor, brimming with confidence in his creation. Huo Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction. He then summoned Zhao Yi and Qian Er, instructing them to take the bomb and coordinate with the undercover agents stationed at the Coca-Cola and Pepsi factories to arrange the placement of the explosives. Just as Zhao Yi and Qian Er departed, the doctor enthusiastically began to showcase his latest achievement. Boss, come see my custom bomb. It is impossible for anyone to disarm it. Even the most skilled bomb disposal expert in all of Hong Kong would stumble here. As for evidence, it was utterly unnecessary. Mere rumors would suffice. Simultaneously, at Coca-Cola, Mike sat in his office, watching the morning news. After half an hour of viewing without encountering any of the information he sought, Mike impatiently switched off the television and glanced at his phone in the drawer. Still no updates. He immediately furrowed his brow. It had been several days since he had invested heavily to acquire personnel and employed his previous methods to arrange for poisoning at Dongfang Cola. Yet he had received no news. Something was amiss. Where had the plan faltered? Mike pondered deeply. Such matters required swift resolution. One must act quickly before the adversary becomes aware. To this end, he had spent a fortune to deal with Huo Zhengxiong from Dongfang Cola. He remained vigilant for news, dispatched numerous individuals to surveil the Dongfang Cola factory, and kept a close ear to the ground regarding police movements. Yet to no avail. There was no sign of activity. Mike had not received any reports of customers falling ill after consuming Dongfang Cola. An ominous premonition surged within him. He finally recognized that his arrangements had gone awry. While uncertain of where the issue lay, he knew this was far from good news. Mike could not help but speculate. Could it be that they took the money and fled? Pausing, he murmured quietly to himself, surely not. The last operation against Qingchun Cola was executed flawlessly. Though he remained unaware of the exact problem, his mood had soured considerably. He subsequently dialed the number of Mike from Pepsi, stating, the plan has failed. Upon hearing this, the Pepsi executive's mood plummeted, prompting him to ask, what happened? Did you not assure me of absolute certainty? Mike's agitation grew as he replied, it was my arrangement last time, and it is again this time. If you have concerns, feel free to handle it yourself. As heads of their respective cola companies, Mike saw no reason to yield to the Pepsi executive. The latter, realizing his words had been inappropriate, inwardly preferred to avoid direct involvement in such unsavory matters, believing it best for Mike to handle it. He immediately softened his tone, saying, actually, failure is quite normal. After all, when we dealt with Qingchun Cola, it collapsed in a similar manner. Huo Zhengxiong has employed this method against us before. He must have taken precautions. We cannot afford to stumble in the same place twice. A dissatisfied snort escaped Mike's lips, and he then heard the Pepsi executive continue. Since we have failed, we must adopt a different approach. Regardless, we must find a way to tarnish Dongfang Cola's reputation. Although the relationship between the Pepsi executive and Mike was not particularly amicable, the emergence of Dongfang Cola as a common adversary aligned their interests. Mike could not resist adopting a condescending tone, declaring, this is absolutely certain. Those despicable yellow-skinned people dare to compete with us. Indeed, on this matter, the Pepsi executive wholeheartedly agreed. Hong Kong was a colony of Victoria, and their foreign presence in the city afforded them protection in all their endeavors. They benefited from lower taxes for business and received preferential treatment from the police in times of trouble. Thus, foreigners in Hong Kong had long fostered a sense of superiority under such privileges. While they championed gentlemanly conduct and refrained from voicing such sentiments in public, behind closed doors, these self-proclaimed noble Victorians frequently engaged in discussions of this nature. In their daily lives, they rarely regarded Orientals with any respect. Consequently, among the various cola factories, theirs was notorious for the harshest treatment of workers. With an air of pride, the Pepsi executive remarked, I truly cannot fathom where Huo Zhengxiong, that yellow monkey, finds the audacity to oppose us. This time, We must teach those wretched Eastern pigs a lesson. I will devise a new plan to deal with them. Mike from Coca-Cola replied. If all else fails, we will leverage our influence in Hong Kong at higher levels. We can enlist the Food and Drug Administration to confront them. I refuse to believe that such a large factory cannot be troubled in some way. Hearing this, the Pepsi executive interjected, that plan is too slow. Huo Zhengxiong, that yellow monkey, has snatched away far too much of our market share. If we cannot resolve this issue expeditiously, it will inevitably affect the performance and objectives of our parent company, leading to troubles for us. Upon hearing this, Mike's expression darkened. The Pepsi executive's assessment was undeniably accurate. After a brief silence, the Pepsi executive suddenly conceived an idea, stating, I recall that Huo Zhengxiong's background is dubious, and the police have been investigating him. Why not spend some money to hire media outlets to tarnish his reputation? This will undoubtedly stifle Dongfang Cola's growth. Then we can. Thus, the two foreigners solidified their scheme. A group of self-important foreign businessmen whispered among themselves, swiftly finalizing their strategy to commence with the defamation of Huo Zhengxiong's reputation. Even if the police lacked concrete evidence to act against him based solely on this, these two arrogant executives were bold enough to proceed. In their minds, they believed themselves to be rulers capable of manipulating the fates of Orientals at will. Those they deemed unworthy would inevitably meet their demise. As for evidence, it was entirely superfluous. Mere rumors would suffice. They may have never encountered the phrase, 3 men make a tiger. But the methods they employed mirrored the very essence of that saying. After all, few would wish to purchase a product associated with a suspected murderer of an entire family. The final strategy was established, to spend money to expose Huo Zhengxiong's gang affiliations and his illicit activities through the media. However, this time, the task was entrusted to Mike, a prominent figure at Pepsi Cola. The two would take turns managing the operation, which seemed rather equitable. Beep, beep, beep. Once the plan was discussed, the call was disconnected. Mike from Pepsi Cola revealed a cunning smile. Despite the plan not yet succeeding, he felt a surge of confidence, convinced that Huo Zhengxiong from Dongfang Cola was no match for him. Just as Mike was about to pick up the phone again to put the plan into action, there was a knock at the office door. A secretary entered, holding a box, and placed it on Mike's desk, saying, Chairman, this is a gift for you from someone. Mike, somewhat taken aback, instinctively set his phone down, took the gift, and examined it, then casually pushed the phone aside, eager to unveil the surprise prepared for him. Chapter 50. What are you standing there for? Damn it. Hurry and raise the money. Swiftly, he opened the gift box, which resembled a nesting doll. Just as Mike was growing impatient, he extracted a miniature bomb from within. At that very moment, a concealed microcatch sprang out from the box, striking his face with a slight sting. Instantly, Mike felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Upon closer inspection, he was frozen in shock. How could this object resemble a bomb? Suddenly, a timer on the gift screen began its countdown, 05959, accompanied by a beeping sound. In an instant, Mike, disregarding his composure, cursed under his breath and exclaimed in panic, bomb. This outburst startled the secretary, who was about to leave the office. Instinctively, Mike reached to throw the bomb away, but just then, the phone rang at an inopportune moment. The timing of the call felt anything but coincidental. Trembling, Mike answered the phone, and a polite voice immediately resonated through the receiver. Is this Mike? Who are you? Mike stammered in panic. You can call me Doctor. Doctor? Mike replied with a serious tone, what do you want? I presume you have received my gift by now. Before Mike could respond, the doctor cheerfully elaborated. I suggest you keep your hand firmly on that bomb. Mike shivered at the remark, suddenly realizing its implications, and with a trembling voice asked, what do you mean by that? You must have noticed that a marble inside the bomb has started to roll. This bomb is equipped with a horizontal mechanism. Any vibration or slight tilt will trigger an explosion, a catastrophic one. Upon hearing this, Mike's demeanor collapsed, his face draining of color as he hurriedly repositioned the slightly tilted marble back into place, finally exhaling in relief. The doctor, as if observing his every move, continued in a concerned tone, you have 1 hour. Do not make any sudden movements. By this time, Mike's limbs had grown somewhat stiff, and he trembled as he asked, what exactly do you want? It's quite simple. The doctor's voice remained calm, as if he were a sovereign wielding power over Mike's life. His tone reminiscent of the disdain he had shown earlier in his conversation with the chairman of Coca-Cola. The doctor continued, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind and would like to borrow some money from you. Surely, you wouldn't be stingy, would you? Mike instantly recognized that he was being extorted, a surge of rage igniting within him, yet he dared not voice any obscenities to the doctor, leaving him with nothing but overwhelming panic and fury. Mike's face flushed crimson as he urgently retorted, how much do you need? Prepare $50 million in cash. And ensure the bills are not sequential. $50 million. Mike was utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming in agitation, that's impossible. Before he could finish, the doctor's unperturbed voice interrupted, Otherwise, not only will I blow you up, but I will also obliterate the production line and office building of your Pepsi-Cola factory." After a brief pause, the doctor added, "Do not doubt the veracity of my words. You may take your time to consider, but remember, your time is limited." With that, the call was disconnected. The relentless beeping of the bomb's countdown served as a grim reminder, driving Mike into a frenzy of fear and rage, nearly pushing him to the brink of collapse. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "An hour, $50 million. How is that even possible?" His face reflected a tempest of anger, intertwined with an unmistakable sense of terror and anxiety. This time, Mike's reaction was far from feigned. Raising $50 million within an hour was beyond his capabilities. Yet, failing to procure the money was not an option. The bomb's countdown was mercilessly urging him to devise a solution. The relentless beeping hammered away at his heart, as if threatening to explode at any moment. This was no mere timer. It was a countdown to his demise. Naturally, Mike had entertained the thought that this could merely be an intimidation tactic. But who would gamble with their life? Aside from those reckless enough to disregard their mortality, no one would dare take such risks. Clearly, Mike was not about to gamble with his life. Not to mention, the doctor had threatened that if the money was not obtained, he would level the factory. If the money vanished, he could always earn it back gradually. However, should the factory be destroyed, it would undoubtedly impact Pepsi-Cola's sales throughout Southeast Asia. Already struggling with a tarnished reputation, if they couldn't supply goods, how could Pepsi-Cola continue its business? What grounds would they have to compete with Coca-Cola? Most importantly, he would undoubtedly lose his position. Once he lost his status and identity, how could he remain among the elite? How could he maintain his status as a successful individual? What right would he have to look down upon those from the East? These were all scenarios that Mike could not bear to accept. Thus, he had only one path before him: to raise the money. In a fit of desperation, Mike frantically turned to the secretary standing dumbfounded at the door and shouted angrily, "What are you standing there for? Damn it, hurry and gather the money." The secretary, now flustered, finally snapped back to reality after being reprimanded and cautiously asked with a quivering voice, "But Chairman, shouldn't we call the police first? Perhaps they could disarm the bomb. $50 million cannot be raised in an hour." Mike was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting a dawning realization. Of course, we should contact the police. Yet, after a moment's thought, a flicker of doubt and concern crept in. Could the police truly resolve the issue? But considering he could not possibly muster that amount of money, and with his life on the line, what if the so-called doctor really did detonate the bomb to eliminate him? What then? But what if this was merely a bluff? Could the bomb be fake? Should he take the risk? Amidst this whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Mike ultimately yielded, choosing what he deemed the safest course of action, urgently declaring, "What are you waiting for? Call the police." Yes. The secretary snapped back to her senses and hurried to call the authorities. Soon, the police, having received the alert, sprang into action. Mike was not mistaken. In the context of that era, foreigners in Victoria indeed held a higher status, especially when it came to someone of his stature. The chairman of the port's Pepsi-Cola company, facing such a crisis. Chapter 51. The amount of this ransom is undoubtedly a record for the port. Someone has threatened him with a bomb. If this news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause an uproar in the port. Even more outrageous, the individual claiming to be a doctor has declared that if the money is not forthcoming, he will blow up the Pepsi factory along with it. If that were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Such a case, capable of shocking the world, would inevitably involve countless individuals, including the foreign commissioner of the port police, who would face immense trouble. The news was reported up the chain, and each layer of recipients was left utterly astonished. Finally, the foreign commissioner of the police department bellowed an order. "You lot are useless. What are you waiting for? Alert the bomb disposal experts immediately. Evacuate all employees from the Pepsi factory at once. Find the bomb. Defuse it, damn it." Following a torrent of furious curses, the police sprang into action. All officers near the Pepsi factory and the office building were deployed, sirens blaring, echoing throughout the sky. Countless officers rushed into the factory and office building, initiating the evacuation of crowds and searching for the bomb's location. Simultaneously, fully equipped bomb disposal experts were on standby. The foreign commissioner even personally contacted the Special Duties Unit. In a matter of moments, nearly all the elite forces of the port police, from the most ordinary uniformed officers in traffic police to the PTU Emergency Response Unit, the Special Duties Unit, bomb disposal teams, Intelligence Investigation Division, and the Anti-Triad Unit, were mobilized. Before long, under police guidance, all personnel from the Pepsi office building and factory began to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Everyone was racing against time, contending for every precious second. However, such a significant commotion by the police, coupled with the urgency of their actions, could hardly escape the notice of the media. Moreover, many media outlets had their own channels within the police, so the news spread rapidly. Television stations, newspaper reporters, and even radio media across the entire port sprang into action. With 40 minutes remaining until the bomb's detonation, it had been approximately 20 minutes since the incident began, and all preparatory measures were already completed. This level of operational speed was unprecedented for the port police, truly a rare occurrence. Many sergeants, inspectors, and captains were incessantly urging their subordinates to accelerate their pace. At that moment, media outlets with swift response teams had already arrived at the base of the Pepsi office building and commenced live broadcasting. Good evening, viewers. This is XXXXX Television. Please observe, the Pepsi office building behind me has entered a state of full alert. According to reliable information, criminal elements have planted bombs within the Coca-Cola office and factory. Even the owner of Pepsi is currently under bomb threat. These criminals, emboldened, are demanding a ransom of $50 million from the owner within an hour. Otherwise, the situation will escalate to extremely dire consequences. We interrupt this broadcast with an urgent news update. The owner of Pepsi has received bomb threats. This is TVB Television, and viewers, please look behind me. All employees of the Pepsi factory have evacuated, and bomb disposal experts equipped with full gear have entered the premises. Citizens, this is Asia Television News Channel. According to insider information, some bombs within the Pepsi factory have been successfully located. Police bomb disposal specialists state that the number and potency of the bombs discovered thus far are sufficient to easily demolish the entire factory. Our reporters have received the latest information, indicating that reliable sources suggest the bomb disposal experts believe the deactivation of these bombs is extremely challenging, as they are of a new type never encountered before. As you can see, the police are exerting every effort to manage this situation. Please trust the port police's capability to handle the case. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. At this moment, everyone was most curious about the identity of this doctor. According to our information from Interpol, the doctor is a notorious fugitive who has committed crimes across various regions in Asia. He is a quintessential international terrorist, exhibiting extraordinarily brutal methods. He has even orchestrated and executed multiple bomb attacks in Western Europe, showcasing a remarkable talent for bomb making. His movements are shrouded in secrecy. He appears and disappears without a trace, with many in Western Europe referring to him as the embodiment of a demon on Earth. The latest news indicates that Interpol, upon learning of the doctor's presence in the port, has shared relevant information with the police department. The latest police bulletin reveals that the police commissioner has just issued a statement emphasizing the necessity to ensure no innocent civilians are harmed and has deployed a substantial police force to implement street closures. Furthermore, based on the criminal's information, the police have initiated a manhunt for the fugitive doctor across the entire port. If anyone possesses reliable information, please contact the port police promptly. Upon verification of the information's value, rewards ranging from $100,000 to $1 million will be offered. If any citizen can capture the doctor, they will receive a reward of $2 million from the police. In an instant, amidst the intense media coverage, a suffocating atmosphere began to permeate the hearts of every citizen in the port. It must be said that a fugitive who toys with bombs poses a greater threat than ordinary criminals. As no one wishes to be blown up by a bomb while merely passing through a location, no one desires to encounter such misfortune without cause. The entire populace of the port engaged in fervent discussions about this incident. My goodness, this is too intense. This so-called doctor is truly ruthless. I fear that the owner of Pepsi may find it exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed from this ordeal. Wow. Demanding $50 million as ransom right off the bat. What an eye-opener. This ransom amount undoubtedly sets a record for the port. I cannot fathom when we will capture this fiend. It's causing widespread anxiety. I don't even know when it will be safe to go outside. I sincerely hope the police do not falter at such a critical moment and manage to apprehend him swiftly. In no time, the term doctor became one of the most talked about words in the port. Meanwhile, doctors and hospitals, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings, distanced themselves from this fugitive, advising their patients and hospital nurses to refrain from calling them doctor, opting instead for physician. It is quite amusing. Yet these minor matters illustrate how wary people have become of the word doctor, akin to the fear of ferocious floods and beasts. Chapter 52. Such a massive explosion. The factory is likely flattened. The timed bomb on the owner of Pepsi has 30 minutes remaining. In a warehouse on the outskirts of Kowloon, the doctor who was given the orders is currently watching the news coverage on television, his face a mask of astonishment. He never anticipated that the situation would escalate to such proportions. Suddenly, he recalls the previous directive from Huo Zhengxiong, realizing that he was merely following instructions. But now the magnitude of the event seems somewhat exaggerated, especially as some media outlets, in a bid to attract public attention, have gone so far as to describe him as having a fearsome appearance and a robust physique, almost implying that he might eat children alive. Seeing these comments, he glanced at his own reflection in the mirror, a picture of a delicate scholar with a dignified demeanor. This hardly aligns with their portrayal, does it? At the same moment, Huo Zhengxiong, accompanied by Su Jingyang and several subordinates, stealthily arrived across from the PepsiCo building, casually sipping on a bottle of Oriental cola while leisurely gazing through the window. Relishing the unfolding drama, as he glanced down, he immediately recognized numerous familiar figures and faces, exclaiming in astonishment, "Good heavens! What a crowd of acquaintances! Not a single mundane individual among them." Following Huo Zhengxiong's gaze, one could see reporter Liu Huijin from Jadeite Television, bomb disposal expert Zhang Zishan from the police department, the beleaguered Chief Inspector Raymond from the West Kowloon Police Station, his capable assistant Chun Jiejun from the Major Crimes Unit, and the elite officer Zhou Xingxing from the Special Duties Unit, among others. Huo Zhengxiong could name each person with a mere glance, while the number of faces he recognized but could not name was even greater. Subsequently, unable to contain himself, Huo Zhengxiong let out a soda burp and murmured, "Wow. What a grand spectacle this is." He was so exhilarated that he trembled with excitement. His heart brimmed with enthusiasm and exhilaration at the colossal upheaval he had orchestrated. Approximately 200 meters away from the PepsiCo building, the foreign deputy commissioner of police was holding a press conference. With a resolute tone, he stated, "I urge all media friends and the entire citizenry to have faith in the capabilities of the Hong Kong police. We will undoubtedly uncover the true culprits behind this incident and administer justice according to the law, fostering a secure and harmonious environment for everyone. Rest assured, our bomb disposal experts are working diligently to ensure the safety of the PepsiCo president." He continued, "Progress has been somewhat sluggish, primarily due to the assailants employing a newly developed type of explosive, which poses significant challenges for disarmament. However, we possess the determination to succeed." One must concede that the foreign deputy commissioner was indeed an eloquent speaker. Consequently, the majority of the media present found themselves easily persuaded by his words and gradually began to report favorably on the exemplary capabilities of the Hong Kong police. Nevertheless, being in close proximity, Huo Zhengxiong heard the deputy commissioner's words distinctly. He then let out a cold snicker, saying, "Just you inept fools." He glanced at his watch. 40 minutes had passed. There were still 20 minutes left in the countdown to 1 hour. Without any expression on his face, Huo Zhengxiong issued a command to Li Si and Zhou Wu behind him. "Proceed." The two men, fully understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Each pulling out their phones, intently monitoring the time while chanting, "Initiate countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. As soon as the words left their lips, a thunderous explosion shattered the window before Huo Zhengxiong, sending shards flying. The tremors coursed through him as he realized the building was shaking, akin to an earthquake. Flames erupted skyward, and thick black smoke billowed like a great dragon, swirling towards the heavens. Glass shattered everywhere. The gathered crowd below, comprising onlookers, reporters, media personnel, police officers, and PepsiCo employees, were caught in this sudden calamity. They were stunned by the overwhelming blast, their heads spinning, ears ringing, unable to maintain their footing. "Ah, it's on fire. Hurry and extinguish it. Save the people first. Someone is trapped." Chaos erupted below the building. 200 meters away, the foreign deputy commissioner, who had just solemnly assured the media and citizens that there would be no mishaps, now found himself in a state of shock, staring blankly at the inferno engulfing the PepsiCo building. Before anyone could react, another colossal explosion reverberated from afar, roughly a kilometer away, followed by a resounding boom. The sound was more piercing than that of the initial blast. It felt as though their ears might be ruptured. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the source of the explosion. Silence fell over the scene. Just then, a police officer, in a state of despair, shouted, "That's the direction of the PepsiCo factory." The scene descended into utter chaos. A collective murmur arose, filled with shock, panic, horror, confusion, and fear, reflected on every face present. One reporter, regaining composure, suppressed his shock and declared, "Everyone must have heard those 2 consecutive massive explosions. They speak volumes. The Hong Kong police have failed in their operation. Such a colossal explosion has likely flattened the factory. Unless by some stroke of luck, the police managed to evacuate the workers in advance, there should be no casualties." With over 20 minutes still remaining until the scheduled explosion, what on earth had transpired? Something was amiss. Why would the mastermind detonate the bomb prematurely? What could possibly justify such madness? That individual was truly a lunatic. A terrifying figure. He dared to set off the explosives. How outrageous. The police commissioner had just assured us everything would be handled. Bah, I knew I couldn't trust the police. And what about that foreign deputy commissioner? We mustn't let him escape. After paying so many taxes, is this the outcome we receive? He was just pounding his chest, claiming there would be no issues. And right after, the bomb detonated. Surely that's no coincidence. I suspect the mastermind couldn't tolerate his arrogant demeanor and orchestrated this on purpose. By the way, I wonder how bomb disposal expert Zhang Zishan is faring? And is the PepsiCo president still alive? Undoubtedly. This catastrophic explosion at the PepsiCo building and factory has left all of Hong Kong in shock, from the police department to ordinary citizens on the streets. All discussing the incident, with every mention of the Doctor's name eliciting a tense reaction. Chapter 53. I cannot abide when others point fingers at me. As Huo Zhengxiong prepared to leave after witnessing the farce across from the PepsiCo office building, he suddenly saw 2 stretchers being carried out from the building. Zhang Zishan, clad in bomb disposal gear, emerged unscathed, while the PepsiCo president had miraculously survived. One must commend Zhang Zishan for his prowess as one of Hong Kong's top bomb disposal experts, for he had indeed managed to save President Mike. However, although the life of the PepsiCo president was temporarily spared, he was left grievously injured, having lost an arm and a leg. At this moment, the PepsiCo president was crying out in agony, a torment more unbearable than death. Undoubtedly, he was engulfed in a sea of pain. Just then, a throng of media reporters surged forth, capturing photographs frantically. Before the live cameras, the once magnificent figure of the PepsiCo president now appeared wretched, invoking fear of the mastermind behind the scenes. At that moment, President Mike's phone rang from his pocket. Zhang Zishan seized the phone and answered it under the watchful eyes of numerous media outlets. Immediately, Zhang Zishan shouted in fury, "Why did you detonate the bomb 20 minutes early?" Mike, having regained some composure, looked despairingly at Zhang Zishan as he yelled at the mastermind on the other end of the line. Yet, in the face of Zhang Zishan's uncontrolled rage, the voice on the other end remained calm and unperturbed, as if the destruction of the Pepsi factory and building bore no consequence for him. The doctor spoke in a steady tone. "There is no other reason. It was simply my choice. That man just now spoke arrogantly, insisting on capturing me, and was quite breathless with indignation. Therefore, I felt compelled to teach him a lesson. I cannot tolerate anyone pointing fingers at me. While $50 million is certainly not an insignificant amount, I find greater satisfaction in demonstrating my might to that scoundrel." The bomb disposal expert beside him was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless and nearly breathless. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Zishan reported this incident to the foreign deputy director. Upon hearing the account, the deputy's expression turned ashen. Was it truly because of him? The reporters nearby, who had been eavesdropping, were utterly taken aback by this revelation. My goodness, this is undoubtedly a major news story. The bomb was detonated early due to the foreign deputy director's relentless pressure, which provoked the terrorist doctor. That terrorist doctor even disregarded $50 million just to teach the deputy director a lesson? This is sensational news. The reporters' minds began to churn with potential headlines. Astonishing. Doctor detonates bomb 20 minutes early, the reason being. Deputy Director Charles Ston provokes doctor, inciting frantic retribution. Just imagine how captivating that sounds. Tomorrow's newspapers are bound to sell out. The reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. The foreign deputy director, sensing the eager gazes of the journalists, felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. If these reporters caught wind of this, he would surely lose his position. That afternoon, both TVB and ATV aired the midday news, reporting on the explosion incident. This is TVB. At 9:40 a.m. today, a shocking major event occurred at PepsiCo, with the company's building and factory being sequentially bombed, resulting in catastrophic losses. The broadcast displayed footage of the explosion, immediately following a clip of the deputy director vowing to capture the terrorist. According to on-site correspondent Lu Huijin, the reason the terrorist doctor detonated the bomb early was due to the deputy director's actions, although there were no fatalities and only a few injuries. The losses for Pepsi were immense, and it could take half a year before production could resume. By then, the markets in Hong Kong, the mainland, and even Southeast Asia would be seized by competitors, which would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to a fast-moving consumer product. Many citizens heard the explosion and felt the subsequent tremors, flooding television stations with calls and engaging in fervent discussions online. That doctor is utterly insane. Indeed, he is far too brazen. Previous terrorists were mere lambs in comparison. Pepsi has been dreadfully unfortunate to encounter such a madman. That deputy director is a complete fool. By afternoon, various special editions of major newspapers were released, all centered around the explosion incident. The papers quickly sold out. Exclusive story on the major explosion, analyzing the foolish actions of Deputy Director Charles Ston, the behavioral differences between administrative and frontline police. Various analyses and insider information provided far more detail than the television reports. Citizens were left dazzled, exclaiming their delight. The focal point of public discussion was undoubtedly the plight of Pepsi, driven to madness by the relentless deputy director. At that moment, Inspector Peng of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, while perusing the newspapers, detected a familiar scent, Huo Zhengxiong. This reckless demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Huo Zhengxiong. He had an instinctive feeling that this doctor might be connected to him. He picked up the phone and dialed a secret number. After confirming that Li Xiangdong's surroundings were secure, he unleashed a torrent of fury. What are you doing? Why have you not provided any updates on Huo Zhengxiong? Are you all just idling away? I knew I couldn't trust your abilities and character. I regret entrusting such a crucial matter to you. Meanwhile, on Li Xiangdong's end, the three brothers were being berated mercilessly, feeling both furious yet unable to retort, as their fates rested in Inspector Peng's hands. Among them, Wu Xuejuan was the most incensed. He casually set down a small recording device, capturing the entire conversation. The next morning, at Coca-Cola, Dan Mike arrived at the building in high spirits. Elated. Their long-standing rival Pepsi had been bombed, and the market was ripe for Coca-Cola. Unless, of course, there was still Oriental Cola to contend with. The thought of Oriental Cola darkened Dan Mike's expression. These Easterners were simply impossible to shake off. They had clearly been suppressed, yet they still insisted on making a comeback. Why not just accept their fate? With a mix of joy and dissatisfaction, Dan Mike returned to his office. As soon as he sat down, his secretary entered, carrying a beautifully packaged breakfast delivery box, placing it on Dan Mike's desk. Chapter 54. As adults, one should exhibit maturity. Boss, this breakfast was sent by the Peninsula Hotel, specifically prepared for you. The secretary then opened the box's lid. Wait. Mike's expression changed as he recalled Pepsi's predicament, hastily reaching out to stop her. But it was too late. Click. A clasp sprang open, revealing a countdown timer before them. Countdown, 0:59, 59. Mike. Secretary, The secretary cried out in terror. Mike was equally horrified, his face paling as he staggered back several steps. Ring, ring, ring. A mobile phone within the gift box suddenly rang. Trembling, Mike answered the call. Good morning, dear Mr. Mike. With a mournful expression, Mike replied, Good morning, doctor. The doctor continued, I trust one need not elaborate further? Do not call the police. Prepare $50 million within 1 hour, or you will meet the same fate as Pepsi. Mike nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Of course, I will ensure it is done, absolutely. Call the police? He dared not. Pepsi was a dire warning. As for the $50 million in cash, yesterday, HSBC had already counted it at Pepsi's request. It just hadn't been delivered yet when the catastrophe struck. One may directly approach HSBC for assistance. He promptly made a call to the senior executive at HSBC, who, after listening intently, readily granted approval. Mike swiftly evacuated all personnel from the company building and the factory. The police, having been alerted, were nonetheless left in the dark. As Mike revealed nothing, just 56 minutes later, executives from Coca-Cola stealthily arrived at an abandoned warehouse in an ordinary vehicle, transporting $50 million, approximately 590 kilograms, and handed it over to a group of enigmatic individuals who bore the unmistakable appearance of elite soldiers. Mike had just breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Coca-Cola had finally averted disaster. However, merely 4 minutes later, an explosion erupted at Coca-Cola's office building. The factory also succumbed to an explosion. Oh no. Mike, witnessing this astonishing scene, was consumed by terror and cried out in despair. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. I had already made the payment. Why would they still detonate it? Huo Zhengxiong watched the dramatic scene unfold with great interest. As an adult, one ought to exhibit a modicum of maturity. Do not place your trust in others so readily. A large contingent of police soon arrived at the scene. Mr. Mike, greetings. A severe explosion has just occurred at your company's office building and factory. What exactly transpired? Inquired an inspector, the officer in charge of the operation. His countenance was exceptionally grave, his expression as cold as ice, and the tone of his voice bore an accusatory edge, further exacerbating Mike's already dire predicament. Although Mike held a prestigious position at the port, the inspector investigating the incident was far too preoccupied to consider such matters. In fact, the very fact that he was able to speak in such a manner was already a concession to Mike's status. After all, the explosion at the Pepsi factory the previous day had cast a pall over the citizens of the entire city. As it happened, the troubles from yesterday remained unresolved, with the media inundating the public with reports and the citizens' discontent keeping the port police exceedingly busy. Yet, before the situation here could be settled, another massive explosion had occurred. Compared to yesterday's incident, this situation was far more grave. The police had received no prior information. When they were finally alerted, they were left stupefied by the sounds of explosions emanating from Coca-Cola's factory and office building. Indeed, at this moment, the entrance to the police station was besieged by a swarm of media personnel, all clamoring for an explanation from the police. Yet the police were equally exasperated. The inspector's brusque demeanor was a result of having just received a severe reprimand from the foreign head of the police department. However, at this moment, Mike was far too consumed by despair to concern himself with such matters. With a defeated expression, he gritted his teeth and managed to utter 2 words, Doctor. His voice was laced with an indescribable fury. Upon hearing Mike's words, the investigating officer was not taken aback. He had already surmised the general situation. Clearly, The incident at Pepsi yesterday and today's explosion at Coca-Cola were intricately linked. Thus, the identity of the perpetrator was evident. Even the ordinary citizens who heard the explosions could make an educated guess, and the investigating officer was no exception. His earlier urgency in questioning was merely to confirm his suspicions. The atmosphere at the scene grew palpably oppressive. It's that lunatic again. The investigating officer's face turned ashen, and he could not help but slam his fist against the nearby police vehicle, leaving a dent in the door. What on earth is happening? Mike was unwilling to respond or elaborate, for in the wake of those two explosions, his future, wealth, and factory had all been reduced to mere shadows. It's over. Everything is over. This was the singular thought consuming Mike's mind at that moment. Seeing that Mike remained silent, the officer could no longer contain his frustration and seized Mike by the collar, shouting in anger, "Speak up!" Under police duress. Mike gritted his teeth and recounted the sequence of events. The investigating officer was immediately left in a state of disbelief, incredulously asking, "What did you say? You have already made the payment?" Mike, with great difficulty, responded, "Yes." The inspector's composure shattered, and he could not refrain from glaring and exclaiming, "That doctor is insane." He accepted the money, reported it to the police, and yet still detonated the factory. Outrageous. A madman. He is truly a lunatic. At the explosion site, Mike gazed at the towering inferno engulfing the building, now spiraling out of control, and abandoned any lingering hope of salvage. Subsequently, when the investigating officer relayed the news back to the police station, the police chief, deputy chief, and senior assistant chief were all driven to the brink of fury. That lunatic. A scoundrel. Simply outrageous. He has shown utter contempt for us, the port police. Unable to contain his rage, the deputy chief hurled a cup against the wall. He now comprehended that the earlier assertion, that the doctor had detonated the bomb 20 minutes early due to his media outburst, was merely a pretext. But what of today? The police had received no advance warning whatsoever, and the notion that his actions had precipitated the premature detonation was sheer nonsense. In the media coverage from yesterday to today, he had become the target of public ire, vilified as a criminal. Yet, despite Mike's compliance, he still met with this disastrous outcome. It seemed that all fates were intertwined in calamity. Chapter 55, Insanity. This doctor is truly deranged. This scoundrel, a madman. The foreign deputy chief's emotions had completely unraveled. "Chief, we just received a call from Huo Zhengxiong from Oriental Cola." What happened? At the mention of Oriental Cola, the foreign chief's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor becoming exceedingly tense. It must be said that the two explosions occurring within 2 days had directly shattered his composure. Just hearing the word cola triggered a reflexive response. The officer, taken aback by the chief's reaction, quickly replied. Huo Zhengxiong stated that he also received a call from the doctor. Another doctor? The foreign chief's heart sank. He could hardly bear to hear more. The officer continued. Huo Zhengxiong mentioned that part of his factory has also been bombed. This outcome was both anticipated and somewhat unexpected. Was there to be no cola factory in the entire port spared from calamity? Immediately, the foreign chief ordered that the foreign deputy chief be dispatched to Oriental Cola to ascertain the situation. Upon receiving the news, the foreign deputy chief turned pale. Indeed, this deputy role seemed to be a scapegoat. Having to appear at the scene for 3 consecutive explosions, he began to question whether he was cursed. Without further ado, the foreign deputy chief rushed to Huo Zhengxiong's factory. However, unlike the situations at Pepsi and Coca-Cola, upon arriving at the entrance of Oriental Cola, he found a neatly arranged line of bombs. Huo Zhengxiong appeared shaken, as though he had narrowly escaped disaster, filled with relief. The deputy chief paused momentarily, carefully surveying the Oriental Cola factory. Aside from a small portion emitting smoke and a sense of chaos in the air, the factory remained largely intact, suffering minimal damage. He quickly began to inquire about the situation. Huo Zhengxiong, upon seeing the foreign deputy chief's arrival, felt the tension in his face dissipate, and with a hint of relief said, "Fortunately, I was well prepared. I had the employees heighten their vigilance and scheduled 5 patrol checks daily. Thankfully, we detected the threat in time, or my factory could have faced severe repercussions. Only a small section was affected by the explosion, otherwise, my factory would have likely been lost. Indeed, amidst misfortune, there lies a silver lining. Judging by the events of the past couple of days, this news indeed brings a semblance of joy." The deputy director wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, pondering silently. As long as no major chaos ensues, all will be well. Alas, he could finally provide an account to his superiors. His eyes shimmered with a glimmer of luck. Subsequently, he offered a few words of consolation to Huo Zhengxiong on behalf of the police before hastily departing. That evening, the news reported on the matter. Renowned journalist Liu Huijin announced, according to the latest information from the media, the 3 major cola manufacturers in the port, namely Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and Oriental Cola, have all suffered varying degrees of explosive damage. It is evident that the notorious criminal known as Doctor has deliberately targeted these three prominent cola factories. Notably, the Coca-Cola factory, without notifying the police, paid a ransom of $50 million, yet still fell prey to the Doctor's assault. Both the factory and the office building were obliterated, alongside significant equipment losses. Presently, among the three cola factories, Oriental Cola has incurred the least damage, with only a small portion of its premises destroyed. Huo Zhengxiong, the owner of Oriental Cola, credited this fortunate outcome to the diligence and responsibility of his employees, who had organized extensive patrols and inspections, thereby averting greater losses. As to whether Oriental Cola will face retribution from the Doctor in the future, that remains uncertain. In response to this incident, the police issued a new announcement. The communique warned that the criminal Doctor is extremely dangerous and urged all enterprises in the port to prepare for preventative measures. A wanted notice regarding the Doctor has been disseminated throughout the entire port, and the police are making every effort to apprehend him, urging the public to promptly notify the authorities of any suspicious individuals or clues, fostering a collaborative effort between police and citizens. However, the final police statement and announcement in the news went largely unnoticed, completely overlooked by the general populace. Nonetheless, discussions on the matter were inevitable. Once again, the port was engulfed in a cacophony of shock and chatter. Everyone fervently debated the criminal Doctor. How terrifying it was. There are only 3 cola factories in the port, and none escaped unscathed. Huo Zhengxiong was undoubtedly the wisest, having prepared in advance without succumbing to complacency, thus denying the Doctor any opportunity. Truly impressive. Indeed, the 3 major cola factories were nearly obliterated. Had Oriental Cola also been destroyed, we would have been left without cola to drink. After 3 consecutive terror attacks, with 2.5 being successful, this Doctor truly possesses remarkable skills. Yes, before the Doctor, the depths of the port police's capabilities have been thoroughly scrutinized. Utterly deranged. This Doctor is indeed a figure of madness. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong displayed acumen. Having made preparations early on, such astuteness is rare. If the head of Coca-Cola had even half of Huo Zhengxiong's intellect, they would not have suffered financial losses and damage, ending up with nothing to show for it. From a certain perspective, I find myself rather admiring the Doctor. He is truly formidable. One individual has managed to outmaneuver Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and so many police personnel. Frankly, I am not particularly interested in these events. My sole fascination lies with one matter. The host Le Huijin possesses a truly impressive bosom. Brother, I share your sentiments. I only watch the news for her, as her figure is simply too conspicuous. I cannot fathom who might ultimately win her affections. In just 2 short days, the name Doctor has become legendary. To this day, the port police have no information regarding him, utterly at a loss. Truly remarkable. The shadow of the Doctor looms heavily over the port police, instilling fear even among ordinary citizens. Amidst the turmoil incited by the Doctor, there appears to be but one clear winner, the media of the port. Their reputation, popularity, sales, and attention have all surged dramatically, an unequivocal triumph. Both the media and the 2 cola companies are merely tools for the media to attract traffic and viewers. Finally, in this atmosphere, as the citizens of the port continue to feel disillusioned with the police, a week has passed. A week later, as the citizens gradually recover from their fear of the Doctor, and the port police begin to emerge from the shadow of the Doctor, Huo Zhengxiong unveils his grand strategy. Chapter 56. How dare he disregard the police's dignity? Such audacity. Huo Zhengxiong, the head of Oriental Cola, has invested a substantial sum, leveraging the aftermath of the Doctor's incident to launch a new product, Explosive Cola. As the name suggests, the bottle of Oriental Cola is adorned with images of flames erupting during the explosion, accompanied by the words Oriental Explosive Cola. In an instant, this product has skyrocketed in popularity. The promotional effect speaks for itself. 1 word, fire. 2 words, explosive fire. This is an extraordinarily successful instance of event marketing. Upon its launch, Explosive Cola was met with widespread acclaim, selling 50,000 cases on the very first day. Such sales figures would make any beverage company envious. The factory within the port is operating at full capacity, and with the assistance of 2 engineers. The equipment damaged in the explosion was restored to operation in just 3 days. In reality, Huo Zhengxiong claimed that the small portion of Oriental Cola that was destroyed consisted entirely of obsolete equipment. Hence, his reported losses amounted to nothing more than a pile of bricks and scrap metal. Given that Oriental Cola already had an excellent flavor, coupled with the strategic leveraging of this incident, a surge in sales was entirely reasonable. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. With Oriental Cola's booming sales, Huo Zhengxiong is overjoyed, while Pepsi and Coca-Cola can only look on with envious eyes. Yet, envy is futile. Their factories have all been destroyed, and recovery will undoubtedly take considerable time. Thus, they can only watch as Oriental Cola thrives and profits. their feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment almost overflowing. Of course, the port police are equally dissatisfied with Oriental Cola capitalizing on the aftermath of the explosion and the doctor's notoriety. After all, as law enforcement, the more formidable the doctor appears, the more their own reputation suffers. After enduring a week, the shadow looming over them has finally begun to dissipate. Yet, who could have anticipated that just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, Huo Zhengxiong would bring the matter back into the spotlight? Consequently, the citizens of the port merrily consume explosive cola, freely lamenting the incompetence of the port police, enumerating their various grievances. The police department could only respond in silence, leaving the entire port police force momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to them, the populace's disdain for Huo Zhengxiong has only intensified. Why is he so exasperating? If only the doctor had detonated Oriental Cola sooner. While I genuinely dislike Huo Zhengxiong from the bottom of my heart, I must admit that Oriental Cola is indeed quite delightful. Thus, in the minds of the port police, Huo Zhengxiong has become synonymous with unscrupulous merchants. This is undoubtedly an open act of selling cola right under the noses of the police, utterly unreasonable. It must be acknowledged that Huo Zhengxiong has truly incensed the police this time. Reflecting on past events, the act of enhancing product sales at the expense of the port police's reputation is shockingly excessive. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news, everyone within the Hung Hing organization was left in utter astonishment. Within the film crew, the leaders of Hung Hing engaged in fervent discussions surrounding this matter. In the Tsim Sha Sui district, the leader, Prince, remarked, "Brother Hung has truly shown remarkable audacity this time, daring to disregard the police's authority. What a commanding presence." Han Bin, the leader of the Tung Sing district, nodded in agreement with a smile, exclaiming, "Brother Hung, I genuinely admire you from the depths of my heart." Fei Laoli, the head of the North District, spoke in a hushed tone tinged with envy and a hint of jealousy. "I saw in the newspapers that those explosive Coca-Cola products sell at least 50,000 cases daily. Indeed, if one wishes to make a fortune, one must look to Brother Hung." Dinosaur, the leader of the Tun Mun district, gazed enviously at his elder brother Han Bin and asked, "Elder brother, why don't you possess Brother Hung's extraordinary talents?" Taken aback by this remark, Han Bin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Han Bin thought to himself, "I feel somewhat offended." Buck, the leader of the Gangwai district, laughed heartily, saying, "Ha, Dinosaur speaks the truth. If our Hung Hing could produce a figure like Brother Hung, our organization would surely ascend to become the foremost society in the harbor one day." It must be said, Brother Gi's assessment carries significant weight. In Hung Hing, it is not uncommon for one individual to uphold the entire organization. However, if such a large society as Hung Hing could flourish under the guidance of Huo Zhengxiong, that would indeed be remarkable. Councillor Chen Yao, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced at the leading figure, Jiang Tianxing, seated at the front, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. Brother Gi's remarks were always so forthright, utterly disregarding how Jiang Tianxing might perceive them. 13 Mei, the leader of the Mong Kok district, immediately noticed these subtleties and could not help but cast a glance at Brother Gi, shaking her head in resignation. Such bluntness could only be attributed to Brother Gi. One must consider Jiang Tianxing's stature. The nuances of discourse are of utmost importance. To be frank, Chen Yao had initially intended to express admiration for Huo Zhengxiong, but now, those commendatory words felt lodged in his throat, unable to escape. In a corner, Wang Jing, trembling in fear, could not help but murmur, "Damn. Who has he offended so deeply this time? Does Brother Gi have a grudge against the boss? Should I teach him a lesson?" In summary, the entire Hung Hing organization has undergone a profound transformation in its perception of Huo Zhengxiong. To encapsulate it succinctly, impressive, 666. Moreover, the number of those envious and covetous is not insignificant. Meanwhile, as Hung Hing collectively admired Huo Zhengxiong, on the other side, Inspector Peng of the West Kowloon Police Station convened a meeting, once again broaching the old topic, discussing none other than Huo Zhengxiong. With a serious demeanor, Inspector Peng stated, "Based on my understanding of Huo Zhengxiong, it is highly probable that he masterminded this explosion incident. I believe Huo Zhengxiong is the true instigator behind the doctor's actions. The two major explosions that occurred a week ago have nearly obliterated both Coca-Cola and PepsiCo. It will take several months for them to resume production. In contrast, the Oriental Cola Company, although it has reported to the police, has merely made a significant noise without any substantial actions, and their production line remains unaffected. According to the information I have received, the items destroyed in the Oriental factory were nothing but useless debris. Initially, I thought this was mere coincidence. But judging by the sales of Oriental Cola, it appears they were well prepared. Therefore, I conclude that even if these explosions were not directly orchestrated by Huo Zhengxiong, they certainly bear a profound connection to him. We must focus our investigation on him." Chapter 57. Nonsense. Do you know who you are speaking to? Inspector Peng's demeanor was both solemn and cautious. Even when expressing doubts about Huo Zhengxiong, he appeared to deliberate his words. However, after Inspector Peng concluded his statement and surveyed the room, he realized that the sentiments of the attendees vastly differed from his expectations. Indeed, the thoughts of the O department officers diverged significantly from his own. They exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of confusion. Clearing his throat, Inspector Peng, feigning nonchalance, said, "If anyone has differing opinions, please feel free to voice them." After a moment's hesitation, someone could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. "Inspector Peng, I believe you may be overreacting. While Huo Zhengxiong is indeed ruthless, I doubt he would engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The doctor is already an internationally notorious criminal. Huo Zhengxiong has only recently gained notoriety. I concur with this perspective. The incident at the Oriental Cola factory seems to be merely an accident and coincidence. After all, both Coca-Cola and PepsiCo were bombed. And it is not unusual for Huo Zhengxiong to have heightened vigilance and preemptively arranged defensive measures. While it is undeniable that Huo Zhengxiong has considerable issues, we must not be overly biased, attributing every incident to him." Subsequently, the majority of officers began to engage in discussions, with most believing this matter had no ties to Huo Zhengxiong. Of course, there were also supporters of Inspector Peng. I align with Inspector Peng's view. I too believe the explosion may have been orchestrated and executed by Huo Zhengxiong. His suspicions are not without basis. Why would both Coca-Cola and PepsiCo be bombed, while Oriental Cola remains unscathed? Is it possible that the doctor favors Oriental Cola? Indeed, targeting the two major cola companies while sparing Oriental Cola makes no sense. One dissenting voice chimed in. "I believe Oriental Cola is simply a fledgling company that lacks the deep-rooted foundation of the two giants. The doctor would not deem it worthy of his attention." In summary, it is true that even if Oriental Cola were to liquidate all its assets, it could not amass $5 million. The officers continued to discuss among themselves, each staunchly holding onto their opinions. Although they were all from the O department, each had their own thoughts. Some agreed with Inspector Peng, believing further investigation into Huo Zhengxiong was necessary, while others in opposition felt the explosions orchestrated by the doctor bore no relation to Huo Zhengxiong. Regrettably, Inspector Peng, as the head of the O department, ultimately ordered the investigation into Huo Zhengxiong to commence from him. The officers could only remain silent. Had they known their suggestions would yield no effect, would there have been any point in expressing their thoughts? It was, evidently, a deliberate task that risked offending others. Before long, the meeting concluded, and the officers gradually departed the conference room in small groups. Upon overhearing some officers' discussions, Inspector Peng's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that among his team, so few would support him. Observing Huo Zhengxiong's conduct in this matter, everyone felt it had no connection to him. Yet Inspector Peng grew increasingly convinced that this incident was undeniably linked to Huo Zhengxiong. "Inspector Peng, would you care to join me for a meal?" An officer approached him, initiating conversation. "Do not take this matter to heart. There is no need to be upset. Their lack of support stems from their inability to see the bigger picture as you do." This continuous flattery lifted Inspector Peng's spirits considerably. He waved his hand, saying, "You may go ahead. I wish to rest a while longer." After the sycophantic officer left, the conference room was left with Inspector Peng alone. He pulled out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. "Are you busy?" Inspector Peng inquired. On the other end of the line, Li Xiangdong's voice immediately came through. "Peng, sir, is there something you need?" Inspector Peng inquired in a low, grave tone. "How is the investigation I assigned to you a few days ago progressing?" Li Xiangdong fell silent for a moment, then reluctantly replied, "Ever since following Huo Zhengxiong, he has not allowed us to engage in any serious work. We merely indulge in food, drink, and leisure. I have been deliberately trying to get close to Zhao Yi and Xianer, who are around Huo Zhengxiong, but they are remarkably tight-lipped. And I have managed to extract no information whatsoever." Inspector Peng, growing impatient, retorted, "That is not the response I wish to hear." Li Xiangdong, feeling helpless, could only explain. "After all, we have not been with Huo Zhengxiong for long enough to earn his complete trust. If we act too conspicuously, it would raise his suspicions. We need a bit more time." As soon as Li Xiangdong finished speaking, Inspector Peng could no longer contain himself and erupted. "What do you mean by that? You scoundrel. A few days ago, when I called you, you used this excuse to brush me off, and now you come back with the same nonsense. You can't even handle a trivial matter involving a factory. What else can I expect from you? Can I still trust you? I am seriously beginning to suspect that you have been co-opted by Huo Zhengxiong and are colluding with him against me." Inspector Peng's voice was laced with frustration. Truth be told, he was genuinely exasperated. It had been some time since the investigation into Huo Zhengxiong began, yet there had been no progress to speak of. And it was no wonder he was furious. The line fell silent, a scene that felt strangely familiar. Li Xiangdong's expression darkened. Just a few days ago, He had been harshly reprimanded by Inspector Peng, and now he was being scolded again. Feeling deeply unsettled, he found this affront to his dignity intolerable and retorted, Inspector Peng, please understand, you may criticize me, but you cannot insult my character. I warn you, if you continue this relentless tirade against the three of us, we will cease our cooperation. You may find someone else to deal with Huo Zhengxiong. The usually mild-mannered Li Xiangdong had finally erupted in anger towards Inspector Peng. However, Inspector Peng was not one to be easily intimidated. You impertinent fool, do you know to whom you are speaking? Do you believe I won't have you thrown back into prison right now? Understand this, if it weren't for my efforts at the top to assist you three brothers, would you even have the freedom you enjoy now? To dare to vent your frustration at me, you must truly wish to return to the mainland. I have not been mistaken. The intelligence and quality of you mainlanders are utterly deplorable. Chapter 58. Cats and mice are natural enemies. We cannot compromise with the forces of evil. Inspector Peng's temper was even more volatile than Li Xiangdong's. Ultimately, Li Xiangdong capitulated, refraining from further retorts and allowing Inspector Peng to berate him. However, the redness of his face and his expression revealed the great difficulty with which he bore this indignity. Yet what could he do? Incompetent fools. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. After venting his frustrations, Inspector Peng finally declared, I will grant you a few more days. You must provide me with evidence of Huo Zhengxiong's crimes. If you fail to find anything, it will demonstrate your ineptitude. And since you are of no use, you can return to Chizhou. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. The expressions of Li Xiangdong and his companions turned grim. Huo Zhengxiong could not contain his anger, exclaiming, this guy is deliberately bullying us. Meanwhile, Guo Xuejuan, having been co-opted by Huo Zhengxiong, had undergone a complete change in attitude and expressed his dissatisfaction. Humph. What does he have to be so arrogant about? He expects us to risk our lives, and yet treats us like this. In my view, we might as well come clean to Brother Xiong and follow him. It's far better than being treated like dogs by a cop. We have no dignity whatsoever. However, Guo Xuejuan's unexpected suggestion instantly illuminated Huo Zhengxiong's thoughts. Frankly, he too was weary of enduring Inspector Peng's unjust treatment. The inspector treated them as if they were beneath contempt. But upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong's expression abruptly shifted, and he glared at Guo Xuejuan, chastising, what nonsense are you spouting? You need to understand. We came here illegally to seek freedom and a future, not to become part of a criminal underworld. Although Inspector Peng's words and actions are harsh, we must not tread the path of crime. Remember, Huo Zhengxiong is a rat, and we are the cats. Cats and mice are inherently adversaries. We can never compromise with the forces of evil. After reprimanding Guo Xuejuan, Li Xiangdong shot a fierce glare at Huo Zhengxiong, then stormed off in displeasure. Guo Xuejuan, head bowed, was thus unaware that Li Xiangdong missed the defiance etched on his face. He muttered to himself, isn't smuggling itself a crime? Yet you did it anyway. Don't try to glorify yourself. You did it for the sake of legal residency in Hong Kong and Macau. He then quietly concealed the small recording device he had been holding. After all, this was worth $1 million. At this moment, the words that Wang Jing had once said to Guo Xuejuan echoed incessantly in his mind. Money, that is what makes one a leader. Meanwhile, in Kowloon walled city, the infamous trio of robbers, Hu, Bao, and Lang, were gathered together, discussing their previously established plan to rob a jewelry store. At that moment, Lang casually set down the newspaper in his hand and could not help but remark, Tiger brother, leopard brother. I believe we need to learn a thing or two from Insham. As he spoke, he turned on the television, which was broadcasting news about a doctor. According to the latest reports, the police had yet to uncover any leads regarding the doctor. The Hong Kong police were nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. How could this group of inept individuals possibly find the doctor? Tiger, realizing the implication, could not help but ask, Lang, what scheme are you concocting now? Lang glanced at their strategist, Leopard, before speaking. In the past, their heists had primarily targeted jewels and luxury items. Each operation created quite a commotion, yet yielded little in return. Even if they succeeded, after the laundering process, only 30 to 40% would remain in their hands. After risking their lives to acquire $1 million worth of goods, they might only end up with 300,000 to 400,000. They were essentially working for others. At that moment, Leopard caught on, glancing at the newspaper and asking, Lang, are you suggesting we learn from that doctor? Exactly, Lang affirmed with a nod. Robbing a jewelry store is inherently risky. While we brothers have gained some notoriety, it has all been at the cost of our lives. The risks are high, yet the returns are pitiful. Look at this doctor. He quietly amassed $50 million and was able to retreat without a hitch. In my eyes, this doctor has become a role model for people like us. After a brief pause, Lang added with a hint of self-deprecation, compared to him, we are nothing more than second-rate players. The eldest among them, Tiger, could not contain his curiosity and asked, so what do you mean? Of course, we should resort to extortion. Lang excitedly shared his thoughts. There are numerous factories in Hong Kong, many of which are quite lucrative. Just extorting one would be sufficient to ensure our financial security and allow us to enjoy our twilight years. Tiger's eyes instantly lit up. However, among the three brothers, the ultimate decision-maker was their strategist, Leopard. To speak candidly, the notion proposed by the wolf was initially quite alluring to him. However, he soon regained his composure and doused the enthusiasm of a Huo and the wolf with a bucket of cold water. Who among them possessed the skills to fabricate explosives? Moreover, procuring the dynamite required for such operations proved to be a formidable challenge. Acquiring such a substantial quantity of explosives would not come cheaply. A Huo and the wolf fell into a contemplative silence, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of a Bao's words. Aspiring to emulate the methods of a doctor was not inherently flawed. Yet it was evident that their trio, operating independently, could never achieve such ambitions. After being brought back to reality, the three fell into a hushed stillness. After a moment of reflection, a Bao spoke up again. Nevertheless, the wolf had a point. Persistently robbing jewelry stores and gold shops was hardly a sustainable strategy. While they were currently incapable of adopting the Doctor-S approach, they could certainly execute a grand heist. What? A Huo and the wolf inquired in unison. A bank heist and an armored vehicle robbery, a Bao stated with solemnity. Initially taken aback, the wolf and a Huo soon felt a spark of excitement in their eyes. A Bao continued, asserting that a single successful heist of an armored vehicle would yield far greater profits than multiple jewelry store robberies. Furthermore, it would not attract the same level of attention, sparing the entire island from turmoil. I'm in favor. The wolf was the first to express his agreement. After some contemplation, a Huo slammed the table in affirmation. I concur. Then it's settled. A Bao declared with earnestness. Let us prepare to gather intelligence and devise our action plan. Although they admired the doctor, at this moment, their capabilities were insufficient to replicate his methods. The trio of Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf ultimately resolved to settle for a secondary option, robbing banks and armored vehicles. While the risks were indeed elevated, the potential rewards far surpassed those of robbing jewelry stores and gold shops. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong arrived at the film set, meeting with the various leaders of the Hung Hing gang to review the progress of the movie. Afterward, he returned to his own territory and summoned a subordinate responsible for gathering information to inquire about recent developments. Have there been any noteworthy reports lately? Collecting intelligence from the underworld was a practice Huo Zhengxiong had steadfastly pursued. After all, he was a traveler from another dimension, immersed in the world of Hong Kong cinema. The significance of information was self-evident, often leading to unexpected surprises. Newspapers were a daily necessity for Huo Zhengxiong, yet their contents were often one-sided, lacking comprehensive coverage. Chapter 59. After all, it's just dogs biting dogs, all a mess of fur. Coupled with the complexities of the underworld, the situation was intricate. Hence, he had specifically recruited several subordinates possessing a knack for intelligence gathering. They collected fragmented, clandestine information that would never see print. For one never knew when a fortuitous opportunity might arise. The more information amassed, the more likely they could stay a step ahead of others. Subsequently, his intelligence-gathering subordinate began to relay various reports incessantly. Conflicts arising between different factions over trivial matters, a neighboring jewelry store being robbed, potential culprits identified, unnamed bodies discovered, and individuals gaining notoriety for their actions, an array of lively accounts. Huo Zhengxiong listened with keen interest. Suddenly, he raised his hand to interrupt his subordinate's report, inquiring, what was the name of the gang responsible for the jewelry store robbery? The Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf brothers. Upon noticing Huo Zhengxiong's interest in this information, the subordinate elaborated further. A Huo, a Bao, and the Wolf had only recently arrived in the harbor, yet had already executed several successful jewelry store heists. Their movements were unpredictable and exhibited professionalism. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong's heart sank. Wasn't he this trio of Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf the very villains from Province Harbor Flag Soldier 2? They were also originally targets of Li Xiangdong's trio. Though he had already managed to secure Guo Xuejuan's allegiance with money, Li Xiangdong remained as obstinate as a stone in a toilet, both foul and unyielding. He initially intended to use the trio to exact revenge on Inspector Peng before disposing of them directly. However, upon hearing news of the Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf brothers, a new idea sparked within him. Instantaneously, Huo Zhengxiong's mind illuminated, and a plan began to take shape. While it was easy to eliminate Li Xiangdong's trio, the benefits were minimal. It would be far more advantageous to let nature take its course, allowing Guo Xuejuan and his companions to engage in a fierce conflict with their destined adversaries, the Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf brothers. After all, it was merely dogs biting dogs, all a mess of fur. This would also serve to tarnish Inspector Peng's reputation. It was a double-edged sword, achieving two goals with one stroke. Furthermore, it would divert the police's attention, ensuring a risk-free endeavor. With the notion firmly established, Huo Zhengxiong promptly commanded, arrange for someone to discreetly leak information about the tiger, leopard, and wolf brothers to the West Kowloon Police's O Division. Additionally, notify that fool Guo. His subordinate nodded slightly, but then raised a concern. If they only informed Inspector Peng, he might not believe it. Even if he did, he would certainly need to arrange for personnel to investigate. Upon considering this, Huo Zhengxiong grinned with excitement and added, simultaneously, let us relay the information to Li Xiangdong's trio. Inform them? The subordinate was somewhat taken aback. Huo Zhengxiong confirmed with a nod. Yes, if we don't inform them, they want to reach out to Inspector Peng. And without their contact, how could Inspector Peng delegate the task to them? If we wish to set events back on track, we must artfully create clever connections in the details. We must make it clear to Inspector Peng that since Li Xiangdong is of no use, it would be more prudent to utilize them to earn some merit. At this point, Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. If he wasn't mistaken, Inspector Peng had been keeping an eye on him for quite some time. After all this time, he hadn't yielded any results. And Huo Zhengxiong found it hard to believe that Inspector Peng wouldn't be eager to garner some credit. Understood, boss. His subordinate replied succinctly. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong was entirely correct. Recently, Inspector Peng had devoted all his energy to him. The manpower and resources of the O Division were entirely focused on dealing with him. Yet he was like a turtle with its head withdrawn into its shell, leaving the O Division with no opportunities to strike. Inspector Peng had been feeling increasingly frustrated. For a police officer, achieving successful case resolutions is the most tangible measure of work performance. After such a lengthy period without any substantial results, Inspector Peng's anxiety had reached a fever pitch. The more restless he became, the more he yearned to bring Huo Zhengxiong down, leveraging this major case to establish a significant accomplishment. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong's subordinates commenced their operations. It was not a challenging task to have one of his subordinates inadvertently spread the news about the tiger, leopard, and wolf brothers. Relaying the information to Inspector Peng would also require minimal effort. The most troublesome aspect was ensuring that Inspector Peng did not realize that this information was intentionally leaked to him. This would necessitate employing some clever methods. For instance, a well-meaning citizen dining at a food stall overheard a conversation at the neighboring table discussing a bank robbery, casually mentioning the names a Bao, and the wolf. Upon reporting this, the West Kowloon Police's O Division quickly received a call, and naturally, Inspector Peng was informed of this news. However, before he could arrange for officers to verify the authenticity of the information, his phone rang, and it was Li Xiangdong calling. Inspector Peng answered the phone, his tone laced with impatience. Hello? What is it? Peng, sir. We've uncovered that the recent jewelry store robberies were carried out by the gang of a Bao and the wolf. Where did you hear this? Inspector Peng pressed for details. Li Xiangdong hurriedly recounted the entirety of the situation. Upon hearing these words, Inspector Peng's eyes suddenly lit up, the brilliance almost blinding. Although the Longhu leopard trio could be regarded as mere pawns compared to Huo Zhengxiong, capturing them would at least provide a satisfactory report to his superiors. In Inspector Peng's view, this was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to achieve merit. Especially after the series of explosions orchestrated by the doctor, the police had already lost face in front of the citizens of the port city. The recent jewelry store robbery by the Longhu leopard trio had a significant impact. Apprehending them would certainly help the police regain some dignity and restore their image in the eyes of the public. This was undoubtedly a monumental achievement. The more Inspector Peng thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. If he could capture the Longhu leopard trio, the prospects for promotion and a pay raise would be even brighter. He contemplated that Li Xiangdong and his companions remained with Huo Zhengxiong, but they would not be of much use there, while Bao, and the wolf were all entrenched in the underworld, making it difficult for local undercover agents or police to deal with them. Instead, why not have Li Xiangdong and his companions go undercover among Bao and his gang? With this thought, Inspector Peng promptly assigned a new task to Li Xiangdong and his team. 3 days later, Bao and his companions unexpectedly encountered Li Xiangdong and his team. Li Xiangdong immediately greeted them with a smile. I heard that the Longhu leopard trio has recently struck it rich. My brothers and I have come to the port city seeking opportunities to prosper, so we wish to align ourselves with you. Typically, Bao, being inherently cautious, would not easily accept Li Xiangdong and his companions, for even among fellow members of the underworld, trust is not easily given to outsiders. However, serendipitously, one of Li Xiangdong's companions, Qi Jingxing, happened to be a comrade of Bao from the Vietnam War era. Back then, Bao had risked his life to carry the severely injured Qi Jingxing to safety, a bond forged in the crucible of shared peril. With this connection, the Longhu leopard trio found themselves more inclined to trust Li Xiangdong and his companions. Bao scrutinized them with a discerning gaze, and Li Xiangdong, maintaining a serious demeanor, said, We initially aligned ourselves with Huo Zhengxiong, intending to prosper alongside him. but we soon realized that he is solely focused on legitimate business and living a stable life. Following him, we found ourselves unable to amass any significant wealth. What, then, was the point of risking our lives to smuggle ourselves to the port city? This business is bound to be substantial. Once completed, it will suffice for us to live lavishly for the remainder of our lives. Qi Jingsheng chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Guo Xuejuan contemplated adding his agreement, but recalling Huo Zhengxiong's formidable reputation, he quickly kept silent, his expression revealing a hint of unease. Upon hearing this, the tiger, leopard, and wolf trio felt considerably reassured. They had heard of Huo Zhengxiong's notorious reputation upon arriving at the port city. Those in the underworld were well aware of his ruthless methods, having eliminated the loyal Yisin gang led by Lian Haolong and committed numerous other notorious acts. The fact that Huo Zhengxiong had accepted these three brothers suggested that their backgrounds were likely unproblematic. Furthermore, with Qi Jingsheng's life and death bond with Ahu, the situation seemed increasingly plausible. All right, then, you may join us. The trio of Ahu deliberated before ultimately deciding to accept Li Xiangdong and his companions. Firstly, they believed Qi Jingsheng possessed commendable abilities, and as the leader, Li Xiangdong would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Secondly, they were planning a heist on an armored truck and needed additional manpower, and Li Xiangdong and his team could provide substantial assistance. Haha, we're about to strike it rich. This time, we must execute a grand operation. Li Xiangdong and his companions exhibited expressions of both astonishment and delight. The wolf chuckled, rest assured. This business will be sufficiently lucrative. Once we complete it, we'll be set for a life of leisure. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong and Qi Jingsheng felt a jolt of surprise. However, Guo Xuejuan silently looked down on them. 3 days later, Huo Zhengxiong received a discreetly delivered note, audio materials, and photographs from Guo Xuejuan. The note read, "The target has been confirmed as the HSBC branch on Chitair Road. We have conducted multiple reconnaissance missions, and it should not be mistaken." Huo Zhengxiong smiled. Guo Xuejuan was indeed quite capable. The photographs depicted Inspector Peng driving with Li Xiangdong and his companions. Huo Zhengxiong listened to the audio materials, which primarily consisted of conversations with Inspector Peng, recorded in their entirety, sufficient to prove that Li Xiangdong and his companions were police informants, precisely what Huo Zhengxiong sought. Within the recording, Huo Zhengxiong also heard numerous derogatory remarks made by Inspector Peng about mainlanders, his tone exceedingly arrogant. What a foreign dog, yellow-skinned with a white heart, just a big banana. He cursed inwardly. 2 days later, in Huo Zhengxiong's office at Dongfang Kele Company, the telephone rang. It was Zhao Yi calling, "Boss. Guo Xuejuan has just been picked up by Ahu and the others." Huo Zhengxiong raised an eyebrow slightly. According to the original plan, the operation was scheduled for the following day, with both time and location already established. It seemed the drama was about to unfold. A faint smile crept across his lips as he anticipated the grand spectacle awaiting him the next day. After a moment's reflection, Huo Zhengxiong summoned Zhao Yi, have the brothers in the organization investigate a certain individual, known as Dada, who previously had dealings with Li Xiangdong and his crew. I wish to know his current situation. Make sure it remains confidential. Zhao Yi replied, understood, and promptly departed. Why did Huo Zhengxiong suddenly wish to investigate Dada? As it turned out, according to the original film's plot, 2 or 3 days prior, Dada had already been killed by the tiger, leopard, and wolf trio. He recalled the portrayal of Dada as a police informant in the film. I may not have fought like you, but look at me, from head to toe. There isn't a single good piece of flesh. Some injuries were inflicted by thieves, others by the police. I've been in this line of work for 13 years, living a life that is neither human nor ghostly. Being an undercover agent, one is bound to meet a grim fate, encountering the police. One fears being mistaken for a thief. Encountering thieves, one fears being mistaken for a cop. It's a constant state of anxiety. This was a true reflection of the life of the police informant Dada. So what ultimately became of this individual known as Dada? The tiger, wolf, and leopard brothers captured him, subjecting him to brutal beatings while demanding to know who was responsible for the deaths of the Jiangyong quartet. Even though Dada was well aware that it was Li Xiangdong and his companions who were behind it, he remained silent out of loyalty to the underworld. The torment he endured was chilling. He was hung upside down from a beam, while Ah Bao placed a bag filled with rats over his head, allowing them to gnaw at him indiscriminately, in addition to enduring various punches and kicks. Eventually, Ah Bao gruesomely severed his head with an axe. Even in his final moments, he never revealed the names of Li Xiangdong and his brothers. This scene was truly shocking. However, regarding Dada's death, there was no reaction from Inspector Peng, who was far more focused on his urgent desire to achieve success. Dada's fate as an undercover agent was undeniably tragic. Of course, Huo Zhengxiong's intention behind investigating Dada's life and death was not to seek justice for him. After all, he was not a virtuous person himself. Huo Zhengxiong's objective was to gather additional charges against Inspector Peng when the time came to confront him. In the office of the O department, Inspector Peng had been waiting impatiently, yet he had not received a call from Li Xiangdong. His agitation grew. The target bank for the robbery had been determined days ago, but the timing of the robber's actions remained uncommunicated. That damned underworld figure, Li Xiangdong, was utterly useless. What a waste. Inspector Peng felt a rising frustration, sensing that the significant achievement he had anticipated was slipping away. Tomorrow morning, we must initiate our operations immediately. No longer can we wait for Li Xiangdong's news. Inspector Peng was becoming increasingly anxious. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, Deputy Commissioner? What? Lock up Li Xiangdong and his companions? Indeed, they have committed numerous crimes. In their pursuit of justice, their methods have been exceedingly brutal, inflicting harm upon many innocent citizens. They truly deserve their fate. Once the case is concluded, they must certainly be apprehended and interrogated. Just as I hung up the phone, it rang again. Hello, is this the legal office? What? You wish to prosecute Li Xiangdong and his associates? No problem, no problem. However, we are currently engaged in a significant operation, so I kindly ask for your patience for a few days. Tonight, I shall treat you to drinks. After receiving several calls, Inspector Peng's countenance darkened. Although Li Xiangdong and his companions had assisted him in solving 7 or 8 cases, their actions had harmed many innocent citizens, placing him under considerable pressure from higher-ups. These 3 individuals are akin to ticking time bombs. An idea struck Inspector Peng. Eliminate them, to prevent future complications. The thought of his impending achievement being jeopardized by these 3 filled him with a fierce resolve. Eliminate. A new day dawned, bright and sunny, seemingly heralding a splendid day ahead. At the HSBC Bank on Chater Street, the streets bustled with traffic, and citizens crowded together, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The bank still had an hour before opening. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers, Tiger, Leopard, and Jackal, along with their sister and Li Xiangdong's trio, waited in a building across the street, poised to spring into action as soon as the armored truck emerged. In the distance, several vehicles carrying plainclothes officers were preparing to establish a perimeter around the bank. Huo Zhengxiong had already brought Su Jingyang, along with the camera-wielding Wang Jing and several soldiers, to a nearby tea house, where they settled down to enjoy dim sum, including pineapple buns, shrimp dumplings, rice rolls, and soup dumplings. They were eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Wang Jing, filled with curiosity, wondered what the boss had summoned him for. After all, the filming of The Best Partners was nearing completion, and he was rather busy. Before long, the plainclothes officers arrived and began to set up around the bank. Their actions bold and conspicuous, as if they were keen to ensure that the criminals did not remain oblivious. Huo Zhengxiong shook his head in disapproval. Su Jingyang wore a perplexed expression, questioning, is this it? The developments were unfolding similarly to the original script. Guo Xuejuan noticed that Ahu's lighter was quite large, which surprised him. He handed it to the non-smoking Li Xiangdong, a gesture that aroused Ahu's suspicion. Subsequently, Li Xiangdong spotted police presence on the rooftop of the building across, startling him into hastily drawing the curtains, mentally cursing Inspector Peng as a foolish ally. At that moment, Alang, sensing something amiss, approached to investigate, but the police had vanished, leaving no trace of concern, allowing Li Xiangdong to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon after, yet another police officer, this unwitting ally, knocked on the door of the building, informing the sister of the tiger that they needed to requisition the premises to monitor the bank across the street. Internally, Li Xiangdong felt as if a stampede of 1,000 wild horses had surged through him. At this point, even if the Tiger, Leopard, and Jackal brothers were dull-witted, they realized that their operation had been compromised. Without a doubt, the informants were Li Xiangdong and his companions. Had it not been for Wei Jingsheng, who still held a modicum of trust in them, a violent confrontation would likely have erupted by now. Recognizing the untenable situation, Wei Jingsheng stepped forward, declaring, Ahu, trust me just this once. Let us separate and leave this place. After a moment's contemplation, Ahu agreed, acknowledging that a shootout would benefit neither party. Thus, both sides began their retreat, masquerading as ordinary citizens, departing in an orderly fashion. However, Li Xiangdong was unwilling to abandon this opportunity for his brothers to clear their names. As they retreated, Li Xiangdong caught sight of Inspector Peng and felt a surge of joy, hastening to report the whereabouts of the Tiger, Leopard, and Jackal brothers. To his shock, upon recognizing Li Xiangdong, Inspector Peng's face lit up with delight as he bellowed to the officers, "That's them. Arrest them." At that moment, chaos ensued. Gunfire erupted, directed toward the bewildered Li Xiangdong. In disbelief, he darted into a nearby corridor. Officers from various action teams, responding to Inspector Peng's command, swiftly encircled the area. The trio of Tiger, Leopard, and Jackal immediately engaged in a gunfight with the police. Li Xiangdong, incredulous, shouted, "Inspector Peng, we're on the same side. I'm an undercover." Before he could finish, Inspector Peng urgently commanded all officers, eliminate him. The sound of gunfire erupted, punctuated by the sharp crack of bullets. The fierce exchange of gunfire resonated throughout the building across the street. Huo Zhengxiong leisurely enjoyed his dim sum, turning to Wang Jing and inquiring, "Did you capture it all?" Wang Jing, camera in hand, aimed at the gunfight in the opposite building, excitement etched on his face, exclaimed, "I got it. This is sensational. This is real gunfire. Filming this is far more exhilarating than making my own movies." Li Xiangdong found himself pinned down by a hail of bullets, desperately seeking refuge in a narrow passageway. The police pursued him relentlessly, and with agile movements, he scaled the wall, contemplating revealing his identity to halt the onslaught. "I am," just as he poked his head out. Bullets whizzed back at him. Without warning, a searing pain shot through his right shoulder as a bullet pierced through skin and muscle. Li Xiangdong's complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively retaliated, firing back to carve out a moment's reprieve. As he shot while retreating, he finally reached a corner that offered him a semblance of safety. Panting heavily, rage and disbelief coursed through him, prompting him to strike the wall in frustration. Damn it! Despite his reluctance to accept it, the stark reality was undeniable. He was convinced that Inspector Peng could not have overlooked his identity. Having recognized him, even as he attempted to declare himself, Inspector Peng had unhesitatingly commanded the shooting. Clearly intent on their complete eradication, they had audaciously treated their own as expendable pawns, willing to resort to murder to eliminate potential complications. Inspector Peng. Li Xiangdong's expression twisted with a myriad of emotions. Regret, agitation, fury, and despair intertwined within him. This way, his furious shout quickly attracted several searching officers, who soon pinpointed his hiding spot. More bullets rained down upon him. With no time to ponder, he could only flee, prioritizing escape from his predicament. In the adjacent residential building, Ahu and Jackal hurriedly walked when a group of armed officers approached them. The two swiftly seated themselves at a nearby table, hoping to remain unnoticed. Yet, the last officer caught sight of the weapons at their waists. "It's them. Open fire," the officer shouted, raising his weapon. And Ahu and Jackal immediately revealed fierce expressions, preemptively pulling their triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted around them, though they were outnumbered. The two managed to catch the police off guard, gaining the upper hand in the close-quarters gunfight. "Ah!" A series of anguished cries echoed through the air as 3 or 4 police officers fell to the ground, struck by gunfire. The remaining officer fought desperately, managing to hit only one assailant before succumbing. The relentless barrage of gunfire was followed by the piercing screams of the residents in the nearby apartment building. In a moment of utter despair, Ahu let out a frantic scream. Wolf. Miraculously spared from the bullets, he witnessed the wolf, closer to the police, take several shots. As the last of the officers fell, the wolf, blood pouring from his mouth, collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with unfulfilled rage. Although Ahu and the wolf were not biological brothers, their bond was deeper than that of blood relations. The sight of the wolf's tragic demise pushed Ahu into a complete emotional breakdown. Chapter 62. But I am an undercover agent for the police. Why must they kill me? At that moment, Guo Xuejuan hurriedly fled from a distance. Instinctively, Ahu looked up and found himself face to face with the panicking Guo. His fury ignited. It was Guo and his accomplices who had led to the utter failure of their robbery plan, resulting in this dire situation, culminating in the wolf's death. Guo, upon witnessing the scene before him, froze in shock. Before he could react, an enraged Ahu roared and opened fire. "Bastard! Die! Traitor!" Bang! 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 Guo Xuejuan hastily dodged. And just as a bullet was about to strike him, Qi Jingxing appeared, leaping into the air to shield him. Both men pulled their triggers simultaneously, and bullets flew, striking both of them. Thud! As Qi Jingxing landed, he realized the shooter was his good brother Ahu. At that moment, Ahu, having been hit multiple times by Qi, had little hope of survival. His gaze towards Qi was filled with complexity and shock. He had never imagined that the brother he fought so hard to save on the battlefield was, in fact, an undercover police agent who had ultimately taken his life. Qi stood frozen, having leaped to protect Guo, unaware that Ahu had deliberately removed his bulletproof vest and given it to him beforehand. Ahu had always treated Qi like a younger brother, and Qi was his brother-in-law, to whom he had entrusted his sister. No one anticipated such a tragic conclusion. Ahu had saved Qi time and again, only to perish at his hands. The irony of the situation was profoundly dramatic. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Qi rushed forward, crying out in regret, "Ahu! Ahu!" Before collapsing, Ahu incredulously uttered, You betrayed me." In his final moments, he seized the opportunity while Qi was distracted, aiming his gun at his head and pulling the trigger. Bang! A single shot to the head, and Qi Jingxing fell dead in Ahu's embrace. Ahu, too, breathed his last, and the two met their fates together. At that moment, Ahu's sister happened to pass by, witnessing her brother kill her husband, and she broke down, crying out, "Ahu, brother, Guo Zhengxiong observed the unfolding chaos, and a surge of fury ignited within him. Whether it was the awakening of his corrupted soul or the shock of Qi's death, or perhaps contemplating his own fate, he roared, "Tiger, leopard, wolf, the consequences are evident." He then picked up a gun from the ground and charged after Abeo, determined to avenge Qi Jingsheng. Not long after, was spotted Abeo and fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. As bullets flew, Abeo quickly ducked for cover. Upon recognizing Guo, he returned fire. The gunfire soon attracted the attention of the police, who swiftly surrounded the area. The order they received from Inspector Peng was clear: eliminate all criminals. Whether it was Abeo or Guo, they were to be shot on sight. Bang, bang, did-da. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted. Although Abeo wielded his machine gun fiercely, he was hit in the right chest by the overwhelming number of police. In a moment of peril, he managed to suppress the police with his firepower temporarily. Just then, Guo seized the opportunity to charge forward. He sought to avenge Qi Jingsheng. Or perhaps, in the current predicament, he felt compelled to eliminate Abeo as a show of allegiance, hoping to gain favor with Inspector Peng. As Guo pulled the trigger, he leaped from the wall, engaging Abeo in a brutal close-quarters battle. Yet, he underestimated Abeo's ferocity. Abeo, clutching his machine gun, unleashed a barrage of bullets towards him. Guo intended to put on a show of bravado but quickly became a target, and in an instant, he was shot. However, Abeo had no intention of ending his life immediately. He understood that surrounded by countless police, his only escape was to take a hostage. Without hesitation, Abeo ceased fire, tightly embracing Guo, using him as a human shield, and slowly began to move outward. The police outside, witnessing this unsettling scene, hesitated momentarily but instinctively ceased firing. Soon, amidst the encirclement and under the watchful gaze of Huo Zhengxiong from the opposite building, and with Wang Jing capturing the event on camera, Abeo, holding Guo hostage, approached the police. He shouted fiercely, "Do not fire! Do not fire!" Finally, seeing the police's main force, Abeo pressed his gun to Guo's temple, prompting Guo to cry out in terror, "Do not shoot! I want to see Inspector Peng. I'm an undercover agent for Inspector Peng. I'm a police officer." In the face of life and death, Guo eagerly asserted his identity. The police, bewildered by his claims, found it hard to discern the truth. Yet, with Abeo taking such drastic measures, they dared not fire indiscriminately. What if Guo was indeed one of their own? No officer wished to take that risk. However, behind the throng of officers, Inspector Peng's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the call from the Department of Justice. What was there to hesitate about? He immediately grabbed a megaphone, hidden behind the crowd, and shouted, "Open fire." Upon receiving the order, the officers did not hesitate to pull the trigger. With someone issuing commands, they felt absolved of responsibility, knowing that someone would take the fall for any mistakes. They merely needed to follow orders. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of bullets rained down like a storm upon the two men. Abeo had no time to react. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, both were riddled with bullets, their bodies perforated with hundreds of holes, blood gushing forth. Before they collapsed, their eyes mirrored disbelief and profound shock. Wasn't he an undercover agent for the police? Why were the police firing? But I am an undercover agent for the police. Why must they kill me? Thus, these two unfortunate souls met their untimely demise in a haze of confusion. The relentless gunfire continued for over 10 seconds before finally ceasing. Under such firepower, no one could survive. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, Li Xiangdong, having subdued a police officer and donned his uniform, witnessed the entire scene unfold. His face was a canvas of shock, regret, anger, and despair, a tumultuous blend of emotions reaching an extreme complexity. At last, the forthright Li Xiangdong could no longer contain himself. No sooner had the gunfire ceased than he erupted from the alley like a cannonball, delivering a soaring kick that sent Superintendent Peng crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity afforded by his police uniform, he grasped Superintendent Peng and, before a throng of officers, furiously demanded, "Why did you open fire?" Chapter 63. If this videotape reaches the police department, I am certain it will yield a substantial bounty. We are on the same side. He further lashed out, "You scoundrel." Superintendent Peng, his face a mask of terror, immediately cried out, "Help me. Shoot him dead. He is a bandit." Barely had he finished speaking when several nearby officers disregarded the insignia on Li Xiangdong's uniform and pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, Li Xiangdong could not absolve himself of the label of bandit, nor could he seek justice for Guo Zhengxiong and Qi Jingsheng. Thus, he lost his life. Peng breathed a sigh of relief, casting a glance at Li Xiangdong's lifeless body, his expression devoid of any remorse, replaced only by fury. In this manner, under the orchestration of Huo Zhengxiong, matters returned to their intended course. The deaths of Guo Zhengxiong, Qi Jingsheng, and Li Xiangdong, along with the sacrificial fates of Bao and Chai Lang, all six perished. Only Superintendent Peng, assured that all threats had been eradicated, burst into raucous laughter. Ha! He was convinced that he had achieved a monumental feat. Amidst the demoralization within the police force, the resolution of such a significant case guaranteed him a promotion and a raise. His heart brimmed with excitement and elation, the long-standing frustration caused by Huo Zhengxiong dissipating entirely. Subsequently, all bodies were collected and the scene documented. In the rooms of Huo and his associates, their previous tools of crime, intelligence, and the unprocessed loot from a prior jewelry heist were discovered. Everything was nothing short of impeccable. With all preparations complete, only the final step remained. Superintendent Peng adjusted his police uniform collar and, satisfied, commanded, "Fall in." "Yes, sir." With a single command, the police began their withdrawal. Yet, what Superintendent Peng failed to notice was that within the building behind him, Wang Jing was capturing all of this on camera. Huo Zhengxiong, wearing a playful expression, watched the retreating Superintendent Peng and could not help but applaud. What a spectacle. Beside him, Wang Jing nodded in agreement, whispering, "If this videotape reaches the police department, I am sure it will yield a hefty sum." Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong turned his head to look at Wang Jing, clearly surprised by his audacious notion, and remarked, "Extorting the police department? That idea is perilous." Wang Jing chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Ha!" In the afternoon, the police department notified major media outlets to convene a press conference at the West Kowloon police station. The rationale was straightforward. They sought to seize the opportunity to grandly publicize the police's investigative prowess. The notorious criminal gang, known as the Dragon Tiger Leopard, had made a name for themselves in the harbor, having robbed numerous jewelry stores. Now, with their complete dismantlement, it was the opportune moment for the harbor police to mitigate the negative repercussions from the previous medical incident. Such a rare opportunity to demonstrate police capability, under the personal approval of the foreign director of the police department, saw the public relations team mobilized, reaching out to television stations and newspapers alike, ensuring that the police's mighty accomplishments would resonate throughout every corner of the harbor. It was imperative that all citizens be made aware that the harbor police's capabilities were beyond question. At the press conference venue, all major media representatives were present. The show was far from over. Reporters from various outlets were seated, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. The foreign deputy director and senior members of the public relations department occupied either side, while Superintendent Peng sat upright at the center of the main table. With all preparations complete, the press conference commenced promptly. This press conference was primarily organized to provide the citizens with an account. The Dragon Tiger Leopard trio, notorious for their brazen thefts from jewelry and gold shops, had been eradicated by Superintendent Peng's team from the O Division. The foreign deputy director spoke at length, brimming with pride, incessantly praising Superintendent Peng, as if he were the future of the police force and the guardian of the harbor's citizens. Seated at the center, Superintendent Peng's face radiated excitement, with his pride unmistakable. Meanwhile, a police officer from the public relations department also took the opportunity to speak. When the microphone finally reached Superintendent Peng, the atmosphere was perfectly charged. Although the effects were somewhat exaggerated, the response was overwhelmingly positive. The media reporters were highly cooperative, with the exception of Lu Huizhan, who appeared somewhat disgruntled. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, "Isn't it a matter of course for the police to apprehend criminals? Capturing a criminal is a reflection of capability. Failing to do so indicates a problem. Why should there be such pride in having captured them?" Wasn't the matter regarding the doctor similarly swept under the rug? The reality was indeed as she described. The police department had yet to uncover any leads concerning the doctor incident and had resorted to a hands-off approach, allowing time to fade the public's memory of the event. This was a prime opportunity to bolster the confidence and morale of the harbor police officers. Consequently, upon hearing Lu Huizhan's inquiry, the public relations officer deftly passed the microphone to another reporter, denying her the chance to continue speaking. This infuriated Lu Huizhan immensely. Subsequently, under the barrage of questions from a remarkably cooperative group of reporters, Superintendent Peng spoke at length, presenting himself as if he were in complete command of the situation. "I assure you all, the harbor police will resolutely fulfill our duty to protect the safety of citizens and combat organized crime." The slogan rang particularly resoundingly. Ultimately, under the orchestration of the public relations department, following this extensive coverage across the harbor, the citizens, having watched the reports, began to engage in lively discussions. It must be said that the morale, previously impacted by the doctor incident, experienced a remarkable resurgence, as public trust in the harbor police began to grow. The police department's report explicitly stated that citizens had been discussing their increased confidence in the police force. Unexpectedly, the results were indeed quite significant. That evening, Huo Zhengxiong watched the television screen, where Superintendent Peng reported with a righteous demeanor. "In this operation, under the police department's arrangement, our officers actively cooperated, resulting in the deaths of 7 bandits, including the leader of the criminal organization, a Hu, Li Xiangdong, and key members Guo Xuejuan, Hung Hing, a Bao, Chai Lang, and a Hu's sister. All 7 were killed on the spot. The recovered stolen money and goods amounted to a total value of. Seized were 12 handguns, 3 submachine guns, 1 machine gun, and grenades. Superintendent Peng reported the outcomes of this operation with evident pride, while the foreign deputy director could hardly contain his delight. Following Superintendent Peng's remarks, the public relations officer took the floor, first extolling the meticulous planning of the police department, and then lavishing high praise on Superintendent Peng's decisive actions. Chapter 64. Good heavens! This is undoubtedly monumental news. The next day, with the efforts of the public relations department and media promotion, a wave of excitement swept through the harbor. Headlines such as Police Heroically Solve Major Case, Superintendent Peng Decimates Notorious Criminal Gang, Police Department's Brilliant Strategy, and O Division Shines Brightly, emerged. Hope for the police, faith for the citizens. Such headlines have dominated the pages of television stations and newspapers alike. Among the populace, the citizens of the port have regained considerable confidence in the local police force, leading to a harmonious atmosphere between the police and the community. For a fleeting moment, it can be said that both the police and the citizens have achieved a mutually beneficial situation. On one hand, the citizens have found a sense of security. On the other, the police have once again earned the trust of the public, with everything seemingly progressing in a positive direction. As noon approached, it was time for the midday news. With a grunt, Huo Zhengxiong switched off the tedious broadcast on the television, exclaiming, "This is utterly unbearable. It's impossible to continue watching." Beside him, Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked, "Seeing Inspector Peng's smug expression is truly nauseating." After a brief pause, Zhao Yi inquired, "Should we hand over the recordings and videos to the television station right now? I'm curious to see if the police will dig their own grave when their hypocrisy is unveiled." Huo Zhengxiong sneered, "The higher they boast, the harder they will fall." After a moment's contemplation, he slowly replied, "There's no rush. Let them bask in their self-satisfaction for a while longer. Otherwise, the impact of their eventual disgrace won't be as profound." Zhao Yi nodded thoughtfully. Then, Huo Zhengxiong asked, "By the way, how is the investigation into the big guy progressing?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi shook his head and responded, "I've thoroughly examined the police reports and the recent news, but I haven't found any information regarding the big guy." Huo Zhengxiong's smile widened at this revelation. Everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. Over the following 3 days, major newspapers across the port city were awash with reports of the police's latest significant case. Television channels, radio stations, and newspapers alike were filled with accolades for the police. In a brief span, the confidence of the citizens in the police not only returned but surged, as they lauded the police's bravery in combating criminals. However, just 3 days into this mutual trust and harmonious relationship, Huo Zhengxiong decided to take action. On a Monday morning, the renowned beauty journalist Lu Huijin arrived at the television station to find a package awaiting her. With a look of surprise, she muttered to herself, "Could it be another gift from some odious man?" After hesitating, she noticed her name clearly inscribed on the package and opened it, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Inside was an audio recording, a cassette tape, and a set of photographs. Lu Huijin examined the photographs, recognizing none other than the recently famous Inspector Peng, accompanied by 3 or 4 others. At first glance, she appeared unfamiliar with anyone but Inspector Peng. However, one face struck her as eerily familiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, her eyes lit up as she suddenly recalled, "Isn't that the notorious criminal Li Xiangdong? What are they doing together? Looking so familiar?" Her curiosity piqued. Lu Huijin hurried back to her office, eager to play the recording. As she did, Li Xiangdong's voice echoed, "Inspector Peng, Huo Zhengxiong is a legitimate businessman. We received word of a notorious gang called the Tiger, Leopard, and Jackal that seems poised to target a bank." "Understood, Inspector Peng. We will surely complete the task. As you said, if we assist the police, we will be granted citizenship as citizens of the port. You useless lot. I had you infiltrate Huo Zhengxiong's circle, yet you've uncovered nothing." Li Xiangdong continued, "We successfully embedded ourselves within the Tiger, Leopard, and Jackal organization. We have confirmed their target is the HSBC branch on Chater Road." Lu Huijin, upon hearing this, glanced at the photographs in her hand. Her lips parted in astonishment, her expression shifting from surprise to exhilaration. With her heart racing, she eagerly resumed playback of the remaining tape. Meanwhile, at the oldest and most authoritative newspaper in the port, the Oriental Daily, a package identical to the one Lu Huijin received also arrived. Within the tape lay secrets yet to be unveiled. Guo Xuejuan shouted to several police officers, "I am also a policeman, an undercover agent assigned by the police. I demand to see Inspector Peng." From behind the police line, Inspector Peng cast a cold glance, picked up a loudspeaker, and commanded sternly, "Open fire." The criminal Ah Bao and Guo Xuejuan were instantly struck by bullets, their bodies riddled with holes. And they succumbed on the spot. The editor-in-chief, upon hearing the news, was instantly agitated, his eyes reddening as he murmured, "Goodness, this is undoubtedly monumental news." Meanwhile, Lu Huijin could barely contain her excitement, exclaiming, "This time, I shall unveil the police's hypocritical facade." Of course, she was not the only one receiving such news. 2 or 3 other influential media outlets also received identical packages. That very day, related news broke swiftly. "Hello everyone, I am journalist Lu Huijin, and I have an urgent announcement to make." Lu Huijin appeared on camera, stating, "This morning, I received a package containing photographs, recordings, and a cassette tape. Please observe the enlarged photograph. This is Inspector Peng, and the individuals next to him are the criminals whom he ordered to be killed." She continued, her tone growing grave. "I must announce something. Inspector Peng has deceived us. The Hong Kong police force has misled the entire populace. The harsh reality is that Inspector Peng, in an act of treachery, has brutally turned against his own, silencing them to preserve his own image. Thankfully, divine justice prevails." As Lu Huijin's report aired, the citizens watching were thrown into a frenzy, buzzing with disbelief and shock. This can't be true. Is this real or a fabrication? Li Xiangdong and his cohorts were indeed part of the police, only to be murdered by their own? In this day and age, how could such a thing happen? My heavens, this is clearly a case of harboring criminals to elevate oneself. Utterly inhumane. Chapter 65. The Unthinkable, Murdering One's Own for Glory. Lu Huijin's report continued, with other media outlets swiftly following suit. First came the radio, with hosts meticulously detailing the contents of the package. While there were no visuals, the host's exceptional storytelling skills created a vivid picture. This was the forte of radio presenters. Subsequently, the Oriental Daily and other major newspapers urgently adjusted their layouts and reprinted their editions. The front-page headline was striking: "Shock. Murdering innocents to claim glory. The police's shameless acts." The title dominated the entire cover, accompanied by photographs of Inspector Peng with Li Xiangdong, followed by detailed reports. In an instant, Hong Kong was thrown into chaos, akin to a volcanic eruption, as citizens simmered with rage. What? Li Xiangdong and the others were all part of the police. Commissioner Peng, a disgraceful villain, has even resorted to murdering his own comrades, killing for the sake of accolades, trading the lives of his own for personal advancement. Can this scoundrel, bearing the surname Peng, truly sleep soundly at night? Just look at his insincere demeanor during interviews. It makes me feel nauseous. Such a despicable wretch deserves nothing less than death. Even more astonishing, the undercover officer, who had served for 13 years, died without his identity ever being revealed. This Commissioner Peng truly deserves his fate. He has betrayed our trust. How can such individuals be deemed fit to serve as police, when they are even more ruthless than criminals themselves? Damn it, we have been deceived. The police must provide us with answers. In this situation, Commissioner Peng's crimes warrant severe punishment. Even a death sentence would not be excessive. Animals do not harm their own kind, yet a police officer would. To have such a person tasked with our protection is nothing short of an international joke. I can't take it anymore. I'm going mad. This infuriates me. The entire population of Hong Kong is seething with anger, their lungs ready to burst. As the most trusted police force has committed such foul deeds, something no one can accept. The trust just recently established with the police has shattered in an instant, leaving Hong Kong in uproar. Simultaneously, the revelation regarding the undercover officer has deeply affected thousands of undercover agents within the force. Even informants are no longer willing to cooperate. What kind of absurdity is this? I exert myself to assist you, and yet you stand on my head to claim credit? Consequently, undercover agents across the city have protested to higher-ups, demanding an end to their assignments. Informants have fled far away, fearing they may be next. The hearts of thousands of undercover agents in Hong Kong are now filled with dread. The scene shifts back to an hour earlier. Arriving at the police station, Commissioner Peng basked in the admiration of his fellow officers. Upon returning to his office and turning on the television, he was struck dumb by the urgent news broadcast by Lok Wai-chun. The coffee cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes betraying a growing fear, filled with astonishment and disbelief as he stammered, This cannot be. How is this possible?" The thought of his greatest secret being exposed caused his heroic facade to crumble in an instant, with the most repugnant aspects of his character laid bare by Lok Wai-chun before the entire city. Terrified, he felt as though he might soil himself. Thump! At that moment, his heart raced as if it would leap from his throat, instinctively contemplating the consequences of the exposure. Forget promotions and basking in the reverence of the citizens. If he were to walk the streets, the enraged populace, feeling betrayed, would certainly tear him apart. He dared not think further. The more he pondered, the more he felt a grim fate approaching, rendering him numb, as if he could see his future rapidly slipping away, soon to vanish entirely. Then, He considered how the police department would treat him, destined to be blamed and reviled, likely left with no remains. With a gasp, Commissioner Peng fainted. Meanwhile, outside his office, a group of record officers watched the news on the large office television, their expressions frozen in shock, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly grave. As the saying goes, when one ascends, the others rise alongside. This operation had yielded the most benefits for Commissioner Peng, yet they too had gained considerably, each receiving promotions and wealth. However, now that the bloody truth has been unveiled, they are doomed to face dire consequences. One of Peng's confidants, pale with fear, burst into the office, pushing open the door to find him unconscious on the floor, urgently shouting, "Call an ambulance." As Commissioner Peng was rushed to the hospital, the Public Relations Division of the police department panicked upon hearing the news, realizing how their former glory had been replaced by utter disgrace. The position Peng occupied was built upon unimaginable sacrifices. They had exhausted every conceivable resource to help the police rebuild a positive image in the hearts of the citizens. Yet now, the complete truth has come to light. Frankly, they had been entirely unaware of the specifics until now. With the citizens of Hong Kong seething with anger, they must rely on these officials to soothe public outrage. This is truly a case of self-inflicted damage. The consequences of Commissioner Peng's betrayal are far too severe. Everyone is frantic and at a loss, the situation reaching a critical point, the department resembling a pot of boiling porridge, with some even collapsing under the pressure. Even when the phone rang, no one dared to answer, the entire department engulfed in silence. They all understood that a great calamity was imminent. Alas, they are not deities. They lack the power to rectify such a predicament. The officers in the Intelligence and Investigation Division could only think one thought. This is truly a monumental disaster. Meanwhile, in another office within the same building, the foreign director, upon witnessing the media coverage, completely broke down. He could no longer bear to watch the television. Instinctively reaching to turn it off, he recalled that in his fury upon first seeing the news, he had already smashed the TV. The report was an immense disgrace for the Hong Kong police force. Such humiliation was unbearable. In a fit of rage, he seized a chair and hurled it at the television. Crash! The screen shattered into pieces. Even as the director, he dared not contemplate how to confront the furious citizens of Hong Kong. It should be noted that if such an incident occurs in isolation, there are ways to address it. After all, no organization is without its unsavory elements. However, Commissioner Peng's troubles are of a different magnitude. It was the Public Relations Division that had elevated Peng to the status of a hero, but now that the truth has emerged, the citizens will undoubtedly perceive it as the police department shielding Commissioner Peng, even aiding such a deranged individual's rise to power. Chapter 66. Can you lower the volume? This is not a place for your reckless behavior. Without a doubt, he too will suffer the consequences. Damn it! Damn it! The director cursed under his breath as he stormed out, coincidentally colliding with the flustered deputy director. Director, where are you going? I have important matters to report. Report what? The director glared, bellowing. Follow me to the Public Relations Division. Yes. The deputy director, helpless, nodded and stammered. Director, I truly had no knowledge of these matters. Shut up. The director roared, then suddenly recalling something, added, notify the West Kowloon police station to keep an eye on that Peng fellow. Immediately form an investigation team. If anyone makes a mistake, they will be dismissed. Yes, sir. The assistant quickly replied. Now, even the head of the police department has smashed the television and is dragging the deputy director to the Public Relations Division to demand accountability. It seems this matter is truly difficult to quell. The following day, after waking from his hospital stay, Commissioner Peng, accompanied by 2 officers, returned to the police station. Just a day prior, he was the pride of the West Kowloon police station, hailed as the future star of the police force. Wherever he went, people approached him eagerly to forge connections, which filled him with immense pride. However, from this day forth, everything has changed. He had just stepped through the entrance of the police station when the uniformed officers passing by did not even spare him a glance. Upon entering the building, a multitude of officers sidestepped him as if he were a plague, with no one daring to utter a word to him, fearful of being associated with Inspector Peng. No amount of explanation would suffice. Sighing deeply, Inspector Peng lamented the stark contrast of the present circumstances compared to the past. The profound changes that had transpired in merely 2 days stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He realized that he was now akin to a contagion, trudging towards his office like a dejected stray dog. At the entrance of the O Department's large office, his former subordinates dared not approach him to offer a greeting, with some even harboring contempt for him in secret. The adage those who are favored by fortune attract support, while those who have lost their way receive little aid could not be more aptly demonstrated here. However, just as he was about to open the door to his office, a voice finally emerged from behind. Inspector Peng. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and his spirit lifted momentarily, believing that someone might offer him support. Turning around with anticipation, His expression froze at the sight of 4 unfamiliar officers before him, their faces devoid of emotion as they displayed their credentials, stating, "We are from the personnel department of the police force." In an instant, all hope dissipated into thin air. He nodded awkwardly. "It's me." The officers from the personnel department adopted a serious demeanor, evidently unwilling to engage in lengthy discourse. They coldly presented a document, stating, "The decision has been made. You are officially demoted for abuse of power, having harmed undercover informants. Your rank has been reduced from senior inspector to senior officer, and you are reassigned from the O department to the uniform traffic unit. You are to proceed with the transfer immediately." They paused before adding, "The investigation regarding you is still ongoing, Officer Peng. Please be prepared to be questioned at any time." Inspector Peng's expression was gravely somber as he nodded with difficulty. He had anticipated this outcome, yet the reality of it was still hard to bear. In that moment, his eyes reddened with a mix of indignation and despair. But what could he do? The 2 officers accompanying him were dispatched by the personnel department precisely to prevent any unfortunate incidents, such as his attempting to flee the port or worse, taking his own life. Until the matter was resolved, such actions were strictly prohibited, as the department needed to complete its process and provide a semblance of closure to the citizens of the port, allowing them an outlet for their anger. Otherwise, the public's fury would be unbearable. In other words, he was not even permitted to contemplate suicide until the investigation concluded. After receiving the transfer order and preparing to turn away, the personnel officers had already departed coldly, even too indifferent to cast him another glance. Inspector Peng had been demoted from a position of high authority as a senior inspector to that of a senior officer. Although both ranks contained the word senior, the disparity in status was monumental. The hierarchy within the police force was as follows: officer, senior officer, sergeant, station sergeant, trainee inspector, inspector, senior inspector, chief inspector, and inspector. It had taken him nearly 20 years to ascend to the position of senior inspector, during which he had achieved notable successes. Yet his demotion had occurred in a single day. This was the consequence of provoking public outrage. He had plummeted 7 ranks. What, then, constituted a senior officer? Generally, any officer who had served for 3 years would attain this rank, implying that he had been reduced to the lowest tier. With a heavy sigh, he bore an expression laden with sorrow. Senior officers were often the most beleaguered, particularly in the traffic unit, where daily duties entailed patrolling under the sun, rain, and wind, an arduous task. Inspector Peng, no, now he was Officer Peng, bowed his head and entered his office to gather his belongings, returning his keys before reporting to the traffic unit on the 2nd floor. Clutching his office box, Officer Peng had donned the green uniform of a traffic officer. Upon his arrival, the once bustling traffic unit fell eerily silent. Numerous officers regarded the former inspector with expressions of disdain and contempt. Before long, the traffic unit's team leader, Sergeant Zhu Biaohua, who had received advance notice, emerged with a look of disgust and reprimanded him without courtesy. "You think you're something special? Yelling so loudly. Can you lower your volume? This is not a place for your antics." The abrupt reprimand was as direct as it was harsh. Truth be told, Zhu Biaohua was seething with frustration. He could not fathom his misfortune in having Officer Peng assigned to his team. Yet, in this moment, he relished the chance to assert his authority over someone who had once been an inspector. It was the first time in his life he had spoken to an inspector in such a tone. Officer Peng remained silent, acutely aware of the contempt directed at him. Any attempt to defend himself would only serve to deepen his humiliation. Zhu Biaohua impatiently pointed to a grimy, 3-legged table in the corner, declaring, "That will be your workstation." Officer Peng found himself at a loss for words. It was the first time he had realized just how dire the circumstances were for the lower-ranking officers. Could such a dilapidated table even function as a workspace? What was even more infuriating was that this table had now become his designated spot. "By what right do you think you can challenge me?" Yet, before he could set down his belongings, team leader Zhu Biaohua coldly issued his orders. "I don't want you causing trouble for us. So, Officer Peng, be sensible and take to the streets for patrol. No one wants to see you here." Zhu Biaohua, holding a rank 2 levels above him, spoke with the authority of command. Officer Peng had no choice but to acquiesce. He nodded silently, donned his police cap, adjusted his uniform, and, with a heavy heart, left the station to patrol. Hours later, accustomed to the comforts of an office, Officer Peng struggled to endure the physical demands of patrol. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he leaned against a railing by the roadside to rest. Yet even in this moment of respite, he dared not remove his cap, fearful of being recognized. However, as he rested, a cup of milk tea suddenly flew through the air, striking him squarely and leaving his pristine green uniform soiled. The weight of the world pressed down on his expression. Before he could speak, a luxury vehicle glided to a stop before him. The window rolled down, revealing the mocking visage of Huo Zhengxiong, who smirked and said, "My apologies," slipped from my hand. Upon recognizing the owner of the milk tea, Officer Peng's countenance darkened further. Before he could respond, Huo Zhengxiong continued in a teasing tone. Oh, isn't this the illustrious star of the police force, the renowned Inspector Peng? What a coincidence. He then broke into a radiant smile, feigning ignorance as he queried, by the way, why is Inspector Peng wearing a green uniform? At a loss for words. Officer Peng was left with a strong suspicion that Huo Zhengxiong had deliberately come to torment him. The tone and demeanor of Huo Zhengxiong incensed him to the point where he felt a surge of aggression. Damn it, how utterly detestable. Yet for Huo Zhengxiong, this sensation was immensely gratifying, as he sought to provoke Officer Peng to the brink of rage. In truth, since the news had broken yesterday, Officer Peng had instinctively felt that everything was somehow tied to Huo Zhengxiong, especially given that the recordings involving Li Xiangdong and the others had undoubtedly been captured while he was surveilling Huo Zhengxiong. Upon careful reflection, it appears that he and the three brothers, Li Xiangdong, simultaneously received news from the trio known as Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf. Such coincidence seems implausible. The three individuals had been in his vicinity for an extended period, revealing no information and leaving no traces, yet they all received messages at the exact same moment. At that time, he was singularly focused on achieving merit and did not delve deeper into the matter. However, now that he has been demoted, he finds himself pondering where things went awry. No matter how he contemplates it, he suspects that Huo Zhengxiong is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Otherwise, who possesses the capacity to acquire evidence of his transgressions? In an instant, Peng Charlie's countenance darkened considerably. Instinctively, he retrieved handcuffs from behind him, intending to take action against Huo Zhengxiong. Huo Zhengxiong, you are under arrest. At this moment, Peng Charlie harbored a singular thought: to apprehend Huo Zhengxiong and compel him to confess, thereby extricating himself from his predicament. Just as he was about to act, Huo Zhengxiong remained unperturbed, his smile unchanged. At that moment, the passenger window suddenly rolled down, revealing Jian Aowei's face. Following this, Jian Aowei extended a business card to Peng Charlie, stating in a monotone, I am lawyer Jian Aowei, representing Boss Hua. After a brief pause, Jian Aowei continued with an air of disdain. According to Hong Kong law, traffic police are subordinate to the Marine Police Department. Unless you possess irrefutable evidence or a direct order, you lack the authority to detain anyone. He added, Officer Peng, you must understand that you are merely a patrol officer and do not have the qualifications to make arrests. If your uniform is soiled, you may seek compensation. And I support that. If my boss is accused of littering, then he should be fined. My boss has ample funds. If there are any other matters requiring my boss's assistance with the investigation, have your immediate superior discuss it with me. Simultaneously, Huo Zhengxiong offered a faint smile. The driver, Su Zhengyang, promptly produced a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it at Peng Charlie's feet from the window, a blatant act of humiliation. Huo Zhengxiong's smile grew ever more radiant. However, the lawyer was not to be disregarded. Jian Aowei was well aware of Huo Zhengxiong's intentions in bringing him here and did not cease his verbal onslaught. Furthermore, Jian Aowei held Peng Charlie in low regard. Continuing, by the way, just a reminder, the officer you summoned must at least hold the rank of inspector. Ordinary officers have no standing before me. As Jian Aowei finished speaking, Huo Zhengxiong interjected with a chuckle. That should be quite clear to him, right, Officer Peng? He emphasized the title Officer Peng with a notable inflection. Jian Aowei quickly nodded, grinning as he affirmed, my boss is correct. By the way, should you persist in this course of action, we reserve the right to resist unjust enforcement. And I will file a complaint with the police department and expose you to the media. Peng Charlie fell into a profound silence. Jian Aowei's words caused his expression to fluctuate, first pale, then flushed, followed by a deepening shade of anger, culminating in a peculiar greenish hue. This spectacle astonished Huo Zhengxiong, who marveled at the vividness of Peng Charlie's emotions. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Peng Charlie's chest heaved, as if his lungs might burst from indignation. A sudden realization struck him. He had previously had no dealings with Huo Zhengxiong, yet on the very first day of his demotion, Huo Zhengxiong appeared and deliberately humiliated him. Such a coincidence seemed too conspicuous. It was evident that Huo Zhengxiong was flaunting his power, ridiculing him. With a clenched fist, veins bulging on the back of his hand and forehead, he glared at Huo Zhengxiong, feeling an inexplicable sense of vindication and overwhelming rage. Huo Zhengxiong, unable to contain his amusement, remarked, Peng Charlie, you are still quite naive. After a brief pause, he added, however, I must admit, I find your current demeanor rather commendable. After all, barking dogs seldom bite, while biting dogs do not bark. You excel in this regard. Huo Zhengxiong. Peng Charlie could no longer restrain himself, enunciating Huo Zhengxiong's name with deliberate intensity. In response, Huo Zhengxiong's laughter rang clear and bright. Ha ha! With the roar of the engine, the luxury vehicle sped away. Just before the car departed, Huo Zhengxiong cast a final remark. With you? What gives you the right to contend with me? In the blink of an eye, Only the taillights remained. The acrid exhaust fumes enveloped Peng Charlie, causing him to cough. Cough, cough, cough. He raised his head, eyes brimming with hatred. Unable to suppress his fury as he cursed. Bastard. It must be you who is behind this. Absolutely you. At this moment, as he surveyed his traffic police uniform, memories of the previous day resurfaced, when he had been a high-ranking inspector, poised for promotion to chief inspector after achieving significant merit. Chapter 68. Good people often have short lives, while the wicked endure. The foreign deputy director had hinted at a forthcoming promotion for Peng Charlie within the police department, positioning him as a pivotal figure wielding considerable power, second only to one. This prospect had seemed imminent. Yet now, it had all been systematically dismantled by Huo Zhengxiong, casting him into an inescapable abyss. It is easy to imagine the fury that consumed Peng Charlie. Revenge was the singular thought that occupied his mind. He was determined to make Huo Zhengxiong pay in full for the humiliation he had endured. As he departed, Huo Zhengxiong glanced back, catching sight of Peng Charlie's contorted expression, which elicited a smirk of satisfaction and subtle pride. He suddenly felt that his recent actions mirrored those of a cinematic villain. Alas, Peng Charlie was not a virtuous character and was destined to be outmaneuvered by Huo Zhengxiong. If there were indeed good individuals, they existed, such as Li Xiangdong and Qi Jingsheng. Though members of the smuggling syndicate, their character was commendable. Regrettably, such is the nature of the world. Good people often meet untimely ends, while the wicked persist. Even as the forces of justice grow stronger, the forces of evil simultaneously become more formidable. Convinced that Huo Zhengxiong was the architect of his misfortunes, Peng Charlie's fury clouded his judgment. He disregarded the stains of milk tea on his uniform and retreated to a corner to retrieve his phone, dialing an old friend's number, 713. It's me, Peng Charlie. Could you do me a favor? I need. Before he could finish, his old classmate, who had graduated from the police academy with him and shared a close bond, interrupted with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, but I've been facing quite a few troubles myself and simply cannot assist you. Inspector Peng was not surprised by this outcome. As the saying goes, a tiger falls to the ground and is bullied by dogs. Finding himself in such dire straits, it was natural that few would extend a helping hand. The old adage rings true. Throughout history, many are willing to lend support during others' prosperous times, yet very few are willing to offer warmth during adversity. Despite the rejection, Peng Charlie believed that, given his character, someone would surely come to his aid. He promptly switched to another number and called again. I'm sorry, but I truly cannot help. I am currently in a meeting. Let's discuss this later. I can't even manage my own affairs right now. No one answered the phone. I'm on vacation abroad. I can't assist. Peng Charlie dialed several numbers, reaching out to former friends and colleagues for help, yet everyone seemed to avoid him like the plague. Those with a modicum of courtesy would offer a few words of sympathy, asserting their inability to help. Others, upon hearing his voice, would simply hang up. One rejection after another struck him like a heavy blow, plunging Peng Charlie into a profound despair. It dawned on him that he had become isolated and abandoned. At that moment, he felt akin to a pile of foul-smelling refuse, with everyone eager to steer clear of him, fearing any association. The confidence reflected in Peng Charlie's eyes gradually dissipated like the morning mist. It must be acknowledged that he has indeed overstepped his bounds this time. At such a sensitive and critical moment, not a single soul was willing to extend a hand to assist him. However, one must also consider, how could a person like him possibly possess friends who would stand steadfastly by his side through thick and thin? The absence of support was, in fact, entirely predictable for him. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong keenly sensed that the moment had come to act. He turned to Zhao Yi with a grave command. The remaining dossier concerning the undercover bigwig can now be dispatched. Understood. Zhao Yi immediately grasped his intent, nodding in agreement with a smile. On the other side, Lu Huizhen reveled in the accolades from her colleagues. Indeed, Sister Zhen is formidable. She managed to unearth such a crucial scoop. Ha ha ha, truly. She is our station's finest female journalist. Congratulations, congratulations. With such a revelation, Sister Zhen's future is undoubtedly bright. Sister Zhen, you must guide us more in the future. Yes. Yes. Your news has created a sensation throughout Hong Kong, making you a household name. Promotion and a pay raise are certainly on the horizon. You must host a celebration tonight. Absolutely, Sister Zhen. You cannot escape this celebratory feast. By the way, could you share the source of your information with us? Lu Huizhen, with a beaming smile, engaged in casual banter. Once I am promoted, I will definitely treat everyone. She handled various inquiries with ease. Yet when someone inquired about the source of her information, her expression abruptly shifted to one of tension. In truth, she herself was unaware of the answer. Of course, even if she did know, she would never reveal it. After all, Lu Huizhen had witnessed the fierce competition and subtle intrigues of the workplace, should her source be disclosed. The female reporters at the station would surely swarm around her like a pack of wolves. More critically, She was perplexed as to why her name was inscribed on the package. Although other media outlets had received identical parcels, her package had arrived a full half-hour earlier than theirs, clearly granting her a preferential opportunity for coverage and aiding her rise to prominence. Upon hearing someone raise this question, Lu Huijin could not help but murmur softly to herself, "Who could it possibly be?" At that moment, a security guard entered, cradling yet another package, exclaiming, "Lu Huijin, a package has just arrived." All eyes instantly turned to her. If her memory served her right, there had been a package reported just yesterday. "Sister Jun, there's something new." Lu Huijin promptly became alert, hastening to take the package herself, smiling as she said, "No need. I can manage." She then quickly retreated to her office, clutching the package. Upon opening it, she discovered yet another dossier. Her heart raced with excitement. The packaging was identical to that of the previous day's parcel, the handwriting unmistakably the same. Could this be yet another major scoop? Lu Huijin's anticipation grew ever more fervent. That evening, the news aired once more. Lu Huijin, holding a dossier, reported passionately before the camera, "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. This is the latest information regarding the Hong Kong police." Instantly, the mention of the Hong Kong police captured the audience's attention. Without delay, Lu Huijin expressed her outrage, stating loudly, "According to our investigation, in the previously reported case of Inspector Peng, the mastermind behind the deployment of undercover agents Li Xiangdong, Qi Jingxing, and Guo Xuejuan was brutally murdered 5 days ago after being discovered by a ruthless gang while gathering intelligence for the police." Chapter 69. A brave warrior who had remained undercover for over a decade met a cruel end at the hands of criminals. Consequently, this undercover agent, a valiant warrior who had served for many years, was mercilessly slain by the gangsters. What is even more appalling is the extreme brutality of the methods employed by the assailants. Initially, they mercilessly beat this undercover leader, shattering his limbs, before placing a bag filled with starving rats over his head, allowing the rodents to gnaw at him in a bid to extract information from him. Yet, through immense agony, this leader steadfastly refused to divulge any secrets pertaining to the police. Ultimately, he met his demise when his head was brutally severed. But what was the final outcome? As Lu Huijin reached this juncture, her voice trembled with emotion, angrily denouncing. This leader, dispatched by the Hong Kong police as an undercover agent, selflessly risked his life for the force, only to meet such a tragic fate, while his superior, Inspector Peng, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. No measures were taken. Not even his body was attended to. Throughout this ordeal, the police offered no compensation or recognition for the brutal beheading of this undercover leader. Not even a proper funeral was arranged. His remains were merely hastily collected. His family remained oblivious to his role as a police officer, mistakenly believing him to be a minor player in the underworld, murdered and enduring the slander and defamation of others. After toiling as an undercover agent for over a decade, he ultimately lost his life, yet received none of the most basic entitlements, let alone adequate compensation. Such a police force, devoid of conscience, has utterly forsaken justice. Inspector Peng, as the direct superior, exhibited a complete lack of humanity. To silence the truth, he betrayed the undercover agent, disregarding the death of the officer he had assigned, while falsely reporting the situation to seek accolades for himself. How can we, as citizens, rest easy knowing that such a police force and such officers exist? In my view, these heinous and unforgivable actions are an egregious crime. Before the camera, Lu Huijin fervently enumerated the various transgressions of the Hong Kong police, her anger reaching a fever pitch. Instantly, viewers across the city were left in shock upon witnessing this news. Could it be? The Hong Kong police would engage in such acts? I've heard there are thousands of undercover officers within the criminal underworld. This is simply outrageous. How can they treat those with merit in such a manner? Do they not fear that the undercover agents will be disheartened and cease their efforts? True heroes receive no recognition, while scoundrels like Inspector Peng bask in honor. This police force is steeped in darkness. Damn it, these heartless wretches truly deserve divine retribution. This is even inferior to the gangs, who at least provide relocation fees and care for the widows and orphans. Where is the humanity within the police force? In an instant, the news spread like wildfire, igniting a wave of dissatisfaction among the citizens of Hong Kong. Just yesterday, the scandal surrounding Inspector Peng had erupted, and today, this news emerged. Lu Huijin's exposé of the tragic aftermath of the undercover leader surpassed even the previous revelations regarding Inspector Peng in severity. How many undercover officers are there in Hong Kong? It remains unclear. However, it is certain that there are thousands. Many undercover agents risk their lives, grappling at the edge of existence, operating in exceedingly sensitive environments. And when Lu Huijin unveiled the profound tragedy faced by this undercover agent, it sparked an intense uprising among all undercover officers. In a certain arms syndicate, an undercover officer named Lang, who had successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of the police, was consumed by fury upon viewing the news. That very evening, he arranged to meet his superior, Inspector Peng of the East Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, for a fishing trip by the seaside. I no longer wish to be an undercover agent. Alang's first words were precisely this. Upon hearing the news, Inspector Peng immediately felt a profound headache. Alang, with a voice laden with anger and depth, expressed, I do not wish to toil as an undercover agent only to die devoid of my identity as a police officer, condemned to perish under the label of a criminal. Another undercover agent, Gao Qiu, approached his superior Lu Dingguang, requesting a return to the police force. Ali, a trusted disciple of the drug lord Lin Kuan, also contacted his superior 817, expressing his desire to cease his undercover activities. After years of serving undercover, Chao Dehua, who had witnessed the sacrifice of several colleagues, called Raymond to request a return to the police force, opting out of the undercover role. The newly inducted young agent Alang, upon reading the news, promptly dialed his superior, expressing his willingness to relinquish his police identity to withdraw from the undercover operation, yearning instead to enjoy a happy life with his girlfriend, Wen Li. Meanwhile, Chen Yongren found himself at the grave of Huang Zhengxiong. His emotions tumultuous, he mourned Huang's passing while simultaneously feeling relieved that, due to Huang's death, he would no longer have to endure the wretched existence of an undercover agent. That day, spurred by Lu Huijin's report, chaos erupted within the police force. Undercover agents inundated the lines with calls, demanding to conclude their undercover careers and return to the police, or alternatively, to resign and vanish into the ether. The upper echelons of the police force were left in disarray, reportedly prompting the police chief to angrily shatter a cup in frustration. Huo Zhengxiong's maneuver had severely weakened the police, showcasing his ruthless nature as a formidable figure. The following day, when the implicated Peng Charlie arrived at the patrol unit, he was met with the cold, disdainful gazes of his colleagues. They harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. He had betrayed them, lacking any sense of morality or conscience. They regarded him as worthless, a pest. Damn it, why don't you just die? Get out of our group. Their contempt was palpable as they coldly regarded Peng Charlie. Faced with such indifference and vitriol, Peng Charlie did not retaliate in anger, but instead felt a chilling numbness, sensing that a puppet master, Huo Zhengxiong, was orchestrating this turmoil. Recalling the recorded conversations, he surmised that Huo Zhengxiong had likely known all along about Li Xiangdong and the others being undercover agents, rather than exposing them. He had cunningly ensnared him. Huo Zhengxiong's intentions were cruel and deeply calculated. Peng's heart brimmed with hatred, yet he was also engulfed by an overwhelming fear. At that moment, personnel from the police department arrived, four impeccably dressed individuals in suits, their shoes gleaming. They stood before Peng Charlie, their expressions devoid of warmth as they stated, Officer Peng Charlie, ID number 3215. Following a review by the personnel department and approval from the deputy commissioner, your status as a police officer is hereby revoked. Henceforth, all your actions shall be dissociated from the police force. The formal dismissal announcement was lengthy and chilling. As he absorbed the news, Peng felt a frigid wave wash over him. It was over. His life as he knew it had come to an end. Barely 10 minutes after the personnel left, agents from the Independent Commission Against Corruption arrived. Officer Peng Charlie, ID number 3215. We suspect your involvement in 14 counts of corruption and bribery, leading to... Peng felt his body turn cold and numb, likening himself to a small insect ensnared in a spider's web, with the weaver being none other than Huo Zhengxiong. In this moment, however, he could only choose to endure, suppressing his doubts deep within, revealing them to no one. He understood that only by remaining hidden in the shadows could he await the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Huo Zhengxiong. He removed his police uniform and stepped out of the precinct. The day was particularly overcast, with a persistent drizzle falling, as if silently foreshadowing the myriad tribulations that awaited him. In the offices of the Oriental Group, within Huo Zhengxiong's office, Zhao Yi hung up the phone and turned to him, saying, Boss, I've just received word that Peng Charlie has been dismissed. Huo Zhengxiong inquired further, did he resist? Did he utter anything that could harm us? No, Zhao Yi replied. A cold smile crept across Huo Zhengxiong's lips as he remarked, a dog that bites seldom barks. It seems Peng Charlie wishes to engage in covert maneuvers. However, I, Huo Zhengxiong, am not one to show mercy. Zhao Yi, let us take action. We must ensure that this matter is resolved thoroughly, without leaving any loose ends. Understood, boss. 2 days later, a large truck suddenly lost control and crashed into Peng Charlie's vehicle, resulting in his immediate demise. The patrolling officers who arrived at the scene discovered that the truck driver had been under the influence, leading to a swift and simple resolution of the case. On the same day, the newly appointed chief of the organized crime unit took office. His surname was Zheng, and he was commonly referred to as Chief Zheng. After spending 3 days familiarizing himself with the workings of the organized crime unit, he noted the name Huo Zhengxiong. Later, through inquiries, He learned that the former officer Peng Charlie had died in a car accident. Chief Zheng contemplated the matter for a moment before setting it aside for the time being, as he was occupied with a more pressing case involving cultural relic smuggling. This case involved a notorious criminal named Pu Guang and a group masquerading as an auction house engaged in the illicit trade of cultural artifacts. Having dealt with the case of Officer Peng, Huo Zhengxiong felt quite pleased. At that moment, Wang Jing arrived with the edited version of Dragon in the Underworld. In the small screening room of the Oriental Group building, Huo Zhengxiong watched the final cut of the film. The movie had a total runtime of 2 hours, extending approximately 20 minutes beyond the original plan due to Wang Jing's inclusion of 2 or 3 additional advertising segments. Wang Jing had astutely grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intentions. He understood that box office revenues carried uncertainties, while leveraging the film to boost product sales was the sustainable approach. Box office profits were fleeting, yet the brand value accumulated through film promotion could endure for decades, if not centuries. As the film concluded and the lights brightened, Wang Jing eagerly inquired, "Boss, what do you think of my work?" Huo Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, quite well done." Particularly, Liang Kuan portrayed the character of Hong Tai-zi with remarkable authenticity. Of course, the advertisement placements were also crucial, neither feeling forced nor overly frequent. Wang Jing's heart soared, relieved and elated. The boss was praising and acknowledging him. However, after his commendation, Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although the film featured several advertisements for Oriental Cola, the focus on it felt somewhat singular. Given that Oriental Cola had already attained a certain level of recognition, Dragon in the Underworld would merely serve as a supplementary enhancement. Clearly, a new product needed to be launched to capitalize on the film's promotional potential. Which product would be most suitable? Fast-moving consumer goods seemed like a promising option. Huo Zhengxiong began to ponder which fast-moving consumer product would be most appropriate. At that moment, Jimmy, appointed as the general manager, passed by with a bowl of instant noodles. Instant noodles? An idea sparked in Huo Zhengxiong's mind. Why not leverage the film to promote instant noodles? Decision made. Jimmy, boss. Upon hearing his name, Jimmy promptly entered. Investigate which instant noodle manufacturer is up for sale. I intend to acquire it. Understood, boss. After a day, the highly capable Jimmy returned to report. A noodle factory was up for sale. As the owner had lost faith in Hong Kong Island and was preparing to emigrate to Canada, with the asking price set at $4 million. Immigration? Ho Ching-sung immediately revealed a disdainful smile. He harbored a particular aversion for those who chose to emigrate. As the date of reunification drew nearer, an increasing number of wealthy entrepreneurs began making preparations to leave, with Canada being the most favored destination for Hong Kong's affluent. Jimmy, I want that noodle factory. Negotiate the price down. He declared. He wants $4 million, but I will only offer $2 million. For an ordinary business owner, such an offer would indeed be harsh. But for those intent on emigrating, Ho Chung-sung felt that not applying firm pressure would be a disservice to himself. Jimmy nodded coldly. Understood, boss. A man of action. Jimmy wasted no time. In just one day, he successfully acquired the noodle factory for $2 million. Boss, for this acquisition, I employed certain tactics. There was no other way. What tactics? Ho Chung-sung's interest was piqued. A few owners attempted to disrupt the deal, so I had some brothers bring guns to the negotiations. After a friendly exchange, they willingly relinquished their claim to the acquisition. Well done. Ho Chung-sung greatly admired Jimmy's audacity. In this era of business, one must possess such a daring spirit to carve out a niche. Jimmy smiled, saying, moreover, the owner who intended to emigrate was initially reluctant to sell, so I had to bring people with guns for a friendly negotiation. In the end, he agreed to sell for $2 million, and we will sign the contract tomorrow. His family will leave Hong Kong Island the day after. Ho Chung-sung was exceedingly pleased. Excellent work. Following the successful acquisition of the noodle company, it was rebranded as Eastern Fast Food Company, and 300 individuals were recruited for positions as assembly line workers, security, and other roles. Meanwhile, Ho Chung-sung promptly called Wang Jing to arrange for new advertisements to be inserted into Dragon in the River. The new product was named Eastern Braised Beef Noodles, with plans to feature 30 ads for instant noodles throughout the film, ensuring the placements were natural and harmonious rather than forced. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing was taken aback, questioning, 30 ads? And they must be natural and seamless? He was momentarily stunned, feeling a tremendous headache, even with a nimble mind. He found the task overwhelmingly challenging and could only rack his brain for solutions. Chapter 71. Oh no, there are police. What bad luck. A month later, the Eastern Fast Food Factory successfully produced 1 million packets of braised beef noodles, officially launching this new domestic product. Concurrently, Jimmy was tirelessly acquiring production lines from other noodle companies to enhance capacity. At this point, Dragon in the River had completed the insertion of 20 ads for Eastern Cola and 30 ads for Eastern Braised Beef Noodles, with the final version confirmed. Everything was set. Huo Zhengxiong decided, it's time for Dragon in the River to officially premiere. The new film from Best Partners Company, Dragon in the River, is a shocking tale. Based on true events from the Hung Thai Society, it boasts a 90 authenticity rate. Starring the major figures of the Hung Hing Society, this is not to be missed. The film market welcomes the exciting release of Dragon in the River. Come and witness it. Upon the release of these promotional materials, curiosity was immediately piqued among the citizens of Hong Kong. The influence of the society was palpable, with nearly every citizen having relatives associated with it or having heard various rumors about it. The average person perceived the society as shrouded in mystery, eager to uncover its secrets. Does this film truly depict Hung Thai's affairs? I know Hung Thai is quite powerful in the Chaiwan area. That Prince of Hung Thai and Bao Rong are particularly formidable. Is it true that 90% of this film's content is based on reality? I heard the lead actors are those top figures from Hung Hing. Really? How intriguing. Looking at the poster, Li Qiankuan, portraying the Hung Thai prince, is the heir of Hung Hing Mong Kok. He seems quite capable. You've got me wanting to see it. I also want to watch it. Once it premieres, I'll go see if it's true. Many citizens expressed interest in the film. Moreover, over 200,000 members of various societies across Hong Kong were particularly curious. The idea that Hung Hing was producing a film about Hung Thai was bound to stir up trouble. Could it be that Hung Hing was gearing up for a confrontation with Hung Thai? The anticipation was palpable. This film was a must-see, absolutely not to be missed. In the following 3 days, Dragon in the River was heavily promoted through newspapers, fully igniting the enthusiasm of the Hong Kong populace for the film. On the 4th day, Dragon in the River officially premiered in major cinemas. Following the success of Best Partners, cinemas extended significant support to Dragon in the River, resulting in a high screening rate. On this day, citizens flocked into cinemas across Hong Kong. However, upon viewing, audiences could not help but express their frustration. What is happening here? Why are there so many ads? Am I paying to watch commercials? As the film commenced, the protagonist, Huo Zhengxiong, strikingly resembled the famous actor Aaron Kwok, leaned against a railing by the roadside, chatting idly with a few small-time thugs. Amidst the backdrop music, the unique charm of Hong Kong cinema was instantly evoked. Shortly thereafter, as the camera panned slightly downward, the audience saw the protagonist cradling a bucket of Eastern braised beef noodles, eating while smoking. After a brief exchange, feeling unsatisfied, he casually tossed aside his cigarette, and grabbed a bottle of Eastern cola, gulping it down in one go. At this moment, the audience had yet to react significantly. A short person eating noodles by the roadside created a somewhat harmonious scene, as thugs typically did not care much for their image. Such occurrences were commonplace. In reality, there were often thugs smoking while eating takeout at the roadside. Thankfully, the background music was quite good, making everything appear less forced. Then, the camera abruptly shifted. Huo Zhengxiong lifted the bucket of Eastern braised beef noodles and drank the broth in one swift motion, fully embodying the carefree and unrestrained demeanor of a thug. The camera switched again. Someone parked a car at the bar entrance, and a lackey hurriedly approached to take the car keys and park, grumbling. Where on earth did the boss go? With so many cars, even if I had 4 hands, I couldn't finish parking them all. After venting his frustration, he placed the Eastern cola in the car and began parking. The role of a parking attendant was quite common. Just then, a traffic officer rode up on a motorcycle, and upon seeing the congestion at the bar's entrance, his expression darkened. The lackey could not help but complain, "Oh no, there are police. What bad luck." Seeing the traffic officer preparing to issue tickets to the cars at the bar, the lackey hurriedly approached with a smile, saying, "Sorry, officer, I'll move the cars right away." The officer, pulling out a ticket, replied, "If you can clear them all in 4 minutes, go ahead." Just as he finished speaking and was about to issue the ticket, a hand blocked the officer's pen just as he was about to write. Huo Zhengxiong appeared, holding a bucket of Eastern braised beef noodles, and said, "Sir, just 1 minute." The officer, clearly dismissive, did not believe Huo Zhengxiong could park dozens of cars in just a minute. As both the audience and the traffic officer were curious about how Huo Zhengxiong would handle the situation, he let out a whistle. Dozens of subordinates surged forth from the streets, hastily entering their vehicles and driving away. The audience was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, some spectators began to sense something amiss. Goodness, dozens of henchmen, each clutching a bottle of Oriental cola. What on earth? Is this an outrageous advertisement? My mind finally caught up. Almost immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of the audience and the shocked expressions of the traffic police depicted in the film, a multitude of cars was swiftly driven away, leaving the road impeccably clean and orderly. Subsequently, a brief scene unfolded. Huo Chai was apologizing to his wife. In the hotel, Huo Zhengxiong and his family of 3 were each holding a bottle of Oriental cola, with Huo Zhengxiong expressing remorse to his wife. "Darling, I promise I will refrain from drinking and will no longer gallivant." His wife, fuming, sarcastically remarked while brandishing the bottle, "Oh, yes, you'll just go off gallivanting elsewhere." Meanwhile, Wei Zhixiang's son was relishing a bucket of oriental beef noodles. Ruby, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "These oriental beef noodles are truly delightful. Not only do children enjoy them, but adults do as well." At this point, the audience was bewildered and began to voice their complaints within the cinema. Eating instant noodles instead of a proper meal at a restaurant? Truly absurd. And to extol the virtues of instant noodles? Furthermore, drinking oriental cola? This is ridiculous. The film has barely started, and the advertising is already rampant. Despite the audience's grumbling, the film's plot remained engaging, prompting them to continue watching. Just then, the character played by Li Qianquan, the prince, made his entrance, accompanied by others as they entered a private room. Wei Zhixiang instructed the restaurant manager to inquire about the situation. The plot then unfolded. Sang Bo was wanted by the police, and the prince was indebted to Sang Bo for gambling, who sought to reclaim his debt before fleeing the harbor. Chapter 72. Goodness. Having profited immensely from the sale of flour, he is still eating instant noodles? Yet, as the Prince of Hongtai, he was unwilling to acknowledge this debt, especially since Sang Bo was a fugitive. As long as he could brush it off, he could save that money, right? In the private room, Sang Bo confronted the prince, his arrogant demeanor portrayed with remarkable intensity, even surpassing that of the Hongtai prince. This was the result of Huo Zhengxiong's repeated reminders to temper his bravado. His unique and deep voice instantly transformed the atmosphere in the room into one of gravity. However, the audience was not swayed by this scene in the film. Goodness. Another individual in a hotel eating oriental beef noodles. What is going on? This is utterly shocking. What kind of logic is this? Is this merely a guise for advertising? While the best partners did indeed elevate the profile of Oriental Cola, this is simply excessive. I am left speechless. Out of money. Just a head left. The prince scoffed. Debts at the gambling table must be settled at the gambling table. You dare to come out chasing debts? The tension escalated. Sang Bo ominously retorted. Don't think that just because your father is the head of Hongtai, you can owe money without repaying. The prince slammed the table, declaring loudly. Understand this. This table you're sitting at, this street, is all protected by Hongtai. I will say whatever I please. Do not waste my time. Nevertheless, the actors' captivating performances allowed the audience to remain immersed in the narrative. The negotiation between the prince and Sang Bo ultimately failed. Sang Bo, exhibiting extreme ferocity, immediately led his men in a pursuit of the prince and his entourage. Fortunately, Wei Zhixiang had sensed something was amiss and took swift action, exerting all his strength to save the prince. However, his wife fell victim to Sang Bo's retaliation, tragically meeting her end in an accident. Eventually, the police arrived on the scene, capturing Sang Bo and incarcerating him, while the prince grandly proclaimed that from that day forth, Wei Zhixiang would be considered his own brother. This sequence stirred the audience's passions, vividly portraying the intricacies of love and enmity within the underworld in just a few frames. The fates of minor characters often unfold in such a manner. Aspiring to rise swiftly is more difficult than reaching the heavens, while losing one's life, with a body discarded in the wilderness, is a frequent occurrence. The scene shifted, and 5 years had passed, the story continuing to develop. The prince was seen consuming instant noodles at a flour factory, prompting the audience to lament, goodness, having made so much money selling flour, he is still eating instant noodles? Even when the prince sought companionship at a club, he was still indulging in instant noodles, leading the audience to question, is this instant noodles or some wondrous creation? Can't he eat somewhere else? Eating instant noodles when meeting with a lawyer was somewhat acceptable, yet even the one-eyed Sang Bo, upon emerging from prison for revenge, was also eating instant noodles, thoroughly exhausting the audience's patience. The prevalence of Oriental Cola and Oriental beef noodles advertisements was inescapable, leaving a rather unpleasant impression. Fortunately, the film's plot was sufficiently riveting, evoking a complex blend of discomfort and exhilaration. 2 hours later, the film concluded, and the audience exited the cinema in a daze. Objectively speaking, the film was indeed captivating, but the advertisements were excessively exaggerated. Observant viewers noted that within less than a third of the film, over 20 advertisements had already appeared. This was simply outrageous. The audience's complaints did not cease. This is utterly ridiculous. Yet, after being inundated with advertisements, while the audience grumbled and felt disheartened, a question inevitably arose in their minds. Is Oriental beef noodles truly that delicious? I must go out and try a bowl. If it's not good, I will surely complain. It should be quite tasty, considering the film left me feeling hungry. Now, after watching the movie, the audience couldn't help but reminisce about those advertisements. Upon exiting the cinema and spotting a restaurant, the image of Wei Zhixiang eating instant noodles immediately surfaced in their minds. Seeing a fierce-looking passerby reminded them of Sang Bo enjoying instant noodles. As they walked on and encountered thugs confronting each other, they recalled the scene of Wei Zhixiang eating instant noodles before seeking revenge in the film. It was truly inescapable. Ultimately, This viewer entered a convenience store and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have Oriental beef noodles?" "Yes, indeed," the proprietor replied, curiously murmuring to himself. Didn't the Oriental Cola instant noodles just hit the market? Why are there so many people buying them? Hearing this, the moviegoer instinctively asked, "Are there many people buying Oriental instant noodles?" "Yes, quite a few. Many just came out of the cinema." The audience then realized it wasn't just them who were influenced. At the checkout, they discovered that the price of these instant noodles was indeed slightly higher than that of others. However, one could argue, it's just a bucket of instant noodles. Paying in full was no trouble at all. Upon returning home, they boiled water and opened the instant noodle package, only to be taken aback. Why are there 3 seasoning packets? The 3 packets included a vegetable packet and a beef sauce packet, totaling 3. This revelation greatly eased the viewer's mood, as they felt that although Oriental beef noodles were somewhat pricey, they were still worth it, given the 3 seasoning packets. Unlike other instant noodles on the market, which generally contained only 1 seasoning packet and were rather simplistic, Oriental instant noodles excelled in this regard. The existence of the 3-pack seasoning sachets elevated the anticipation to new heights. After preparing it and taking a sip, the audience gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow! This is surprisingly delicious. It's even better than the noodles my mother makes. Incredible." In the shopping mall, a viewer who had just finished watching a movie prepared a bucket of Eastern instant noodles, and upon tasting it, was left utterly astonished, exclaiming how fragrant it was. In disbelief, he took another bite, instantly feeling as if his soul had been uplifted, and remarked, "I never expected instant noodles could be this good." After a brief pause, he nodded in understanding, saying, "No wonder Huo Zhengxiong loves to eat it so much. If I were in his shoes, I would adore it too. Had I known it was this delicious, who would still indulge in other lesser brands?" Similar scenes unfolded outside cinemas across the city. Some enterprising individuals set up stalls selling instant noodles right outside the theaters, naturally at a slightly elevated price, yet the flavor of the Eastern red beef noodles attracted many, garnering numerous rave reviews. The audience's frustrations, stirred by the incessant advertisements during the film, vanished without a trace as they eagerly shared the Eastern red beef noodles with those around them. Meanwhile, at the West Kowloon police station, the newly appointed Chief Inspector Chung was listening to his subordinates report the latest developments. Chapter 73. This prince had better not fall into my hands, or I shall certainly teach him a lesson. Inspector, after a period of observation, we have confirmed that Huo Zhengxiong is no longer causing trouble. He is solely focused on filmmaking and managing his factory. And then what? Chief Inspector Chung inquired, curiosity piqued. The officer, somewhat awkwardly, replied, "Then he is relying on film to market and sell instant noodles." "What?" Chief Inspector Chung exclaimed in shock, "Selling instant noodles?" "Indeed." His subordinate confirmed with a nod. Chief Inspector Chung felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The illustrious Huo Zhengxiong, a renowned figure in the underworld, had resorted to selling instant noodles? Have the big shots of today truly fallen so low? He then noticed his subordinate's unusual expression and could not help but ask, "What is the matter?" The officer, looking somewhat embarrassed, hesitated before responding. The movie was indeed entertaining, but the advertisements were excessively exaggerated. There was an ad every 2 minutes. After watching, I couldn't resist buying a bucket to try, and the taste was quite good, albeit a bit pricey. Chief Inspector Chung found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was aware that Huo Zhengxiong was not to be trifled with, he secretly hoped for some commotion to arise from him. Otherwise, how would he achieve merit and secure a promotion? Why abandon the role of a powerful gang leader to sell instant noodles? Unintentionally, Chief Inspector Chung voiced his inner thoughts. After a moment of silence, his subordinate finally processed what was said, prompting Chief Inspector Chung to clear his throat and swiftly change the subject. While a spark of curiosity ignited within him, "Notify everyone. Tonight I shall treat you all. Let us go watch a movie, find a cinema, and make arrangements." "Yes, sir." That evening, after the police station closed, Chief Inspector Chung stood at the cinema entrance, momentarily speechless. After the film concluded, he felt somewhat dazed. The barrage of advertisements throughout the film had left him bewildered. Without taking a moment to reflect on the film's plot, he commanded, "Go buy a few buckets of instant noodles. I must see if they truly taste as good as claimed." "Yes, sir." This might very well be the most absurd order he has ever given in his police career, to procure instant noodles. In just half an hour, time flew by. Chief Inspector Chung drank the broth from the noodles down to the last drop, instinctively praising, "This flavor is indeed delightful. Yes, it is quite good. The noodles have a wonderful chewiness. The broth is also commendable. Though the price is slightly steep, it remains within an acceptable range. Inspector, let us have this for our next overtime meal." Chief Inspector Chung pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After finishing the noodles, his mind felt much clearer, allowing him to engage in discussions with his subordinates about their impressions of the film. The advertisements in the movie were undeniably excessive, yet the film itself was rather captivating. Indeed, I never expected Wei Zhengxiong to meet his demise in the end. His death was a result of his own choices. After all, one cannot expect a good outcome while involved in the underworld. Poor Ruby, what a wonderful woman, such a shame. Honestly, if I could find a wife like that, I would be secretly overjoyed. That Liang Kuan is truly vile to the core. To be honest, I've encountered that Prince Hongtai. He is indeed outrageously arrogant. This is only natural. Hongtai is not a small gang, and the Hongtai prince undoubtedly has the means to be so boastful. That prince had better not fall into my hands, or I shall surely teach him a lesson. Hey, this is a movie. Don't bring the plot into reality. Someone interjected. Bringing it into reality is not an issue. The misdeeds of this prince in real life far exceed those in the film. If that is the case, he certainly deserves a proper lesson. An officer turned to Chief Inspector Chung and asked, "Inspector, what do you think of this film?" The content was passable, particularly the conclusion, which I found quite satisfying. The officers immediately burst into laughter, chiming in, "We concur with the inspector's opinion. Wei Zhengxiong, the prince, and Sang Bo are all dead, and the head of Hongtai has been captured. What a relief." From a police perspective, this conclusion was indeed gratifying. Chief Inspector Chung glanced at the Eastern Q7 instant noodles in his hand, unable to refrain from lauding Huo Zhengxiong. Huo Zhengxiong is truly a commercial genius. To think of using film for advertising, and with such effective results. The officers nodded in agreement. He then lamented, had Huo Zhengxiong not joined the gang, he would undoubtedly have become a commercial tycoon in Hong Kong, creating a legendary business empire. It's a pity that he stepped into the mire of gang life. Sealing his fate, the officers fell into a contemplative silence. Chief Inspector Chung had only recently transferred to the West Kowloon police station. But the other officers were all too aware. Aside from a few officers demoted or dismissed due to the previous Chief Inspector's actions, everyone knew that the former Chief Inspector Peng had always fixated on Huo Zhengxiong, intending to capture him for career advancement. Moreover, they were well aware of the former Chief Inspector Peng's suspicions and evaluations of Huo Zhengxiong. Thus, Chief Inspector Chung's words were indisputable. Huo Zhengxiong was indeed a commercial prodigy, and it was a great pity. As thoughts of Chief Inspector Peng surfaced, the atmosphere among the officers grew somber. It must be said that Chief Inspector Peng had left them with psychological scars. While they certainly enjoyed the benefits when he ascended, they could not escape the misfortune that followed, facing disciplinary actions. Additionally, Chief Inspector Peng's reputation throughout Hong Kong had been thoroughly tarnished, leading to the current unpopularity of the O Division at the West Kowloon police station, resulting in heightened pressure for them. Just then, one officer suddenly inquired, "Speaking of which, while watching the movie, I remembered that Wei Zhengxiong and the prince seemed to have co-founded a VCD factory." As soon as the words left his mouth, the room brightened with realization. The duty of O officers was precisely to combat the gangs in the port area, so they were well versed in the various gangs in the vicinity. This officer, responsible for gathering intelligence on Hongtai, had previously mentioned that the first half of the film's content was based in reality, and now that he had brought this matter up again, a seed of suspicion began to sprout in everyone's minds. Detective Zheng's eyes brightened with intrigue, prompting him to inquire, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," the officer affirmed with a nod. "What is the nature of the relationship between Hung Hing and Hongtai?" Detective Zheng pressed on eagerly. An informed officer promptly responded, "It has never been particularly amicable. Although both are factions bearing the Hong character, their ties are rather tenuous." After a brief pause, he added, "Moreover, the film features high-ranking members from Hung Hing, including the appearance of Jiang Tianxing. There are rumors in the underworld suggesting that Hung Hing is intentionally provoking Hongtai, and a conflict between the two factions seems quite plausible." Chapter 74. Damn it, did I spend all this money just to watch advertisements? Upon hearing this, Detective Zheng could not help but ponder. With Hung Hing and Hongtai at odds, and the upper echelons of Hung Hing portraying various roles in Hongtai's film, the first half of the movie is authentic, with all characters grounded in reality. This is essentially Wei Zhengxiong's autobiography. Could it be that the drug factory depicted is also genuine? If so, Detective Zheng's expression gradually morphed into one of excitement, as if he envisioned a plethora of accolades within reach. Had Hung Hing maintained a cordial relationship with Hongtai, the authenticity of such matters would be moot. However, the two factions are indeed at odds. Could this be a deliberate trap set by Hung Hing for Hongtai? A rational person would entertain such thoughts. If his conjecture holds merit, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. A chance delivered right to his doorstep. Detective Zheng decisively commanded, "Conduct an investigation. The prince's factory may very well be embroiled in genuine issues." "Yes, sir." The officers who grasped the situation eagerly concurred. While Detective Zheng set the O department into motion, news reached Prince Hongtai as well. "What the hell? Hung Hing is filming a movie about us." A subordinate nodded with a peculiar expression, indeed, casting a glance at Wei Zhengxiong beside him. "Damn it," the prince exclaimed. "What are these bastards from Hung Hing doing idly wasting time. Filming a movie is one thing, but why delve into our affairs? The subordinate was at a loss for words. The prince dismissed further thoughts and commanded, Huo Zhengxiong, go buy tickets. I must see what tricks Hung Hing is up to. Understood. Before long, the prince, accompanied by a group of subordinates and Huo Zhengxiong, arrived at the cinema, just in time for the final screening of Dragons in the Underworld. Initially, upon hearing that Dragons in the Underworld was related to his faction, Hong Tai, the prince was filled with curiosity. However, when he pressed his subordinate for details, the latter's hesitant demeanor raised suspicions. After persistent questioning, he learned that Dragons in the Underworld was directed by Hung Hing's Huo Zhengxiong, featuring many prominent members in the cast, further piquing his interest. Previously, he had heard scattered rumors that the leaders of Hung Hing were involved in film production. At first, he dismissed it, assuming they were making some low-grade adult film, and had laughed at them for what he perceived as their fall from grace, having to resort to minor roles in a film for a meager living. Yet now, knowing that this film pertains to Hong Tai, his emotions grew complicated. Especially upon hearing the title Dragons in the Underworld, he fancied the dragon to symbolize himself, basking in his own pride for a moment. However, upon inquiring further, he realized the reality was far from his expectations. This film was a must-see. Inside the cinema, as the film commenced, an actor resembling Huo Zhengxiong appeared on screen, prompting a nearby subordinate to exclaim, Xiong Di Go, and everyone immediately recognized that the protagonist was indeed Huo Zhengxiong. The prince's expression soured slightly, casting a glare at Huo Zhengxiong. Noticing he had overshadowed the prince, Huo Zhengxiong quickly flashed a flattering smile, explaining, Prince, it is merely a film. What difference does it make whether one is a lead or a supporting role? With your presence, I am but a minor character. Only then did the prince reveal a satisfied smile. As the plot progressed, everyone was engrossed. Yet the incessant advertisements and ubiquitous presence of Oriental cola and Oriental braised beef noodles left Prince Hong Tai increasingly agitated. Upon witnessing a scene with his encounter with Sang Bo, the prince could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Damn it, this is utter nonsense. During that meeting with Sang Bo, we feasted on a grand banquet. And I even warned him that if he didn't settle the bill, he wouldn't be leaving this street. Why has it been changed to instant noodles? Huo Zhengxiong, looking equally exasperated, responded, When have I ever eaten instant noodles? One subordinate couldn't help but interject, There are far too many advertisements. It's completely excessive. The others chimed in agreement. How many ads have been shown since the film began? Damn it, did I spend all this money just to watch ads? Nevertheless, considering Sang Bo was their adversary, they laughed it off, deciding to endure the advertising nuisance. The prince even voiced his dissatisfaction. Damn it. Why did they cast that scoundrel Liang Kuan to portray me? His voice is infuriating. If I ever meet Huo Zhengxiong, I'll demand to know if he chose his actors with his toes. That scoundrel Liang Kuan, is he even half as handsome as I am? Huo Zhengxiong eagerly nodded, ingratiatingly stating, How could he compare? Liang Kuan is nothing, not even a fraction of your princely handsomeness. The prince's expression did not improve significantly, prompting Huo Zhengxiong to quickly adjust his flattery. No, wait. It's only 1/10. Liang Kuan doesn't even measure up to 1/10 of your princely charm. A huff of discontent escaped the prince as his demeanor softened slightly, but before long, his expression darkened again. Truth be told, the scene depicting his chase by Sang Bo was rather humiliating. That was part of his sordid past. To think it had been captured on film, wasn't this tarnishing his reputation? It was essential to remember that this film would be viewed by audiences throughout Hong Kong. Such embarrassing moments should not be aired. Damn it. Huo Zhengxiong would have to face the consequences. The prince seethed silently within. As time passed and the film progressed, despite the overwhelming number of advertisements testing the prince's patience, the first third of the movie was relatively unobjectionable, showcasing events that had indeed transpired. He did not mind the portrayal of him commanding Huo Zhengxiong. After all, it was the truth. Why not? He glanced at Huo Zhengxiong, curious to see his reaction during the scenes where he faced humiliation. As expected, Huo Zhengxiong sported a subservient, ingratiating smile, not minding playing the role of his dog. What more was there to say? However, they were not the only ones in attendance. Soon, other audience members began to voice their dissatisfaction. This prince is utterly inhumane. Huo Zhengxiong saved his life, yet he treats him like a dog. What a scoundrel. Indeed, a thankless bastard. I bet Huo Zhengxiong regrets saving such a person. Chapter 75. Such a person deserves to be struck by lightning. Indeed, with a wife lost and having sacrificed so much for the crown prince, he cannot even afford a lawyer. All because of a conflict among children. The crown prince is ready to take action. How inhumane. Huo Zhengxiong is truly pitiful. Perhaps he has been utterly terrified by his mother-in-law's death. This crown prince Hong Tai is devoid of compassion. Such a person deserves to be struck by lightning. Upon hearing these words, the crown prince could no longer contain himself. Accustomed to his arrogance, he rose and shouted, What the hell is it to you? Wei Zhengxiong willingly acts as my dog. What dissatisfaction do you harbor? The individual who had spoken was about to retort, but upon seeing the crown prince's formidable entourage, he had no choice but to obediently silence himself. Meanwhile, Wei Zhengxiong felt an unbearable awkwardness, his face burning with shame. Yet he dared not act, only able to feign innocence, trembling in place. He truly did not know how to explain himself to appease the crown prince, fearing that a mere film might offend him. Simultaneously, as he viewed his past on the screen, a wave of nostalgia surged within him. To be honest, he yearned for the valiant self he once was. Back then, he single-handedly rescued the crown prince, facing a dozen armed men without a hint of fear. Now, he could barely muster the courage to confront anything. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a CD factory, revealing a shocking tableau of individuals consuming white powder, a reality that had indeed transpired, and on this very day, the crown prince was taken aback. The earlier portions of the film had been based on stories relayed by others, but this current narrative was perplexing. How could a pre-filmed movie depict events that had only just occurred? Anyone would feel a rush of panic. Even Wei Zhengxiong appeared bewildered, hastily attempting to reassure the crown prince. Brother crown prince, this must be mere coincidence. Absolutely just a coincidence. It was unclear whether Wei Zhengxiong was comforting himself or the crown prince. The latter could only tell himself the same. Otherwise, could it be that Huo Zhengxiong possessed divine foresight to know what would transpire today? Yet, to unravel the truth, one had to continue watching. The theater fell into an unusual silence as the plot unfolded, revealing that Wei Zhengxiong had learned the reason why the police officer, who was also his girlfriend, had been monitoring him. The crown prince's ostensible CD factory was merely a facade, concealing his illicit dealings in narcotics. The crown prince was left utterly stunned. He stood frozen in place, as if struck dumb. An inexplicable dread enveloped him. He involuntarily cried out, "This is utterly impossible. How could this happen? How did Hung Hing learn that I was using the CD factory as a cover for drug trafficking?" At this moment, the crown prince was both alarmed and disoriented, his mind racing with doubts. Could it be that the police are really monitoring me? What on earth is happening? His thoughts were in disarray, and his emotions became increasingly complex. The film had yet to reach its conclusion, and Wei Zhengxiong had not yet met his demise at the hands of Chun Mei's subordinates. Yet the crown prince had lost interest, his face betraying a hint of panic. Summoning his courage, Wei Zhengxiong cautiously inquired, "Brother crown prince, you wouldn't truly be involved in drug trafficking at the CD factory, would you?" His question was laced with trepidation, clearly fearful of any association with the drug trade. It was precisely his dread of becoming entangled in such murky waters that compelled him to voice this inquiry. Were it any other matter, he would have feigned ignorance, pretending nothing had transpired, for after all, he relied on the crown prince for his livelihood. Nowadays, without significant provocation, it was challenging for him to reclaim the decisiveness and bravery of his former self. Upon hearing Wei Zhengxiong's question, the crown prince immediately retracted his murderous intent. Just as depicted in the film, he had no intention of harming Wei Zhengxiong, for he was currently his shield. All the factory's dealings were under Wei Zhengxiong's name. Should anything go awry, Wei Zhengxiong would serve as the perfect scapegoat, and he would never turn against him now. After all, individuals like Wei Zhengxiong, who were so compliant, were hard to come by. It would be difficult to find others willing to be exploited in such a manner, and even if bribed, they might not genuinely assist. However, even though he would not harm Wei Zhengxiong for the time being, the crown prince's murderous intent toward him had not diminished in the slightest. In the film, Wei Zhengxiong had killed him, ruined Sangbo, and schemed against his father, Chun Mei, but that was ultimately fiction. To the crown prince, Wei Zhengxiong still held value. Nonetheless, he needed to temper his long-standing disdain for Wei Zhengxiong. After all, several years ago, Wei Zhengxiong's character was not as easily controlled as it was now. If this fellow truly reverted to his former self, the crown prince would also feel apprehensive. For the time being, it was essential to stabilize this individual. Subsequently, the crown prince darkened his expression and, filled with dissatisfaction, questioned, "Wei Zhengxiong, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that because of a film, you believe I would engage in such activities? You are the one who saved my life. How could I possibly betray you? If news of that were to leak, how would I maintain my reputation in the underworld?" He had previously stated that the underworld operated this way. Regardless of how ruthless and unsightly one might be in action, one must maintain a good reputation, or it would be exceedingly difficult to stand firm in such a realm, particularly for individuals like the crown prince and Wei Zhengxiong, who shared a bond of life-saving gratitude. They could not casually turn against one another. Wei Zhengxiong found himself at a loss for words in response to the crown prince's remarks. Indeed, even if the crown prince had engaged in such activities, he would undoubtedly deny it. Asking would be futile. Yet, out of caution, he understood the necessity of investigating the matter thoroughly. Otherwise, should anything truly occur, he would have no time for regret. After all, trafficking narcotics in the harbor was a grave offense. and he had a son to raise. He absolutely could not afford any missteps. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong's transformation from the valiant and resolute individual of 5 years ago to the timid, apprehensive person he had become was solely for the purpose of caring for his son. With his wife deceased, his son was his entire world. Furthermore, the fact that both Hong Tai and Hung Hing began with the character Hong revealed their unified stance on the matter of narcotics. As a splinter group from the Hong gang, neither organization permitted its members to engage in the drug trade, which explained the Crown Prince's clandestine operations and his choice to use Huo Zhengxiong as a scapegoat. Shortly thereafter, Huo Zhengxiong hurriedly donned a smiling facade and explained, "Oh, brother Crown Prince, please don't take it so seriously. You truly are amusing. How can you get angry so easily? It's merely a film, and I was just joking with you. I also recognize that this film was produced by Hung Hing. Perhaps they intended to use it to annoy us at Hong Tai, to sow discord among us brothers." Chapter 76. If this is truly a drug factory, then we would have made a significant discovery. Seeing Huo Zhengxiong display such awareness, the Crown Prince's expression softened considerably, which allowed Huo Zhengxiong to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his attention remained solely on the Crown Prince, unaware that the other trusted subordinates beside him wore expressions of amusement and disdain. "Brother Crown Prince, shall we continue watching this film?" Huo Zhengxiong sensed that the film Dragons in the Jianghu had put everyone on edge. The prince pondered for a moment before promptly exclaiming, "You are indeed the protagonist of this film. It would be a pity not to watch it to the end. Since it features you, you must finish it before departing. How about this? You continue watching the movie, and once it's over, you may leave. I shall return to rest in the meantime." Without waiting for Huo Zhengxiong's response, the prince stood and exited. Huo Zhengxiong felt a surge of questions within him and resolved to investigate the factory later to ascertain whether any issues truly existed. For his peace of mind depended on it. However, the prince was not to be trifled with. Sensing Huo Zhengxiong's intentions, he instructed one of his subordinates before leaving, "Stay with Xiangdi and ensure he finishes the movie." Upon hearing this, the smile on Huo Zhengxiong's face vanished in an instant. It was evident that this individual was not there to accompany him to enjoy the film, but rather to keep a watchful eye on him. Though anger simmered within him, he refrained from expressing it. An unsettling premonition grew stronger. Yet, faced with the prince, he felt powerless to resist, forcing a smile as he reluctantly acquiesced, daring not to defy him. Soon, the prince exited the cinema, his expression darkening immediately as he commanded, "Quickly send someone to the factory to assess the situation. It would be best if all is well. However, should any trouble arise, prepare to have Huo Zhengxiong take the blame, and ensure he is kept under close watch. He must not escape." "Understood, Prince." A group of loyal subordinates nodded in agreement, their faces betraying sinister smiles. In truth, had it not been for the potential danger, the prince would have preferred to inspect the factory himself. However, just as his subordinates prepared to act, Inspector Zheng's team was already en route and nearing the factory. Yet, both the prince and Inspector Zheng arrived too late. At that moment, Chief Chen Jiaju of the West Kowloon Police's Major Crimes Unit had already arrived at the factory's entrance with his team. He had been among the first to view the film and immediately sensed something amiss, promptly summoning his team to investigate. At the factory's gate, preparations for action were underway. One of his subordinates, known for his cautious nature, tugged at Chen Jiaju's sleeve and asked solemnly, "Jiaju, are you certain the information is correct? We haven't had time to report this operation. If something goes awry, we cannot shoulder that responsibility." Chen Jiaju, having watched Dragon in the River, felt uneasy, convinced that the prince's factory indeed harbored some issue. Thus, he decisively ordered everyone to return and work overtime. He was acutely aware that if this operation failed, the consequences would be dire. After all, the Major Crimes Unit could not conduct armed operations lightly, as any misstep would carry significant repercussions. Reflecting on his relationship with Uncle Ben and the esteem in which Chief Raymond held him, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility." Upon hearing this, his subordinates breathed a collective sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere dissipated as they began joking with one another. Indeed, they relied on Jiaju. "Jiaju, please do not let us down. If this is truly a drug factory, we will achieve a significant victory." Chen Jiaju, however, remained silent, contemplating his colleagues who were all too eager to share in the glory, yet expected him to bear the brunt of any difficulties. Nevertheless, he understood their jesting nature and, having relaxed, steeled himself before forcefully kicking open the factory's door. "Police, do not move." In an instant, chaos erupted within the factory as a dozen thugs charged forward. The presence of firearms in a drug factory was hardly surprising, but the prince's men, though capable of handling street thugs, were woefully outmatched against the Major Crimes Unit's officers. After swiftly subduing the leading thugs, the remaining underlings promptly surrendered. The Major Crimes Unit proceeded to conduct a thorough search, and it wasn't long before the enthusiastic subordinate, known as Big Mouth, rushed over, shaking a bag of white powder in excitement. Wow, it's real. This is a massive achievement. Chun Jiaju, upon witnessing the incontrovertible evidence, could hardly contain his excitement, murmuring, wow, this film was truly worth it. Big Mouth, taken aback, responded curiously, wow, not only is this film directed by Huo Zhengxiong captivating, but it is also eerily realistic. Laughter erupted among the major crimes unit officers. Chun Jiaju had indeed secured a significant triumph, even outpacing Inspector Zheng. It must be said that only he would act impulsively, harboring no doubts after watching the film and directly leading an investigation. Was this the fabled notion that fortune favored the foolish? The VCD factory was subsequently sealed off. 20 minutes later, when Inspector Zheng arrived, the officers of the Major Crimes Unit had already barred the entry of the O Department's officers. Upon realizing he had arrived too late, Zheng's countenance darkened immediately, and he could not help but shout, "Step aside." Clearly, he sought to claim credit for the operation. Though Chun Jiaju was impetuous, he was not foolish. Just as he was about to refuse, Zheng's expression hardened, and he bellowed, "I command you to step aside." No one could fathom the depth of Inspector Zheng's fury at that moment, having discovered the lead first. It was infuriating that he had come so close only to have it snatched away by the bumbling Chun Jiaju. This was utterly unacceptable. As a promotion and raise hung in the balance, he was left with no choice but to assert his authority as an inspector, knowing that if he could get his men inside, even if he could not claim the entire credit, he would at least receive a share. In terms of rank, Chun Jiaju was merely a supervisor, and faced with Zheng, he had no option but to step aside and comply. Witnessing this scene, Chun Jiaju's expression darkened considerably. In truth, competition for credit among police ranks was not uncommon, but he had hoped to avoid such a situation. Just as he was grappling with his predicament, a car suddenly appeared at the factory entrance, and Uncle Biao's figure followed suit. Chun Jiaju finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his ally had arrived. Thus, he ceased his standoff with Inspector Zheng and stated, "Inspector, this is our Major Crimes Unit's case. It would be inappropriate for the O Department's officers to interfere." Inspector Zheng's face turned as dark as ink. Just like that, a hard-won achievement had slipped away. The cooked duck had flown the coop. Chapter 77. If we return now, we are essentially walking into a trap. His heart brimmed with resentment as he silently berated himself. Why hadn't he checked sooner? Why hadn't he acted promptly? At that moment, Inspector Zheng's mood was at its lowest, his expression so rigid he could hardly utter a word. Uncle Biao, having navigated the police force for much of his life, was well versed in such situations. He quickly stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Ah, Inspector Zheng, are you here to inspect our Major Crimes Unit's work? Jiaju, why are you dawdling? Show Inspector Zheng around." With a deep sigh, Inspector Zheng realized from the moment Uncle Biao appeared that he had no chance of seizing any advantage. Recognizing the futility of the situation, he shook his head and departed with his O Department officers. Uncle Biao watched as Zheng and the anti-black group receded from view, a look of disdain crossing his face. In truth, the entire West Kowloon police station held little regard for the O Department. He then turned his attention back to Chun Jiaju, who stood with his hands on his hips, a proud expression on his face. Uncle Biao's smile widened as he approached, and said, "You did well this time. You little rascal. You dismantled a drug production and distribution hub, which is a significant achievement." Chun Jiaju, having displayed an unexpected wit, replied with a smile, "This is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Uncle Biao. Otherwise, how could I have uttered even such a humble compliment?" Uncle Biao burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? Rest assured, my lad, I shall certainly commend you before the director." "Thank you, Uncle Biao," Chun Jiaju exclaimed with excitement. Officer Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Chun Jiaju and Uncle Biao, his eyes brimming with jealousy, and snorted coldly. "Let us go." As the car roared to life, the O team finally departed. However, just as they were leaving, the prince hastily returned to the vicinity of the factory. As the vehicle approached the factory gate, one of his subordinates was about to stop the car when the prince sensed something amiss and urgently whispered, "Don't stop, keep driving." Although his subordinate was puzzled, he complied with the prince's demand and continued forward. The car halted about 100 meters past the factory. Then, a figure leaned out from the vehicle, peering back, and immediately spotted Chun Jiaju and Zue. He sniffed the air. The prince's countenance darkened in an instant, and unable to contain his fury, he slammed his fist against the car, his eyes reddening as he cursed, "Too late. Damn it, it's the police." Upon hearing this, his men were immediately taken aback, glancing back in disbelief and scrutinizing the scene. The unmistakable aura of authority surrounding Chun Jiaju and Zue was indeed very pronounced. "What should we do now, brother prince?" His men were thrown into a panic. The prince, unwilling to delay, gritted his teeth and said, "We must flee at once. Otherwise, they will surely come over to interrogate us." "Understood." The subordinate hastily drove away from the factory's vicinity. Inside the car, The prince's expression fluctuated between ashen and livid. He contemplated deeply, reflecting that his factory had been meticulously concealed and could not possibly be discovered easily. If the factory were to be raided, the only plausible explanation would be the involvement of the film dragons in the underworld. Hung Hing, Huo Zhengxiong. The prince enunciated each character with palpable resentment. The faces of his subordinates mirrored his discontent. One trusted aide, slightly anxious, inquired, "Brother Prince, what should we do next? Should we return to the gang?" Without a moment's hesitation, the prince shook his head firmly and replied in a lowered voice, "We cannot return." Confusion flickered across the faces of his underlings. As the prince furiously pounded on the car, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "We absolutely cannot go back. If we were exposed for some other reason, their attention would only be directed at Huo Zhengxiong. But if they are investigating the factory based on the film, they will undoubtedly trace the lead back to me. Returning now would be tantamount to walking straight into a trap." Having said this, the prince's expression darkened further as he continued. "We must find a place to hide and assess the situation." Understood. Subsequently, the prince hastily grabbed his mobile phone and dialed his father, Hong Tailong's number. Meanwhile, on the other end, the chief of the West Kowloon police station, Raymond, was preparing to retire for the night when he received a call from Uncle Biao. "What? Are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you?" he exclaimed, bombarding Uncle Biao with 3 shocked questions in rapid succession. It was no wonder Raymond was so astonished. As the chief of the West Kowloon police station, he had encountered a myriad of absurd situations over the years. However, he never anticipated that one day, a film would yield clues that could lead to the discovery of a drug manufacturing facility. This was utterly outrageous. It fundamentally shattered Raymond's worldview and reshaped his understanding as a police chief. He then asked in bewilderment, "You mean to say this film was produced by Hung Hing's Huo Zhengxiong?" On the other end of the line, Uncle Biao confirmed his assertion. After a brief pause, the call ended. Raymond shook his head gently, muttering to himself, "This Huo Zhengxiong is indeed a capable individual. He ensnares others with such subtlety. Could he genuinely be contemplating a war with Hong Tai? This certainly cannot be mere coincidence." Raymond was left both perplexed and astonished. Particularly after he grasped the sequence of events, he found himself even more bewildered. There had been no prior indication of any conflict between Huo Zhengxiong and Hong Tai. Yet, this deliberate act of deception within the film seemed exceedingly improbable. He had heard much about Huo Zhengxiong, recognizing him as a formidable character. Yet, this time he had ensnared Hong Tai, aiding the police, which was decidedly atypical of his usual conduct. In that moment, Raymond could not piece the situation together, feeling only that it was exceedingly bizarre. However, due to the dismantling of a drug manufacturing facility, Raymond had garnered significant benefits, leading him to harbor an inexplicable fondness for Huo Zhengxiong. Ultimately, regarding the case resolved through the film, he offered a rather objective assessment. Huo Zhengxiong is indeed a profound individual, worthy of close observation. Speaking of which, news of the police's discovery of the drug manufacturing facility masquerading as a VCD factory quickly spread through the underworld. The speed at which information propagated in such circles was always astonishingly rapid. Subsequently, the leaders of Hung Hing received the news and were left utterly bewildered. Today marked the first day of the film's release, and those involved in the cast were naturally keen to see how their film fared at the box office, hoping it would be profitable, as Huo Zhengxiong had promised them. Chapter 78. Even if the evidence is insufficient, detaining you is still feasible. Of course, the division of profits was one aspect. Another was that these leading actors were eager to know how audiences would assess their performances. Although they were all prominent figures within the gang, relying on acting for a living was not their forte. Nonetheless, as it was their first film, they undoubtedly yearned for a sense of accomplishment. Thus, they gathered together, dining and drinking, eagerly awaiting the box office figures from the film's premiere. Yet, instead of the anticipated figures, they received an entirely different piece of news. The police had uncovered a drug manufacturing facility linked to dragons in the underworld, with Huo Zhengxiong as the nominal owner, while it was actually controlled by the prince. Now, the police had commenced their investigation into the prince. Fat Lao Li appeared utterly perplexed. Liang Kuan was in a state of shock. Shi Sanmei's face was filled with disbelief. Han Bin was left dumbfounded on the spot. Bai Gu wore an expression of utter confusion. What on earth is going on? Hong Tai is truly dealing drugs in the VCD factory. What does this even mean? Could it possibly be a coincidence? You really believe that? I don't. But this is simply too strange. Good grief. Hong Tai is genuinely in the drug trade? Our film provided the police with clues that led to a case resolution. This is escalating. I can't make sense of it. Could it be that Xiong Gu did this on purpose? Strangely enough, it does resemble Xiong Ji's modus operandi. But I haven't heard of any conflict between him and Hong Tai, have I? Whether there were past conflicts is no longer relevant. What matters now is what conflicts may arise. How on earth do we explain this to Hong Tai? Explain what? At this juncture, any words we utter regarding Hong Tai will undoubtedly fall on deaf ears. All right, everyone, let us disperse swiftly back to our respective territories. For it is highly likely that Hong Tai's people will soon arrive. Damn it, Brother Xiong truly knows how to play the game. It appears we have inadvertently become entangled in this mess. In that moment, the various bosses of Hung Hing wore expressions of utter bewilderment, seemingly at a loss as to their next course of action. This is simply unacceptable. If it was indeed Huo Zhengxiong who orchestrated this, he should have at least given us a heads up. He has quietly alienated Hong Tai completely. Moreover, what will the people in our circles say? These are all rather troublesome matters. Subsequently, the myriad leaders of Hung Hing, burdened with a medley of complex emotions, hastened back to their domains. Meanwhile, Master Chun Yao promptly relayed the news to the head of the organization, Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing responded, "Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? What shall be our response?" Just as he ended the call with Chun Yao, the phone rang again, this time from Hong Tai's head, Chun Mei, whose voice brimmed with fury as she demanded, "Jiang Tianxing, what exactly do you Hung Hing mean by this? Are you deliberately trying to undermine us?" Although Jiang Tianxing felt a deep dissatisfaction toward Chun Mei, he kept such sentiments to himself, maintaining a cordial facade. However, the unfolding of these events had thoroughly disrupted Jiang Tianxing's plans. Even though he was a sagacious individual, the suddenness of this situation left him at a loss for words. Jiang Tianxing fell into silence, unable to provide any response. Observing his reticence, Chun Mei's agitation escalated, prompting her to shout, "I believe that Hong Tai has never wronged you, yet you have been covertly sabotaging U.S. haven to you? To be frank, if I were to claim this as all a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Tianxing managed to utter a hesitant response. Upon hearing this, Chun Mei's fury surged, nearly causing her to explode. Her hair bristled with rage as she shouted, "Do you realize my son has been placed on the police wanted list? The entirety of Hong Kong is now in pursuit of him. Hong Tai has become a prime target for law enforcement, akin to a succulent piece of meat laid bare on a table, desired by all. My son is utterly hopeless now, and we at Hong Tai are on the brink of collapse. All of this is a result of your actions at Hung Hing." Jiang Tianxing remained silent, unable to articulate a single word. It was not that he didn't wish to respond. Rather, he simply did not know how to do so. Chun Mei's assertions held no inaccuracies. Based on his understanding of her, it was inevitable that Hong Tai would eventually be passed into the hands of her son, the Crown Prince. However, with the Crown Prince now a fugitive, he could no longer remain in Hong Kong, lacking even a place to take refuge. The repercussions of the drug factory incident would undoubtedly gravely impact Hong Tai, severely diminishing its strength. It was not difficult to foresee what lay ahead for Hong Tai. As Chun Mei's voice grew darker, filled with an almost frenzied rage, she roared, "Let the war commence. Hong Tai shall not relent until we clash with you Hung Hing," leading to mutual destruction. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Tianxing's forehead. In truth, he longed to clarify that this was merely a misunderstanding and wished to summon Huo Zhengxiong immediately to ascertain the details. Yet, as the leader of Hung Hing, he had his pride to uphold. Moreover, his discontent with Chun Mei had been festering for some time. Now faced with her ultimatum, he could hardly retreat. He steeled his expression and coldly declared, "Since you at Hong Tai refuse to believe this is mere coincidence, then what more is there to discuss? If war is what you desire, then so be it. Does Hung Hing fear you? Very well." Chun Mei repeated the phrase thrice, her exasperation at its peak, her emotions spiraling out of control. Just as she was about to unleash another tirade, the door behind her was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. Jiang Tianxing, on the other end of the line, heard every detail with clarity. A voice rang out, "We are from the West Kowloon Police Department's Major Crimes Unit. We suspect you, Chun Mei, to be involved in a drug factory case. Please accompany us." Chun Mei, incensed, retorted, "What evidence do you have?" While the evidence may have been insufficient, based on the existing leads, detaining her was certainly within their rights. With the police having breached the premises, Chun Mei found herself unable to refuse. In no time, before she could utter another word, she was escorted away by the Major Crimes Unit, her call left abruptly unfinished. Jiang Tianxing, inwardly elated, thought to himself, this might actually be a fortuitous turn of events. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to take decisive action. Just as he was mulling over his plans, a voice from the phone broke through, "West Kowloon Police Department's Major Crimes Unit. Who are you?" Jiang Tianxing hesitated for a moment before curtly retorting, "What business is it of yours? Is being a police officer such a grand thing? Are you so arrogant?" With that, he hung up the phone with a decisive click. On the other end, Chun Jiao's face darkened. He immediately commanded, "Send someone to trace this call. It may be connected to the Crown Prince's whereabouts." Following Chun Mei's detainment, the various factions within Hong Tai began to stir uneasily. After all, With the Crown Prince now branded as a fugitive and Chun Mei in custody, the position of head of Hong Tai was bound to incite ambition among them. It must be said that in the wake of the film Dragon in the Jianghu premiering, chaos ensued in many places that very night. Jiang Tianxing's emotions were conflicted as the heads of Hung Hing were left in shock. The police were occupied throughout the day, attempting to apprehend both the Crown Prince and Chun Mei, as well as Wei Zhengxiong. Although Wei Zhengxiong was innocent in the film, he was nonetheless the nominal owner of that factory. Even if he ultimately faced no charges, he still needed to assist the police with their investigation. As for Hong Tai, the situation was dire, with various unsavory characters emerging to take advantage of the chaos. The duration of Chun Mei's detention remained uncertain, and even if she were released, the future of Hong Tai was equally unpredictable. The following morning, the so-called business prodigy, Jimmy, enthusiastically arrived at the Oriental Group to report to Huo Zhengxiong. His expression of joy was a clear indication that things were going well. Boss, Dragon in the Jianghu achieved a box office of 1.2 million on its opening day. Huo Zhengxiong smiled, quite pleased with this figure. After all, he was confident in the movie's plot, so such box office numbers were hardly surprising. The only concern was the excessive number of advertisements embedded within the film, which might somewhat detract from the revenue. Nodding in acknowledgement, Huo Zhengxiong listened as Jimmy, brimming with excitement, continued his report. Moreover, our braised beef noodles are flying off the shelves. We sold 100,000 packs in just one day. The repurchase rate is exceptionally high, and several vendors have already called to request more stock. Jimmy glanced at the data report in his hand, stating earnestly, according to the current data, the repurchase rate has reached 54. The approval rating exceeds 95. Huo Zhengxiong's eyes lit up. This data was indeed impressive, surpassing his expectations. In truth, Eastern instant noodles and Eastern cola are quite distinct. After all, the cola market, dominated by Pepsi and Coca-Cola, has reached a significant level of maturity. Notably, the youthful cola acquired by Huo Zhengxiong is also rather palatable. To put it another way, Huo Zhengxiong merely rebranded the youthful cola, launched a marketing campaign, and strategically undermined his competitors to carve out a niche in the cola market. Conversely, Eastern braised beef noodles present a different scenario. The 3 seasoning packets are an innovation by Huo Zhengxiong, and the flavor profile of the instant noodles was determined after his meticulous tasting. Although the instant noodle market possesses a certain scale, it lacks many robust brands capable of significant growth. Hence, the remarkable success of Eastern instant noodles can be entirely attributed to Huo Zhengxiong's personal efforts. The impressive data indeed brings him immense satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Jimmy Zai, with a smile, remarked, however, this is still a rough estimate. If the statistics were more precise, the numbers might be even higher. Huo Zhengxiong, pleased with this, contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, given the product's popularity and the existing market, it would be remiss not to expand our scale. Go. Acquire several more instant noodle factories and swiftly elevate Eastern instant noodle production to 100,000 packets daily. Understood. Jimmy Zai nodded enthusiastically. With considerable experience in factory acquisitions, he handled matters with remarkable ease. With Zhao Yi and others assisting him, every task seemed manageable. Even if they were to make their entrance armed, what of it? Could a toy gun possibly contravene the law? Before long, Jimmy Zai led his team away. Huo Zhengxiong turned on the television, where the news broadcast commenced. Good evening, viewers. This is the latest news report. The West Kowloon police station has just held a press conference, and we now bring you the live situation. According to the police report, last night at 10 p.m., authorities raided a VCD factory in the outskirts of Kowloon. While it superficially appeared to be producing pirated films, it was, in fact, a covert site for drug trafficking. This drug den has now been completely eradicated. It has come to light that the operation was controlled by the son of the Hong Tai gang leader, Chun Mei. Chun Mei has since been legally detained, while his son is wanted nationwide. Subsequently, the television footage shifted to the press conference venue. Police Chief Raymond stood at the center, flanked by familiar faces from the police public relations department. To his left stood Uncle Biao, followed by the well-known Officer Chen Jiago. After offering a few courteous remarks, Raymond handed the microphone to Uncle Biao, who smiled broadly, his eyes nearly squinting shut. This operation's success in dismantling the drug factory was largely due to the chief's exceptional leadership and the full cooperation of his colleagues, achieving a commendable outcome with 0 casualties. Finally, the microphone was passed to the operations leader, Chen Jiago. A reporter inquired, Officer Chun, how did the police obtain the intelligence necessary to dismantle this drug factory? While Chen Jiago's investigative abilities were beyond reproach, his emotional intelligence left much to be desired. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely taken credit for the success, attributing it to diligent investigation and responsible policing. Yet, Chen Jiago bluntly stated, the breakthrough in this drug factory case was primarily because our officers watched the film Dragon in the River. The assembled reporters were taken aback. Immediately pressing further, Officer Chen, what connection does this film have to the case? Chen Jiago promptly elaborated. The film revolves around the Hong Tai gang, depicting how the leader's son, under the guise of operating a VCD factory, secretly engages in drug trafficking. After watching the film, our task force officers began to harbor suspicions, prompting an immediate investigation. Upon inquiry, we discovered that the son indeed operated a VCD factory. Further investigation revealed that the factory's production of VCDs was merely a facade for drug activities, leading us to mobilize the task force. Chen Jiago continued to explain earnestly. But by this point, the reporters were no longer inclined to listen. Chapter 80. It was truly bizarre that a movie could provide clues to solving a case. Their minds were consumed with one thought. The case was solved thanks to Dragon in the River. The atmosphere at the police press conference descended into an odd silence. Raymond wore an awkward expression. Uncle Biao, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, silently chastising himself for neglecting to remind Chen Jiago to maintain composure. The officers from the public relations department wore bewildered expressions, their faces reflecting their dismay. How could this be acceptable? Wasn't this a police press conference? Why was he discussing a film? The following day, newspapers across Hong Kong reported on the incident. Various sensational headlines dazzled readers. Shocking. Movie plot linked to real-life events. Unbelievable. Police solve case thanks to a film. Bizarre plot twist. Officer Chen's case details. Who would have thought? Drug factory's demise tied to a movie. Did the film aid police in solving the case? A coincidence or deliberate arrangement? Dragon in the River soars at the box office. Police follow the clue to uncover drug factory. Though the headlines varied, the content remained consistent. All chronicling how Officer Chen Jiago of the West Kowloon Police's Major Crime Unit solved the case in a most extraordinary manner due to Dragon in the River, after digesting the headlines. Media outlets launched detailed reports on how the film had assisted the police. Furthermore, the predominant sentiment echoed in the reports was the overwhelming presence of advertisements within Dragon in the River, which viewers found excessively irritating, leading to a flurry of criticisms. It was evident that the editors, having watched the film, were left with a lasting impression of the advertisements. Expressing their sentiments in print, Dragon in the River, a film notorious for its excessive product placements. A film without boundaries, Dragon in the River. However, this unanimous coverage from the newspapers successfully piqued the interest of Hong Kong citizens. Despite the detailed accounts in the papers, the public remained curious about how the film had helped solve the case, especially following the recent incidents involving doctors and Officer Peng. Public trust in the Hong Kong police had waned significantly. In such a context, how could the police unravel such a major case? Additionally, the complaints about the film's excessive advertising raised questions about the extent of this exaggeration. After all, while watching The Best Partner, the advertisements hadn't been so intrusive. Consequently, driven by these two curiosities, Dragon in the River became an undeniable sensation. Citizens across Hong Kong engaged in discussions about the matter, flocking to cinemas to uncover the truth. I am eager to see just how many advertisements could provoke such disdain from the newspapers. I refuse to believe that the promotional material for this film surpasses that of The Best Partners. I've heard that the storyline of this film is rather commendable. It surely can't be that exaggerated. I must see for myself. It is truly remarkable that one could uncover clues to a case from a movie. What does it mean for a film to intertwine with reality? I am curious to witness such an effect. I have heard that this film is directed by Huo Zhengxiong, who is associated with the Hung Hing group. Could there be a conflict between Hung Hing and Hung Tai? In those times, entertainment options were scarce, leading the public to be particularly engrossed in gossip. Moreover, a film that is criticized for its excessive advertising yet praised for its plot, while simultaneously aiding the police in solving a case. Could this be true or false? Consequently, an increasing number of citizens flocked to the cinemas. Observing this surge in popularity, the theaters promptly decided to increase the screening frequency of Dragon in the River. Every screening was filled to capacity. Major cinema chains profited immensely from Huo Zhengxiong's film, which achieved remarkable box office success, allowing them to reap substantial financial rewards. By afternoon, the very last ticket was purchased by a carefree traffic officer, solitary in his endeavors. If Huo Zhengxiong were to see this young man, he would instantly recognize him. This individual is none other than the star master from his memory. However, at present, he is known as Zhou Xingxing. I suspect even Huo Zhengxiong would not have anticipated that Zhou Xingxing would buy a ticket to this film. Despite Zhou Xingxing's current appearance clad in a traffic police uniform and his somewhat glum expression, he was once the esteemed captain of the Hong Kong Police's elite Flying Tiger unit. Unfortunately, a recent operation led to a grave error in judgment on his part, resulting in a serious incident. Consequently, he was demoted to a position in East Kowloon and became an ordinary traffic officer, primarily tasked with patrolling duties. During work hours, he stealthily made his way to the cinema with a singular purpose: to achieve a significant accomplishment that would restore him to his former rank. He had heard that although the prince was wanted, the evidence against Hung Tai was notably scant, and Chun Mei was merely under temporary detention. If he could uncover some clues from this film, the prospect of reinstatement would be within reach. After all, if even Chun could accomplish this, why couldn't he? When it comes to self-confidence, Huo Zhengxiong has always considered himself second to none. What are you staring at? Can a traffic officer not enjoy a film? Do you dare to question my integrity? Faced with the curious gazes of the crowd, Huo Zhengxiong walked into the cinema with an air of defiance. He took his seat, and shortly thereafter, the film commenced. From the very outset, the Oriental cola and Oriental braised beef noodles were strikingly prominent. As the film progressed, it was astonishing to see characters dining on instant noodles and drinking cola in a hotel. Huo Zhengxiong was utterly bewildered. How could this be permissible? Would the hotel owner not evict them? Questions echoed from the audience, mirroring Huo Zhengxiong's incredulity. Soon, viewers resignedly realized that the newspapers were not exaggerating. This was not a film, but rather a promotional video, merely a film made alongside an advertisement, with scant narrative interspersed. Fortunately, the story was still engaging enough for the audience to continue watching, though complaints grew louder. Huo Zhengxiong did not hold back, incessantly voicing his grievances from the film's inception. Yet, halfway through, he found himself too fatigued to continue complaining. His mouth was weary, with no opportunity for a respite. He could only rest his chin in his hand, muttering weakly, "Please, no more interruptions by advertisements during the film." The surrounding audience shared his exhaustion, having fully resigned themselves to the omnipresent advertisements for Oriental braised beef noodles, leaving them with little to say. Everyone's emotions were quite complex. By the time the film concluded, the audience in the theater wore expressions of bewilderment, their minds swirling with thoughts of Oriental cola and Oriental braised beef noodles, along with associated notions, delicious, refreshing, and simply superb for all ages. Chapter 81. Have you been hit on the head or kicked by a donkey? Oriental braised beef noodles are suitable for both adults and children. And whether pulling an all-nighter, working overtime, or traveling, they are an indispensable part of life. Afterward, Huo Zhengxiong exited the cinema, mulling over the thought, could Oriental instant noodles truly be that delectable? Thus, filled with doubt, he made his way to the nearest convenience store, prepared a bowl of Oriental braised beef noodles, and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Wow, it really is quite tasty. He devoured the entire bowl, noodles and broth alike, though he found it slightly salty and washed it down with a bottle of Oriental cola in one go. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong instinctively patted his belly and exclaimed, "That was delightful." It then dawned on him that he had achieved nothing today, merely watched an advertisement film and consumed a bowl of noodles and a bottle of cola, entirely wasting his time. Forgetting his original purpose for watching the movie, he felt a pang of regret and couldn't help but grumble. Could Huo Zhengxiong be some kind of mastermind, unknowingly brainwashing me? He then muttered, "What a commercial genius." Nearby, a fellow moviegoer who had watched the film with him remarked while holding a bowl of noodles, "You know, the taste is indeed quite good. As for the film, well, that's a bit harder to judge." Another office lady nearby chimed in, "I finally understand why the newspapers are in an uproar about the advertisements in the film. After finishing 793, all I can think about are the ads." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Though, I must admit, the Oriental instant noodles are quite commendable. I should stock up on them for my home and office." Huo Zhengxiong instinctively glanced around, only to discover that the convenience store was bustling with customers, all of whom had just shared his experience of watching the film and complaining about the ads in the cinema. At that moment, they were united in praising the delicious noodles and refreshing cola, with some even eating while cursing. Huo Zhengxiong thought to himself, "I've truly had enough." Just as Huo Zhengxiong left the convenience store, feeling somewhat disheartened yet invigorated, Jiang Tianxing found himself in a predicament. The phone rang again, and a familiar voice on the other end expressed dissatisfaction. "Hey, Ashang, we're all navigating the same underworld. Even if you have issues with Hung Tai, you could resolve them discreetly. Isn't it too much to deceive people through film?" Jiang Tianxing patiently replied, "No, it's just a coincidence. I don't believe it." The voice on the other end grew agitated. "Jiang Tianxing, don't think everyone is naive. Let me make it clear. If you're planning to collaborate with the police, don't blame me for being ruthless later." Just as Jiang Tianxing opened his mouth to explain, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving only the busy signal. Before he could hang up, his phone rang again. Upon answering, the other party said, "Mr. Jiang, as big shots in the underworld, we must adhere to rules. You deceived Hung Tai through your film. Why not just join forces with the police?" "I didn't. I truly didn't," Jiang Tianxing insisted, his tone shifting from resigned to increasingly agitated. "Then shouldn't you provide everyone with an explanation?" The other party replied coldly. "Otherwise, your Hung Hing members will struggle to find their footing in the underworld." Jiang Tianxing expended considerable effort to clarify the misunderstanding, barely managing to convince the other party to believe it was a mix-up, though only just. Then, the phone rang once more. Jiang Tiansheng, feeling a sense of helplessness, answered the call. Just as he uttered a greeting, the voice on the other end, deep and somber, conveyed a message. Chun Mei instructed me to tell you that when he emerges, he will seek you out to settle the score. Before Jiang could respond, the line went dead. Truth be told, he had no desire to answer the phone, but given the circumstances, the leaders of various factions were inquiring about the situation, and he could hardly ignore their calls. Though explaining himself was exhausting and left him feeling irritable, failing to respond would suggest his acquiescence, and the consequences of such an implication could be dire. Thus, despite the raging fury within him, Jiang had no choice but to engage in conversation, enduring the scorn of others while maintaining his composure. Regardless of whether anyone believed him, he needed to present a reasonable front. This was also the reason he had not found a moment to confront Huo Zhengxiong for an explanation since yesterday. In the Underworld, various factions were suspecting a collusion between Hung Hing and the police, and Jiang Tiansheng had to provide an account to maintain his standing. Otherwise, as others had remarked, Hung Hing might indeed find itself struggling to hold its ground in the Underworld. To avoid becoming a target for collective suppression by other factions, Jiang had no alternative but to adopt this seemingly clumsy approach to buy himself some time. Before long, the phone rang again. This time, the voice emanating from the receiver felt particularly familiar. Jiang Tiansheng, I hear you've become quite the guest of the police. I wonder when they plan to present you with an award? Recognizing the voice of his old rival, the leader of Dongxing, Luotu, Jiang felt his temples throb with anger at the mockery embedded in those words. While he might have found it worthwhile to explain to others, with Dongxing, there was no need at all. After all, given their long-standing enmity, any attempt at explanation would be futile. Decades of grievances lay between them, and this one incident hardly mattered. Finally, an outlet for his pent-up frustration presented itself, and Jiang Tiansheng erupted. Luotu, you fool. Are you truly that dim-witted? An imbecile. If I were indeed in league with the police, the first thing I would do is deal with you and your Dongxing. Hongtai is, after all, a faction of our own Hongxing lineage. Only a lunatic would target them. Have you banged your head, or been kicked by a donkey? How can you utter such nonsense? Do you need me to escort you to a psychiatrist so you don't end up wandering the streets naked one day, bringing disgrace to Dongxing? Luotu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the unexpected outburst. Originally, he had intended to seize this rare opportunity to taunt Jiang Tiansheng, his longtime adversary. Although their factions had been at odds for decades, with numerous skirmishes between them, the rapid economic development of the island had shifted their focus towards making money. Jiang, in particular, was exceptionally keen on profit. Thus, despite their long-standing animosity, both factions had exercised restraint and rarely resorted to violence. Furthermore, Jiang Tiansheng, possessing a certain scholarly demeanor, always greeted encounters with a smile, valuing gentlemanly conduct even within the faction. Luotu had merely wished to jest, but Jiang's furious response, devoid of any semblance of decorum, was shocking and unbecoming for individuals of their stature, who were no longer the brash youngsters of the past prone to crude language. Chapter 82. After all, one only lives once. This realization left Luotu momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Poor Luotu had unwittingly walked into a trap. Jiang Tiansheng, already seething from a barrage of calls, found in Luotu a convenient outlet for his ire. It could only be said that Luotu had brought this upon himself. After a moment, Luotu managed to sputter out, Jiang Tiansheng, you've lost your mind. You're insane. Let me repeat, we're merely making a movie. So don't go throwing around accusations. The busy signal that followed ignited Luotu's fury, and he glared at the phone, incredulous as he cursed. Jiang, you madman. How dare you insult me? And hang up on me. Damn it. Unyielding, Luotu snatched up the phone once more, only to be met again with the busy tone. Jiang Tiansheng had already provided nearly all the explanations required from yesterday to today, so switching off his phone was hardly inappropriate. However, Luotu found this intolerable. Anyone who had just been insulted and was prepared to retaliate would be infuriated by the sudden unavailability of their opponent. This feeling was more unbearable than swallowing a fly. With a crash, the furious Luotu smashed the phone into pieces. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng let out a long sigh of relief, finally feeling that the pent-up frustration of these past few days had dissipated. He felt an inexplicable gratitude toward Luotu. What a good man he was, serving as a punching bag for his frustrations. However, Jiang suspected that Luotu was likely in a very uncomfortable position right now. Setting his phone aside, Jiang chose not to dwell on these troubling matters and instead concentrated on a report before him. Unable to contain his astonishment, Dragon in the Underworld had an opening box office of 1.2 million. Jiang was utterly astounded by this figure. After all, he had watched the film's premiere and had been rather annoyed by its 2-minute advertisement segment. Yet, even so, to achieve such box office numbers was nothing short of astonishing, especially with the media coverage and the police's breakthroughs in cases linked to Dragon in the Underworld. The film's popularity was surging. making it all too evident that today's box office would surely skyrocket. Overall, it was reasonable to predict that the film would gross over 10 million. And with cinema dividends plus nearly 10 million from the embedded advertisements, the profits were bound to be significant. Furthermore, upon reviewing the sales of Dongfang Cola and Dongfang braised beef noodles, Zhang realized that even Huo Zhengxiong would not have anticipated that his data was more detailed than what he possessed, revealing how many packets of instant noodles and boxes of Dongfang Cola had sold. A comparison with pre-release data rendered the results crystal clear, nearly warranting a bar graph. The astonishing profits made Zhang's eyes widen with excitement. This was indeed a lucrative venture. The box office was one thing, and the accompanying advertisement revenue another. Each figure eclipsed the last, and in just these 2 short days, Huo Zhengxiong had amassed a considerable fortune. Looking further ahead, if Dongfang Cola and Dongfang braised beef noodles garnered a strong reputation, and if the film broke the 10 million mark, it would be an absolute windfall. The allure of these figures was overwhelming for Jiang Tianxing. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Should I consider bringing the cinematic genius Wang Jing on board? Regardless of Jiang's internal conflict, after careful analysis, the root of all this success could be attributed to Wang Jing's exceptional filmmaking skills, which had stabilized the box office, particularly considering the numerous advertisements interspersed within the film while maintaining narrative coherence. This ensured a substantial audience, thus allowing the advertisements to be effective in propelling the products to success. However, just as this thought surfaced, an image of Huo Zhengxiong's seemingly gentle exterior, concealing a heart more fervent than that of a raging bull, suddenly flashed in Zhang's mind. In an instant, Zhang extinguished that burgeoning idea. Deep down, he harbored a profound fear of Huo Zhengxiong, terrified that the man might directly send someone to take his life. The tragic demise of Kowloon, a victim of loyalty, still haunted him, and he was resolute in avoiding a similar fate, unwilling to tread that perilous path. Thus, the inclination to undermine others should be dispelled at the earliest opportunity. After all, one only possesses a single life in this world. Alas, Jiang Tianxing let out a heavy sigh and murmured softly, Huo Zhengxiong truly possesses an extraordinary knack for making money. Wang Jing's talents are indeed remarkable. It is a pity that all the scripts are penned by Huo Zhengxiong. If the scripts were to originate from Wang Jing's hands, he could effortlessly manage everything himself. And even considering the risks of undermining others might be worthwhile, as the dangers brought by Huo Zhengxiong could perhaps be borne. Ultimately, Jiang Tianxing both admired Huo Zhengxiong's financial acumen and envied the wealth of talent he commanded. Yet, due to his apprehension of Huo Zhengxiong's ruthless methods, such thoughts could only whirl within his mind, manifesting as a gaze filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment directed at Huo Zhengxiong. The following day, bolstered by the reports in the newspapers, curious citizens flocked to the cinema. The audience's reactions were polarized. While many appreciated the plot of dragons in the Jianghu, a greater number lamented the excessive advertisements. The box office and reviews were evenly split. Nevertheless, the following day's box office still surpassed expectations. Fueled by extensive publicity and the police's resolution of a case, ticket sales skyrocketed from 1.2 million on the first day to 1.98 million. At this rate, achieving a box office of 15 million seemed entirely feasible. Furthermore, the sales of Oriental Cola surged by 30%, while instant noodles exceeded Huo Zhengxiong's projections, with braised beef noodles selling 130,000 packets in a single day, yielding a net profit of 260,000 yuan. On the third day, box office figures continued to rise, reaching 15 million. Sales of Oriental braised beef noodles shattered records, selling 150,000 packets with a satisfaction rate of 98%, netting 300,000 yuan, while Oriental Cola sales steadily climbed. By the fourth day, half a month had swiftly passed. The fervor surrounding dragons in the Jianghu had significantly waned. Yet the popularity of Oriental Cola and Oriental braised beef noodles continued to soar. It was once again time for the monthly Hongxing meeting. Upon Huo Zhengxiong's entrance into the headquarters hall, the meeting room erupted with laughter and cheer. Brother Xiong has arrived. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiong, please take a seat. The tea is already brewed. Today, Huo Zhengxiong appeared particularly dashing. The attendees, all masters of their respective territories, eagerly gravitated towards him, exuding a sense of brotherly camaraderie. Huo Zhengxiong greeted everyone with a smile, casually glancing around the meeting room, where Jiang Tianxing, as usual, was late. Just then, Jiang Tianxing unexpectedly appeared behind Huo Zhengxiong, and the two entered the meeting room in tandem. He witnessed the warm reception the other masters afforded Huo Zhengxiong. Mr. Jiang. The advisor Chen Yao was the first to notice Jiang Tianxing, rising to nod in acknowledgement. The others, however, were engrossed in Huo Zhengxiong, oblivious to Jiang Tianxing's arrival. In that instant, the faint smile on Jiang Tianxing's lips faltered, the corners twitching slightly. Now, This truly is a rare occurrence. Even the stingy can have their moments. Chen Yao sensed the dissonance and immediately cleared his throat. Huo Zhengxiong, quick to react, instinctively turned around to see Jiang Tianxing's less than pleased expression. He offered a faint smile, seemingly disregarding Jiang Tianxing's discontent, and said, "Mr. Jiang, please," while graciously stepping aside. At this, the others finally noticed Huo Zhengxiong's gesture. Realizing Jiang Tianxing's darkened countenance, and the room's volume diminished considerably, Jiang Tianxing felt a pang of discomfort. Logically, he and Huo Zhengxiong had entered almost simultaneously. Yet all the attention was focused solely on Huo Zhengxiong. As the leader of Hung Hing, he was inexplicably overlooked. At that moment, Jiang Tianxing felt as though all his glory had been usurped by Huo Zhengxiong, leaving him in a state of profound vexation. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang." The crowd hastily greeted Jiang Tianxing. Only then did his expression soften somewhat as he waved his hand gently and took his seat. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong settled beside Brother Ji. The meeting commenced. Starting with 13 May, each person took turns discussing the situation in their territories, the troubles they faced, the provocations they encountered, and their revenue for the month. Essentially a report from the regional leaders to the emperor, alongside a submission of their gains. Should there be any insurmountable issues, they would be raised for collective deliberation. Soon, one by one, the masters finished their reports. An hour passed, and it was finally Huo Zhengxiong's turn to speak. However, given Huo Zhengxiong's formidable reputation, he was regarded as the most powerful figure within Hung Hing. No one dared to cause a ruckus on Dengdashi Street unless they were courting disaster. He succinctly summarized the affairs of his territory. Generally, the meeting would conclude shortly thereafter. Yet today was different. After addressing these mundane matters, the atmosphere shifted and the collective enthusiasm surged. With every gaze instinctively drawn to Huo Zhengxiong, Brother Ji, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up, eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, "Brother Xiong, you've made quite a fortune recently. Shall we treat everyone to dinner tonight?" Huo Zhengxiong smiled lightly. "A trivial matter. I shall cover tonight's expenses." "Ha ha." Brother Ji immediately burst into laughter, clapping Huo Zhengxiong on the shoulder with delight. "As expected of my generous Brother Xiong." Fatty Li could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Given your monumental achievement in toppling Hong Tai, it would be inappropriate for you to foot the bill. If anyone should treat, it ought to be me." Upon hearing this, Han Bin couldn't resist teasing. Now, that truly is a rarity. Even the stingy can have their moments. Han Bin's words rang true. Fatty Li was known for his frugality, never sparing a dime on himself, yet he would avoid treating others whenever possible. He was recognized as the most miserly individual in Hung Hing, nicknamed Iron Rooster. But today, for Fatty Li to voluntarily offer to treat was indeed a surprise for everyone. Fatty Li's expression grew slightly awkward as he shot a glare at Han Bin. "Why don't you treat instead?" Han Bin grinned. "I've already treated numerous times. It's rare for you to offer, so I'll leave this opportunity to you." Before Fatty Li could respond further, 13 May chimed in. "It's only fitting for Fatty Li to treat. After all, Huo Zhengxiong has managed to send Chun Mei to the detention center, causing Hong Tai to descend into chaos, allowing us to seize the opportunity to annex it and reap substantial rewards. Everyone has invested considerable resources, especially Huo Zhengxiong, who deserves the most credit. Fatty Li, having gained so much benefit without contributing anything, might find Huo Zhengxiong unwilling to include you in future endeavors." As soon as these words fell, the discontent on Fatty Li's face evaporated instantly. 13 May's remarks struck a chord with him, and he hurriedly laughed. "Ha ha, we're all family here. There's no need for such formality. Besides, as long as Huo Zhengxiong speaks up, whatever you wish to eat will be on me." Fatty Li, Dinosaur, eager to join in, added, "Huo Zhengxiong truly possesses remarkable skill, quietly dismantling Hong Tai with just a film, allowing us to capitalize on the opportunity to take it over, significantly expanding our influence." Dinosaur's straightforward demeanor revealed genuine admiration in his eyes for Huo Zhengxiong, which he did not try to conceal. With the atmosphere reaching such heights, Huo Zhengxiong could only respond with a smile. "You flatter me. I never anticipated that a mere film could draw the police's attention to Hong Tai. This opportunity was merely serendipitous." Huo Zhengxiong downplayed the situation, yet not a single person present truly believed him. Even though Huo Zhengxiong repeatedly emphasized that the film's plot was purely coincidental, no one truly believed him. The location of the drug factory in the movie bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Can this truly be called mere coincidence? Huo Zhengxiong was well aware that no one would take him at his word. It was nothing more than a convenient excuse. He then smiled and added, "As for the subsequent division of Hong Tai, everyone contributed. It wasn't solely my achievement. These gains were acquired through everyone's own capabilities, and I bear little relation to it." Despite Huo Zhengxiong's courteous remarks, none present were fools to overlook the situation. With Chun Mei detained and the Hong Tai heir being pursued, chaos reigned within Hong Tai, leading to incessant internal strife. Seizing the opportunity, Hung Hing swiftly took control of Hung Tai's territory, appropriating all of its benefits, although other factions also snatched away their share. None compared to Hung Hing's early and extensive conquests. The gains of the other organizations were merely a pittance in comparison. This time, merely from the division of Hung Tai. Each leader reaped substantial profits, receiving generous dividends. Thus, it was no wonder that everyone felt so exhilarated upon seeing Huo Zhengxiong. However, at the Hung Hing assembly, he, the head, was meant to be the focal point. Yet now, it was Huo Zhengxiong who basked in the adulation of the crowd. While it was true that Huo Zhengxiong profited the most and played the largest role in bringing down Hung Tai, he was still the leader. Huo Zhengxiong was stealing his limelight. Jiang Tianxing felt a deep-seated discontent. He mused, were it not for my efforts in withstanding the pressure from other factions, would you all have managed to benefit so smoothly? Yet now, everyone believes Huo Zhengxiong is the key player. What about me? It was undeniable that Jiang Tianxing's dissatisfaction stemmed from the feeling that his status as the leader was overshadowed by Huo Zhengxiong, even if he feigned calmness. He could not conceal his underlying displeasure. Huo Zhengxiong saw through Jiang Tianxing's thoughts and felt a twinge of irritation. Damn it! Were it not for my cinematic design that ensnared Hung Tai, would you, as the leader, be enjoying such glory? With your capabilities, could you even hope to absorb other factions? Huo Zhengxiong scoffed inwardly, then shifted the topic. The film dragons in the Jianghu will soon be taken down from screens. I've calculated that the production cost is approximately 30 million. Chapter 84 Damn. Who dares to threaten our Hung Hing? The crowd was momentarily stunned, their faces etched with astonishment. 30 million in production costs. Before they could voice their queries, Huo Zhengxiong chuckled softly. Everyone can discuss how much each of you wishes to launder. After all, the quota for each person is limited. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally grasped the implication. Indeed, their initial purpose in filming was not merely to profit, but to explore the feasibility of laundering money through cinema. Huo Zhengxiong's astonishing figure was indeed intended to provide each individual with a greater laundering allowance. Once they comprehended this, their expressions brightened. Calculating how much they could save this time. Among the powerful figures in the underworld, laundering money was an inevitable affair. Previously, after laundering 1 million, they would be left with only 50 or 60,000. Yet with Huo Zhengxiong's approach, laundering through film incurred minimal losses. However, just as everyone was buzzing with excitement over the prospect of another windfall, Sister 13 suddenly furrowed her brow, saying, "But Huo Zhengxiong, will anyone believe the 30 million production cost if we say it out loud? What if the Commercial Crime Investigation Unit comes to investigate?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, turning their gazes towards Huo Zhengxiong. Han Bin frowned and remarked, "Sister 13 is correct. Dragons in the Jianghu has only grossed 18 million at the box office. With a 30 million production cost, the crowd's unease became palpable. Even Jiang Tianxing could not help but scoff internally, mocking, Didn't you claim it was possible to launder money? Such a large investment in a film is clearly ludicrous." Jiang Tianxing could not resist adding, "This amount wouldn't even be needed to produce 10 films like Dragons in the Jianghu." Observing the crowd's reaction, Huo Zhengxiong revealed a hint of a sardonic smile and leisurely responded, "I find this quite reasonable." The crowd fell silent. He continued, "Let us not forget that you are all the stars of this film. Moreover, as esteemed leaders of Hung Hing, you hold significant status. A remuneration of 300,000 per person is hardly excessive, is it?" Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. How could they have overlooked this detail? They then erupted into laughter. Huo Zhengxiong is right. I earn tens of thousands daily, spending so much time on a film. 300,000 for my role is hardly unreasonable. This makes perfect sense. The 30 million production cost is simply our salaries. Brother Ji could not help but give Huo Zhengxiong a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Huo Zhengxiong is truly impressive. Why didn't I think of that?" Huo Zhengxiong's words had indeed illuminated their minds. The 30 million production cost, with each individual bearing a portion, could then be returned to them under the guise of salaries. By following this process, the money would be cleansed. The crowd was left in awe. Wow, such a brilliant method. How did I not think of it before? No wonder Huo Zhengxiong is so remarkable. His tactics are truly masterful. The admiration for Huo Zhengxiong was palpable. His quick thinking left them in awe. The crowd immediately began to flatter Huo Zhengxiong. Even Jiang Tianxing was no exception, his face reflecting a mix of wonder, shock, and admiration. It must be said that Huo Zhengxiong's maneuver was nothing short of masterful. There were no loopholes whatsoever. Without expending much effort, he had helped everyone achieve their objectives. Huo Zhengxiong publicly declared that the film had cost a staggering 30 million, suggesting they used this project to launder money. With these words, his status among the leaders of Hung Hing soared to new heights. Surrounded by endless flattery and praise, Huo Zhengxiong could not help but feel a swell of pride. In that moment, his significance in the eyes of the Hung Hing leaders was truly beyond description. After a brief moment of joy, Jiang Tianxing quickly regained his composure. Looking at Huo Zhengxiong's beaming smile, he suddenly felt that Huo Zhengxiong was inadvertently beginning to embody the aura of a true leader, generating profits for the members, seizing territories, laundering money, and handling various thorny issues. These were all responsibilities that a leader should bear. Huo Zhengxiong had taken on all these tasks. What was left for him as the leader? The more he thought about it, the more he felt the heat rising beneath him. An unsettling sensation that made him feel precarious in his position. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. Jiang Tianxing's mood grew heavy as he realized his authority had been unconsciously challenged. He instinctively glanced at Huo Zhengxiong, who happened to be looking back, his gaze seeming to penetrate into his thoughts. Their eyes met, and Huo Zhengxiong wore a faint smile, one that held an unusual significance. Jiang Tianxing's heart sank, and he instinctively recalled Huo Zhengxiong's ruthless nature. He did not dare to act recklessly, fearing he might become the next Lian Haolong, ending up in a dire fate. Yet Jiang Tianxing could not remain idle. Otherwise, he would truly lose his position as the leader. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. There is something I believe needs to be addressed, so everyone should remain vigilant. The crowd promptly regained their composure from the atmosphere surrounding Huo Zhengxiong. Subsequently, they heard Jiang Tianxing solemnly declare, "In truth, after the film's release, the leaders of other factions have contacted me, asserting that our Hung Hing is akin to them. A group of heinous criminals. While dealing with individual factions, or a couple, may be manageable. The collective pressure from so many organizations upon us is something even Hung Hing would find arduous to bear. To put it gently, facing such pressure is indeed troublesome. To state it bluntly, it is tantamount to being threatened." Initially, Jiang Tianxing had no intention of bringing this up, for he held no fear of those factions. Their bravado was merely verbal. Should they truly take action, their true nature would be revealed. After all, the recent film incident did not adversely affect other factions. It was Hongtai that suffered the consequences, which was of no concern to them. Since there was no direct connection, those factions would not easily resort to violence. Their phone calls to apply pressure were already their limit, and they would not dare to openly confront Hung Hing. Thus, Jiang Tianxing had planned to remain silent on the matter. However, Huo Zhengxiong's prominence within the organization was too glaring, and Jiang Tianxing could no longer tolerate it. He felt compelled to voice this issue. To make it clear that as the leader of Hung Hing, he had shielded everyone from considerable pressure, and the credit was not solely Huo Zhengxiong's. Jiang Tianxing merely sought to assert his presence and diminish Huo Zhengxiong's influence. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the various hall masters of Hung Hing were incensed. "Damn it! Who dares to threaten us? Hung Hing, we are united as one. How could we be reproached by those petty clowns? Mr. Jiang, this matter absolutely cannot be dismissed. We are not insignificant players who can be casually threatened. You should have mentioned this earlier, so we could prepare ourselves." Chapter 85. However, as the old saying goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Indeed, leaving aside other matters, at least when it comes to the territory of Hongtai, any faction that dares to threaten us should expect no benefit whatsoever. They are merely a bunch of useless individuals. If they truly had the ability, they would dare to come forward. To hell with it, claiming to be on the same side as us is laughable. It is more akin to them being on the same side as their mothers. All the hall masters expressed their outrage fervently, a rare display of unity. This scene took Jiang Tianxing somewhat by surprise. When did they become so united? Damn it, what on earth is happening? Soon after, Jiang Tianxing calmed himself and began to piece together the cause and effect. It was quite simple. The hall masters of Hung Hing were not truly united, and their vitriol towards other factions stemmed not from solidarity, but from shared interests. This time, following Huo Zhengxiong, they had reaped considerable benefits. First, the territory and profits from Hongtai, which were no small sums. Second, the absence of laundering fees, which was a significant advantage. And finally, Huo Zhengxiong would undoubtedly share the film's box office revenue with them. With all these benefits combined, they had unwittingly coalesced into a community of shared interests under Huo Zhengxiong's influence. Since they had all tasted the sweetness of these gains, who would willingly allow other factions to encroach upon their benefits? The ease of money laundering and the allure of territorial expansion undoubtedly placed them in the same camp. Thus, anyone who dared to bully them became a common enemy. The foundation of their unity lay in the desire to protect their already acquired interests. Realizing this, Jiang Tianxing's mind was illuminated, and he became increasingly vigilant. The reason was simple. He was the leader of Hung Hing, yet Huo Zhengxiong had unwittingly orchestrated such a scheme. If a conflict were to arise between him and Huo Zhengxiong, whose side would they take? In the Underworld, interests reigned supreme. Jiang Tianxing did not believe that these hall masters would oppose him for the sake of loyalty and righteousness. This is bad, he thought to himself. Just then, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly spoke up. With a beaming smile and piercing eyes fixed on Jiang Tianxing, he inquired, "Mr. Jiang, How should we respond to the incessant pressure from those factions? Huo Zhengxiong's tone was calm, yet he exuded an indescribable aura, one that was profoundly intimidating. Instantly, the conference room fell silent, and all the hall masters' gazes converged upon Huo Zhengxiong. Upon glimpsing Huo Zhengxiong's cheerful demeanor, an icy chill surged from their toes to the crown of their heads, a palpable sense of dread enveloping them, as if they had encountered a ferocious beast. Their expressions stiffened, and an involuntary fear gripped their hearts. Is this vengeful spirit about to unleash his wrath? What misfortune awaits this time? Damn it! To provoke this deity is to invite suffering. Let us hope this does not escalate too far. All the hall masters realized that Huo Zhengxiong was preparing to take action. Although they had just been vociferously cursing, brimming with bravado as if ready to battle for supremacy, these were merely superficial displays. They were merely posturing, exchanging a few harsh words. In the world of the underworld, such tactics are elementary. When it comes to actual confrontation, it is not something that can be decided by mere words. Soon, under the scrutiny of all present, Jiang Tianqing's back broke out in a cold sweat. To be honest, he had never intended to escalate matters. After all, so much time had passed. Had he truly been unable to swallow his pride, he would have long since consulted with everyone on a solution. Having waited this long to speak up was merely an attempt to assert his presence. But Huo Zhengxiong had taken it seriously. Jiang Tianqing's immediate reaction was that matters would escalate. He was acutely aware that with Huo Zhengxiong's intolerant nature, he would undoubtedly not let this go lightly. Therefore, no matter which faction's name he uttered next, that faction would surely suffer. Jiang Tianqing fell into silence. Numerous factions had threatened him, and he was contemplating which one to name. Initially, he thought of Dongxing, but recalling how he had previously berated their leader, Camel, rather harshly, and knowing that they had already served as a punching bag, he hesitated and opted for another faction instead. He considered those who had recently offended him and had interests conflicting with his own, and finally spoke. He Lianxing. After a pause, he solemnly added, He Lianxing has a longer history than our Hung Hing, and the attitude of their faction's members is particularly arrogant. With this statement, Jiang Tianqing effectively betrayed He Lianxing. The expressions of those present immediately morphed into a variety of reactions. He Lianxing. This was indeed a tough nut to crack. At its peak, He Lianxing reportedly boasted 40,000 members in the harbor, and their hall masters were so brazen as to disregard even the police. Of course, this number may be somewhat exaggerated. In the underworld, such embellishments are commonplace. Nevertheless, even if exaggerated, He Lianxing at its zenith was undeniably formidable. Certainly far superior to the current Hung Hing. Yet, one must note that this was He Lianxing's peak period. Presently, they were just average. However, as the old saying goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Even if He Lianxing had lost its former glory, it was certainly not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Instantly, all the hall masters present understood that He Lianxing was about to face dire consequences. Simultaneously, Fei Lao Li, Liang Kuan, Shi Sanmei, and Ma Wangjian exchanged astonished glances. They had previously heard rumors that some of Jiang Tianqing's establishments had been disrupted by members of He Lianxing. So could this be considered a personal vendetta? However, Jiang Tianqing indeed spoke truthfully, for he had received a call from someone on He Lianxing's side, and the tone was quite harsh, threatening towards Hung Hing. Mentioning the name of He Lianxing instilled a degree of confidence in Jiang Tianqing. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Huo Zhengxiong, with an impassive expression, pressed further. Who is the leader of He Lianxing? Brother Ji was the first to respond. It's Chue Ji. He Lianxing operates under an electoral system, changing its spokesperson every 2 years, and the current spokesperson is indeed Chue Ji. Chue Ji. Huo Zhengxiong's eyes flickered. He seemed to recall the origins of He Lianxing, which was reminiscent of the gang from the film The Underworld. Before Huo Zhengxiong could finish his thoughts, Han Bin suddenly added, By the way, I heard that Chue Ji has only a month left in his term. After a month, He Lianxing will hold an election to select a new spokesperson. Huo Zhengxiong's expression turned contemplative as he softly echoed, Chue Ji and He Lianxing, a month, while inwardly musing, selecting a spokesperson. Isn't this just the beginning of the plot from the underworld? Suddenly, Huo Zhengxiong smiled, his grin particularly radiant. Chapter 86, Damned Thing. Do you know whose territory this is? The others in the conference room felt a chill as they witnessed Huo Zhengxiong's sudden smile, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Anyone familiar with Huo Zhengxiong would know that whenever he wore such a smile, it often signified impending doom for someone or some organization. Finally, the meeting concluded amidst Huo Zhengxiong's laughter. Particularly, Liang Kuan, having dealt with Huo Zhengxiong before, was utterly terrified of his expression, not daring to utter a single word. The others were equally aware of Huo Zhengxiong's volatile nature and, sensing his grim mood, wisely chose not to disturb him, including Brother Ji and Fatty Li, the two who most enjoyed flattering Huo Zhengxiong, who remained quietly subdued. After the meeting, Huo Zhengxiong exited the conference room, and began contemplating how to deal with Lianxing. Renowned as one of the oldest gangs in the harbor, Lianxing's history significantly predates that of both Hongxing and Hongtai, which have only a few decades of history. While Lianxing boasts a legacy spanning over a century, Su Jingyang observed Huo Zhengxiong deep in thought and, being perceptive, refrained from interrupting, allowing Zhao Yi to leisurely drive along the road, creating a tranquil environment for Huo Zhengxiong's contemplation. After aimlessly wandering for a while, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly recognized a familiar restaurant by the roadside, Yuguchi Restaurant. A spark of inspiration flashed. This was the very establishment featured in the plot of the Underworld, owned by Didi. Stop the car. Zhao Yi slammed on the brakes, and Su Jingyang, following Huo Zhengxiong's gaze, promptly opened the car door for him with utmost respect. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong had not initially intended to disembark. However, upon spotting Yuguchi Restaurant, he was struck by the idea that to contend with Lianxing, he must begin with Didi. Nevertheless, since Su Jingyang had already opened the door, Huo Zhengxiong was indifferent to stepping out for a meal, as he had just spent the morning in meetings and felt somewhat hungry. Upon entering Yuguchi Restaurant, Huo Zhengxiong remarked with a smile, I must say, Didi does possess a keen eye. The waitstaff here are quite pleasing to the eye. Being alone, Huo Zhengxiong chose not to request a private room, instead opting for a window-side table, ordering several signature dishes while continuing to ponder. Behind him, Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi stood watch. However, just as the dishes were served, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Ha ha, everyone quiet down. Today I'm treating. Amidst the clamor, Didi's brazen figure strode into the restaurant, heading toward a private room, conveniently passing by Huo Zhengxiong. Huo Zhengxiong immediately recognized Didi and instinctively took a second glance. Didi, noticing Huo Zhengxiong's gaze, inquired with annoyance, You punk. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? Eating your meal. Huo Zhengxiong paused, realizing that Lianxing's Didi was indeed arrogant and conceited. But he never anticipated such audacity. In the harbor, he had yet to encounter anyone more arrogant than himself. It was merely a fleeting glance. He couldn't help but internally add, This bastard must come from the northeast. Didi's brazen and overbearing nature was no surprise. Yet, coincidentally, others might have endured such insolence. But Huo Zhengxiong was certainly not among them. Dining in his establishment made him a guest. The customer is king. How dare he display such poor attitude and audacity before me? Is there something wrong with your head? Huo Zhengxiong immediately widened his eyes, his tone icy as he retorted, What's wrong? What can you do about it if I just looked at you? Didi challenged, What do you want? Try looking at me again, I dare you. Huo Zhengxiong responded once more, What's wrong? What can you do about it? In that instant, the tense atmosphere escalated, as if a conflict was poised to erupt at any second. Didi's underlings immediately cast hostile glances, while Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi stepped forward unflinchingly, both sides forming a standoff, glaring at each other with fiery eyes. Didi unceremoniously pulled over a chair and slammed it down in front of Huo Zhengxiong, bellowing furiously, You damned thing. Do you know whose territory this is? His tone dripped with arrogance. Huo Zhengxiong disregarded him entirely, instantly retracting his imposing demeanor, setting down his chopsticks, and picking up a napkin to dab at his mouth, completely unperturbed by the haughty Didi before him. Seeing Huo Zhengxiong ignore him, Didi's first reaction was to believe that the other party was intimidated, and he immediately pointed to his own nose with his thumb, stating, You're a smart one. Knowing this is my territory. After a pause, Didi stood up, leering, You look so refined. What a pity. Why not consider joining me? I have several establishments with wealthy women who fancy your type. Didi's utterly brazen demeanor was ingrained to the core. No wonder even the lowly street thugs in the underworld feared him. His arrogance was indeed etched in his very being. Didi's entourage burst into raucous laughter. Ha! Their eyes brimmed with mockery as they scrutinized Huo Zhengxiong from every angle. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong set down the napkin and slowly stood up. Didi, hands on his hips, shouted loudly, Boy, aren't you going to apologize? Are you waiting to be beaten? However, just as Didi was at the height of his arrogance, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly revealed a faint smile, followed by a swift motion as he seized a large bowl of soup with pea shoots from the table. Bang! In an instant, a blur passed by, and the entire bowl of food was unceremoniously dumped onto Didi's smug face. The room fell into a profound silence. Didi was utterly stunned, his eyes wide open, his expression one of disbelief. The faces of Didi's underlings turned grim, shock evident on their features. They had never anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong would dare to strike. Did he not see how many people were behind Didi? This was tantamount to courting death. Huo Zhengxiong, unperturbed, leisurely picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, while Didi and his crew remained frozen in astonishment. At that moment, Didi was covered in pea shoots and vegetable juice, utterly disheveled. He had never envisioned encountering someone even more arrogant than himself, especially not in his own territory, and that the other party would dare to lay hands on him. In all these years, had he ever faced such a situation? His arrogance stemmed from his immense power and influence. He had always been the one to bully others, with no one daring to challenge him. Today, he intended to ensure that Huo Zhengxiong could not escape the establishment named the Spirited Tavern, much like the tavern's name suggests. Dede considered himself a person of great spirit. Chapter 87, Annihilate Them. Bring me their demise. A bounty of 100,000. Soon, a fierce expression emerged on Dede's face as he roared, ready to speak when Huo Zhengxiong interjected with a clear and icy tone. I detest arrogance displayed before me. Dispose of him. No sooner had he spoken than Dede shouted, kill them. The strongest bodyguard, Huo Zhengxiong, had yet to seriously engage since being summoned. And today he finally had the opportunity to showcase his prowess, a rare sight indeed. In truth, even if Huo Zhengxiong had remained silent, he had already harbored the desire to take Dede down. With Huo Zhengxiong's command given, there was no longer room for hesitation. Just as Dede's words left his lips, before his subordinates could react, Huo Zhengxiong delivered a swift kick to Dede's abdomen. Bang! Dede was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into his followers behind him, sending them sprawling in disarray. Huo Zhengxiong calmly resumed his seat, while Zhao Yi remained still, committed to ensuring Huo Zhengxiong's absolute safety. However, Zhao Yi's right hand had already slipped into his pocket, ready to draw his weapon to maintain control over the situation. Simultaneously, he had begun making calls for reinforcements. Huo Zhengxiong's soldiers were not far away, and they could arrive in a mere 5 minutes. At that moment, Dede's subordinates finally reacted, hastily grabbing nearby bottles and other makeshift weapons as they charged towards Huo Zhengxiong. Yet bang! Huo Zhengxiong landed a precise punch squarely on the face of the leading henchman. The man immediately cradled his jaw, writhing in agony. Following this, Huo Zhengxiong executed a sweeping kick, toppling 3 henchmen before him simultaneously. With his hands crossed in front of him, he assumed a forward-leaning stance, a standard combat position. Indeed, a true expert reveals their skill at once. The money spent was undoubtedly worth it. 5 adversaries fell effortlessly to Huo Zhengxiong's prowess, prompting the remaining assailants to adopt a more cautious approach, realizing that Huo Zhengxiong and his companions were not as easily dealt with as they appeared. At that moment, Dede, holding his head, staggered to his feet, revealing faint traces of blood, evidence that Huo Zhengxiong's earlier strike had been no trivial matter. His eyes reddened with fury. Dede bellowed, annihilate them. Bring about their demise. A bounty of 100,000. At this juncture, Dede's facade of confidence had crumbled. His earlier bravado shattered by Huo Zhengxiong's blow, leaving him somewhat frantic, his expression as menacing as a demon's. He pushed his henchman forward while he hesitated to advance himself. While his temper was indeed fierce, he was not a fool. Recognizing Huo Zhengxiong's formidable presence, especially after having just been knocked down, he was understandably reluctant to engage. Yet, deep down, he felt humiliated. This was his territory. To be assaulted on his own turf without retribution would be a significant loss of face. With just a phone call, he could summon hundreds of henchmen to his aid. Today, he was determined to make Huo Zhengxiong leave this place crawling, or else his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. As the conflict erupted, it was clearly not a moment for words. All of Dede's subordinates charged at Huo Zhengxiong. However, Huo Zhengxiong's combat prowess was overwhelmingly superior. His defenses remarkably robust. Even though Dede's men held a numerical advantage, the terrain limited their effectiveness. Bang! A thunderous punch connected squarely with one henchman's face, leaving him dazed and nauseous, causing him to double over and vomit on the spot. Witnessing this, Dede felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his face contorting with disdain as he urgently gestured for his subordinates. Attack! Subdue Huo Zhengxiong. Beat them to a pulp. They must not leave this tavern. With no room for hesitation, his subordinates understood the critical nature of the moment, each one charging forward with all their might in hopes of making a favorable impression on Dede. Even if they were sent sprawling by Huo Zhengxiong's kicks, they gritted their teeth against the pain and rushed back into the fray. Yet, often, sheer numbers cannot compensate for a significant disparity in quality. As it stood, Dede's men numbered around a dozen, bolstered by the tavern's security and kitchen staff to more than 20. Still, they found themselves at a disadvantage against Huo Zhengxiong. With a swift kick, he sent a chef wielding a knife flying several meters, crashing heavily onto a table, which splintered instantly. A piercing scream shattered the air. Just then, a new wave of henchmen burst through the door. Dede, invigorated by this development, bellowed at Huo Zhengxiong. Kill that guy? To hell with you, Huo Zhengxiong retorted, raising another teacup and accurately smashing it against Dede's forehead. Vivid crimson blood streamed down, instantly obscuring his vision. Damn it! Dede's rage surged. Yet he was too intimidated by Huo Zhengxiong's ferocity to advance, resorting instead to throwing a nearby teacup in frustration, cursing, I curse you, you fool. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi effortlessly intercepted the cup. As a retired soldier, He could easily handle a dozen thugs, and Didi was no match for him. As for Huo Zhengxiong's fighting capabilities, they were beyond compare. A series of moves flowed seamlessly. He feinted, thrust, and delivered a knee strike to the opponent's chest. A henchman was sent flying, the sound of cracking bones audible in the air. Huo Zhengxiong knew instantly that at least 3 ribs had been broken. A side kick transformed swiftly into a powerful upward strike, landing cleanly on a henchman's jaw, the man collapsing without uttering a sound, rendered unconscious. In mere moments, 7 or 8 henchmen lay defeated around them. Clearly, the sheer numbers within the tavern could not alter the tide of battle. With a sweeping kick and a powerful downward strike, 4 or 5 more henchmen fell to the ground, never even getting the chance to face Huo Zhengxiong. At this point, Huo Zhengxiong's exceptional performance had finally earned Huo Zhengxiong's recognition of his worth. A special forces soldier truly lived up to the title. The investment was indeed justified. Huo Zhengxiong's clean and efficient fighting style left Huo Zhengxiong thoroughly impressed, prompting him to applaud. Brilliant. So impressive. Within a few minutes, a dozen more of Didi's henchmen charged in through the entrance. Didi, overjoyed, roared, "Quick! Kill them!" Zhao Yi quickly whispered, "Our people are almost here." No sooner had he spoken than the sounds of screeching tires and collisions erupted at the tavern's entrance, followed by a sharp command, triggering an intense melee outside. Huo Zhengxiong wore a confident smile, knowing his soldiers were already at the door. Chapter 88. This humiliation is something we cannot endure. The sounds of the battle outside intensified, and Didi's expression darkened significantly, a flicker of fear crossing his face. In that moment, Huo Zhengxiong accelerated his assault. One by one, henchmen fell to the ground, unable to rise again. As he watched his subordinates topple, the enraged Didi gradually regained his composure, glaring at Huo Zhengxiong with malice. "Who on earth are you?" Huo Zhengxiong replied with a smile. "I'll let you know when I strike you later." The sounds of the scuffle outside grew increasingly intense. Didi sensed that the situation was deteriorating. Just as he was about to rush out and summon more of his subordinates, he noticed Huo Zhengxiong, slightly out of breath, blocking his path, casting a questioning glance at Huo Zhengxiong. "Boss?" Huo Zhengxiong scoffed coldly, and Huo Zhengxiong immediately understood. When it came to fighting, no one was more adept than him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Didi right in front of Huo Zhengxiong. In no time, Didi's cries and wails echoed throughout the entire restaurant. "Ah, help! Where are the people outside? Get in here." Unfortunately, his pleas for rescue were utterly futile. As long as Huo Zhengxiong remained silent, Huo Zhengxiong showed no signs of relenting, continuing to pummel the arrogant Didi. After several seconds, Huo Zhengxiong deemed it sufficient and leisurely proclaimed, "All right, that should suffice." Huo Zhengxiong stepped back and stood behind Huo Zhengxiong, while Didi lay there, battered and resembling a grotesque mess. Huo Zhengxiong sneered and stepped over Didi's prostrate form, contemptuously stating, "You dare to be arrogant in such a state? You deserve this beating. If you seek revenge, come find me on Dengdashiji." Didi, groggy and disoriented, initially seethed with humiliation and rage, but upon hearing the name Dengdashiji, his expression shifted to one of shock as he blurted out, "Dengdashiji, you are Huo Zhengxiong." Huo Zhengxiong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, projecting an air of sophistication, and responded with a smile, "Guess." Keywords like loyalty, Lian Haolong, and society flashed through Didi's mind, and he suddenly regained his composure, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. So it's this madman." Just as despair set in for encountering such a formidable character, a sudden excruciating pain struck his head, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Huo Zhengxiong glanced at the fallen Didi and remarked indifferently, "He enjoys forcing others into submission, so let him experience the same." "Yes," the soldiers acknowledged, dragging Didi along as they followed Huo Zhengxiong out the door. At that moment, outside the Yuguchi restaurant, the 40 to 50 soldiers brought by Huo Zhengxiong were engaged in a fierce battle with Didi's men. Although outnumbered, the robust and valiant soldiers showed no signs of fear in the face of a gang of petty thugs. Not only did they hold their ground, but they also gained the upper hand, firmly blocking the entrance and preventing any of Didi's lackeys from rushing in. Huo Zhengxiong was exceedingly pleased with the fighting prowess of his subordinates, smiling as he boarded a vehicle and departed from the Yuguchi restaurant. Zhao Yi remained behind to lead the soldiers in their retreat, while Didi's men, concerned for their boss's safety, dared not press too hard. Thus, the skirmish came to a close. Certainly, it was not a hasty conclusion, for Didi had already been taken by Huo Zhengxiong. Huo Zhengxiong exited the fray unscathed, having engaged in a brawl on another's territory and effortlessly departed with the opposing faction's leader. This was undoubtedly a resounding victory. Before leaving, Huo Zhengxiong cast another glance back at the Yuguchi restaurant, muttering softly, "If all goes as expected, the news will spread swiftly. I am eager to see how He Lianxing will respond." Meanwhile, as Didi was abducted by Huo Zhengxiong, an urgent meeting was convened within the ranks of He Lianxing. The attendees, primarily elders from the society, erupted in fury upon confirming the news of Didi's capture, vociferously condemning the audacity of a mere nobody to disrespect them. How dare such an insignificant figure challenge He Lianxing? This is nothing short of courting death. We cannot allow this affront to stand. The indignation was palpable. How could the esteemed He Lianxing tolerate such bullying? The detestable Huo Zhengxiong truly believed he possessed the ability to contend with He Lianxing? He dared to invade our territory, cause chaos, and depart unscathed, even absconding with our leader. If word of this spreads, how will our brothers in He Lianxing ever hold their heads high again? Absolutely not. We must inquire with the Hung Hing faction. Have they lost their minds? Is Hung Hing attempting to incite conflict? Didi, as our leader, being captured on his own turf is an insult we cannot swallow. We must retaliate. Regardless of the circumstances, Didi is the linchpin of He Lianxing. His abduction is a blatant provocation against us. As the leader of He Lianxing, his capture brings disgrace upon the entire society. The present leaders and elders glared in outrage. In truth, the society is ultimately a collective. Typically, if Didi had merely faced a minor grievance, the reaction would not be so intense. However, Huo Zhengxiong's customary arrogance and rudeness, exhibited toward outsiders and even his own people, had not endeared him to many within the society who had suffered his disdain. Had it been another matter, they may not have been upset. Indeed, they might have even found solace in it. But this situation was different. Didi represented the face of He Lianxing. His capture brought shame upon the entire society. In the world of martial arts, what is paramount? You may lack wealth, power, or connections, but you must never lack face. At this juncture, each leader presented their opinions, while the spokesperson, Chueji, wore a furrowed brow, his expression dark. With the leader captured, the society's reputation was in tatters. If we do not reclaim our dignity, how can our members ever stand tall in the world again? Indeed, absolutely. The attitude among the higher-ups of He Lianxing was unanimously resolute. Restoring their face was imperative. Especially fervent were the leaders Xuan Bao and Chueji, both of whom had close ties to Didi. Xuan Bao had consistently supported Didi, while Chueji had ascended to his position as spokesperson due to Xuan Bao's backing. Both men exerted themselves to advocate for Didi, intent on restoring their honor and rescuing him. However, while Chueji was the spokesperson of He Lianxing, the most formidable figure within the society was not him. But Dangbo was the most senior and powerful elder in the society. Each time a spokesperson was elected, he was the one to lead the process. It could be said that Dangbo was the unparalleled elder of He Lianxing. At times, even the spokesperson had to heed his wishes. At this moment, once everyone had expressed their views, all attention naturally shifted to him. Chapter 89. In the world of martial arts, we must adhere to the rules. As the most senior elder of He Lianxing, Dangbo placed immense value on rules and order, disliking any disruption of protocol. Huo Zhengxiong's actions were evidently contrary to his principles, and he was profoundly dissatisfied with the matter. As an elder of He Lianxing, he had long regarded the society as his pride. Yet now, a mere lackey dared to challenge its dignity. This was utterly intolerable. He found Huo Zhengxiong's lack of decorum and respectability to be particularly distasteful. Although the entire martial arts community was aware of Huo Zhengxiong's ruthless reputation for annihilating the entire clan of the loyal and righteous Lian Haolong, and many feared his ferocity, Dangbo perceived the loyal and righteous faction as inconsequential, unworthy of comparison with He Lianxing. They were merely a band of insignificant thugs. The annihilation of a minor figure's entire clan did not instill fear in Dangbo. However, this perspective did somewhat underestimate the opponent. The loyal and righteous faction may not be a match for He Lianxing, but they were far from being mere insignificant players. This is purely because Dangbo has become somewhat arrogant, steeped in the past glories of He Lianxing. Noticing that the crowd in the conference room was fixated on him, Dangbo lowered his voice and spoke slowly. He Lianxing has weathered over a century of trials and tribulations in Hong Kong. It is not something a mere novice can provoke at will. Didi is the master of our He Lianxing, representing our dignity to the outside world. If we do nothing this time, who will ever regard He Lianxing with respect again? He then raised his head, surveyed the room, and with a serious expression inquired, "Who among you is willing to represent He Lianxing and teach this arrogant little upstart a lesson?" As soon as Dangbo finished speaking, the conference room fell into an immediate silence, with everyone exchanging hesitant glances, yet no one dared to speak up. Didi stared wide-eyed for a long time, but still, no one stepped forward. Witnessing the silence, Dangbo's expression grew increasingly grim. When it came time to take action, they all seemed like mute bystanders. Seeing the lack of response, Dangbo finally turned his gaze toward Alu. Alu was a popular candidate for the next leader. Though his strength was not particularly formidable, he was very respectful of the elders in the association, unlike Didi, who often disregarded others. Truth be told, Dangbo was inclined to assign this task to Alu. Alu, Deng Bo called, causing Ali's heart to tighten. Although he aspired to be the leader, he was reluctant to get involved in dealing with Huo Zhengxiong, hoping to avoid the situation altogether. Engaging in confrontation was absolutely out of the question. Lu was a clever individual, fully aware that his strengths did not lie in power or force, and thus he would not take the risk of provoking a ruthless character like Huo Zhengxiong. At that moment, feeling the weight of Deng Bo's gaze upon him, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. Lu recognized that he had to muster the courage to speak up. An idea struck him, and he awkwardly suggested to Deng Bo, perhaps we could hire an assassin from Kowloon City. Huo Zhengxiong is known for his ruthless methods, leaving no room for mercy. Anyone who has had a dispute with him has invariably met with utter destruction. Instead of risking our own safety, why not engage an assassin to deal with him directly? After a brief pause, Lu earnestly continued his analysis. After all, Huo Zhengxiong is at fault. I am sure Hung Hing wouldn't dare to object. Ali's sudden proposal was surprisingly well received, with several others chiming in. Lu makes a valid point. Dealing with a villain like Huo Zhengxiong, even if we were to eliminate him ourselves, we would sully our hands. It would be far more prudent to hire someone to handle it. The association could fund an assassin to carry out this task, ensuring cleanliness and convenience. This plan seems feasible. Supporters of this proposal eagerly echoed their agreement, while dissenters remained silent, fearful that opposing the idea would land the troublesome task on their shoulders. Ultimately, Deng Bo turned his gaze back to Lu, indicating that he would take on this task. However, the final decision rested with Deng Bo, as everyone looked to him for a resolution. Such an important matter surely required his stamp of approval. As for the leader, Chu Ji, he had been instinctively overlooked by the crowd. Sitting at the head of the table, Chu Ji wore a familiar expression, indicating that this situation was not a novel occurrence. After a moment of silence, Deng Bo waved his hand dismissively and spoke nonchalantly. There is no need to take it this far. We navigate the underworld adhering to certain principles. In Deng Bo's traditional mindset, hiring an assassin was fundamentally unacceptable for such a large organization as Elimination. To rely on hired killers to resolve issues concerning the master would tarnish their reputation if it were to leak out. Upon hearing Deng Bo's words, the crowd displayed contemplative expressions. Chu Ji, seated beside him, could not help but lean in, whispering, "This is hardly adhering to principles. It's merely fear of Huo Zhengxiong." Chu Ji subtly nodded, fully agreeing with this sentiment. In truth, not only Chu Ji and the others thought this way. Everyone was acutely aware that Deng Bo secretly feared Huo Zhengxiong. It was easy to speak grandly of their own power, but why not take action to save their own? Indeed, he quickly distanced himself from the issue while still discussing principles, merely seeking an escape route. They had previously hired assassins without hesitation. Yet now he feigned high moral ground. Such cunning, managing to secure both benefits and reputation. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, confined to their minds. Deng Bo continued. Regardless of the circumstances, we must rescue Didi. He scanned the room, noting how everyone was avoiding his gaze, his expression darkening further as he coldly declared. Since no one is willing to step up for the association, we shall resort to the old custom of drawing lots for life and death. Whoever draws the short straw will go. Deng Bo's decision was final. A subordinate approached with bamboo sticks and a bamboo tube, placing the sticks inside for the drawing. All eyes upon him. The first draw fell to Deng Bo, who, as a cunning old fox, was internally criticized by the others. The first draw could bring ill fortune if he picked the death slip. Deng Bo opened his hand, the word life clearly visible on the stick. Next, life, life, life. Until Lu opened his hand, revealing a stark death. The remaining individuals sighed in relief, their faces displaying expressions of schadenfreude as they chattered. What is meant to come cannot be avoided. It is destined. Such an important matter must be entrusted to you. Lu, do not let us down. Put in your best effort, and should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to speak. We will certainly support you wholeheartedly. Chapter 90. It must be said that those plump, wealthy women truly know how to handle matters. The various masters exchanged pleasantries that appeared heartfelt, yet to Lu, it was nothing short of a grand farce. These old fellows were all selfish, and getting them to contribute was harder than pulling teeth. Drawing the death slip, Lu wore a thoroughly dejected expression. In response to their goodwill, he could only force a smile. Thank you, uncles. I shall prepare myself. In truth, assigning Lu to rescue Didi was the most unreliable arrangement, given that he and Didi were adversaries to begin with. This was indeed a conundrum. If he succeeded, he would feel repressed. If he failed, he would still face the association's wrath, equally distressing. At that moment, Ali's smile was more akin to a grimace than anything else. The others secretly rejoiced that the burden had not fallen on them. And the meeting came to a hasty conclusion. With the life and death lots drawn and Ali's comically unfortunate countenance, there was little else to discuss. As the meeting of Elimination concluded, on the other side, in Dengdashi Street, Didi was jolted awake by a splash of cold water, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings with a bewildered expression. Just then, Huo Zhengxiong's piercing voice broke through the silence. Sitting on the sofa, he pointed at several garments. Grinning as he said to Didi, "Aren't you fond of being a duck? Look, I've prepared the attire for you." Didi was taken aback, memories flooding back as he suddenly recalled being knocked unconscious and kidnapped by Huo Zhengxiong. After a moment of stunned silence, Didi quickly grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intentions. He hastily lifted the unsightly clothes before him, only to discover they were the gaudy shirts worn by the Duck King. Didi's expression darkened instantaneously, and he shouted furiously, "A man may be killed, but he cannot endure humiliation. If you have the guts, kill me. I, Didi, will not even blink. As for making me wear these, not a chance." It must be said that Didi is an exceedingly proud individual. However, what Huo Zhengxiong relishes most is trampling upon the pride of others, indulging in a wanton display of dominance. Upon hearing these words, Huo Zhengxiong wasted no time. He seized a fruit knife from the table and hurled it before Didi. "Hey, don't claim I haven't given you a chance. Choose your dignity or your life." Didi was momentarily rendered speechless. Despite his obstinate nature and overwhelming arrogance, he found himself faltering in the face of a ruthless character like Huo Zhengxiong. His bravado had merely been a facade. He hadn't anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong would so brazenly throw the knife at him. Surely, he could not resort to suicide before such a formidable opponent? Though he was reckless, he was not foolish. Taking his own life was an act beyond his capacity. In that moment, a wave of regret surged within him. How had he been so foolish as to provoke this lunatic? This man was utterly deranged. Did he not fear the repercussions from lynching should Didi perish here? Words failed him, as a multitude of thoughts became lodged in his throat, leaving Didi utterly mute. He had come to fully comprehend the ferocity and decisiveness of Huo Zhengxiong. Any further hesitation could easily cost him his life. Then, with a sense of humiliation, Didi rose and donned the clothing Huo Zhengxiong had provided. "Not bad physique." Huo Zhengxiong jested, then waved at Qian, instructing, "Take him to entertain a few wealthy women, and make sure they're the voluptuous kind. After all, he is the newlywed Didi." Qian instantly grasped the implication, grinning widely. Upon hearing this, Didi involuntarily shuddered, his heart churning with turmoil. He wished to slap himself for being so indiscreet and revealing his affair. Why had he been caught by Huo Zhengxiong? This was pure torture. Thus, under Qian's direction, Didi, filled with reluctance, was coerced into serving those affluent female patrons. Just before he exited, Huo Zhengxiong made a point to add, "Make sure he earns plenty tonight." "Absolutely, boss." Qian responded with alacrity. Didi could already foresee the unpleasantness awaiting him, resulting in an involuntary shiver. Tears welled in his eyes, nearly spilling over. His heart was heavy with grievance and frustration, emotions spiraling into chaos, and he could only silently murmur, "Wife, I'm so sorry." Time always passes swiftly in moments of joy, yet for Didi, that night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The following day, Didi's legs felt as though they were devoid of bones. Supported by Qian as he faced the recently awakened Huo Zhengxiong. "Boss." Qian greeted respectfully. Huo Zhengxiong scrutinized Didi from head to toe, noting his pale complexion and bluish lips, struggling to maintain his balance, a visage of utter exhaustion. He couldn't help but chuckle. "So, how does it feel to have your dreams realized?" After a night of inhumane torment, the once arrogant Didi was now stripped of his former bravado, reduced to a state akin to a mouse in the presence of a cat when confronted by Huo Zhengxiong. He feared displeasing him, for that could lead to another harrowing experience, one that would surely devastate him. Didi nodded vigorously. "Yes. Thank you, Brother Xiong, for your understanding." Huo Zhengxiong was quite pleased with Didi's transformation. It must be said that those plump, wealthy women certainly possessed a way of taming him so swiftly. Impressive. Huo Zhengxiong snapped his fingers. Qian, with a smile, retrieved a videotape from his pocket and inserted it into the player within the room. The playback commenced, featuring Didi as the male lead, while the female leads were a group of voluptuous women. The content of the tape was undeniably captivating. Huo Zhengxiong, surprised yet somewhat disgusted, found himself inexplicably sympathetic towards Didi. Upon witnessing this unfolding scene, Didi felt on the brink of collapse. The footage undoubtedly resurrected his most painful memories, ones he wished never to relive. In that moment, Didi looked at Huo Zhengxiong in despair, perceiving him as particularly terrifying. This man was not human. To be frank, even Huo Zhengxiong struggled to watch Didi being so ruthlessly toyed with. The tactics employed by those wealthy women were indeed formidable. "Ahem," Huo Zhengxiong signaled. Qian, wearing a look of disdain, turned off the television. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong took the tape from Qian's hands and cast a glance at Didi. Didi immediately grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intent, a blatant threat. This was yet another leverage. At that moment, Didi nodded emphatically, acknowledging his predicament, conceding to comply. His nod was a silent promise to Huo Zhengxiong. He would obediently acquiesce. At this juncture, the DS emotions were exceedingly tumultuous. Huo Zhengxiong's plan had succeeded. He was genuinely intimidated, no matter how one looked at it. He wished to keep his unsavory past hidden. If the contents of that tape were to be exposed, how could he continue to survive in the harbor? He could very well be forced to pack his things and leave. Chapter 91. It was a rare sight to witness him in such disarray, and everyone secretly felt a sense of vindication. Huo Zhengxiong was thoroughly satisfied with the DS demeanor, and he lowered his voice to say, "From now on, obey me. And this tape will remain forever hidden. It shall not be seen by others. Should you defy me," he paused, "I shall distribute copies across the entirety of the harbor." After a brief pause, he couldn't help but remark, "Truth be told, Didi, you possess quite a talent." "All right," Didi replied, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, nodding incessantly like a chick pecking at grains, coming to a deeper understanding of Huo Zhengxiong's ruthless tactics. Huo Zhengxiong displayed a satisfied smile, and after a moment of silence, suddenly inquired, "Do you wish to be the spokesperson for Lianxing?" Didi immediately became wary. This was not a question to answer lightly. "What do you intend?" However, Didi was destined for disappointment. Huo Zhengxiong did not respond to his query, merely smiling in silence at his probing, leaving Didi even more perplexed. Huo Zhengxiong then dismissed Didi, turning to Qian and saying, "All right, let him go." "Understood, boss." Didi, utterly bewildered, thought, "Is this really how I am being released?" He pondered, after being brought here and subjected to a night of disgrace. Huo Zhengxiong had captured his leverage only to let him go so easily? Wasn't he supposed to threaten or extort something from him? What exactly was Huo Zhengxiong up to? Unfortunately, he was not afforded the opportunity to voice his questions, as Qian had him escorted out of the room. On that very day, before Alu could formulate a plan and commence action, Didi returned to Lianxing. The leaders of Lianxing, upon receiving the news, convened an urgent meeting. During the meeting, Didi, bandaged and furious, was vociferously cursing Huo Zhengxiong. "That bastard he. I curse his ancestors for 18 generations. Compensation for 3 broken ribs. This debt, I, Didi, shall remember. Just wait until I find the opportunity. If that fellow he falls into my hands, you'll see how I deal with him." At that moment, Didi was consumed with rage, vehemently cursing Huo Zhengxiong as if he bore an irreconcilable grudge against him. "That scoundrel. I, Didi, will not let this go in my lifetime." In the meeting room, aside from Didi's voice, there was silence. Everyone observed Didi, swathed in bandages like a mummy, with expressions rife with emotion. To be candid, it is an arduous task to stifle a laugh. In the past, Didi has consistently exuded an air of arrogance within the society, making it a rare sight to witness him in such a disheveled state. It brings a sense of satisfaction to everyone present. Naturally, no one dares to laugh aloud, for to do so would undoubtedly offend Didi irreparably. Moreover, Didi is a shrewd individual. The bandages adorning him and the tale of 3 fractured ribs are mere fabrications. He is acutely aware that returning unscathed would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. Rather than find himself in a precarious position, he opts to feign injury. A more palatable explanation for his condition. After all, one cannot simply admit to being abducted and spending the night as a male consort, can they? At this juncture, someone could not contain their urge to offer consolation. "It's all right, Didi. The fact that you returned safely is what truly matters. Any debts can be settled in due time." "Settle in due time?" Didi's expression twisted into one of fury as he retorted, "You know nothing. That scoundrel Huo Zhengxiong swindled me out of over 20 million. I barely managed to escape. Without that money, I might very well have been tossed to the fishes by now. You all know his nature, for heaven's sake. If I do not avenge this grudge, then what worth is my life as Didi?" The other leaders, upon hearing this, reveled in their schadenfreude, struggling to suppress their laughter, their faces contorted in effort. Didi, sensing their mirth, immediately darkened, his voice booming with discontent. "Speaking of my costly quest for safety, is it not true that the society failed to send anyone to rescue me?" As he gestured toward his broken ribs, he could not help but curse. Damn it. Words are sweeter than actions. They speak of brotherhood once you join the society. Yet, when I was seized and endured a night of torment, not a single soul came to my aid. Didi's tone shifted as he launched into a tirade against the society. "Humph," he scoffed coldly, indignation seeping from his every word. "What family? What nonsense about brotherhood? The truth is, they stood by and did nothing. From now on, if any of you find yourselves in a similar predicament, do not expect Didi to lend a hand." The moment these words left his lips, discomfort spread across the faces of those present. Truth be told, no one could defend themselves in this matter, especially since just yesterday they had drawn lots to select someone to rescue Didi. Thus, they instinctively cast reproachful glances at Alu in the corner. "Wasn't it your lot drawn? Why did you not go to save him? Utterly useless. Had you rescued him sooner, Didi would not be here chastising us. In the corner, Alu wore a look of grievance, his face a mask of bitterness. To be fair, he had yet to formulate a plan when Didi returned on his own. It truly could not be blamed on him, although his actions were indeed a tad slow. Nevertheless, Didi's vehement accusations against the society for its lack of loyalty resonated deeply, instilling a sense of guilt in the elders present, including Deng Bo. Consequently, sympathy for Didi's plight began to grow among the assembly. This, after all, was Didi's intention, and it appeared to be yielding considerable effect. Many hearts now harbored sympathy. Yet, there were those entirely devoid of guilt. After all, to speak frankly, Didi's rapport with the Lianxing group was rather tenuous. Figures like Gao Lao, Quan Shu, and Mao Dun would be more than pleased if Huo Zhengxiong were to eliminate Didi for them. Such individuals bore no sympathy for Didi and instead found great amusement in his misfortune, particularly Alu who, upon hearing that Didi had spent 20 million to return safely, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Nothing brings greater delight than witnessing one's adversary encounter calamity. Simultaneously, Alu felt a weight lift from his shoulders, especially grateful that he had drawn the death lot yesterday, which had delayed matters for an entire night. Had someone else managed to rescue Didi, they would never have received such splendid news. Ahem. Deng Bo coughed awkwardly twice, interrupting Didi's grievances, and began to speak. This incident of Huo Zhengxiong striking us has indeed tarnished our reputation with Lianxing, be it avenging Didi or restoring our honor. It is imperative that we teach Huo Zhengxiong a lesson. Beside him, Didi's staunch ally, Chuan Bao, quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we do not teach Huo Zhengxiong a severe lesson, what face will we have left on the streets with Lianxing? Chapter 92. The destruction of a whole family has never been my concern. Long Jin chimed in. This time, we cannot treat the matter lightly, otherwise everyone will think we are easy prey for Lianxing. Deng Bo nodded in affirmation. Precisely. That scoundrel Huo Zhengxiong has become unbearably arrogant. A person of his ilk would have been sliced to pieces in my youth. Regardless, we must reclaim our dignity. I will ensure he pays double for how he has treated Didi. For whatever reason, this proposal met with unanimous approval. Thus, with a wave of his hand, Deng Bo concluded the meeting, leaving the selection of a spokesperson entirely unaddressed. After the meeting, at Deng Bo's villa, Lin Huailu stood respectfully before him. Deng Bo leisurely poured a cup of tea and placed it before Alu before speaking. As you have seen, times have changed. The society now operates in such a manner. When it comes to making money, everyone is highly motivated, yet when action is required, they all hesitate. I could have chosen someone anew, but as expected, we must resort to drawing lots for life and death. Moreover, since you drew the death lot yesterday, I refrained from bringing it up. Pausing for a moment, Deng Bo regarded the visibly troubled Alu and continued. However, I am also aware of your difficulties. Your subordinates lack prowess, and your resources and influence are quite modest. Ali's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Deng Bo. He then pledged his loyalty. In truth, I am eager to contribute to the society, but as you know, my capabilities do not permit it. Deng Bo nodded, interrupting Ali's explanation, and continued. Thus, I shall not place you in a bind. The reason I summoned you is to request that you go to Kowloon walled city and hire a skilled assassin to eliminate Huo Zhengxiong. In doing so, you will also provide an account to the society. After all, you aspire to be the spokesperson. If this matter regarding Huo Zhengxiong is not handled well, I will find it difficult to persuade the other elders to cast their votes for you. Ali's face instantly brightened with excitement as he eagerly responded. Thank you, Deng Bo. I truly appreciate your understanding of my predicament. Since you have said so, I absolutely will not let you down. Indeed, Deng Bo nodded in satisfaction, sipping his tea before continuing. The reason I am speaking to you alone is primarily to prevent any leaks. Alu, however, appeared oblivious to this, knitting his brow. Deng Bo then clarified, slowing his pace. It is mainly because I feel there are individuals within the society who are not entirely trustworthy. Deng Bo, Alu feigned innocence, deliberately stating, that cannot be the case. I see that everyone is quite united. Lin Huailu was merely fabricating a narrative. He sought to craft an image of himself before Deng Bo. He certainly understood the implications of Deng Bo's words. What should be said and what should not be said were clear to Alu. He knew there were members in the society who harbored animosity toward him. Thus, having drawn the death lot, it was only natural that someone would attempt to thwart his mission, thereby jeopardizing his candidacy for spokesperson by leaking information. At that moment, Ali's thoughts immediately turned to Didi. Do not be deceived by the apparent enmity between Big D and Huo Zhengxiong. It is likely that, should he have the opportunity to deceive himself, Big D would not hastily confront Huo Zhengxiong. Instead, he would prefer to exploit Huo Zhengxiong to his advantage. By orchestrating his own downfall, Big D could ascend to a position of authority within Lianxing, thereby leveraging its power to exact revenge on Huo Zhengxiong. Such reasoning is perfectly logical. After all, Big D is not akin to Chueji. Chueji is undeniably inept, having ascended to his position solely due to Big D's paving the way. However, Big D is an entirely different matter. Once he assumes leadership, the rules of Lianqing are likely to undergo significant alterations. This also elucidates why Deng Bo favors Lin Huailo. Deng Bo has always held a disdain for those who disregard the rules, and without a doubt, Big D embodies such rule-breaking behavior. As for Huo Zhengxiong, he is the very embodiment of Deng Bo's disdain. Alu, I have faith that you will excel this time, Deng Bo said with profound significance. I understand. Alu replied solemnly. Were Huo Zhengxiong to witness Big D's demeanor at the urgent meeting of Lianqing, he would likely bestow upon him the title of Best Actor. Shortly after the meeting concluded, Big D informed Deng Bo of his intentions towards Huo Zhengxiong. Although the specifics remain unclear, Big D, confident in his assessment, stated, barring unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that Lu will take action. As for the particulars, I cannot say. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong smirked coldly and calmly replied, I see. He then could not help but add, humph. That old fool Deng Bo. You're finished. Meanwhile, as Huo Zhengxiong pondered, Big D began to feel a sense of unease. Huo Zhengxiong has always been unpredictable, and Big D was left anxiously contemplating what actions he might take next. Would he manipulate this pawn to eliminate Lu beforehand? Of course, such a course of action carries immense risk. Yet Big D is not one to shy away from danger, provided Huo Zhengxiong demonstrates some sincerity, for instance, by producing a certain videotape. However, once again, Huo Zhengxiong let Big D down, immediately stating, I intend to film a movie titled Black Society. What do you think? Rather than seeking Big D's opinion, Huo Zhengxiong was asserting his stance that Lianqing would become the next Hongtai. Big D's heart tightened at this revelation. Although he harbored little fondness for many within Lianqing, particularly the older generation led by Deng Bo and Alu, he did not wish to witness the downfall of the organization. Consequently, he displayed a concerned expression. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong seemed to anticipate Big D's thoughts, decisively declaring, rest assured. I merely intend to teach those old fools a lesson. Big D instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He could not resist asking, so, Brother Xiong, you don't intend to eliminate Deng Bo's entire family, do you? Given Huo Zhengxiong's notorious past, it was not surprising that Big D would entertain such thoughts. Upon hearing the question, Huo Zhengxiong's expression darkened, and he could not help but retort, what do you take me for? Big D was left bewildered. Almost immediately, Huo Zhengxiong grumbled in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by eliminating an entire family? You're talking nonsense. When have I ever done such a thing? Big D was once again rendered speechless. Before he could formulate an explanation, Huo Zhengxiong, with utmost seriousness, asserted, damn it, you best remember this. I, Huo Zhengxiong, am a legitimate businessman. I would never engage in such actions. The notion of exterminating families has never been a part of my dealings. His expression was exceedingly earnest. Chapter 93. If you dare to speak thus, you shall never ascend in your career. His tone carried a hint of reproach towards Big D. As if to say, how could you misunderstand me so grievously? Big D thought to himself, boss, I stand corrected. Your audacity is truly beyond my capabilities. Just as Big D hung up the phone with Huo Zhengxiong, a new message arrived from Officer Zheng's informant. Sir Zheng, we have just received intelligence from our informant. Officer Zheng displayed a curious expression as he looked towards his subordinate, who immediately perked up, deliberately adopting a mysterious demeanor, and exclaimed excitedly. Huo Zhengxiong has clashed with Lianqing. Yesterday, he publicly quarreled with Big D at the Have Guts restaurant, and even abducted Big D's men, who were only released this morning. It is said that Big D had several ribs broken and was extorted for over 20 million. Upon hearing this, Officer Zheng's eyes gleamed like searchlights, and he could not help but eagerly inquire, and then? His subordinate chuckled before responding. Deng Bo of Lianqing has already declared an intention to teach Huo Zhengxiong a lesson. Officer Zheng's excitement surged, and he continued to ponder this revelation, muttering, based on my analysis of Huo Zhengxiong's profile, given his vengeful nature, upon receiving this news, or after Deng Bo takes action, he is highly likely to eliminate Deng Bo's entire family. The subordinate fervently nodded, excitedly affirming, Sir Zheng, I share the same analysis. Officer Zheng's lips curled into a smile, his expression brimming with enthusiasm as he clapped his hands in satisfaction, saying, excellent. This information is crucial. It provides us ample time to strategize. The officer, thrilled by Zheng's praise, wore a beaming smile, practically grinning from ear to ear. Officer Zheng placed great importance on this intelligence and immediately summoned the entire department to action, initiating surveillance on Huo Zhengxiong's every move while closely monitoring Lianqing as well. Thus, during Officer Zheng's tenure, the West Kowloon Police Department's O Division finally received a significant task, deploying all personnel to track and observe Huo Zhengxiong and Lianqing. The informant who provided the intelligence was even promised by Officer Zheng that should he successfully apprehend Huo Zhengxiong, he would immediately restore his police status and promote him 3 ranks. On Danta Street, just as Huo Zhengxiong was preparing to step out for a meal, Su Jingyang whispered, "Boss, we are being followed." Huo Zhengxiong instantly became alert and altered his plans, instructing Zhao Yi to send someone to follow them in turn to ascertain the identity of the pursuers. Meanwhile, the vigilance of Lianxing was considerably lacking. Neither Deng Bo nor A Lu had any inkling of the police tailing them. By evening, Zhao Yi's dispatch personnel returned with the latest news. "Boss, those following us are police officers. They belong to the O Division of the West Kowloon Police Department." O Division again. Huo Zhengxiong felt a wave of irritation. Although he was not concerned about any secrets being leaked due to the surveillance, the sensation of being watched was undeniably bothersome. However, he found himself unable to address the situation at the moment, given that he had recently brought down the previous police chief. It would be unwise to eliminate yet another police chief in such a short span of time. Nevertheless, from this point forward, Officer Zheng's name had officially entered Huo Zhengxiong's blacklist. Upon realizing that he was under surveillance by the police, Huo Zhengxiong began to take serious precautions against Ali's potential ambush. Thus, the situation abruptly settled into an unexpected calm. Inspector Zheng waited patiently, day by day. Yet Huo Zhengxiong exhibited no signs of activity, which was entirely contrary to Inspector Zheng's expectations. Meanwhile, the officers assigned to monitor him found their patience wearing thin as the days dragged on. After several days, one of the officers in the surveillance vehicle lamented, "My back is in excruciating pain. I feel as though I might be incapacitated." Beside him, another officer, unable to contain his frustration, complained, 3 days have turned into an eternity. How can there be no movement at all? Is there a possibility that Inspector Zheng's intel is inaccurate?" The senior officer quickly intervened. "If you dare voice such thoughts, you can forget about any prospects for promotion. Do not speak irresponsibly. How could there be a flaw in the inspector's judgment? Perhaps our actions have alerted Huo Zhengxiong, leading him to remain inactive." The younger officer's face lit up with understanding, gratitude evident in his expression. However, moments later, the senior officer himself began to grumble, "My back is absolutely killing me. I went to the hospital last night, and the doctor said I have a particularly prominent disc." The younger officer, puzzled, inquired, "How can it be prominent? If it's outstanding, why does it hurt so much?" The senior officer sighed in exasperation. "Indeed, it is too prominent. So much so that it has protruded outward. That is why I am suffering from a herniated disc." The younger officer was left speechless. "I am still too inexperienced." He found himself at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, the senior officer expressed his indignation. Huo Zhengxiong, truly, is something else. He is undeniably a member of the Underworld, yet he neglects his duties, opting instead to indulge in tea and business discussions, managing the Dongfang Group. This is a quintessential example of neglecting one's responsibilities. Has he completely forgotten his roots? Laughter erupted over the radio as another officer responded. Oldley is absolutely right. Huo Zhengxiong is indeed shirking his duties. If he could just focus on his work, we wouldn't be left with nothing to do. Indeed, I cannot fathom when these tiresome days will come to an end. Just look at our lives. We spend our days guarding against thieves, preventing burglaries, and fending off the underworld. Discontent began to spread, with an increasing number of officers joining in the complaints, some even expressing grievances against Inspector Zheng. Concurrently, Inspector Zheng received a report and, upon reviewing Huo Zhengxiong's itinerary, was immediately filled with confusion, muttering to himself, "This doesn't align with Huo Zhengxiong's usual conduct. So much time has passed, yet he has taken no action. Could it be that he hasn't received the information? That seems implausible. What is Lin Huailu doing? Why is there no activity from him either?" Inspector Zheng was well aware of the complaints from his subordinates. However, he never anticipated that the situation would remain so eerily tranquil for such an extended period. Chapter 94. I am a legitimate businessman. The police have misunderstood me deeply. Inspector Zheng could not help but question whether Huo Zhengxiong was completely oblivious to the situation, remaining in the dark, which would explain his lack of action thus far. At this point, Inspector Zheng even entertained the idea of assisting Huo Zhengxiong by informing him of the impending threat from Lianxing. To be candid, Inspector Zheng was growing anxious from the wait, prompting him to consider such a hasty solution. Yet, he quickly suppressed this thought. Not merely due to his identity as a police officer, which ought to preclude him from wishing for chaos, but primarily because he feared that Huo Zhengxiong's keen intellect would detect police interference, complicating his objectives even further. Thus, he resolved to continue exercising patience. Moreover, while Inspector Zheng felt a genuine sense of urgency upon hearing the reports, his instincts repeatedly cautioned him that the current calm was merely the eye of the storm, a tedious prelude to the impending turbulence. Therefore, at such a crucial juncture, he could not afford to let his guard down. Rather, He needed to heighten vigilance and intensify the surveillance on Huo Zhengxiong. As for the grievances expressed by his subordinates, Inspector Zheng could only seek alternative means to mitigate their discontent or motivate them, such as increasing bonuses, promising promotions upon task completion, or offering extended vacations. Regardless, it was imperative to instill in them a sense of patience while awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, on Huo Zhengxiong's side, his subordinates, all of whom hailed from military backgrounds, possessed exceptional reconnaissance and counter-surveillance skills. Outside, the undercover officers diligently monitoring him remained oblivious to the fact that the soldiers arranged by Su Jingyang were also observing the officers surveilling Huo Zhengxiong. In the sweltering afternoon sun, the officers confined within their vehicle felt as though they were being cooked like hot dogs. Several undercover officers, drenched in sweat, found themselves unable to contain their grievances, exclaiming, "What a wretched assignment. I can hardly endure it. When does we plan to make a move?" In truth, given the prevailing circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for the undercover officers to express their discontent. However, at that moment, Huo Zhengxiong emerged from the main entrance. Intending to step out for tea, he immediately spotted the officers who were now as sunbaked as hot dogs. The glaring sunlight rendered them oblivious to his presence. With a disdainful smile, Huo Zhengxiong entered his vehicle and instructed Zhao Yi, "The weather is exceedingly hot. It can be quite harmful to one's health. Go and deliver a few bottles of chilled tea to those officers." Zhao Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to suppress a grin that broke into laughter. Su Jingyang, following his gaze, noticed that the undercover officers had yet to realize their presence and could not help but inquire, "Boss, should we teach them a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong glared, raising his hands in exasperation. "What nonsense! Teach them a lesson? I am a legitimate businessman. The police have misunderstood me profoundly. How could I possibly act against the officers? Once they realize there is nothing to uncover, they will naturally retreat." Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi exchanged incredulous glances. Even Huo Zhengxiong's two trusted confidants found his words difficult to digest. Inside the tea house, as Huo Zhengxiong arrived, Wang Jing followed closely, greeting him with a lowered head and the same ingratiating expression. Huo Zhengxiong offered a faint smile. "Let us have tea." Upon hearing this, Wang Jing felt emboldened to take a seat, demonstrating his keen awareness of the nuances of respect and hierarchy. At this moment, Huo Zhengxiong took a stack of scripts from Zhao Yi's hands and placed it before Wang Jing, uttering, "Take a look." "All right, boss." Wang Jing responded eagerly, immediately opening the script. The striking title Underworld caught his eye, exuding an impressive aura. As he began to peruse the script, his expression grew increasingly animated. "Wonderful, wonderful," he murmured softly, and before long, he exclaimed, "Brilliant, truly remarkable, far more captivating than Dragon in the River." Half an hour later, Wang Jing closed the script, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he couldn't help but declare, "Boss, this script is simply outstanding." A smile spread across Huo Zhengxiong's face at the acknowledgement from an industry expert, and he replied, "Since you find it feasible, we can commence filming." "Ha ha." Wang Jing could no longer contain himself, bursting into a loud and hearty laugh. In truth, he had discerned the narrative's essence upon opening the script. It revolved around the story of Lianxing. This was no trivial matter. Should this film come to fruition, it would undoubtedly invite trouble. The incident involving Hong Tai was still vivid in his memory, and Wang Jing understood well the reasons behind Hong Tai's downfall. Now, Huo Zhengxiong had set his sights on Lianxing. How had these individuals offended the boss? It seemed, then, that even if Lianxing were to be toppled, it would hardly be surprising. At that moment, Wang Jing was particularly curious about how chaotic things would become for Lianxing once the film was completed. The spectacle would surely be riveting. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: creating trouble. This was my favorite pastime. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong continued, "The requirements for this project are the same as before." Wang Jing nodded in understanding, responding with a smile, "I comprehend. All aspects will be meticulously arranged." Huo Zhengxiong was quite pleased with Wang Jing's astuteness, nodding in approval, and then inquired, "By the way, I reported a budget of 30 million for Dragon in the River. Do you know why?" As one of Hong Kong's top directors, Huo Zhengxiong's subtle tactics were not lost on Wang Jing, who immediately nodded and replied earnestly, "Money laundering." "Exactly." Huo Zhengxiong continued, "But it's not just me engaging in money laundering." In truth, Huo Zhengxiong didn't need to launder money extensively. Most of his business was legitimate, and his need for illicit funds was minimal. His primary aim was to offer some benefits to the heads of Hongxing to draw them closer to his side. Following this, Huo Zhengxiong added, "When suitable roles arise, approach the heads of Hongxing directly. They will be quite willing to participate." Wang Jing's expression reflected understanding, though it was tinged with unease. Lacking a substantial background, he still harbored some trepidation towards the fierce leaders of Hongxing. Huo Zhengxiong was well aware of this and had frequently visited the set to bolster Wang Jing's confidence. However, He couldn't always be available, so he asked seriously, "Do you know why I confided in you about these money laundering matters? What do you think the reason is? It certainly isn't because of trust. The individuals recommended by the system are 100% loyal to me. I have no need to rely on such matters." Chapter 95. It is you who first acted without loyalty. Do not blame me for my lack of fidelity. Wang Jing's eyes brightened as he instantly grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intention. The boss was trying to convey that they were in need of him, and thus, he need not fear them. Precisely. Huo Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction. Wang Jing proved to be sharp. Had it been Su Zhengyang or Zhao Yi, they might not have comprehended such a situation. Thereafter, Huo Zhengxiong remarked casually, especially after Dragon in the River is completed, they will reap considerable benefits, and for those gains, they will not act against me. So, feel free to film without hesitation. Pausing, Huo Zhengxiong stated firmly, "I want to see the film completed in the shortest time possible." Understood. Wang Jing, sensing Huo Zhengxiong's seriousness, immediately adopted a more earnest demeanor. With newfound confidence, and driven by a desire for spectacle, he hastily departed the tea house, script in hand, without finishing his tea. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Hong Kong, the pale-faced Prince Hong Tai was curled up in a dilapidated shack. The room was littered with empty bottles, foul-smelling socks, cigarette butts, and moldy takeout, the stench unbearable and nearly impossible to endure, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Yet the prince seemed accustomed to such squalor, displaying no signs of discontent. At this moment, he bore little resemblance to the polished individual he had been merely months ago. One seemed to soar in the heavens, while the other languished in the depths. The prince was watching beautiful women on television with a foolish grin when he suddenly discovered his bottle of alcohol was empty, prompting him to curse loudly. Useless thing. Where the hell is my drink? As soon as he uttered these words, a scruffy lackey rushed in, placing a takeout box and a beer bottle before the prince. Hastily explaining, "Prince, please calm down. I just went out." "What were you doing out?" the prince asked impatiently. The lackey promptly replied, "I found out that the situation has quieted down significantly these past few days. There's a boat leaving Hong Kong tonight. I secretly contacted the captain just now, and we can leave tonight." Upon hearing this, the prince tossed aside his empty bottle, his expression transforming with excitement. Indeed, he could no longer endure this dehumanizing existence. However, he remained a wanted criminal in Hong Kong, and having evaded capture for this long was already a stroke of luck. Naturally, he owed this fortune to the lackey before him. It was the lackey's unwavering loyalty that had allowed him to survive until now. Otherwise, given the prince's inability to bear any burdens, living to this point would have been nothing short of miraculous. Yet just as the prince began to smile, he kicked the lackey in frustration, unable to suppress his anger. "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me about such good news sooner? You wasted a whole bottle of beer for me." The lackey could only laugh awkwardly. He then assessed their combined funds and belongings, discovering they were just enough to pay the captain, but his spirits plummeted at the realization they had no money left. This was a grave concern. However, the prince was clearly not the type to devise solutions or produce funds. The reason was simple. Ever since the police apprehended Hong Tai's leader, Chen Mei, the various gangs, including Hung Hing and Dong Xing, had banded together to carve up Hong Tai. Following that, the police uncovered a wealth of incriminating evidence against Chen Mei, leaving him with no chance to escape the police station before being incarcerated. Meanwhile, the prince had been wanted by the police since the onset, and he had no opportunity to show his face, relegating him to a life of constant hiding. Now he was left with just this one lackey by his side, and the emergency funds he had brought along were nearly exhausted. He finally awaited the chance to sneak out of Hong Kong, yet having fallen to such depths, the prince, despite his despondency, still dared to treat his last loyal lackey in such a manner. Wasn't he simply courting trouble? Then, the prince's loud curses echoed. "Damn it, Huo Zhengxiong. I will remember this debt. Once we leave Hong Kong and rebuild, I will return to settle the score with you. I will make you wish you were never born." Observing the prince's tirade against Huo Zhengxiong, the lackey wisely exited the room, standing at the door, pondering. The prince is nothing but a pile of unshapely mud. Damn it. I have stuck by him through thick and thin. His survival thus far has been entirely due to my efforts to find him food and drink. He always resorts to hitting and cursing at me, his words laced with venom. A person like him would be better off dead. In that fleeting moment, the attendant suddenly recalled how the prince had treated his savior, Wei Zhengxiong, with such contempt, treating his benefactor as if he were a mere dog, subject to whimsy and ridicule, even going so far as to use Wei Zhengxiong as a scapegoat, a shield for his own misdeeds. While peddling drugs under Wei Zhengxiong's name at the VCD factory, it was as if he were driving a man to the brink of despair. Yet he felt no remorse whatsoever. How could I have followed such a person for so long? I foolishly hoped that upon his resurgence, he would grant me a life of wealth and luxury. How naive I have been. If even Wei Zhengxiong met such a grim fate, then even if he were to prosper in the future, I would surely not fare any better. Perhaps I would even be sold out by him. To follow such a leader makes me nothing short of a complete fool. After venting his frustrations, the subordinate gazed through the window at the prince within the room. A flicker of resentment crossing his face. Since it has come to this, do not blame me. You were the first to betray our bond. So do not be surprised by my disloyalty. Without hesitation, he withdrew his phone and dialed a number from outside. Meanwhile, in a tea house, Huo Zhengxiong was about to rise to leave when Zhao Yi approached, phone in hand, smiling as he announced, "Boss, that runaway has finally been located." Huo Zhengxiong paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure, a look of surprise spreading across his face as he muttered under his breath, "That wretched creature. Like a rat. Able to hide so well, yet he has been caught at last. Bring him to me." "Certainly," Zhao Yi replied, brimming with excitement. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, the prince eagerly sought out his henchman, brazenly inquiring, "The time is nigh. When will the captain of the ship arrive?" The henchman's smile appeared somewhat peculiar as he promptly responded, "He will be here shortly." Noticing the strange expression on his companion's face, the prince furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Just then, the sound of approaching cars echoed from outside. Instinctively, the prince turned to look, immediately spotting two vehicles driving in from the distance. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He intended to hide and assess the situation first. However, at that moment, the henchman grasped his shoulder and whispered, "Prince, do not be hasty. They have already arrived. It is time for you to leave."